After an exhausting night of overtime, Lin Juan succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, she found herself transported to a desolate interstellar wasteland within a unique world governed by a guiding force. Here, she was relegated to the status of a mere F-rank guide, having inadvertently offended a high-ranking SS-class guide of the Empire, resulting in her notoriety and disdain from all quarters. Her predicament worsened when she was sentenced to the Black Tower, located in a polluted area, where she was to pacify a cadre of volatile, deranged sentinels whose mental states were on the verge of collapse. Lin Juan reflected, "It is what it is. Since this is my reality now, I might as well rest." However, to her dismay, the very sentinels who derided her began to converge, drawn by her presence. Unbeknownst to her, this unexpected turn of events would ultimately empower her to reshape the world. Chapter 1. A complete catastrophe. Forward. In the realm of guides and sentinels, with live streaming elements, it is of utmost significance that the growth-oriented female protagonist does not squander her potential as a guide. The public screen of the Star Network was inundated with a flurry of comments, obscuring the visuals as viewers reacted to the unfolding drama. In the midst of the live broadcast, the atmosphere grew tense. The sirens blared incessantly. The girl, submerged in a treatment pod, appeared pallid, her long, dark hair floating in the liquid, shrouding her delicate features. Through the strands, one could discern her finely arched brows knitted in distress, as if enduring immense agony. Lin Juan's mind was clouded, the alarm's shrillness escalating with urgency, akin to a frantic beagle wreaking havoc in her thoughts, leaping upon furniture, gnawing at her sanity. Suddenly, the visage of the beagle morphed into that of her tyrannical employer, a grotesque embodiment of capitalist greed. Awakening with a start, she found herself enveloped in a murky, yellow-brown substance. Water? How had she ended up here? And why could she breathe within it? The oxygen was scant, causing a heavy pressure upon her chest. Instinctively, she reached out, only to be met with a wave of excruciating soreness coursing through her body. Her fingers grazed a semi-transparent capsule, rigid and glass-like. The blaring of the alarms intensified. Has she awakened? Impossible. Is she unharmed? She was attacked by a distortion entity. Isn't she an F-rank guide? The comments swirled chaotically on the screen, but Lin Juan remained oblivious to the fervor of the Star Network as she struggled to regain her bearings in the low oxygen environment. Surveying her surroundings, she realized she was ensconced within a narrow, metallic pod, a common sight in interstellar medical facilities. Beside her stood a tall, impassive man, exuding an air of authority, his striking features marred only by a hint of youthful naivete. With silvery hair and piercing blue eyes, he regarded her with an icy indifference, generating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Momentarily dazed, Lin Juan pondered the purpose of her situation. As she turned her head to examine her environment, she noticed the sleek, futuristic design of the room, adorned in shades of silver and white, with treatment pods aligned in orderly rows, reminiscent of a scene from a sci-fi film. In an instant, a torrent of memories belonging to this body surged into her consciousness. The chaotic images coalesced into a singular realization: disaster loomed. This was a world plagued by interstellar decay, with the capital planet at its heart, surrounded by a vast expanse of pollution beyond the containment barriers. Within this toxic realm, a select few humans had evolved into sentinels and guides, endowed with psychic abilities. Sentinels, their senses remarkably heightened, served as formidable warriors against the encroaching pollutants and distortion entities. However, prolonged exposure to these contaminants rendered them susceptible to mental overload and corruption. Guides, on the other hand, possessed the capability to cleanse the psychic domains of sentinels, providing solace and stability. Yet, powerful guides could also wield their abilities for mental assault. In essence, this was a perilous wasteland, particularly in the border regions where distortion entities frequently assaulted human settlements. If that were all, one could simply avoid the borders and strive for survival in the central star systems. However, Lin Juan's true predicament stemmed from her past misdeeds and the notorious legacy of her identity. As a scion of the Lin family from the central capital star, she had been identified from a young age as possessing psychic potential, with expectations of evolving into a rare guide. Consequently, she was lavished with adoration, fostering an arrogant disposition. Upon reaching adulthood, she did indeed manifest as a guide, albeit one rated as an F-class failure. This revelation shattered her, as she became increasingly embittered by the subtle mockery of those around her, leading her to adopt a cruel and domineering demeanor. She ruthlessly suppressed all higher-ranked guides, especially those of humble origins, earning infamy within the guide community as a figure of loathing. Her cruelty towards sentinels was equally notorious in this world. The imbalance between sentinels and guides is stark, with the latter being an exceedingly rare and precious existence. Sentinels, influenced by their mental faculties, rely on guides to purify their tainted mental realms, leading to an innate and uncontrollable fervor for them. Consequently, guides often endure unwanted harassment from sentinels, resulting in a natural disdain towards the latter. Guides frequently resort to brutal methods of mental solace, employing violent means including strikes and kicks, and sometimes even administering unspeakable punishments. The original protagonist excels in this regard, exhibiting a cruel ingenuity. Her methods are not only barbaric and varied in their torment of sentinels, but they often fail to provide any genuine solace. Instead, she merely lures them in to vent her own frustrations, leaving them in a state of near death. Due to her own low mental rating, the sentinels she can bond with do not exceed a C rank, making them particularly susceptible to her torment. Several incidents nearly resulted in fatalities, which were forcefully suppressed by her family. If she had continued to enjoy the protection of her family, her brazen behavior might not have posed significant issues. After all, the adage "the death of a friend does not affect the path of the living" holds true. While those around her suffered through her antics, they found themselves powerless against her, and at least the original protagonist found some enjoyment in her actions. However, matters took a turn when she discovered that the true scion of the Lin family was none other than a fake daughter. Among the students in the guide department of the military academy, there was a guide named Juan Weiwei, hailing from a marginal star system and of commoner origin, who entered with an A rank and garnered considerable attention. Given the original protagonist's twisted personality, she could not abide Juan Weiwei's presence and bullied her repeatedly, which Juan Weiwei endured in silence. During a practical assessment organized by the academy, both Juan Weiwei and the original protagonist were dispatched to a peripheral war zone to provide mental guidance to sentinels. Considering their student status, the assignment was primarily situated in the rear, responsible for logistics and comforting sentinels returning from battles with aberrations, thereby avoiding direct contact with the aberrations and pollutants. However, the original protagonist covertly conspired to bribe a hacker, allowing the vehicle carrying Juan Weiwei to breach the temporary pollution isolation barriers established for guides, leading directly to the front lines, hoping Juan Weiwei would perish at the hands of the aberrations. Unexpectedly, Juan Weiwei was rescued by sentinels and, contrary to the original protagonist's intentions, underwent a second differentiation. She ascended directly from an A-rank guide to become the sole SS-rank guide in the entire interstellar empire. The news ignited a frenzy throughout the empire, as an SS-rank guide had not emerged in nearly 3 centuries. She became a beacon of hope against pollutants and a treasure for the empire. The original protagonist, witnessing her scheme unravel and Juan Weiwei's unexpected gain, was driven to the brink of madness. Following this, the military headquarters in the war zone initiated an investigation. The original protagonist's clumsy machinations were quickly uncovered, leading to her being accused of the intentional murder of a guide. The hacker, realizing the gravity of his actions, panicked and confessed to his involvement in the crime. If not for the Lin family's intervention on her behalf, she likely would have faced imprisonment. However, the situation worsened when Juan Weiwei's brilliance post-differentiation attracted various factions seeking to investigate her background. The original protagonist's dismay. It was revealed that Juan Weiwei was indeed the genuine daughter of the Lin family, while she herself was merely a substitute switched by a disgruntled nanny seeking revenge against her employers. Upon the revelation of the investigation's findings, the original protagonist found herself in an untenable position. The Lin family had long harbored dissatisfaction towards her due to her arrogant and reckless behavior, which alienated guides and tarnished her reputation among sentinels, even offending the aristocracy of the capital star. Consequently, once the truth was unveiled, the Lin family swiftly dismissed her like refuse, hastily organizing an extravagant reunion banquet broadcasted across the star network to publicly acknowledge their true daughter, thereby rectifying Juan Weiwei's identity. Had the original protagonist chosen to retreat in humility at this juncture, things might not have escalated further. The Lin family had already smoothed over her previous transgressions, leaving no incriminating evidence against her. Moreover, they had shown some leniency, opting not to reverse the case or exact retribution on Juan Weiwei. Furthermore, the empire generally exhibits tolerance towards guides of weaker constitutions, ensuring their basic needs are met. The original protagonist would likely face nothing more than ridicule and disdain, requiring merely to remain low-key and cautious. Yet, given her disposition, it was inevitable that she would not acquiesce. Once again, She invested all her savings into a grand scheme, contacting unsavory underground forces to eliminate Juan Weiwei. No, Lin Weiwei. As an SS rank guide, Lin Weiwei drew the attention of the Empire's elite, particularly under the protection of the central White Tower, with sentinels of considerable prowess guarding her. Although the nefarious forces stirred considerable trouble, they were ultimately apprehended. The central White Tower, outraged by this heinous attack on a rare guide, issued the highest level of investigation orders across the interstellar empire. Within days, the original protagonist, the mastermind behind the assassination attempt, was apprehended. Thus, she found herself in her current predicament, a delicate and weak guide, sentenced by the ultimate arbitration court to exile in the polluted zone, serving her time in the Black Tower. This unprecedented judgment set a new precedent. Upon absorbing all the memories, Lin Juan's expression turned utterly blank. She smiled with a sense of release. How ironic it was that the original protagonist's brief years were more tumultuous than her entire life, filled with dramatic highs and lows. The alarms in the treatment room continued to sound, though their volume had diminished and the urgency lessened. A cold and emotionless voice resonated above her. "Miss Lin." What is it?" Lin Juan responded, somewhat disoriented. Suddenly, the girl before her hunched over, coughing violently, expelling a few mouthfuls of medication-laced liquid. Lin Juan felt a heaviness in her head as a torrent of chaotic memories flooded her mind, leaving her bewildered. Observers peering through the light screen began to murmur. Does she look different? So calm. She isn't cursing anymore? Poor Marshall. He even set aside his duties to escort her. Could she have been traumatized by the aberrations? Elias let his gaze drift down to her slender, pale neck, delicate yet fragile. Unconsciously, he softened his tone, unaware of his own change. "We are almost there." "What?" Lin Juan struggled to comprehend, shaking her heavy head. Just moments prior, the starship escorting the original protagonist to the Black Tower had encountered an attack from aberrations after crossing the pollution isolation barriers. Having been detained, the original protagonist had struggled to eat and sleep for several days, her spirit waning and her constitution frail. The shock from the aberrations compounded her mental vulnerability, resulting in her fainting. She was likely transported to a treatment chamber by the sentinels. Upon regaining consciousness, the essence of her being had already been replaced by Lin Juan. She lifted her gaze. Outside the treatment chamber, a man stood tall and erect, clad in a pitch-black military uniform. The sharp lines of his epaulets accentuated his broad shoulders and long legs, rendering him a striking figure. He possessed a face of unparalleled beauty, yet it remained devoid of expression. His blue eyes, clear and captivating, were imbued with an icy detachment. As his gaze fell upon her, it bore the weight of scrutiny, akin to inspecting a flawed product at a spherical device, approximately 3 centimeters in diameter and composed entirely of black lenses, floated near his shoulder. Confronted by that frigid stare, Lin Juan felt a shiver run through her, her dazed mind momentarily clearing. This man appeared at first glance to be akin to a machine programmed to follow directives, utterly devoid of emotion. Perhaps his name was Elias. He was a marshal of the Galactic Empire, commanding the various war zones located in the peripheral star systems, tasked with safeguarding the central security zone from pollutants and aberrations. He was also the officer responsible for escorting her to Haida for her sentence. Chapter 3. There is no need for repetition. I beg your pardon. What did you just say? I did not catch that. Lin Juan replied. The alarm was too loud. No sooner had she spoken than the piercing alarm outside the treatment room abruptly ceased, finally sparing her ears from torment. Elias spoke in a tone reminiscent of announcing an official decree, devoid of any emotional nuance. Lin Juan. Yes. The girl's eyes shone brightly as she looked up at him, inadvertently exuding an aura of gentle innocence. Appearing obediently attentive, Elias's gaze darkened, wary of her possible tricks. He continued, Lin Juan, a former student of the Central Star Empire's first military academy, has been found guilty by the ultimate arbitration court of 8 charges, including the premeditated murder of a high-level guide, malicious injury, and insult, resulting in severe societal repercussions. You are hereby sentenced to exile in the polluted area of Haida for compulsory servitude. As this verdict was declared, the live stream's comment section erupted with frenzied reactions. Exactly. How outrageous. The goddess Weiwei is an SS-level guide. How dare she? My brother received her mental counseling and now bears psychological scars. She derelict. Her duty, providing no guidance to the sentinels. Utterly perverse. Why was no one reported before? Unmentionable. Unmentionable reporting was futile. She has powerful backing. She deserves it. 1-1. The girl, drenched and sitting in the treatment chamber, remained oblivious to the uproar, momentarily lost in silence. So, this was merely an elaborate pretense to announce her crimes. She was well aware of the original owner's misdeeds. There was indeed no need for further dissection of the issue. She promptly adjusted her mindset and listened as the attendant continued. The starship has crossed the polluted isolation barrier and entered the contaminated zone, expected to arrive at District D, 14 in half an hour. Miss Lin, we are nearing Haida. The handsome man graciously inclined slightly, offering her a dry towel and a clean gray prisoner's uniform. Lin Juan was somewhat taken aback. Given the original owner's tarnished reputation, she recalled that after her sentence of exile, she would undoubtedly be met with disdainful gazes wherever she went, to some degree. While it was unlikely anyone would openly harm a guide in broad daylight, her experience would hardly be pleasant. Yet the man before her exhibited no signs of disdain, hatred, or any other negative emotions towards her. Although, to be fair, he didn't exactly wear a welcoming expression. After all, sentinels typically reacted to guides as dogs did to their masters, eagerly approaching regardless of the circumstances. Regardless, Lin Juan felt a surge of gratitude. She was new to this place and felt unwell. Had she encountered an ill-tempered escort officer, she truly lacked the energy to engage in conflict. The girl hastily climbed out of the medical chamber, only to notice a cold metallic ring clasped around her right ankle, a faint blue light blinking rhythmically. So, it was an electronic shackles. She reached for the items, involuntarily shivering. The indoor temperature was comfortable, yet for her drenched form, it felt slightly chilly. Achoo! Rubbing her nose, Lin Juan carelessly draped the towel over her head and began to dry herself. Elias furrowed his brow, suppressing the urge to snatch the towel from her hands, averting his gaze to spare himself the sight of her mishandling her hair. By the way, that little black sphere. It's a Star Network livestream. The Sentinel's tone remained cold, yet tinged with discomfort. We have contacted the Haida authorities. Upon your arrival at the airport, a specialist will conduct a physical examination. The implication was clear. She should not attempt to feign illness to evade her sentence. Lin Juan paused in her drying, suddenly recalling this detail. Due to Lin Weiwei's immense notoriety, she had become the focus of intense public scrutiny, especially among sentinels, who pursued her with fervent zeal. Therefore, as a repeat offender who had repeatedly harmed Lin Weiwei, she was universally reviled, her reputation plummeting to subterranean depths. Even her escort to Haida was broadcasted live across the Star Network. Countless individuals awaited to witness her downfall in Haida. Lin Juan. So, did her survival from the aberration attack on the starship disappoint a multitude? But that was incorrect. The original owner had indeed perished. She couldn't help but survey her surroundings, slowly trailing behind Elias toward the changing room. The towering sentinel and the ominous black camera remained outside. When Lin Juan emerged from the changing room, she had donned a dry prisoner's uniform. Her dark, mid-length hair was half dry, cascading over her shoulders, obediently resting behind her head, resembling silk and lending her a gentler, more serene demeanor than her former fierceness and volatility. Where's my light brain? Here. Elias presented the item with both hands. Lin Juan accepted it, sensing that this light brain seemed somewhat different from the one in her memory. Was it newer? However, she couldn't discern any further details at the moment and decided to let it be. Following the original owner's memories, she fiddled with the device, and as the screen unfolded, she tapped on the highest-rated live stream of the Star Network. Yes, she was the host of that stream. The barrage of comments on the screen was even more frenzied, prompting her to filter out the profane remarks and focus on the useful information. She still dares to watch the live stream. Is she about to throw her light brain again? She was so frightened by the aberration attack that she nearly dropped her light brain. Dear Marshal, please, don't provide her with another one, a financial loss for work. I pity the Marshal. The comments above are truly amusing. The Weir family's wealth is beyond our lifetimes. Earning. How has this wicked guide not gotten angry? Has she been stunned by the aberration? Lin Juan silently closed the live stream, her expression vacant. She was merely an ordinary worker, toiling late into the night on proposals, consumed by her work until the world faded into darkness. When she finally stood up to conclude her shift, a sudden sharp pain pierced her chest. How did she end up in this wretched place? Miss Lin, the starship is expected to dock at the terminal in 10 minutes. Elias interjected, snapping her back to reality. She looked up, her gaze toward the sentinel, now filled with gratitude. What a good person, a truly benevolent soul. Handsome, charming, and exuding an extraordinary demeanor, so generous. Most notably, he had gone so far as to replace her light brain at a cost to himself. Indeed, the diligent worker can never refuse a wealthy employer willing to invest in their staff. Alas, she is soon bound for Haida, destined to remain apart despite their connection. Let us proceed. Elias wore an impassive expression as he turned and walked ahead. Lin Juan followed silently, the electronic shackles around her ankles emitting faint beeping sounds with each step. Upon exiting the treatment chamber, the door revealed a cold, elongated corridor, shimmering silver with a modern, minimalist aesthetic, gradually transitioning to a muted gray as they advanced. The electronic doors lining the corridor opened and closed intermittently, allowing both soldiers clad in combat gear, broad-shouldered and long-legged, exuding an air of authority, and ordinary personnel from the starship to pass through. Unsurprisingly, upon sighting her, every individual displayed an unfriendly demeanor. Lin Juan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. With her head bowed, she walked forward, the metallic corridor stretching endlessly before her. Her gaze drifted, becoming increasingly unfocused as fatigue began to weigh down her eyelids. At the end of the corridor lay a vast transparent observation window. Chapter 4. The embodiment of pure hatred. Lin Juan's attention sharpened in an instant. She was captivated by the profound, inky expanse of the cosmos, resembling an eternal black hole. Unconsciously, she slowed her pace, her breathing deepening. Although fragments of memories, akin to an explosive surge, had flooded her mind in the past, nothing compared to the overwhelming vastness of the starlit sea before her, boundless and seemingly infinite, stirring emotions within her. Faced with such immeasurable dimensions of time and space, even the colossal starship beneath her and the countless souls aboard seemed insignificant and trivial. A sense of melancholy washed over her. She felt a deep sense of loss as she unexpectedly found herself in an unfamiliar environment, utterly alone. Yet this brand new world, with its grand interstellar vistas, unfurled vividly before her eyes. What was she daydreaming about? Had she been stunned into silence? Soon, the starship would leap through the wormhole to Haida. Would they even catch a glimpse of the aberrations? It was said that merely breathing on Haida could lead to contamination. Such exaggerations. Haida certainly has protective barriers against pollutants. Yet, residing so closely to the layer of aberrations, could the barriers truly suffice? The discussions on the live broadcast screen were fervent. Haida had long been perceived as a mysterious entity in public consciousness. Or rather, as a harbinger of misfortune. Haida symbolized unwavering resistance, madness, and the inescapable specter of death. It served as a grave for sentinels, a gathering place for the exiled madmen and monsters. No one wished to confront death, nor did anyone desire to face Haida. Because it was seldom discussed, it became shrouded in mystery, transforming into a taboo topic within the Star Network discourse. Elias advanced several paces, only to realize that the person behind him had not kept up. He halted and glanced back. With his tall stature and long strides, he had unwittingly created distance between himself and Lin Juan. The young girl appeared frail and delicate, her recent days spent under immense pressure adding to her fragile aura, as if she might crumble at any moment. Her height was modest, and the gray prison uniform hung loosely on her slight frame. She stood there quietly, spine erect, her gaze solemnly fixed upon the vast cosmos, enveloped in an overwhelming solitude. It was as if she did not belong here. As the starship surged forward, unfamiliar celestial bodies and nebulous lights flickered by, creating a splendid tapestry that rapidly receded into mere invisible points of light. Transitioning from brilliance to obscurity, Miss Lin. Elias's voice broke the silence. Lin Juan jolted back to reality. I'm coming. She hastened her pace to catch up. Suddenly, the starship jolted violently. In the moment of traversing the wormhole, the starlight surrounding the shimmering silver vessel seemed to rush towards them, swirling together, converging into a singularity that erupted into a kaleidoscope of brilliance, akin to falling into a dazzling kaleidoscope. Lin Juan staggered, losing her balance, and unexpectedly fell into a cold, firm embrace. Both were momentarily taken aback. Elias's pupils dilated as a calm aura enveloped him, momentarily dispelling the mental pollution that had tormented him in the psychic realm. That brief contact brought an unexpected sense of tranquility that he instinctively stiffened as he grasped the girl's arm, his powerful muscles concealed beneath the black uniform, rigid and unyielding. Their skin met. Her hand felt icy and smooth against his. Apologies. Lin Juan sprang from his arms, hastily retreating, a flood of memories resurfacing in her mind. Thank you. Heavens, she could hardly bear to imagine the barrage of insults that would flood the live chat upon witnessing this encounter. The original owner, a treasured guide of the Empire and a member of the nobility, even at F grade, had garnered considerable attention on social media. Previously, she had expressed her affections for a certain General Yasi in a public broadcast, fervently pursuing him online in hopes of securing him as her personal sentinel. As for why her pursuit was online, it was due to her inability to encounter him in person. The general was perpetually occupied, either slaying aberrations in battle zones or en route to do so. Being an SSS-grade sentinel, he was among the elite within the Bai Tower. The original owner's spiritual power rating was far too low for them to ever be a match. Eventually, when her attempts bore no fruit, she fell into despair, unfollowed him, and transformed into a warrior of pure hatred. She became his only hater, relentlessly posting vitriolic comments beneath various videos of Elias. Now it made sense why she felt a strange familiarity upon first seeing him, upon delving deeper into the original owner's memories. It was mortifying. Truly mortifying. Lin Juan felt her toes digging into the ground in embarrassment. Though her actions were not her own, she found herself in an awkward situation, still the prisoner being escorted by him, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain her composure. Perhaps it was best to disappear entirely, in no need. The towering sentinel maintained his stoic demeanor. He slowly retracted his hand, which had been poised in the air, blinking as his blue eyes flickered. His lips pressed into a straight line, his hands unconsciously curling at his sides. Even in his cold, sharp military attire, the harsh overhead lights gleamed off his epaulets with metallic luster. Yet somehow, he seemed to have softened slightly. After traversing the wormhole, the starship's journey resumed its steadiness. Lin Juan followed Elias, her black military boots echoing against the floor in the serene, expansive space, while she shuffled in ill-fitting slippers, intentionally maintaining a distance of about 2 meters behind him. Stopping before a silver electronic door, the sentinel stepped forward, scanning his iris. A beep signified verification. The metallic door slid open, and Lin Juan followed him inside. Beyond the transparent porthole lay a murky sky, shrouded in a perpetual haze beyond the atmosphere, the clouds tinged with gloom, heavy with the promise of impending storms. The starship gradually approached a massive, irregularly shaped artificial structure, docking at the air station, but a voice emanated from the nearby electronic screen. "General, the personnel dispatched from Haida are waiting at the platform." "Understood." Elias turned to Lin Juan, striding forward to close the distance between them. Lin Juan startled, instinctively taking a half step back. Yet, the sentinel abruptly squatted down, reaching for her ankle. She quickly drew her foot back. "What are you doing?" "I am going to unlock the electronic shackles." He looked up at her. Due to his imposing stature, his muscular form stretched the confines of his uniform, and even in a crouching position, the gaze he cast upward instilled in Lin Juan a disconcerting illusion of being scrutinized by a fierce beast. A shiver ran down her spine. I can manage on my own. You require my fingerprint to unlock it." Lin Juan halted her motion of bending down, a hint of embarrassment washing over her features. "All right." She extended her shackled foot slightly, lifting the wide pant leg to reveal her pale ankle and the cold, unyielding cuffs. Chapter 5. Wishing you a pleasant work experience. Elias grasped the slender ankle of the girl, his fingertips brushing against her skin with a delicate touch. He could not resist the urge to gently caress it. This seemingly trivial gesture, however, immediately alerted the girl. Lin Juan's outstretched foot stiffened slightly as she fixed her gaze intently on his hand. Had it not been for her knowledge gleaned from the original owner's memories, she would have suspected that this notorious sentinel, known for his lack of romantic sensibilities and icy demeanor, was making an inappropriate advance. Fortunately, her concerns were unfounded. The man swiftly pressed his thumb onto a small electronic screen on the electronic shackles, and with a beep, recognition was successful. The shackles naturally fell away, leaving a faint pink mark around her ankle. Elias's gaze darkened as he forcibly suppressed a strange tumult within him. The sentinel's silver-white hair glimmered under the harsh lights, exuding an air of unattainable divinity, cold and unyielding like an impenetrable iceberg, his blue eyes deep and enigmatic. Lin Juan quickly withdrew her foot, feeling somewhat uneasy as she expressed her gratitude. Instinctively, she took 2 steps back to distance herself from him. As the sentinel slowly rose, his towering shadow loomed over her, intensifying her sense of pressure, prompting her to retreat even further. Goodness, what do interstellar beings consume to grow so tall? One punch from him could easily fell 2 of her. With a click, the spacecraft's hatch opened slowly. Instantly, a fierce wind, carrying a murky odor, rushed into the room. Lin Juan gasped, nearly losing her balance to the gust. instinctively wrapping her arms around herself as her long, dark hair whipped wildly in the air, obscuring her vision. Squinting her eyes, she peered outside. Beneath a gray sky, a massive black flying craft hovered about 30 meters away, with several dark figures standing in front of it. Wait, did those figures appear to reflect light? It seemed as if they were coated with a thin halo. She questioned her own vision and attempted to focus. But a tall figure suddenly blocked her view. Elias shielded her from the raging wind, completely obscuring her line of sight. Is a marshal shielding her from the wind? Surely not. Did she inadvertently release her mental energy? After all, she was merely an F level. How could the esteemed marshal be drawn to her? Such thoughts were absurd. The marshal was simply kind-hearted. What nonsense was she thinking? When had the marshal ever shown such patience toward a guide? Oh no! The live broadcast screen erupted into chaos. Thank you very much. Lin Juan cleared her throat, her dark eyes darting to the glass sphere perched on Elias's shoulder, indicating it with her finger. I am at the Black Tower, and I require it to accompany me. Indeed. Lin Juan coughed again, resolutely asserting, according to the highest laws of the White Tower, the privacy of guides is inviolable and should be afforded the utmost protection. I hereby request the cancellation of the interstellar broadcast. She had painstakingly unearthed a legal clause from the original owner's memories. After all, she did not wish to live under constant scrutiny, subjected to the opinions of irrelevant onlookers. Miss Lin, your identity has been deregistered from the White Tower and transferred to the Black Tower. The implication was clear. The highest laws of the White Tower could not govern the rulings of the ultimate arbitration court. Lin Juan was taken aback. What? Is that even possible? Elias lowered his gaze to her, his icy blue eyes betraying no emotion. Yet Lin Juan sensed a hint of schadenfreude in his demeanor, prompting her to display a look of defeat. Resisting the urge to roll her eyes, she stepped past him, braving the fierce wind toward the door. Very well. So be it. In her moment of indignation, she heard that vexatious voice behind her. Although the highest laws of the White Tower do not apply to you, the highest laws of the interstellar empire stipulate that citizens have a right to privacy. Even while serving time in the Black Tower, you may refuse the surveillance sphere from following you when necessary. Best of luck. Elias offered a timely reminder as he watched her step through the hatch, plunging into a tempest of wind. Strangely, he felt a flicker of reluctance rising within him, a most unfamiliar emotion. Lin Juan, however, waved her hand dismissively, signaling that she had heard him, without glancing back. After taking a few steps, she contemplated her next move, ultimately deciding that she would not swallow her pride. She was already disgruntled at having to take the fall for someone else, although she accepted that she had usurped the original owner's body. The idea of being subjected to live interstellar broadcasts was utterly intolerable. She needed to secure some advantages. Having come to this resolution, Lin Juan abruptly turned around and hurried back to Elias. She lifted her face to him. Esteemed Marshal, I must apply for the authority to deactivate this broadcast, as unforeseen circumstances may arise that render it inconvenient to continue broadcasting. Elias was momentarily taken aback. The girl before him was clad in scant clothing, her lips chapped and pale, yet her striking almond-shaped eyes sparkled with determination, radiating a resolve that suggested she would not relent until her objectives were met. He realized that if he were to refuse her, she would undoubtedly find another excuse to persist. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, he nodded in agreement. Very well. How do we proceed? Elias lightly tapped his wrist, projecting a holographic screen before him. He made a few quick selections, adding Lin Juan to the list of broadcast permission controllers. It is done. Upon hearing this, Lin Juan eagerly activated her optical brain, and, as anticipated, she received a system notification. She promptly tested the feature, shutting down the broadcast room, then re-entering the main interface to confirm her success. Noting a black screen with the words, "Broadcast has been closed," the small sphere would emit a red light upon closure. Following his gaze, she confirmed his assertion. Elias activated the broadcast again, and the previously extinguished screen flickered back to life. You have the right to temporarily disable the broadcast. However, the broadcast is a ruling from the ultimate arbitration court. I hope you will cooperate while serving your sentence. If the closure lasts too long, other administrators will reopen it in the background. Should you violate this policy multiple times, we will revoke your administrative privileges. Elias meticulously cautioned her. Yet Lin Juan had little patience for his warnings. Satisfied that she had achieved her goal, she waved her hand dismissively and swiftly turned away, braving the wind as she ran far ahead. Got it, got it. Thank you for the reminder. Wishing you a pleasant work experience. Her final words were swept away by the howling gale. The hatch of the spacecraft closed, severing Elias's line of sight. Ha ha, no pretense at all, just used and discarded. Why does the marshal seem a bit disappointed? Ha 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 ha. Do not speak recklessly. Lin Juan shivered as she hugged her arms, internally lamenting the dreadful weather. The temperature was bearable, yet the fierce wind was chilling her to the bone. The thin prison garb billowed behind her as she trudged forward in her slippers. Lin Juan raised her hand to shield her forehead from the wind, squinting at the figures approaching to receive her. Wait a minute. Who from the Black Tower is here to pick her up? A robot? They sent a robot to fetch her? She had wondered why those dark figures seemed to reflect light earlier, and had even speculated that they were armed. But it turned out she had overthought it. Bracing against the wind, Lin Juan slowly approached, encountering a plump, cylindrical robot that rolled toward her on small wheels. Chapter 6: The Ingenious Design. Oh, beautiful guide, miss. Greetings. The voice was a crisp, sweet tone reminiscent of a little girl. The robot's display screen showcased an adorable, smiling face, while its slender mechanical arms extended from its sides, mimicking a gentlemanly bow. If you've seen Sailor Star, it's somewhat akin to those slender, string-like mechanical arms. Though it cannot bend or bow, it at least made an effort with its arms, appearing rather comical. Lin Juan found herself momentarily flustered by this little creature. It was rather cute, albeit seemingly lacking in intelligence. In the original owner's memory, the technology of the interstellar empire is exceedingly advanced. Robots can effortlessly handle numerous tasks, and they're predominantly designed to resemble ordinary humans, exuding a strong sense of technological sophistication. Some robots are even equipped with artificial skin on their exteriors, capable of simulating normal human body temperature, breathing, and heartbeat, making it nearly impossible to discern any difference through mere sensory perception. Who could have possibly designed this particular robot? It evokes a certain cartoonish aesthetic. Its rotund, barrel-like body is supported by slender, rope-like mechanical arms that appear to extend quite far, with dexterous palms and finger joints. Notably, its face features an electronic display that frequently showcases lively and adorable expressions. In summary, it bears a striking resemblance to the room service robots found in hotels, lacking the mature, composed, and high-tech chilliness characteristic of imperial products. The small black spherical camera hovering beside Lin Juan broadcasts everything in real time. What kind of robot is this? It looks so absurd. The Haida organization seems to be under financial strain. Is this a discarded model from some manufacturer? Why hasn't T. Haida sent someone to greet me? They must be too embarrassed to show their faces. An F-level guide. Whether I could survive in that madhouse is uncertain. Is it possible to witness another thrilling scene? Lin Juan snapped back to reality, noticing that the two robots following the little cute one appeared quite normal. They possess ordinary human-like appearances, tall and robust, with sleek black and gold mechanical exteriors that exude a cool and gallant vibe, standing guard on either side. This feels much more appropriate. It lends a sense of traversing into the interstellar realm. Hello, hello. A sudden sneeze escaped her, prompting her to hug herself tightly, rubbing her nose and brushing away the strands of hair clinging to her face. I apologize, beautiful guide miss. The wind outside is quite strong. Please come inside with us. The little robot's display screen exhibited an expression of guilt and alarm, unceremoniously pulling Lin Juan into the black flying vessel behind them. With a click, the hatch swiftly closed, cutting off the howling wind outside. Warm air began to seep from the corners of the cabin. Suddenly, two antenna-like silver pillars emerged from the round head of the robot, gently rotating as if to detect something. An orange, flickering light on the side of its cylindrical body illuminated momentarily before extinguishing. The internal temperature of the flying vessel was confirmed, perfectly suitable for the guide miss to move about. Lin Juan raised her hand to wipe her wind-tousled face and exhaled deeply. Please take a seat here, guide miss. There will be a slight jolt when the vessel takes off, so be careful not to fall. The round robot diligently circled around Lin Juan, its display screen rapidly changing expressions. One moment it blinked, the next it grinned, making it hard not to suspect it was intentionally being adorable. Following the robot's guidance, Lin Juan settled into a seat by the window, sinking into the soft orange sofa that enveloped her in a comforting warmth. She involuntarily yawned. From this perspective, It seems the Haida people are quite thoughtful towards her. The so-called Haida bears little connection to the Baita. In this world, the Baita is divided into the central Baita and the border Baita, both tasked with managing the sentinels and guides within the tower, overseeing their information registration, providing training and education, and assigning missions. In contrast, the Haida represents an inescapable fate for the sentinels. The Haida only accommodates sentinels with pollution levels exceeding 90, who often exhibit visible deformities, thus becoming what are referred to as monsters. The extreme mental pollution drives their mental domains to the brink of collapse, leaving their mental landscapes in ruins. Sentinels endure relentless torment, yet strain to maintain their sanity, barely holding back from fully transforming into aberrant beings. One could say that the Haida is a domain teeming with madness, and serves as a burial ground for all sentinels. Lin Juan nestled into the soft sofa, appearing small and docile, her gaze lowered, lost in thought. These were the impressions of the Haida that lingered in the original owner's mind. Yet Lin Juan had no conception of what truly lay within Haida. The original owner did not care, nor did the inhabitants of this interstellar realm. Humanity is perpetually under the threat of pollutants and otherworldly beings, even in the exceedingly safe central galaxy, despite the protective barriers delineating safe zones. The populace remains shrouded in the shadow of warfare. No one wishes to confront death at every turn. Particularly, the Haida is situated at the fringes of the Empire's territory, within a polluted zone, having exiled a group of beings that have undergone bodily deformities. The black metal flying vessel ascended slowly. Lin Juan glanced out the porthole at the scenery, gloomy and overcast. Thick clouds rolled above, swirling in deep and shallow hues of ink, clustered upon the low-hanging canopy of the sky. Forget it, she sighed softly. Overthinking serves no purpose. As an F-level guide, her utility in that madhouse is negligible. First, she must secure her survival. Given the circumstances, it would be best to recline for a moment. Perhaps she might even drift into slumber, which would be preferable to exhausting herself as she did in her previous life. After a moment's reflection, she retrieved the latest model of her wrist-mounted holographic device. Setting a shortcut key, she tapped the fixed position on her wrist twice to quickly activate or deactivate the live-streaming sphere following her. Once finished, she lowered her sleeves and closed her eyes to rest. Observers in the live stream were perplexed by Lin Juan's calm demeanor. So tranquil, I expected her to smash the flying vessel. We're in a polluted zone, where aberrants could attack at any moment. How can she remain so composed? When will another aberrant appear? Please. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Detecting that the beautiful guide miss is feeling unwell, the sentinels of Haida are exceptionally kind individuals. You need not worry. Please maintain a cheerful disposition, guide miss, and strive in your endeavors to earn a reduction in sentence. Lin Juan. She jolted awake, lifting her eyelids. In her previous life, she had worked herself to the bone, and in this life, she could not endure any talk of hard work. Wouldn't that jeopardize her life? The round robot before her, however, was remarkably lively, brimming with energy. Its display screen showcased a plethora of vibrant expressions, its tone exuberant, and its enthusiasm infectious, reminiscent of a cheerful yellow sponge. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. She hastily closed her eyes again and yawned. For some reason, ever since her arrival in this realm, she had felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The robot, undeterred by Lin Juan's indifference, approached her once more. According to the information transmitted from the Baita, the guide miss is named Lin Juan. I am robot number 045, and I will be responsible for your daily needs at the Haida. Please give me a name. Stars sparkled on its display screen, shimmering brightly, exuding an aura of eager anticipation. Chapter 7. The sentinels of Haida are rational, composed, and exceedingly disciplined. Upon hearing this, Lin Juan instinctively activated her corporate radar. This robot would be her subordinate moving forward, essentially serving as an assistant. As a superior, she could not appear overly aloof. Discouraging her subordinates' enthusiasm would hinder the progress of their work. After pondering for a couple of seconds, she provided her answer. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Wu. It couldn't be helped. She was not particularly skilled at naming things. 045. Henceforth, you shall be Xiao Wu. All right, guide miss. Xiao Wu is delighted to accompany you during your time at the Haida. Should you require anything, feel free to instruct Xiao Wu. So, how much longer until we arrive? In the realm of navigation, The aircraft is expected to dock at the Haida reception station in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourself, Miss Guide. The esteemed commander wishes to meet you. Commander? Lin Juan scoured her mind for any recollections of this so-called Haida commander, but found none. Indeed, your information has been transmitted to the cognitive interface of Commander Darius. Before your formal service at Haida commences, the commander will provide you with a brief introduction to your duties and the circumstances surrounding Haida. Xiao Wu, without reservation, observed the contemplative expression on the young girl and hastened to offer reassurance. Miss Guide, there is no need for concern. The commander possesses a most amiable temperament. Lin Juan nodded gently. The name Darius sounded somewhat familiar. She recalled that he was the elder brother of that Marshal Yasi, the former marshal of the empire. Due to severe mental domain contamination, his mental faculties were on the verge of collapse, leading him to voluntarily resign and request exile to Haida, awaiting death. Lin Juan felt a pang of melancholy. In this world, the ratio of guides to sentinels is profoundly unbalanced. The so-called mental guidance and domain purification are but a mere drop in the ocean for the sentinels, who vastly outnumber the guides. Consequently, nearly all sentinels cannot escape the fate of being sent to Haida, regardless of their rank or influence. In fact, the more distinguished and higher-ranking a sentinel is, the less likely they are to find solace from a guide, enduring the torment of mental contamination alone, helplessly witnessing their transformation from human to monster. Alas, what a cruel world it is. Xiao Wu noticed Lin Juan's continued lack of enthusiasm, lazily curled up on the sofa, anxious enough to circle in place. What troubles you? Lin Juan found herself momentarily distracted by the robot's incessant movement. Particularly, its electronic screen, adorned with an array of vivid expressions, was designed to capture attention, making it difficult to ignore. The beautiful guide, Xiao Wu, spoke with a hint of trepidation. The sentinels at Haida are all exceptionally friendly and lovable. They would never harm you. Just if you happen to witness anything, do not be afraid. Lin Juan raised an eyebrow, slowly processing her words. Before she could respond, the aircraft docked at the Haida aerial reception station. When Lin Juan turned to gaze out the porthole, she beheld a vast plaza surrounded by towering, silvery gray edifices. Rising from the ground like a constellation, exuding a structured aesthetic of technological beauty, the plaza appeared boundless, with various gray and black aircraft traversing above. The colossal buildings stood as a steel forest, their sharp contours and clean lines striking. As the aircraft's hatch opened, two tall humanoid robots positioned themselves at either side of the doorway, bowing in a gesture of invitation. Lin Juan shrugged off her concerns regarding Xiao Wu's earlier remarks and rose, fatigue weighing on her. Let us proceed, she instructed, signaling for Xiao Wu to lead the way. The robot's electronic screen maintained a comical expression of tears, which Lin Juan found rather peculiar, yet she followed suit. With a resounding thud, the hatch closed behind her, and the black metallic aircraft swiftly departed, as if fearing she might reconsider her decision. Lin Juan felt an unsettling sensation stir within her. Upon standing still, a wave of heated wind rushed toward her. The girl instinctively furrowed her brow, for if her sense of smell was intact, there lingered a faint metallic scent of blood in the air. Where had she arrived? This was the main hall, in a public space. How could there be the scent of blood? Before she could ponder further, Xiao Wu's wheels glided steadily across the polished floor. Lin Juan matched her pace, walking alongside the robot, trailing half a step behind. The metallic floor reflected a vague, gray silhouette, slender and fragile. Where was everyone? She glanced around. Disregarding the faint metallic scent of blood, the expansive hall was immaculate and eerily silent, devoid of any presence save her own. Moreover, when she looked up, a reception point resembling a front desk came into view, staffed by two medium-sized silver robots behind the counter. Ah, people. Xiao Wu's face flickered with uncertainty. The sentinels are all in training. At that moment, the live broadcast comments erupted. What training requires everyone to participate? Ha. They must be too embarrassed to show their faces. Miss Guide, please don't cry. The remarks continued. The first guide expelled from the White Tower. Can she return? Absolutely not. Do not allow her to return and harm our goddess. In training? Yes. The sentinels at Haida are rational, calm, and exceptionally disciplined. Lin Juan turned her gaze to Xiao Wu, noticing the robot's screen displaying a sweating, earnest expression, and she suddenly grasped the underlying meaning. She understood. This statement had to be interpreted inversely. It was likely that the Sentinels were not rational and calm, but rather volatile and frenzied. The original host, before capture, was merely a student in the guide department of the Empire's foremost military academy and was classified as F grade. Coupled with her habitual laziness, her experience in providing mental guidance to Sentinels was scant, let alone any advanced purification techniques. Moreover, it seemed that F-grade guides lacked purification abilities altogether, as the original host did not even possess a mental body. How could she possibly maintain control in Haida? Would she not find herself in peril? Lin Juan's heart raced with anxiety. As they traversed the hall and turned into a lengthy metallic corridor, Xiao Wu halted before an electronic door. After a couple of beeps, the indicator light embedded in the wall flickered twice, and the door slid open. Lin Juan peered into the office. Directly facing the electronic door was a large silver-gray desk, behind which sat a strikingly handsome man clad in a black combat uniform that hugged his form, accentuating his muscular physique. His powerful arms rested on the desk, and his meticulously groomed, jet-black hair added to his imposing presence. However, his lower half was obscured by the partition of a desk. Notably, the Sentinel wore a black monitoring ring around his neck, resembling a collar at first glance, primarily designed to restrain aberrant Sentinels for punitive measures and control, preventing them from becoming a danger upon mental collapse. Chapter 8. What a coincidence! Lin Juan's gaze swept across the room, fixating momentarily on the Sentinel's neck. It was not a collar, but a monitoring ring. Were it not for the memories of the original host, she might have mistaken him for a peculiar leader with a penchant for unconventional displays. Miss Guide, inside is Commander Darius. You may enter. Very well. Lin Juan nodded, stepping past the robot stationed at the door. The small black camera followed her inside. The electronic doors sealed behind her. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, she pulled out the chair at the desk and sat down gently. Greetings, Commander. Lin Juan initiated the conversation, donning a polite smile. She appeared weary, bearing the demeanor of someone long worn by the rigors of the workplace, adopting a formal attitude. Upon closer inspection, the man before her bore a striking resemblance to the earlier Elias, especially with that cold and distant demeanor, as if warding off any approach. He was practically a mirror image of his brother. The monitoring ring clung tightly to his skin, faintly revealing the underlying greenish veins. The mere sight of it made Lin Juan feel uneasy. Lin Juan, the Sentinel behind the desk, spoke in a deep voice, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Yes. Lin Juan straightened her posture, leaning slightly forward, instantly embodying the self-discipline of a dutiful employee. The slender gray prison uniform draped over the young girl, her expression serious and her lips slightly pale, suggesting a lack of vitality. Her lips were pressed together lightly, and her dark hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders. Her gaze was focused, exuding an almost disarming charm that tempted him to quell his overwhelming desire to draw near. Darius's eyes darkened, suppressing the unsettling feelings that bubbled within. Please present the judgment document. Lin Juan was momentarily taken aback. The password was required, since her incarceration began, and up until her arrival at the Haida, everything had been broadcasted live by the Xinguang and monitored by S-level and above Sentinels for escort. Could a fake impersonate her? It was pure formalism, utterly preposterous. While silently mocking this absurdity, she complied and activated the holographic device on her wrist. After verifying her identity, she logged onto the arbitration court's website, projecting the judgment document onto the desk's surface. Darius glanced over casually. His gaze shifted upwards, locking on Lin Juan's face once more. The live broadcast panned over the commander behind the desk, and the comments flooded in. It truly is Lord Darius. After a year, we finally see him again. He seems to have deteriorated even more. Why has he been exiled to the Haida? Could it be that he simply endures better? There are a few points I need to inform you of, Darius said coldly. Please proceed, Lin Juan replied calmly, though inwardly she was all ears. The subsequent arrangements could affect her welfare. Although she was here to serve, she truly did not wish to toil as she had in her past life. Your mental strength rating is F. Lin Juan was taken aback. What does that mean? Is this an immediate show of authority? Surely, they do not intend to exploit me? She had endured the harsh realities of life and had encountered numerous and scrupulous landlords employing common phrases. Your personal abilities are lacking, and your overall conditions are poor. For the same salary, I can find someone more competent and willing. Others of similar caliber do not require as much from you. In short, they would belittle you first and then take the opportunity to reduce your benefits. Darius continued, the mental pollution among sentinels at the Haida is severe. We will match you with a mental guidance partner based on your mental strength and purification abilities. Currently, the mental guidance matching system at the Haida is still under construction. He paused momentarily before adding, therefore, at this time, you will not need to provide mental guidance for sentinels. The first session of mental guidance is expected to be scheduled 2 days from now. Lin Juan fell silent upon hearing this. The Haida had previously lacked guides, and she had already been removed from the Baita, with all her information transferred to the Haida. Thus, facilitating guidance for sentinels required the establishment of a new matching system. Once she grasped the situation, she nodded gently. Understood. The more rest, the better. She secretly hoped that the matching system would be delayed, allowing her to enjoy a few more days of relaxation. Just the thought felt delightful. A message from a starship arrived, stating that she had suffered an attack from a distortion entity and had just emerged from the treatment chamber. They would arrange for her to undergo a physical examination again shortly. Very well. A complimentary onboarding medical checkup. Not too shabby. Lin Juan felt her taut. Nerves begin to relax. She leaned slightly back against the chair. There's one more thing I must remind you. The situation of sentinels at the Haida is unique. While you serve here, the tower cannot match you with a sentinel to become a personal companion. Without hesitation, Lin Juan replied, that's fine. I do not wish to engage in romance anyway. At the Baita, I would have had to worry about being forcibly assigned a partner by the tower. Unexpectedly, the Haida does not provide this service, which saves me quite a bit of trouble. What I mean is, the Haida cannot provide you with a dedicated security team, Darius reiterated, pausing again to observe the girl's reaction. Of course, if you are active within the Haida's area, it is the responsibility of all sentinels in the tower to protect the guide. Implicitly, this suggested that the Haida was located in a moderately polluted zone. Although it had external isolation barriers and was equipped with comprehensive armaments to defend against distortion entity attacks, the interior of the tower was not guaranteed to be entirely safe. Before Lin Juan could respond, the live comment erupted. As expected, sentinels at the Haida should first take care of themselves. Witnessing history, the first guide without a security team, isn't it a bit unwise to place a guide among a throng of frenzied sentinels? Please let us stop being so naive. She deserves it. Just as they fervently debated, Lin Juan finally reacted. The girl nodded, appearing agreeable. Understood. I will strive to remain within safe zones and avoid causing trouble for the tower. Darius was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his dark eyes. Rumors had suggested that this guide possessed a fiery temperament, even arrogant, and he had heard whispers of her reputation before entering the Haida. The evidence of her alleged crimes listed on the judgment document was substantial. It seemed improbable that there had been any fabrication or injustice against her. Yet, in their interaction, she appeared somewhat different from the tales. Still, he issued a cold warning. As the commander of the Haida, I must remind you that regardless of your conduct at the Baita, upon arriving here, you must adhere strictly to the rules in this place. Sentinels can sometimes be volatile and lose their rationality. Please do not provoke them or stir up trouble. Lin Juan lowered her head, listening quietly. Once Darius finished his stern admonition, she slowly raised her hand. What if a sentinel were to provoke me first? For instance, she lifted one leg, gesturing towards her ankle with the other hand. Her gaze fell upon her pale ankle, which had inexplicably become entwined with a segment of a serpent's tail, perfectly encircling her ankle. Lin Juan smiled mischievously. Isn't it quite the coincidence that this serpent's tail seems to have extended from your direction? Chapter 9. It doesn't bite. It doesn't bite. She quickly pulled her foot back. The segment of the serpent's tail, covered in black scales, seemed startled and swiftly retreated behind the desk, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never made such an offensive move. Lin Juan still harbored a slight fear of snakes, those cold-blooded creatures. Who knows? She had nearly jumped out of her skin just moments ago, repeatedly reassuring herself. This is interstellar space, this is interstellar space, this is interstellar space, not a tropical rainforest. Not a tropical rainforest. This snake won't bite, it won't bite. The live comments erupted once more. What the heck? What's going on? Isn't Lord Darius an SSS-level sentinel? How can they not match? Has his mental pollution worsened? Nonsense. Do you understand basic sentinel knowledge? With such a vast disparity in levels, even if the mental domain collapses, An SSS-level Sentinel could do nothing to an F-level guide, as it cannot alleviate the Sentinel's mental pollution. Apologies. A flicker of panic and awkwardness flashed across Darius's otherwise composed and indifferent face. Lin Juan was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a significant reaction from him, which even appeared somewhat out of character. She quickly tapped the holographic device twice to cut off the live broadcast. The Sentinel instinctively stepped back, attempting to rise to apologize. However, the movement was too abrupt, causing his tightly fitted black combat uniform to constrict around his bulging muscles, rendering him somewhat flustered and awkward. Lin Juan's gaze drifted to the skin of his neck, which was partially exposed beneath the collar, covered in iridescent black scales. It was inevitable. Anyone would steal a glance at a neck adorned with such vibrant scales. Darius quickly raised his hand to shield himself. I apologize for my rudeness. It's all right, Lin Juan replied, shaking her head and averting her gaze, allowing him to regain his composure. She possessed a modicum of understanding regarding Sentinel knowledge. As an F-level guide, she could not possibly have any compatibility with the Sentinel before her. He was likely just hungry. After all, when one is hungry, one can consume anything. Observing the commander's condition, the skin on his neck has undergone a grotesque transformation, indicating a partial fusion between the human body and the spiritual entity. The contamination in the spiritual realm must have reached an exceedingly dire level. It is likely that the other sentinels within the Black Tower are in a similar predicament. Darius, with keen perception, noticed the flickering red light of the surveillance drone, a wave of unspoken bitterness rising within him. Thank you, Miss Guide, for your kindness in not broadcasting his recent disheveled state. Lin Juan followed his gaze and spotted the floating live camera, gently shaking her head. No need for that. After a moment's pause, she turned to the Sentinel, now adjusted and presentable, and inquired, Are you all right? Flattering the superior upon joining is certainly advantageous for future work. Ideally, it would be even better to avoid work altogether. She truly is a little genius. I am fine. Darius regained his composure, placing his hands neatly on the silver-gray desk. His fingers, long and delicate, bore a thin layer of callus beneath the fingertips, adding a rugged charm to his demeanor. At present, there are only these specific matters requiring special attention. If you have further inquiries regarding life and work within the Black Tower, feel free to consult the robot that came to assist you. I wish you a pleasant experience working at the Black Tower. With that, he extended his hand toward Lin Juan. She raised her hand to shake his, nodding slightly. Thank you. The electronic door facing the desk reopened, prompting her to rise and take her leave. Xiao Wu, with lights flashing, awaited at the entrance, quickly approaching her as she exited. Miss Guide, how did your conversation with the commander go? It was satisfactory. Lin Juan followed Xiao Wu, fiddling with her holographic device as the live stream resumed. Upon joining, I meant to inquire about the necessary considerations for working at the Black Tower. Please compile them into a document and send it to me. Certainly. Xiao Wu swiftly retrieved the pre-prepared data from the database, sending it all to Lin Juan's device. Esteemed Miss Guide, all materials, including the guide manual, have been sent to your account. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. Please join the internal network of the Black Tower promptly for easier future communications. A typical first task upon joining is to enroll in various work groups. Lin Juan submitted her application, and within moments, the notification of approval appeared. Oh, how efficient. Welcome to the Black Tower. Recently, Xiao Wu has outlined the key tasks and schedule for the upcoming week for you. Please review it and see if there are any areas for improvement. At her words, Lin Juan felt a brief pause in her breath. The workload seems quite heavy. The pressure is immense. Trembling, she tapped the file displayed on the screen, closing her eyes, then opening them again to focus. Oh, what a false alarm. In a couple of days, the control center will arrange for you to undergo a physical examination to acclimatize to the environment and understand the layout of the building and its functional areas. Once the matching system is established, you will need to provide mental guidance for a Sentinel every 2 days. The list of Sentinels will be sent to your device a day in advance, and you may schedule the guidance sessions at your convenience. The salary for an F-level guide at the control center is 10,000 star coins per month. There are dormitories and a communal dining hall for guides. And if you require assistance, robots can deliver meals to you. The Black Tower has a unique environment, and the guide activity area is equipped with the highest level of monitoring and defense systems. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, We hope you will remain within the safe zones of the control center. Lin Juan quickly scanned the dense text on her device, her mind beginning to grasp the situation. Good heavens, what a remarkable institution, conducting guidance for a sentinel every 2 days, with a day off in between, and she gets to arrange her own schedule. Reflecting on the memories of the original owner, she recalled a post she had come across previously regarding the White Tower, where employees shared their experiences. F-level guides, they're typically worked 5 days a week, providing mental guidance for at least 3 sentinels daily, with the time slots uniformly assigned by the control center. The key point is, the monthly salary for F-level guides at the White Tower is only 5,000 star coins, whereas here it is a full double. More money, less work, and meals and accommodation included. Simply delightful. Xiao Wu walked ahead, while Lin Juan followed closely, eagerly checking her device. Upon opening her personal account balance page, she was starkly shocked by the glaring balance of 0. She remembered that the original owner had been sentenced to prison, losing all assets as compensation to Lin Weiwei. Her expression fell, a bitter smile creeping across her face. As they re-entered the hall, her vision expanded in surprise. There were indeed many more individuals present. Xiao Wu, why are there so many robots here? In the White Tower, although the control center manages the sentinels and guides, many ordinary people also work there, primarily in logistics and clerical positions. However, since her arrival at the Black Tower, aside from that commander, she had yet to see a single living person. It was all robots. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment. This is due to the unique and perilous environment of the Black Tower. Unlike the White Tower, no ordinary person is willing to work here. Only sentinels, and now, of course, you as a guide. Chapter 10, SAN Value Plummeting. Dangerous? Lin Juan questioned, her face filled with skepticism. Is the interior of the control center also dangerous? That is not the case. Please rest assured. All contaminants are completely blocked by the defense systems outside. The interior of the control center is absolutely safe, with no incidents of invasive species for the past decade. Then why are ordinary people unwilling to work here? Xiao Wu was already sweating from the questioning. In the next moment, Lin Juan was about to discover the answer to her query. They arrived at the elevator, and Xiao Wu pressed the button for the 45th floor, where the guide dormitories are located. With a chime, the metal doors slowly opened. Lin Juan inhaled sharply, instinctively taking a step back. Inside the elevator stood a group of sentinels, approximately 6 or 7, clad in standard black combat uniforms, bearing wounds and exuding a strong metallic scent of blood, evidently having just returned from the battlefield, still unkempt. Each one wore a black metal monitoring collar around their necks, blinking ominously. The sentinels scattered into the corners of the elevator, tried to avoid contact with one another, the air thick with chaotic agitation, suppressing despair and violence. Their sharp gazes simultaneously fixed on the elevator entrance. Yet, none of that was the crux of the matter. The most alarming aspect was that they lacked any individual features. Lin Juan screamed internally. The exposed skin of the sentinels was covered in various types of scales or fur. Some even completely masked their faces. Arms or legs, less vital limbs, had morphed into animalistic forms. They appeared as grotesque hybrids of human and animal genes. If that were all, it might still be bearable. However, the focus of the contamination is the pollution and mutation. They exhibited animalistic traits, yet presented a bizarre state of aberration, manifesting limbs and organs that should not exist. For instance, at the forefront stood an octopus-like being, its skin transformed into varying shades of blue, appearing slick and glistening as if coated in a layer of water. Its arms had taken on peculiar shapes, showing early signs of transformation into tentacles. Additionally, several new tentacles sprouted from its shoulders, curling and extending, instinctively clinging to its chest and back as if extending from its very mind. Some tentacle tips bore the signs of battlefield injuries, oozing blue blood. It was extraordinarily reminiscent of Lovecraftian horror. Witnessing such a sight would surely cause one's SAN value to plummet. There was also a werewolf covered in fur, ears protruding from its head, alert and poised for battle, its teeth having mutated, protruding beyond its lips. Noting that its palms had transformed into claw-like appendages covered in fur, the tips of its fingers sharp and smeared with a thick green slime. Then there were snakes, bears, scorpions, and spiders. Lin Juan exclaimed, "Oh heavens, save me! There are aliens here! Help me! Help me! Help me! I'm utterly terrified!" She had prepared herself psychologically. Yet the reality exceeded her expectations. Were the sentinels of the Black Tower truly this mutated? When would the Empire's suppressants be upgraded? She couldn't bear to watch any longer. It was too frightening, and she retreated. Sentinels would eventually all become this way. She sighed in despair, closing her eyes, forcing herself to suppress the instinctual terror that threatened to overwhelm her. The original host, who had received interstellar education, had been taught from a young age to steer clear of the contaminated and mutated sentinels, as their mental states were extremely unstable, making them prone to violent outbursts and internecine conflict. Even she, a genuine earthling, found herself instinctively repulsed and terrified by such grotesque humanoid aberrations. The greatest fear a person can experience is the alienation of humanity, especially when witnessing severed human limbs or distorted figures. They retain fragments of human appearance, yet exude an inhuman essence, and knowing that they are indeed human is profoundly terrifying. She was no exception. No wonder the Black Tower offered her such a generous salary, with benefits far superior to those of the White Tower. Was this compensation for her mental anguish? Ah, indeed. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Good morning, Miss Guide. The octopus-like creature raised a tentacle hanging from its chest, waving it as if in greeting. Lin Juan forced a pale smile in response, murmuring, "Good morning." Without waiting for further conversation, her body, betraying her, quickly pressed the elevator's closed door button. As the doors slowly closed, shutting out the fervent gazes from within, Lin Juan exhaled deeply. Oh heavens, at least grant me a moment to recover. She desperately attempted to forget the horrifying images she had just witnessed. Rest assured, Miss Guide, the sentinels of the Black Tower are exceedingly friendly. Little Wu rolled up to her, zealously defending the sentinels once more. Lin Juan raised an eyebrow, aware that the less one possesses, the more one emphasizes what little they have. All right, I understand, she said, patting Little Wu's metallic head, her expression indifferent. Since she was already here and had no choice, she resolved to adapt diligently. How infuriating it was. If only she had a modicum of choice. She would not be here without options. Given the high salary and the leisurely work environment, she would endure. That's wonderful, Little Wu exclaimed, its face lighting up like a fireworks display, flashing in a kaleidoscope of colors. Lin Juan promptly placed her hand on its screen, exasperated. All right, stop flashing. It's straining my eyes. Certainly, beautiful Miss Guide, the elevator has arrived. Please follow me, Little Wu said with an ingratiating smile. Lin Juan withdrew her hand, following the robot into the empty elevator. Ascending from a 40th to the 45th floor was a swift journey, and with a ding, the elevator doors opened. Before her lay a spacious and brightly lit waiting area, furnished with several apricot-colored fabric sofas adorned with soft cushions. Little Wu guided Lin Juan inside, pushing open a milky white door that led to the living room. Lin Juan closed the door behind her, leaving the live stream behind, where a barrage of insults echoed. This floor is your private living area. No one else has access unless you grant temporary permission. The room is equipped with an intelligent control system, operable from your personal light brain. Lin Juan nodded, surveying her surroundings, tears of a poor soul welling up within her. What a grand house, such ample space, such beautiful decor. Oh heavens, was this the legendary spacious flat? Though the original host had lived in a luxurious villa, she had never experienced such opulence herself. Who could understand the plight of residing in a cramped rental, where the room could barely accommodate a bed, a wardrobe, and a table, leaving no room for anything else? Day and night, laboring tirelessly, while her boss drove a Land Rover, she was still frantically clipping coupons to secure a cheaper meal. Who claimed that the Black Tower was undesirable? The Black Tower was truly magnificent. Was it merely about cohabiting in the same building with peculiar sentinels and providing them with psychological support? For these benefits alone, she was all in. As long as those bizarre individuals posed no threat to her, she would manage just fine. Chapter 11. I'm out of money. Little Wu led Lin Juan on a tour of the premises from the bedroom to the study, then to the kitchen, bathroom, and closet. The living facilities here were exceptionally comprehensive. There was even a dedicated viewing room equipped with the Empire's latest holographic experience pods. The closet was stocked with a variety of clothing styles, all neatly arranged, with seasonal garments placed within easy reach. Miss Guide, please take your time to rest. You may shower and change into clean clothes. Little Wu will be in the waiting room. You can message me anytime or come find me. Oldai, Lin Juan Nadith, Jiaonin. The reminder made her suddenly aware of her fatigue. Little Wu's screen flickered momentarily, appearing somewhat bashful. Since you're a new guide, the tower should have arranged for a senior guide to mentor you, introducing you to job responsibilities and emergency protocols. However, you're the first guide at the Black Tower, so I will assist you in your work from now on. Rest assured, Miss Guide, Little Wu will do its utmost. Lin Juan was taken aback. A mentor would be fine, but if there wasn't one, it was no matter. She had no doubt that this exuberant yellow sponge would not slack off in its duties. She nodded dismissively. All right, I'm a bit tired. I will contact you if anything arises. Of course. Miss Guide, please rest well. With that, Little Wu vanished in an instant, its small wheels nearly sparking as it zipped away, leaving behind a gentle sound of the door closing. The vast room fell silent. Lin Juan nestled into the lazy sofa. Exhaling deeply, she surveyed the cozy, healing decor, the warm color palette, the fresh air, and the spotless windows revealing a hazy sky burdened with dark clouds, howling winds. It was the perfect weather and environment for sleep. Just as drowsiness washed over her, her eyelids drooped heavily, almost unable to stay open. She seized a cushion to rest her head on, pulled a blanket from the side of the sofa, and cocooned herself before drifting into a deep slumber. However, her sleep was anything but restful. In a blurred haze, she felt as if trapped in a long, oppressive dream, yet she could not recall any specific images. When she finally awoke, Lin Juan groggily opened her eyes to a pitch-black room. Not far away stood the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, still shrouded in darkness, with faint beams of searchlights shining from distant high-rise buildings, flickering past like the pale eyes of a specter. She let out a soft grunt, feeling a stiffness in her neck and arms, a dull ache in her temples, tightening with each pulse yet not sharp enough to be unbearable, more akin to a persistent, oppressive sensation. Lin Juan shook her head and activated the lights in the room with her light brain. In an instant, the lights blazed, causing her eyes to water involuntarily. She rubbed her eyes, and suddenly, sparks of light exploded in her vision. With a heavy sigh, she sank into the enormous softness of the sofa, her legs stiffened, lying like a salted fish. Raising her hand, she pressed her icy fingers against her throbbing temples, massaging gently, which provided some relief. Ugh, Lin Juan muttered under her breath, a wave of irritation rising within her. What an achingly familiar sensation this headache is. In the past, it would strike after long hours of overtime, besieged by the demands of both boss and clients. Even now, having ventured into the vastness of interstellar space as a guide, she finds herself tormented despite a day devoid of labor. How infuriating! Can this wretched body not muster some strength? Is it truly this weak? Exhaling a long breath, her stomach began to grumble in protest. Lin Juan rose and made her way to the reception area, pulling open the white door. Indeed, Xiao Wu awaited her in the designated waiting zone, motionless, occupying a small corner of the wall. The StarNet live-streaming camera hovered above the robot's head. Guide, miss. How may I assist you? It chirped. It is now the early hours. Ample rest is vital for maintaining health and vigor. Lin Juan interrupted its incessant chatter. All right. I'm a bit hungry. Xiao Wu's expression on the screen froze for 2 seconds. Oh, guide, miss, I must apologize. The cafeteria has ceased serving meals at this hour. That's fine. Is there anything else to stave off my hunger? Lin Juan replied patiently, feeling the headache intensifying. Clearly, a medical examination tomorrow is imperative to ascertain whether the previous aberration incident left her with lingering effects. Indeed, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, swiftly correcting its oversight. There is an automatic vending machine for nutritional fluids on the first floor. Lin Juan was momentarily taken aback and replied flatly, I have no money. The nutritional fluids in the interstellar realm are reasonably priced, akin to soft drinks on Earth. However, she currently possessed not a single coin. Forget about soda. Even a sip of plain water would require her to fetch it from the tap. The audience in the live stream reveled in the spectacle. The Empire's most unfortunate guide. I knew staying up late would yield amusing scenes. Are you all awake? Don't you have work tomorrow? Don't speak of such misfortune. Did all the money in her account go to compensation? Go check the judgment documents. It seems even the robot has never encountered such a destitute guide. The CPU within its mind whirred rapidly. A flash of inspiration struck. No worries. You may advance a month's salary. As soon as the words left its mouth, Lin Juan's light brain chimed with a notification sound, indicating that the tower's finance department had credited her account with 10,000 star coins. How convenient! Before even commencing work, she was already in debt to the tower for 10,000. Yet, she felt no guilt in accepting the funds. Surely, she could not starve here. Lin Juan stepped towards the metallic door, pressed the elevator button, and awaited in silence. With a chime, the elevator arrived at the 45th floor, the metallic doors slowly parting. Fortunately, this time, there was no sight to induce a dramatic decline in her sanity. The robot and the camera promptly squeezed into the elevator behind her. They arrived at the first floor without incident. Upon opening the elevator door, a rush of cold air greeted Lin Juan, making her gasp. She tightened the gray prison uniform she had yet to change out of, her throbbing head clearing slightly, alleviating some of the indescribable fatigue that enveloped her. Entering the hall, it was late at night, and no sentinels were in sight, only a few robots scurrying about. Lin Juan pinpointed the location of the vending machine, dashing forward, scanning her face for payment, and successfully acquiring a canister of nutritional fluid. Cradling in her palm, it was roughly the size of a soda can, but in terms of nutritional content, the dosage was substantial, evidently intended for sentinels. After all, no guide would prefer nutritional fluid as sustenance. The Black Tower had not housed a guide before her. Overcome by hunger, Lin Juan paid little mind to the matter and eagerly yanked the tab, gulping down a significant mouthful, causing her to shiver from the chill. A strange taste spread across her palate, indescribable, unlike anything she had ever consumed. It was not entirely unpalatable, yet decidedly unappetizing. Chapter 12. Out of options having completed her purchase, Lin Juan did not linger in the cold space. Swiftly returning to the elevator, she pressed the button for the 45th floor. Perhaps it was due to the vigorous intake of nutritional fluid, but a familiar wave of drowsiness washed over her, her mind clouding as if she had overeaten. She stifled a yawn. Suddenly, a series of unfamiliar noises intruded upon her ears, a rustling sound reminiscent of a viscous liquid, with bubbles gurgling and bursting within, evoking a sense of nausea. The sound persisted, similar to the howls and whimpers of some creature, sharp clusters concealed beneath a thin, sticky membrane, intermittent and writhing. It inexplicably stirred unease within her. Xiao Wu, do you hear anything? The robot's expression flickered momentarily, its tone jubilant. Xiao Wu hears the guide, Mrs. Heartbeat. It sounds like you are feeling quite calm and healthy. Lin Juan, unimpressed, raised an eyebrow. Xiao Wu, noticing her lack of enthusiasm, hastily added, and you're breathing. It is truly the most beautiful sound in the world. Lin Juan sighed, nearly amused by its response. Surveying her surroundings, the cold elevator offered ample space, with only herself, the robot Xiao Wu, and a tiny camera sphere. The metallic walls glimmered, reflecting her slender silhouette, while the pale, overhead lights cast down. The atmosphere was stark and desolate. As the elevator ascended, the strange white noise crescendoed. Yet, Xiao Wu remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Even as she hastily entered the live stream and glanced at the comments, none mentioned the bizarre sounds. Could it be that only she could hear it? Lin Juan furrowed her brow. 28, 29, 30. This is the floor. Lin Juan swiftly reached out to press the elevator door button. The elevator halted, but the metallic doors appeared to jam, refusing to open as anticipated. Guide Miss, this floor belongs to the Tower Research Institute. You currently lack authorization to enter. Xiao Wu interjected at the opportune moment. Research Institute? Indeed. Should you find it intriguing, tomorrow Xiao will apply for authorization and accompany you for a tour. That won't be necessary. Lin Juan shook her head without hesitation, pressing the close button, and the elevator resumed its ascent. She had little desire to seek out further trouble. As the elevator continued upward, the irksome noise diminished considerably, and with a chime, the elevator arrived at the 45th floor, the sound vanishing entirely. The world returned to its serene quietude. Lin Juan left Xiao Wu and the camera sphere in the waiting area, and, as she entered her room, weariness crashed over her like a tide. She hurriedly washed up while still somewhat alert, fighting against drowsiness, dried her hair, and changed into her pajamas before diving into the luxurious, expansive, and soft bed. Cocooned in the duvet, she drifted off to sleep comfortably. What a grand and comfortable bed. She vowed to support the Black Tower for a lifetime. Yet, her sleep was similarly restless. Morning light infiltrated through the window, the sky still a dull gray. When Lin Juan awoke, Fatigue enveloped her, the familiar headache persisting, with no signs of relief compared to before sleep. She lay in bed for a moment, gathering herself, then activated her light brain, immediately noticing a message from Xiao Wu. It had disturbed her eyes. Beautiful guide, miss. A new day begins with a delicious breakfast, already placed in the thermos. Do remember to eat. The medical examination is scheduled for the morning at the tower's 15th floor, and I will subsequently take you on a tour of the tower's basic layout, including cafeteria, recreation room, training room, treatment room, administrative area, research institute, United Front Department, and mental counseling room. If time permits, I can also apply for temporary permissions elsewhere. I eagerly await your response, Miss Xiangdao. Lin Juan pressed her forehead firmly. As expected, upon waking, she was bombarded with messages from the malevolent yellow sponge. Indeed, the robot was a nuclear-powered donkey, terrifyingly so. After hastily scanning through the messages, she sent 2 voice notes in return. After the physical examination, I will proceed to the mental counseling room. All other appointments are to be canceled. We can discuss that later. I will find you in 30 minutes. The robot almost instantaneously replied, received. Miss Xiangdao, please remember to have breakfast. Lin Juan silently closed her light brain. Entering the bathroom, she found all her toiletries to be complete and brand new. She quickly freshened up. In the dressing room, she chose a simple knit crop top paired with loose blue jeans, then headed to the kitchen for breakfast. The simple steamed buns and milk had a rather mediocre taste. Once she tidied everything up, she opened the door to step out, precisely 30 minutes later. Let us go. Lin Juan gestured for the robot to lead the way, yawning, her expression lacking enthusiasm. Once in the elevator, she leaned against the wall, her head down, fingers pressing on her temples, gently massaging in circles, her gaze drifting to the floor. Miss Xiangdao, did you not rest well last night? Xiao Wu expressed concern. It's fine. I will get checked during the physical examination. She was puzzled. She hadn't stayed up late, nor had she worked, and her sleeping environment was excellent. Why did she feel more exhausted upon waking than after staying up late to revise plans? Could it truly be due to the original host's poor health? You may have been affected by pollutants. Xiao Wu has already submitted a request for a thorough examination of your mental domain and mental landscape. All right, thank you. No need for thanks. This is what Xiao Wu is here for. I am happy to assist Miss Xiangdao. Ding. The elevator arrived, and Lin Juan felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, dashing out quickly. She feared that if she lingered the round, evil yellow sponge would continue its incessant chatter. It was truly frightening. Stepping into a cold corridor, the scent of disinfectant hit her face. Several robots moved between different departments. Xiao Wu swiftly dashed in front of Lin Juan, adopting a protective stance as they proceeded inward. Lin Juan was puzzled. Suddenly, she tilted her head slightly. A row of diagnostic rooms was separated from the cold corridor by a transparent bulletproof glass window. Her gaze swept through, easily penetrating the interior. Hiss! She couldn't help but gasp. However, it was much better than the first encounter with the alien sentinels at the elevator. At least this time, she was somewhat prepared. All right, she admitted, she was at a loss. Her eyes quickly scanned the area, aside from the varieties she had seen yesterday in the elevator. Today's newly unlocked species included felines, canines, avian species, and aquatic fish. However, due to the severe mutations of the sentinels, she couldn't discern the specific species after a hurried glance. Many animalistic limbs appeared grotesquely deformed, exposing their monstrous aspects to the air. Moreover, as this seemed to be a medical area, the sentinels arriving here were almost all injured, which added a touch of bloodshed and distortion to their already mutated forms. Chapter 13. She hadn't done anything wrong, had she? In the meantime, the barrage of comments in the Star Network live broadcast was already clamorous, with densely packed text almost completely obscuring the screen. So terrifying. They are completely monsters. Why wait until the pollution level reaches 100 to execute them? The ones upstairs should reflect on their words. Since they are all destined to die, the Empire still allocates a significant budget annually to maintain the Black Tower. Knowledge. Mutated sentinels are no different from aberrations. Execution is advisable. So ugly, they should all perish. How can a guide stay with these monsters? Sentinels guides? And ordinary people can all be contaminated, you know. The ones upstairs better pray they don't get polluted. Living in such pain like a monster is worse than just perishing. Lin Juan, feeling bored, glanced at the screen, instinctively frowning. Some comments were indeed too harsh. Because of her status as a guide, the Empire took considerable measures to protect them, not allowing public opinion to slander them. Once the mainframe detected such remarks, immediate action would ensue. Many derogatory comments about her never had the chance to appear before her eyes. However, Sentinels and ordinary people did not enjoy such treatment. Lin Juan entered the live broadcast backend and reconfigured some parameters. She blurred out all individuals except herself and also obscured any texts, symbols, or numbers captured by the camera. After completing her adjustments, she exited and looked at the front display. The footage of the Sentinels now only revealed blurred outlines, as if they had all been pixelated. But now the scene appeared even eerier. Lin Juan's expression was somewhat dazed. The mutated Sentinels already lacked a proper human form. With this blurring, they seemed even more grotesque. They had completely morphed into indescribable monsters. But at least their faces were covered. She could live with that for now. She silently comforted herself, thinking that these Sentinels in the Black Tower must be secretly delighted to encounter such a respectful, privacy-conscious criminal guide. If it weren't for her, no one would be broadcasting this peculiar live stream from the Black Tower. Miss Xiangdao, please hurry. The examination area is just ahead. I've already cleared the area in advance. Xiao Wu urged at an opportune moment, his expression serious, as if facing a great threat. Huh? Lin Juan looked bewildered, abruptly lifting her head to glance around. She unexpectedly found herself caught in the gaze of numerous pairs of eyes fixated upon her. Her body stiffened slightly, a chill racing up her spine. Countless gazes drifted from different directions, densely woven together to form an inescapable net. An undercurrent surged. Those gazes were deep and obscure, and the flames growing in the depths of their pupils spread like wild grass, hot and greedy, slowly sketching the contours of the girl. Lin Juan paused, suddenly feeling as though she had fallen into a silent abyss ablaze. To her right, behind a transparent glass window, several tall figures silently rose, standing still and firmly locking onto her direction. She rigidly turned her eyes to meet their gaze. In that instant, an almost frenzied desire for possession flickered within those eyes. It was as if they wished to devour her whole, to dismantle her and consume her, to the point that at first glance, it appeared utterly perplexing, as if they both wished to offer her up and tear her apart. These surging gazes rushed towards her like a tidal wave, with a trickle merging into a silent sea, momentarily overwhelming her breath. When she regained her senses, Lin Juan was struck with alarm. What was happening? Why were they all staring at her like that? Good heavens, she hadn't done anything wrong. Flipping through the original host's memories, she found no similar scenes. Although Sentinels could indeed become obsessively infatuated with guides of high compatibility, she was merely an F-level guide. The higher the mental power level, the higher the compatibility with most Sentinels. Conversely, the lower the mental power level, the lower the compatibility. She was just an ordinary person living in a peaceful world, not wishing to be butchered in the cosmos. Miss Xiangdao, let us move quickly. Xiao Wu had already activated a level 10 alert. Is the latest generation of artificial intelligence in the entire empire. Last night, it browsed the Xinguang forum tirelessly and stumbled upon numerous unfriendly comments directed at the misguide, many of which were sent from the Haida IP. Do not think that concealing the IP renders it untraceable. Report them all. Today, as the misguide is out and about, it must remain vigilant and cautious at all times. All right, Lin Juan subconsciously nodded, her anxious feelings dissipating somewhat due to its diversion. Striving to disregard the inexplicable gazes directed at her, she patted Xiao Wu's head, forcing a strained smile. Why be so tense? The silence was unsettling, and she felt somewhat out of place. I haven't actually offended them, have I? Lin Juan muttered to herself, wondering if she should fear their approach. This way, misguide. Please come in. Xiao Wu presented its identity code, and after a successful scan, the entrance to the examination area opened wide. It swiftly extended its mechanical arm, pulling Lin Juan into the interior. Revealing the truth witnessed last night would surely hurt the misguide's feelings. It would rather bear everything silently. Hey, don't rush. Lin Juan stumbled slightly, and only after the electronic door behind her closed did Xiao Wu's display screen reveal a relaxed expression. Misguide, please maintain a safe distance from the Sentinels. Lin Juan was puzzled. Why was this adorable creature's thoughts so contradictory? Just yesterday, it had assured her that the Sentinels from Haida were exceptionally friendly rational, calm, and disciplined. Xiao Wu momentarily choked, its display lights flashing incessantly. Lin Juan feared it might overheat its CPU. Without such a delightful assistant, things would no longer be amusing, so she hurriedly shifted the focus of conversation. All right. Let's get the examination underway. What should I do? She glanced around the spacious examination room, under the silver-white oval dome where the cold, bright lights illuminated every corner, revealing numerous instruments she had never encountered before. In a corner, there was a door leading to another room. Lin Juan lifted her gaze, catching a glimpse of a wall behind the door, densely covered with numbers, symbols, and obscure charts displayed across several different screens. It must be the place for analyzing the examination results. Retracting her gaze, she curiously scanned the examination room. Although some of the items were familiar from the original owner's memories, they felt different from what she had seen. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic sound of knocking drew Lin Juan's attention. Following the source of the noise, she spotted a tall sentinel silently standing by the door in the corner, presumably having just come from the analysis room, though it was unclear how long it had been there. Lin Juan felt a jolt. This appeared to be the transformed octopus person she had encountered in the elevator yesterday, leaning slightly against the metallic silver door frame. Its skin retained a transparent light blue hue, glistening with a layer of moisture. Chapter 14. The Sentinel on the Wall of Lifelong Honor. Yesterday, Lin Juan had been unprepared for the terrifying scene that had suddenly emerged in the elevator, leaving her stunned and unable to take a closer look. Today, she attentively scrutinized the Sentinel's features. The Sentinel was strikingly handsome, with a prominent nose and deep-set eyes, yet his facial contours exuded a gentle softness, blending Western bone structure beauty with Eastern facial aesthetics. If one overlooked the peculiar skin color and condition, he could easily be mistaken for a striking mixed-race gentleman. However, today he was not dressed in the black combat uniform, but rather in a long white lab coat. Beneath the lab coat was a fitted dress shirt, buttoned up to the collar, with a tie securing his neck, tightly binding the unusual tentacles protruding from his shoulders beneath the fabric, concealing them completely. Had Lin Juan not seen his tentacles flailing about yesterday, she would have never suspected anything unusual. Miss Guide, we meet again. The octopus sentinel slightly inclined his body, his every gesture emanating a courteous and gentle demeanor. His long, upward-curving eyelashes cast downwards, his gaze fixed on the ground, ensuring that Lin Juan felt no sense of pressure. His voice matched his temperament, smooth and refined like intricately crafted jade, devoid of any coldness. If one were to describe it, it would be as gentle as a breeze, as delicate as rain, akin to all things exquisite and beautiful. Lin Juan found herself inadvertently captivated by this gentle aura, unable to resist a burgeoning fondness. Hello, she greeted softly, nodding gently, instinctively glancing at Xiao Wu. Had this adorable creature encountered another malfunction so soon? Just a second ago, it had warned her to keep her distance from the sentinels, and now it had brought her right in front of one for her examination. Beautiful Miss Guide, rest assured. This examination will be accompanied by Xiao Wu and myself throughout. The Tower S equipment is fully equipped, and we expect to conclude all procedures within an hour. Master? Lin Juan was momentarily taken aback, her gaze flitting between the robot and the octopus sentinel. Surely, this seemingly not-so-intelligent robot could not have been designed by the person before her. Their auras were entirely mismatched. The octopus sentinel noticed the confusion in Lin Juan's eyes and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Xiao was designed by me, given the time constraints. There may be some areas that are not up to par. I hope the Miss Guide can forgive me. Oh, not at all. Xiao Wu is quite good. She forced a laugh, guided by the robot to stand before a medical examination device. The octopus sentinel seemed inclined to assist her in operating the machine, but perhaps due to hesitation, he ultimately refrained from approaching. By the way, how should I address you? Lin Juan tilted her head to look at him, constantly referring to him internally as the octopus person felt somewhat impolite. The sentinel's eyes lit up, as if granted a form of permission, and he spoke with a hint of urgency. My name is Lu Xinglan. He paused, contemplating how to further introduce himself in a way that would leave a lasting impression on the Miss Guide, but after much thought, he could only muster. I'm a researcher at the Tower. I am Lin Juan, the guide at the Tower. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Professor Lu. All right. Lu Xinglan nodded awkwardly, his lips moving as if he wished to say more, But Lin Juan was already seated in the multifunctional examination chair with Xiao Wu's assistance. He silently lowered his gaze, unable to conceal a sense of disappointment. The detection device descended from above, its metallic shell cool to the touch as it settled against the nape of the girl's neck. The dome-like scanning apparatus silently lowered, completely severing her view of the outside world. Basic physiological parameters have been collected. Life signs are stable, and metabolic levels exceed the baseline by 27. The mechanical, synthesized voice resonated clearly in the enclosed space. Scanning for neural reflexes and bone density is in progress. No sooner had the voice concluded than Lin Juan felt numerous tiny, cold contact points extending from beneath the seat, precisely aligning with her spine, wrists, and ankles. Then, she sensed a slight current coursing through her body, a tingling sensation spreading throughout. The slender, fair fingertips of the girl involuntarily twitched. The sensory acuity test is about to commence. Please relax, Miss Guide. The cold, mechanical voice methodically announced the examination items, leaving Lin Juan feeling as if she were a bewildered illiterate, languidly sprawled in the chair, at the mercy of the process. By the end, her body felt weak, her mind swirling with dizziness. The drowsiness she had previously suppressed surged back. Ding! Information scanning and collection completed, synchronized to the cloud. Once the equipment had finished reporting, the examination chair automatically adjusted back to its initial state. The metallic cover atop Lin Juan's head slowly opened, and she squinted, readjusting to the light in the examination room. As she stood, a sense of disorientation caused her to stumble slightly. Lu Xinglan's heart skipped a beat. Are you all right? He quickly stepped forward. His large, strong hands steadied the delicate, beautiful arm of the girl, feeling weightless in his grasp. Lin Juan shook her head, unable to shake off the lingering sensation of dizziness and fatigue. Thank you, thank you. The young girl tilted her head back, feeling a cold and sticky sensation on her arm. Her gaze fell downward, and, as expected, the skin on the sentinel's hand had also undergone a transformation. I apologize. Lu Xinglan hurriedly stepped back, instinctively hiding her hands behind her, yet unable to conceal the tentacles tightly bound beneath her shirt, each one writhing uncontrollably, yearning to draw closer to the guiding lady, just a little closer, and then entangle her. His eyes momentarily clouded. It's nothing. Lin Juan attempted to disregard the strange sensations emanating from the area touched on her arm, wearily shaking her head. Are there any more tests? When can we finish? Xiao Wu extended a mechanical arm, presenting a uniquely shaped semi-fluid helmet. The interior of the helmet shimmered with a faint blue light. Guiding lady, the next step involves the mapping of the psychic field and strength assessment, which you specifically requested to be thoroughly examined. Lin Juan nodded absently, reaching for the helmet. The analysis of the test results will be conducted by me and the intelligent brain, Lu Xinglan replied. Understood. Lately, I have been feeling excessively fatigued, still groggy upon waking, accompanied by a slight headache. Please consider this during your analysis. Lu Xinglan immediately became serious, her gaze sharp as she looked at her. How long has this condition persisted? After reflecting on her time in the Black Tower, Lin Juan quickly negated her thoughts, realizing it had begun after the aberrant attack on the starship. All right. Lu Xinglan gestured for her to sit on the sofa, gently placing the helmet on Lin Juan's head. Her cool fingertips carefully tucking the hair draped over the girl's shoulders behind her. The comments in the live stream momentarily fell silent in shock at this rare scene. Am I dreaming? How can she remain so calm, allowing an aberrant sentinel to approach her? That blue skin looks utterly revolting even from a distance. Is he the octopus sentinel from yesterday? I'm going to rewatch the playback. The voice is the same. He has aberrant tentacles surrounding his shoulders. To the brave one upstairs, do you dare to watch it again? Stop spamming. Show some respect. He is Professor Liu. Go check the Imperial Research Institute's Hall of Honor. His name is there. Once you go to the Black Tower, you can never return. What's there to see? Chapter 15. Is this really the kind of preference? The medical examination proceeded methodically. The moment the semi-fluid helmet enveloped Lin Juan's head, it seemed to come alive, flowing gently and fitting snugly against the contours of her skull. Lin Juan's body stiffened slightly, an odd and abrupt sensation spreading from the numerous contact points. Relax, there is no danger. Lu Xinglan's fingertips lightly touched Lin Juan's shoulder, her gentle voice softening further as it flowed into her ears, intensifying Lin Juan's dizziness. As she summoned her psychic energy, She gradually sank into a tranquil and vast abstract space, as if diving into an unfathomable body of water. Lin Juan concentrative. The sounds and sensations of the outside world slowly fading away. Suddenly, a white light flashed before her, followed by a chilling sense of freefall. Her consciousness plunged into the psychic realm. Lin Juan glanced around, discovering nothing but emptiness. Above her, below her, and all around, it felt as though she were inside a sphere with a bright and transparent sky visible from every angle. This was an endless expanse of transparent void. She closed her eyes and delved deeper, moving from the superficial layers of the psychic realm into the more profound psychic landscape. Still, it was a barren emptiness. No, rather than barren, it was a stark desolation. Lin Juan instinctively furrowed her brow. Beyond the emptiness, a thin layer of mist enveloped the psychic landscape, resembling water vapor but lacking clarity. Instead, it appeared grayish and subtly infused with black. It was as if diluted ink had dripped into clear water, clouding it. The gray-black mist floated and swirled about, slowly and languidly undulating. She stood quietly, observing. The mist transitioned from pure white to black, with varying shades slowly blending, randomly displaying different patterns as it flowed. Was the original owner's psychic landscape like this? Lin Juan felt a surge of doubt. Given the original owner's low psychic level, she could not freely enter and exit the psychic realm and landscape like a high-level guide. Thus, she struggled to recall any specific images. As for the psychic entity, Lin Juan searched the psychic landscape, but found nothing resembling it. Ultimately, she chose to withdraw, removing the helmet. She realized that her once smooth and pale forehead was now dotted with fine beads of sweat, dampening a few strands of hair. Meanwhile, the data collected by the helmet had synced to Lu Xinglan's cloud system. He handed her a pristine handkerchief. "Are you all right?" "Thank you." Lin Juan's complexion had turned pale. Her lips lost their color, with damp strands of black hair clinging to her forehead, resembling a fragile glass doll freshly pulled from water. The familiar headache surged in waves, and she closed her eyes, steadying her mind as she wiped the sweat from her brow. Glancing at the time, nearly an hour had passed. "Me fine. There are no further tests, right?" "None. When can we expect the results?" "At the latest, tomorrow." "All right." Lin Juan nodded. The relentless headache and fatigue were beginning to disrupt her normal life. If there was any ailment, she hoped it would be identified swiftly, allowing for proper treatment and an end to her suffering. "Then I will trouble you, Professor Lu." Lin Juan flashed him a grateful smile, grasping the handkerchief in her hands. Hesitating momentarily, she looked down at the white cloth, soft and neatly pressed, folded into a square, with simple floral patterns embroidered on each corner, giving it an elegant appearance. "I should return this handkerchief after washing it. It's gotten dirty." "It's no trouble." Lu Xinglan quickly took it from her hands, refolding it meticulously and carefully placing it back into his chest pocket. Lin Juan stared, bewildered by the ritualistic nature of his actions. It was merely a handkerchief. Why did it feel as though he were handling a check for $1 million? "All right, fine." Her expression momentarily dazed, she offered no objections. Perhaps he had a tendency towards obsessive-compulsive disorder and cleanliness. Respect and understanding ensued. The girl rose from the sofa to take her leave. "I won't disturb your work any longer. Goodbye." "Goodbye, guiding lady. I wish you success in your work at the control tower." Lin Juan paused mid-step, unable to discern whether his words were a blessing or a warning. Regardless, in the environment of the Black Tower, it seemed like neither a blessing nor a warning could be considered good. "Okay." She nodded lightly, signaling to Xiao Wu to follow as she walked toward the slowly opening electronic door. "Guiding lady, you appear somewhat fatigued. Would you like to return to your dormitory to rest, or continue according to your schedule to the mental counseling room?" Lin Juan rubbed her temples and exhaled deeply. "Let us head to the mental counseling room first. After all, that will be my office in the future." "Yes." Xiao Wu's screen lit up with an excited expression. "The Sentinels are surely looking forward to your mental counseling. Following the completion of the medical examination, the control tower will update your psychic information and upload it to the matching system. The list of Sentinels awaiting mental counseling will be sent to your light brain in approximately 10 hours. Rest assured, your office will be arranged entirely according to your preferences." Lin Juan was taken aback. Her preferences? She was unsure what her preferences even were. The statement felt rather strange. Soon, Xiao Wu escorted Lin Juan out of the examination area and back into the elevator. Today, the tower's control room was unusually crowded with sentinels. The elevator ascended, halting several times en route, and each time the doors opened, a throng of sentinels awaited. They all turned to gaze at her. Lin Juan initially felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, a multitude of grotesque beings associated with restricted imagery swirled before her, making it impossible to ignore. Anyone would be startled by such a sight. However, as her eyelids grew heavier, she lost all interest in those sentinels. The elevator's display halted at the 44th floor, and Xiao Wu guided the yawning Lin Juan into the mental counseling room. Upon exiting the elevator, they entered a modest waiting area, with a row of metallic benches positioned outside the counseling room for sentinels awaiting their sessions. Lin Juan paused at the entrance, and following Xiao Wu's prompt, she scanned her iris and face before pushing open the door to the counseling room. Inside was the typical office setup. To the left upon entering stood a large wooden desk, dark brown and exuding an air of elegance, adorned with a few potted plants for decoration. Behind the desk was a spacious black leather executive chair, clearly designed for comfort. At the center of the desk were several smart display screens. The entire environment felt eerily familiar. Lin Juan stiffened, an ominous sensation creeping into her mind, causing her drowsiness to dissipate. Slowly, she moved further inside. Indeed, in the familiar position, she spotted a door she recognized. Upon entering was a lounge equipped with a large bed and tatami mats. Another door revealed a bathroom with a shower. My goodness, the decor of this counseling room is identical to that of the previous occupant. To claim it was arranged entirely according to her preferences? Surely, this cannot be what they meant. Exiting the lounge, upon closer inspection, Lin Juan noticed directly opposite the wooden desk was a bed entwined with chains, accompanied by a set of shackled tables and chairs firmly affixed to the floor. Chapter 16. Time to intensively supplement knowledge. Lin Juan's gaze first fell upon the iron bed. It was brand new, also anchored to the floor, with iron bars at both the head and foot, entwined with chains as thick as her wrists, the ends terminating in handcuffs. Pressing a red button at the head of the bed activated automatic restraints and an electroshock feature. As for the table and chairs, they were made of iron, identical to those used in interrogation rooms for questioning suspects, with handcuffs on either side, both equipped with electric devices. Lin Juan's expression momentarily stiffened as she glanced at the rack standing against the wall, and her vision darkened. The rack was filled with implements previously used by the original occupant to torment sentinels, including but not limited to electric rings, barbed metal whips, blades, pulling ropes, collars, and various special agents. Misguide, this counseling room has been entirely decorated according to your previous workspace. It absolutely meets your preferences. Please let us know if there are any additional tools you wish to add. Lin Juan gasped, stealing a glance at the surveillance orb in her peripheral vision, hardly daring to imagine the barrage of comments that would ensue. Oh dear, how infuriating. She wished to rush forward and cover the mouth of this wicked sponge. At such a moment, could they refrain from asking her if she wished to add anything further? Misguide? A look of confusion flickered across Xiao Wu's screen. Lin Juan composed herself, forcing a laugh. Haha, that's enough, this will do. You have truly outdone yourselves. She nearly grit her teeth, unable to suppress her urge to give a thumbs up to the decorators. With that, Lin Juan silently moved towards the exit of the mental counseling room. Stretching her limbs, she felt increasingly weary. Misguide, are you not interested in touring other areas of the tower? No. Lin Juan quickly waved her hand, fearing another surprise might leap out at her. Besides, she genuinely felt fatigued. She let out a lazy yawn, overwhelmed with sleepiness. The materials you sent me yesterday contain the partition descriptions of the Haita. I can review those myself. The young woman rubbed her eyes, her expression dazed as she entered the elevator, pressing the button for the 45th floor. Very well, Misguide, please rest well. M.H.M. Lin Juan nadi dismissibly. Make sure to inform me immediately once the health examination results are available. And please bring lunch to me around noon. Of course. What would you like to eat? Misguide? The menu has already been sent to your light brain. Ding. The elevator arrived. Lin Juan squinted at the menu on her light brain as she trudged forward. With the memories of the original occupant, she held no expectations for the communal meals in the tower. She casually selected a few dishes that piqued her interest, balancing meat and vegetables, instructing Xiao Wu to randomly choose 3 items from her selections for future meals. Rest assured, Misguide, you may relax. The robot stood at the door, waving goodbye to Lin Juan, not forgetting to extend its slender mechanical arm, capturing the surveillance orb that almost slipped into the room with her. It seemed Miss Guide did not appreciate being constantly broadcasted. As the most advanced artificial intelligence in the Empire, as Miss Guide's dedicated assistant, it was its duty to safeguard her privacy. Xiaowu was filled with ambition. Meanwhile, Lin Juan, utterly exhausted, entered her quarters as if all her vitality had been drained, eagerly burying herself into the cushions of the sofa. Closing her eyes to regulate her breathing, the headache began to wane. Glancing at the time on her light brain, she realized that only about 2 hours had elapsed since she left this room, yet she felt as though she had fought a battle all night, every part of her discomfort. After resting for a while, Lin Juan sat up from the sofa, hastily downing 2 large gulps of the nutritional liquid she and tea finished the previous night. Sitting cross-legged on the soft carpet, her back against the lower edge of the sofa, she began to reflect. The original occupant was relatively young, having been a student at the Imperial Military Academy before being exiled to the Heiress by the Ultimate Arbitration Court, and had not even graduated. Coupled with her naturally lazy disposition, her studies had been lackadaisical. Her understanding of knowledge concerning sentinel matching, mental strength, spiritual entities, and mental imagery was quite superficial, and she had not taken her role in providing mental counseling to sentinels seriously. She recalled that the original occupant primarily counseled sentinels with low pollution levels. How should she put it? The sentinels receiving her mental guidance were at least still human, or more accurately, at least humanoid, without any deformities. However, the sentinel she would face tomorrow, the more Lin Juan thought, the more her head throbbed. Was the heavens toying with her by thrusting her into this world? Opening her eyes, Lin Juan consumed the remaining half-bottle of nutritional liquid in one go, exhaling deeply. With a thud, she set the empty container down on the table, rolling up her sleeves. Let's do this. Time to dive into the knowledge. Opening her light brain, Lin Juan forced herself to focus on the research. Fortunately, all of the materials from when the original occupant studied in the guiding department were intact, organized neatly into directories by the intelligent system of the light brain, making it convenient for her to review. Even the practical guidance documents from the border conflict zones by Ta, as well as the materials issued by the Heiress after her arrival, were all meticulously arranged. Lin Juan, Bocal, technology transforms the world. If only I had encountered such wonders earlier. I feel I could have aspired to the prestigious Qingbei. Calming her excitement, Lin Juan began to diligently peruse the materials, pollutants emerging from unknown cosmic origins, exhibiting extreme radioactivity. Living beings affected by them would invariably undergo some form of mutation, and in severe cases could directly morph into highly aggressive aberrations, even spreading the same pollution. Sentinels endowed with mental strength possess formidable abilities. The mental fortitude can partially resist such pollution, allowing the sentinels to pilot mechs in environments ravaged by contaminants or to engage in combat alongside powerful spiritual entities against tainted aberrations that threaten human sanctuaries, thus preventing further spread of the pollution. However, during these defensive battles, the sentinel's mental strength is also susceptible to the effects of the contaminants, leading to gradual erosion. As the pollution level accumulates, should a sentinel fail to receive mental guidance and comfort from a guide, once the pollution level exceeds 90, physical deformities will manifest. Elena Juan's Gaza faltará momentarily. Sentinels who undergo such physical deformation will be sent to the Black Tower to await their demise. In recent years, the Empire has increasingly favored allocating most of its funds and resources to various research institutes and frontline battle zones. The investment in research institutes aims to further optimize the technology for contaminant isolation barriers, ensuring that the designated safe zones remain utterly secure. After all, aberrations have seemingly grown stronger in recent years, with significant security incidents occurring as deformed entities occasionally breach the barriers and attack Imperial citizens. The funds allocated to frontline battle zones are intended to repel the hordes of aberrations that harass and assault the isolation barriers while patrolling the borders to ensure the integrity of the barriers. All of the Empire's wealth and resources are expended on these razor-thin edges. For those sentinels who have retreated from the front lines, suffering severe mental pollution that results in bodily deformities, the Empire cannot allocate much funding for their sustenance and containment. Chapter 17. Guides can also be polluted. The Empire's wealth does not materialize from thin air. Those sentinels who have been so polluted that they exhibit bodily deformities are regarded as useless consumables, whether they are seen as burdens drained of value or as irrational monsters. They are akin to volatile time bombs that may disrupt the stability of order at any moment. The Empire has research suppressants that can temporarily control the rise of a sentinel's pollution level. However, each suppressant is prohibitively expensive and difficult to manufacture. This precious resource is prioritized for the military's frontline battles, making it unreasonable to waste on those deemed expendable, prolonging their suffering. Hence, the most prudent course of action is to send all deformed sentinels to the Black Tower for unified management, allowing them to assist the nearby White Tower in resisting assault from the aberrations in the polluted zones, fighting until their last breath, thus fulfilling their final value. Each sentinel in the Black Tower is equipped with a monitoring ring. Once the mainframe identifies a sentinel's pollution level reaching 100, it will trigger immediate self-destruction, effectively erasing them, or in other words, executing them. This execution serves to prevent them from fully transforming into aberrations that could harm humanity. Lin Juan exiled deeply, a sense of suffocation weighing upon her heart. Such a practice is undeniably cold-hearted, evoking a sense of despair. Yet, in this life-and-death urgency, where everyone is on edge, alternative solutions seem scarce. The Sentinel's mission from birth is to sacrifice for humanity, to sacrifice for the Empire, to resist pollution, and to safeguard the safe zones. Death is their fate, and dying for the Empire is their honor. This has been the case since ancient times. Lin Juan adjusted her posture, her calves tingling with discomfort. She rose to pour herself a glass of cool water, gulping it down to clear her foggy mind. Returning to her previous position, her fingertips lightly tapped the screen, quickly scrolling past darker and more explicit phrases. Finally, she reached the section concerning guides. The first rule for guides states, guides can also be polluted. Mental guidance and purification should be administered with caution. Lin Juan was taken aback. Why was such a crucial matter absent from the original owner's memories? What a jest! Is the learning capability of a mediocre student so incapable of grasping the essentials? Compared to sentinels who are directly exposed to contaminants and thus suffer mental pollution, guides experience pollution primarily during the purification treatments they perform on sentinels. A guide with a lower mental strength level who attempts to provide mental guidance to a sentinel with a significantly higher mental strength level, or a guide who inadvertently reduces a sentinel's pollution level beyond their own capability during the guidance process, will also suffer mental pollution. To put it simply, if an F-grade guide attempts to guide an SSS-grade sentinel, they will be mentally polluted. Alternatively, if a guide can only reduce a sentinel's pollution level by 5, but ends up reducing it by 10, exceeding their own capabilities, it will also affect the guide. Lin Juan was not particularly worried about these two scenarios. However, another possibility could lead to a guide suffering mental pollution. During the guidance process, the guide may be maliciously attacked by the sentinel's mental strength. Nevertheless, the protection afforded to guides by the Galactic Empire is remarkably stringent. Any sentinel that attacks a guide will invariably face severe punishment. Moreover, sentinels possess an innate, uncontrollable fervor for guides, rendering it highly unlikely for them to attack during the mental guidance process. Therefore, this concern is generally overlooked. Regarding the first 2 points, the White Tower's matching system is exceptionally intelligent, ensuring that no guide is placed in danger, except for her, the exiled convict sent to the Black Tower. Furthermore, guides are not foolish. Their self-interest, nurtured by their environment, makes it improbable for them to engage in self-harming actions merely to reduce a consumable's pollution level. It is no wonder that the original owner did not regard this first rule for guides with any seriousness. Aside from that, another scenario in which guides can be mentally polluted is similar to sentinels, as they may face contaminants and deformed aberrations directly. However, given the scarcity of guides, even in the border battle zone towers, guides are not permitted to engage directly with aberrations, making this possibility nearly negligible. When a guide suffers mental pollution, there are also 2 distinctions. One is mild pollution. Most guides may experience slight mental pollution after completing intense mental guidance, but they can heal themselves through their purification abilities. The other is severe pollution, which the guide cannot self-purify and is irreversible. This scenario is the most perilous because a polluted guide, like a polluted sentinel, may lose their rationality and attack their companions. The nature of a guide's attack differs from that of a sentinel. They utilize mental force. A polluted guide can cause widespread mental pollution to normal sentinels and guides, functioning as a concentrated super pollutant bomb, especially affecting sentinels who have previously undergone their mental guidance, resulting in even more profound mental pollution. This situation primarily occurred 200 years ago when a number of guides was not as scarce as it is today. They, like sentinels, participated in battles and suffered severe mental pollution, rendering them unable to self-heal. Subsequently, as the number of guides dwindled, they gradually withdrew from the battlefield, receiving unified management and careful protection from the towers, and such incidents have become exceedingly rare. Lin Juan's expression became vacant, her lips curling into a forced smile. So, what is the purpose of exiling her to the Black Tower? To allow her to be tainted by the aberrations outside the tower and transform into a super-concentrated pollutant bomb? To exert pressure on the sentinels in the Black Tower? Yet, that cannot be right. As a mere F grade, with the pollution levels of these sentinels all above 90, it is uncertain how much impact she could truly have. Regardless, after poring over this dense information, Lin Juan found herself increasingly weary, her eyes struggling to stay open. Upon glancing at the time, only an hour had passed. She rubbed her throbbing temples, her raised arm faintly aching, experiencing what it truly means for time to feel like an eternity. Ding dong. The holographic interface chimed, indicating that it was time for lunch. Xiao Wu sent a message, stating that it was already waiting at the door with a tray. Lin Juan rubbed her throbbing temples, her expression weary. She activated the light brain to open the door and let the robot in. Enjoy your meal, Miss Guide. Thank you. Come back in an hour to collect the dishes, she instructed casually. Understood. Xiao Wu swiftly set the lunch on the dining table, thoughtfully bringing a glass of juice before hurriedly departing, closing the door behind it. Due to feeling unwell, Lin Juan had little appetite. The table was adorned with 3 dishes and a soup, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, garlic broccoli, twice-cooked pork, and winter melon meatball soup, all looking delightful. She hastily took a few bites, intending to review the practical manual, but succumbed to her drowsiness instead. Once back in her bedroom, Lin Juan adjusted the temperature to her liking, covered herself with a quilt, and fell asleep instantly, as if she had fainted. When she awoke, it was evening. She opened her eyes to a lingering headache and overwhelming fatigue, though the drowsiness had lessened. Lin Juan felt her mental state precarious, barely hanging on, and opened her light brain. Oh, the health check results are out. Chapter 18, F-Class Guide, did not offend anyone. Lin Juan eagerly clicked on. Health check, X001. Results name. Lin Juan affiliation, Tower D14. Black Tower mental entity. Unknown mental power level. F pollution index, 2. Mild pollution, analysis, suspected to have suffered an attack from a distortion entity, resulting in a mental pollution value of 2, classified as mild pollution, which the guide can purify and heal on their own. Lin once scrutinized the conclusions, noting that aside from the pollution value of 2, there seemed to be no difference from the original state. But could a pollution value of 2 cause such a headache? Headache, fatigue, drowsiness, irritability, and increased hunger? If she didn't know better, she would think she was on the verge of secondary differentiation or about to transform into an aberration. Were the instruments at the Black Tower reliable? Surely they hadn't purchased substandard products due to a lack of funding. She abruptly sat up, only to feel a wave of dizziness. After sitting still for a moment, she quickly messaged Lu Xinglan. Lin Juan, Professor Lu, I hope I'm not bothering you, but is there really no issue with this health report? Lu Xinglan replied almost instantly. The results are as detected by the instruments. Is there a problem? Lin Juan, what about my headache? Lu Xinglan, you were attacked by a distortion entity, and there are residual pollutants in your mental domain. Lin Juan immediately grew anxious, typing faster. But a pollution value of 2 shouldn't cause such a reaction, right? This time, there was no immediate response. Watching the indicator that the other party was typing, Lin Juan waited patiently until the message finally came through. Lu Xinglan, it might be due to your low mental power level. Lin Juan, is he mocking her? Go away. An F-Class Guide did not offend anyone. Just as Lin Juan was about to close the light brain in frustration, another message from Lu Xinglan popped up. You could also observe the state of your mental entity. If it appears healthy, it suggests the pollutants are not significantly affecting you. Lin Juan, when did she acquire a mental entity? The original owner had none, right? During the health check, she had surveyed her mental domain and mental landscape, only to find a murky, indistinct fog with nothing else present. Upon reopening the health check results, the section regarding the mental entity glaringly displayed the word unknown. Lin Juan's frustration boiled over. What did unknown even mean? Were they really using shoddy equipment for the testing? She typed back, I do not have a mental entity. Lu Xinglan. It could be that you were affected by the distortion entity, and your mental domain is currently unstable. If you still feel unwell, you may schedule a more detailed check with the tower, or I can help arrange it. Good heavens, how cold and bureaucratic. Lin Juan glanced at the message, sighed deeply, and decided to ignore it. Closing the light brain, she threw off the quilt and stepped out of the bedroom. At the dining table, a pristine white tablecloth was adorned with 5 or 6 bottles of nutritional fluid. Lin Juan's eyes lit up. This was her savior. She was so hungry she felt faint, and she quickly twisted off the cap and took a few sips. The taste was entirely different from the one she had bought from the vending machine. It was slightly sweet, with a delicate, smooth texture, infinitely more enjoyable. Without overthinking, she replenished her energy while replying to Lu Xinglan's message. No need for that right now. Let's discuss it in a few days. Lu Xinglan. If you're truly unwell, tomorrow's mental guidance can be canceled or postponed. Lin Juan paused slightly, realizing from his reminder that Xiao Wu had already sent her the information for the Sentinel scheduled for mental guidance tomorrow. Opening it, she read, Sentinel personal information name, Yuan Man affiliation, Tower D14, Black Tower mental entity, Tabby Cat mental power level, depollution index, 91A cat-like mental entity. This D-class Sentinel does not possess strong offensive capabilities, and a pollution value of 91 is among the lowest in the Black Tower, just slightly above the critical 90, indicating minimal distortion in appearance. Indeed, the mental guidance matching system was quite considerate, pairing her, a wasteful F-class guide, with a Sentinel whose physical form largely retained its original human shape and whose level did not exceed her ability. She replied to Lu Xinglan, no need to cancel. Lu Xinglan. Then make sure to rest, replenish your nutrients, and you'll be able to purify the mental pollution in your body sooner. I had Xiao Wu deliver several bottles of a new type of nutritional fluid developed in the lab, which is more suitable for the guide's constitution. Lin Juan raised an eyebrow, feeling a subtle sensation wash over her. She lifted the nutritional fluid in her hand for a closer inspection. Well, the transparent bottle had no labels aside from the words nutritional fluid, lacking any brand, manufacturer, production date, or ingredient composition, truly a product with no quality assurance. Nevertheless, she replied with a thank you. At least it should be safe to consume. Even if there were issues, the Black Tower ought to have insured her, right? Moreover, this nutritional fluid tasted far superior to what she had purchased herself, so it was a waste not to drink it. Grateful for her colleague's generosity, she thought. Lu Xinglan, take care of yourself. Lin Juan, Oldait. Exiting the chat interface, she glanced at the time and felt her eyelids growing heavy again. With a resolute sigh, Lin Juan decided to take a moment to prepare herself before the official mental guidance session with the Sentinel tomorrow. She opened the practical manual for guide mental guidance. There are varying depths in mental guidance, and numerous methods exist. The most superficial level involves the guide releasing their mental power to envelop the Sentinel or the Sentinel's mental entity, or both, purifying the mental pollutants they carry. Of course, if the guide prefers not to extend their mental power, they could release their mental entity to interact with the Sentinel or the Sentinel's mental entity, or both, to purify the pollutants. However, for guides, the mental entity is a fragile existence, often residing within the mental landscape and typically not released. This most superficial level of guidance respects the privacy of both the Sentinel and the guide, but is not particularly effective. A deeper level of mental guidance involves the guide's mental power penetrating the Sentinel's mental domain for purification. This requires the Sentinel to actively open their mental domain, exposing it to the guide, a common method of guidance. As for going even deeper, the approaches become varied and intricate. For instance, engaging in mutual openness of spiritual realms or delving into deeper spiritual landscapes, allowing each other's spiritual entities to enter one another's domains or landscapes, and so forth. However, such actions are typically reserved for deeply bonded partners. In other words, those who have recognized each other as companions. Although a guide may have several Sentinel partners, there also exists a collective guidance model. In this scenario, a guide with a higher level of spiritual power releases their energy while simultaneously providing basic spiritual guidance for a group of Sentinels. temporarily controlling the rise of spiritual pollution levels. Nonetheless, guides capable of collective guidance are exceedingly rare, and this form of assistance primarily occurs in war zones, where the situation is dire and urgent, leaving guides with insufficient time to offer one-on-one spiritual support to sentinels. Chapter 19 is far superior to the various anomalies she had previously encountered. So numerous and intricate, how could she understand each word individually, yet find the combination utterly perplexing? Lin Juan stared at the screen for an extended period before silently shutting down her device. Leaning against the sofa, she closed her eyes and emptied her mind. Although she comprehended the theory, she lacked a spiritual entity and had no idea how to release spiritual power. She reopened her device and flipped to the Elementary Guide to Spiritual Guidance, Universal Edition, directly navigating to the practical section for careful reading. The release of spiritual power begins with concentrating one's awareness and immersing oneself in the spiritual realm to keenly sense it. Then, one must guide the energy with intention, ideally condensing it into a specific form within the spiritual domain, preferably a network or tentacle-like structure. Finally, under stable conditions of spiritual energy, one might attempt to release this energy into the physical world, enveloping the sentinel or their spiritual entity. It is also possible to delve into the sentinel's spiritual domain for direct guidance. Elena Juan's broche furuba. Why did these words seem as though they conveyed nothing? She slowly closed her eyes, the indoor lighting glaring, and adjusted the brightness using her device. She began to recall the sensations from her physical examination earlier that day, gradually emptying her mind until she lost consciousness. Knock, knock, knock. Miss Guide, I'm coming in. Accompanied by a persistent knocking. The girl curled up on the sofa instinctively frowned, her delicate brows knitting together. As she turned, light and shadow from the floor-to-ceiling window streamed in, prompting her to raise a hand to shield her eyes. A wave of headache washed over her, and her eyelids felt heavy. When she squinted, she beheld a lavishly adorned ceiling, a crystal chandelier sparkling under the light. Darn it, I fell asleep while studying. Lin Juan yulti de wak. Miss Guide, why are you sleeping here? Xiao Wu entered with breakfast, her electronic screen flashing with a look of panic. Her sweet and adorable voice piercing the air as she rushed to the sofa. Lin Juan felt a wave of soreness throughout her body. Ashu, are you all right, Miss Guide? Xiao Wu placed the tray on the coffee table, her screen displaying an array of anxious expressions. I'll call a doctor right away. Wait, Lin Juan quickly interrupted, exhaling deeply. Fine. Really? Yes, I'm truly fine. The room was equipped with an intelligent monitoring system that adjusted the night temperature according to the occupant's body temperature and physiological state, so aside from that familiar headache, she felt no significant discomfort. Lin Juan rubbed her temples vigorously and accessed her device, where the screen still displayed the page she had viewed the previous day. Curse it, I merely wanted to close my eyes and practice a bit, yet I ended up unconscious. How could you fall asleep on the sofa? Are you catching a cold? I should be fine. Just bring me the warm milk. Lin Juan shifted positions, and with the movement, her joints cracked, her neck and shoulders aching. Not having covered herself with a blanket left her hands and feet a little chilly, but it was manageable. Xiao Wu quickly delivered the warm milk. She eagerly accepted it, taking a small sip, which brought her a sense of comfort, almost revitalizing her. If you're not feeling well, should we postpone today as spiritual guidance to tomorrow? Lin Juan paused mid-sip, tempted by the suggestion. Delaying would indeed be beneficial, but if she could avoid going altogether, that would be even better. However, she was serving her sentence at Haida and had even advanced a month as salary, so she had no choice but to comply. I still have some professional integrity. Have the sentinels been notified? If the appointment was successful, the system would notify the sentinels. However, it was up to the guide to decide the timing of the guidance. Then let's schedule it for an hour from now. I'll head over after breakfast. All right, I've already sent a message to the sentinels. Wishing you a smooth and successful session. Lin Juan fell silent for a moment, already feeling a psychological shadow from this mischievous little sprite's blessing. Every time it said something like that, it never boded well. She hoped she wouldn't be mercilessly slaughtered by an irate sentinel later. With another sip of milk, her headache subsided a little, but her eyelids started to grow heavy again. Lin Juan jolted herself awake, realizing that now was not the time to slack off. She hurriedly got up, sat on the carpet, and enjoyed the breakfast on the coffee table before quickly washing up and changing into a new outfit from the wardrobe. Clad in a striped knitted tank top paired with a semi-transparent white shirt, she rolled up her sleeves. Below, she wore a knee-length light green skirt complemented by white shoes, giving her an appearance that was both beautiful and demure. Lin Juan stood before the mirror, admiring her looks, and even found herself in a rare good mood to apply a light touch of makeup before slowly emerging from the wardrobe. Xiao Wu instantly showered her with compliments. All right, enough flattery. Let us get going. Lin Juan smiled, but her left thumb unconsciously rubbed against the wrist device, betraying her nervousness. After falling asleep on the sofa while studying theory the previous night, she was now eager to test her practical abilities. Oh, I really don't want to go to work. Good luck, Miss Guide. Lin Juan let out a dry laugh, her face reflecting a sense of ennui as she trudged along behind Xiao Wu, who was brimming with energy, into the elevator. On her first day at work, she felt like a mouse. The elevator descended, covering just one floor, and with a chime, it reached the guidance room before Lin Juan had time to collect her thoughts. The elevator doors opened slowly, revealing the young girl's somewhat pale face, her light makeup failing to conceal the faint bluish tint on her eyes, giving her an overall appearance of fatigue. Yuan Man sprang up from the waiting area bench, keenly sensing Lin Juan's restless mood, her amber eyes narrowing slightly. The comment in the live stream floated by gently. She 1T refused to provide spiritual guidance to the Sentinels. Will she? I'll bet 5 cents she definitely 1T. She has a history of neglecting her duties, tormenting Sentinels without offering them guidance. How infuriating, sending hugs to those upstairs. It's tough for guides. Deformed Sentinels are very dangerous. How could Haida allow guides to interact with them alone? Can the Guide Protection Association intervene? Hey, she's serving a sentence, not enjoying herself. Haida is full of deformed Sentinels. How will she cope? Oh, isn't they're a robot? Sentinels wear monitoring rings. What could happen? Hello. Lin Juan took the initiative to step forward, a practiced smile gracing her lips. Although reluctant, she quickly shifted into work mode. The Sentinel before her was tall with a medium build. Among Sentinels, he was not particularly robust. In fact, he appeared somewhat lean. He looked exceedingly young. Lin Juan estimated he might not even be 20 yet, clad in an old, tattered black combat uniform. The outer layer bore damage, and with a pollution level of only 91, the visible deformities on his body were not too severe. A pair of furry ears sprouted from the top of his head, accompanied by a tail that he had meticulously concealed behind him, yet it remained partially visible. Aside from that, his fingers appeared somewhat rigid, and the curvature of his joints seemed rather abnormal. His pupils did not resemble those of a human. Instead, they exhibited a feline ferocity. However, he was certainly a far cry from the grotesque entities she had previously encountered. Chapter 20. Shame. Unashamed. Have you been waiting here for long? No, I just arrived. The voice of the young Sentinel sounded somewhat strained, his amber feline eyes darting quickly toward Lin Juan before dropping down again, his entire demeanor akin to a taut bowstring. Brimming with vigilance and unnatural stiffness, Lin Juan felt utterly perplexed. As a novice guide, seeking spiritual counsel, she was not anxious at all. What was he so tense about? Was it a trait inherent to feline creatures? She took a step forward toward the door of the counseling room, prompting the Sentinel to instinctively sidestep, his amber gaze fixated on her every movement. Beep. Identity verification successful. The electronic door of the counseling room slowly opened. Come in, Lin Juan said, stepping inside first and gesturing for him to follow. The young Sentinel remained acutely alert, moving with the inherent grace of a feline, maintaining a certain distance from Lin Juan. Yet, the pale gray, striped tail behind him swayed gently, instinctively reaching toward Lin Juan's direction. Please take a seat, Lin Juan said, turning to him and pointing toward the set of tables and chairs beside the iron bed. Yes, that's right, the kind typically found in interrogation rooms, equipped with handcuffs on either side of the table for restraining prisoners. Yuan Man's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze turning dangerous as his muscles tensed instantaneously, emitting an almost inaudible low growl as he fixed his stare on the girl before him. Lin Juan took a deep breath, pressing her aching temple. She retained a fragment of the original owner's memories, although she was still somewhat inexperienced in spiritual guidance. She feared that if the Sentinel were to develop an uncontrollable mental dependency, he might pounce on her without warning. No, that would not do. She had to maintain control for her own safety. She softened her tone, adopting a professional demeanor. Please cooperate with the guidess work. Sit there and submit to restraint. To her surprise, her words seemed to ignite a fuse. The sentinel abruptly lifted his head, his amber-slit pupils suddenly brimming with sharp hostility. Restraint? He smirked mockingly. How? Do you wish to torment me as you have with other sentinels? Lin Juan was taken aback, although she had sensed something was amiss with the sentinel's emotions earlier. The situation had escalated, intensifying her headache. Do not think that pretending to be a good person now can erase your past actions. Someone as malicious as you nearly brought harm to Miss Weiwei. She is so kind and exceptional, the hope of the entire empire. How dare you? The sentinel's gaze grew fierce, his chest heaving violently, clearly agitated. The black monitoring collar around his neck flickered with a faint yellow light, emitting a subtle beeping sound. The barrage of comments in the live stream obscured the screen. Oh, let the fight begin. This sentinel certainly has guts. Isn't he speaking the truth? What a warrior. How dare he insult the guide? Does he no longer wish for guidance? Those upstairs should brace themselves for his punishment. Xiao Wu emitted a sharp screech. Quiet. You detestable sentinel. What are you saying? The events unfolded too rapidly for it to intervene, allowing this dangerous individual to utter vile words that harmed the guiding lady. Click. It retrieved 2 particle energy guns from its cylindrical storage, aiming them squarely at Yuan Man, ready to pull the trigger. Lin Juan's pupils dilata. Inhaling sharply as she shouted, Stop. You put that down. The robot hesitated, and Lin Juan dashed forward, knocking the energy guns away. Xiao Wu, this is my office. Do not brandish such lethal weapons casually. Good heavens, how could this wicked creature act so contrary? It usually appeared adorable, yet when trouble arose, it brandished 2 guns in confrontation. What a thuggish demeanor. If a shot were fired, her office would be in ruins. After scolding the robot, she turned her glare toward the sentinel. And you, are you finished? The door is over there. If you wish to avoid spiritual guidance, then leave immediately. She pointed decisively toward the electronic door of the counseling room. What a troublesome situation. She merely came to work, and now she was on the verge of a conflict. Work was already vexing. Why was everyone so uncooperative? Lin Juan sighed deeply, her chest rising and falling as the intensity of her headache increased. Yuan Man was momentarily taken aback, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the girl's bright, clear apricot eyes, which appeared exquisite yet bore a hint of innocent purity. The corners of her eyes flushed with anger, and her lips moved as if forming words. Somehow, this completely extinguished the fury he had just felt. The sentinel who insulted the guide does not deserve spiritual guidance. Miss Guide, you must expel him. Xiao Wu's expression was fierce. Had it not been restrained, it would have surely charged at him. Lin Juan glanced between the robot and the sentinel, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. If only she had spoken earlier, she could have let the sentinel choose whether to undergo spiritual guidance. Now, asking him to leave would be tantamount to slapping her own face. Yet, under Xiao Wu's furious gaze, Yuan Man slowly approached the interrogation table and chair, awkwardly taking a seat. Before Lin Juan could react, the sentinel placed his hand into the handcuffs, and with a soft click, they snapped shut, firmly securing his wrist to the tabletop. He hung his head low, lips pressed tightly together, afraid to meet the girl's gaze. Xiao Wu was utterly infuriated. How dare this wretched sentinel treat the guiding lady this way, yet still expect her to provide him with spiritual guidance. His audacity was unparalleled. Shame, unashamed. Miss Guide, you must teach him a lesson. Lin Juan was momentarily stunned. Not having anticipated Yuan Man would indeed choose to sit and accept guidance. After all, he had nearly pointed a finger at her to chastise her, clearly harboring great disdain for her. How could he, agitated by her words, remain so composed as to sit in that chair? Perhaps a battle between his left and right brain? A self-inflicted slap? Never mind. Although she was not the original owner, she had nonetheless inherited her body. And the past sins were undeniable. A few scoldings would not cost her anything. All right, I understand, Lin Juan said, patting Xiao Wu's head, forcing a smile. After such a commotion, she had not even begun her spiritual guidance and was already mentally and physically exhausted. What a disastrous start. Alas, what a calamity. Please put the guns away. She indicated toward the particle energy guns that had been knocked to the carpet. Xiao Wu promptly extended its mechanical arm to retrieve and stow them away. Chapter 21. Spiritual guidance. Lin Juan sighed deeply. She took an idle wooden chair from the side, dragging it slowly toward Yuan Man's position. It was visibly evident that the muscles concealed beneath the Sentinel's black combat suit were tightly coiled, and the ears atop his head stood erect, unable to suppress a defensive posture. Indeed, he resembled a frightened kitten. Lin Juan positioned the chair directly opposite the Sentinel and slowly sat down. The atmosphere in the counseling room plummeted to a freezing point. The Sentinel's body was taut, his amber vertical pupils fixated on the young girl across from him. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the large red button on the table. Should he press it, the chains binding him would be electrified. A mere electric shock posed no real threat to the Sentinel. However, recalling the descriptions he had encountered in posts, injecting pain-enhancing drugs, barbed metal whips, electric collars, and the forced stripping for self-harm, each detail was maliciously vivid. He felt the hairs on his body stand on end. The Sentinel's data was centrally managed by the tower, and his mental corruption was deemed among the least severe within the entire Black Tower. Thus, he had never sought mental therapy. Yet the system had matched him regardless. How infuriating. Who on earth had signed him up for this? What are you afraid of? Lin Juan gently placed her hand on the table, her long, fair fingers tapping lightly, seemingly indifferent, yet a subtle irritation shadowed her brow. Her head throbbed. She was reluctant to go to work. Earning money was arduous, and she had yet to indulge in any self-gratification. The Sentinel stiffened his neck, denying any fear. You need not be afraid. I harbor no peculiar fetishes, she asserted. Yuan Man turned her head away, unwilling to engage further, evidently skeptical of her claims. Yet, despite his tension, their brief exchange allowed him to relax a fraction. Seeing her objective achieved, Lin Juan no longer paid attention to his stubbornness. She settled into her chair and took a deep breath. The girl closed her eyes lightly. Beneath the light, her long eyelashes fluttered involuntarily as she struggled to recall the contents of the guidebook from yesterday's last-minute study. Focusing her mind, she sought to immerse herself in the mental realm. Though it proved challenging, the persistent headache was hard to ignore, and the growing frustration within her intensified. The Sentinel's heavy breaths echoed in her ears, creating an absurd sensation of cohabiting with a beast. Lin Juan endeavored to slow her breathing and dispel her distractions. Eventually, she recaptured the sensation from her physical examination, gradually sinking her consciousness into the mental domain. Before her lay a vast emptiness, shrouded in a layer of gray mist. Unchanged from before, the fog swirling with an air of lifelessness. She concentrated her thoughts, slowly condensing her mental energy into a royal web, releasing it bit by bit. The audience watching the live stream felt as if the sun had risen in the west. No way. After being scolded, she can still conduct mental therapy? Has she lost her mind, maintaining such a good temper? Was she threatened by the Black Tower? How infuriating. Just an F grade. It's almost as if her efforts were in vain. When Lin Juan opened her eyes and glanced at the Sentinel again, a clear look of astonishment crossed her face. Within the range enveloped by her mental energy, she distinctly observed a thin layer of dark mist surrounding the Sentinel. No, calling it mist was inaccurate. The dark substance was unevenly distributed, resembling numerous black spots, varying in size, clinging to the Sentinel. She attempted to manipulate her mental energy to touch these black spots, and in an instant, the Sentinel trembled all over. Yuan Man blinked, leaning forward, his back arched in an instinctive defensive posture. Relax, Lin Juan's voice softened, neither reassuring nor commanding. Her gentle and steady mental energy gradually enveloped the varying shades of black spots, meticulously peeling them away from the Sentinel's being, as if those black spots were evaporating into thin air. Lin Juan focused intently, approaching her task with utmost seriousness, akin to playing a carpet-cleaning game, meticulously clearing the mess, an act that would bring immense satisfaction to a perfectionist. To her surprise, the Sentinel gradually began to relax. Yuan Man couldn't help but twitch his fluffy ears, feeling himself enveloped by a refreshing, gentle aura. He recognized it as the guide's mental energy. It brushed against his skin, a ticklish sensation akin to the soft caress of feathers. Before long, he sensed the pollutants that had tightly adhered to him, tainting his mental energy, slowly being stripped away, akin to unbinding the ropes that had ensnared him, alleviating his torment. The guide's mental energy was so tranquil, so pure. He felt immensely comfortable enough to unwittingly lower his mental barriers. Lin Juan's mental energy surged forward, and she gasped in astonishment. The Sentinel's mental realm was a chaotic mess, far more severe than his outward appearance suggested, nearly entirely cloaked in thick, roiling black mist, appearing grimy. Instantly, her resolve ignited, and she began her diligent cleansing without hesitation. Yuan Man unconsciously clenched his bound hands, his breath quickening. G-Guide, he gasped, his chest rising and falling rapidly, his pale cheeks flushed. He suppressed a whimper that threatened to escape his throat, finally swallowing the sound that echoed a desperate plea. It felt so good, truly it felt divine. He wanted more. He could feel the pollutants in his mental realm diminishing, as if a long-standing shroud of gloom had been torn open, allowing light to stream in, soothing all his restlessness and pain. It was an unprecedented sensation, stirring a primal shiver deep within his soul. He craved more, desired the guide to touch him, to caress him. The suppressed groan escaped his throat, trembling with desire, and he bit his lip, attempting to stifle the shameful sound, but his body's response was unerringly honest. His top muscles fully relaxed, shedding vigilance and defenses. The ears atop his head quivered with excitement, trembling rapidly, as if the fur at the tips had fluffed up. He completely opened his mental realm, even unveiling his mental landscape. Behind him, his long, patterned tail appeared to have developed a mind of its own, tentatively swaying in the air before it silently extended toward the girl, cautiously wrapping around Lin Juan's delicate ankle. The tail's tip quivered gently, brushing against her cool skin. Here came the classic scene of slapping faces. He had turned into a guide's pet. Woof, woof, woof. Guide, look at me. The audience watching felt a mix of envy and disbelief. Don't forget what she has done. Shut up. If he reaches ecstasy, it's over. I want the guide's mental therapy too. How unfair that Black Tower's sentinels receive guidance, and I do not. Lin Juan remained oblivious to the external chaos. By the time she concentrated on cleansing the pollutants from the sentinel's mental realm, she was thoroughly exhausted, her temples throbbing with a dull ache. Meanwhile, the sentinel's mental landscape lay open, defenseless, as if inviting her to delve deeper. Lin Juan felt perplexed. Wasn't the mental landscape supposed to be an extremely private domain? Unless it was a partner or someone deeply trusted, one would not easily expose it. What was happening now? She hesitated to breach the rules and hastily withdrew. Focusing her gaze, she noticed fine beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, and a wave of dizziness washed over her. She sat motionless in her chair, taking a considerable amount of time to regain her senses. Guide! Lin Juan lifted her eyes to the sentinel opposite her, only to discover that, unbeknownst to her, a fluffy tail had wrapped around her ankle, gently caressing her. A sudden shock coursed through her. Were all these sentinels a bit unhinged? First Commander Darius, and now this mental therapy subject. Why do they all seem so fond of wrapping their tails around her? Miss Xiangdao, please don't leave. Yuan Man pleaded in a voice barely above a whisper, almost abject in its desperation. Lin Juan's complexion turned pale, her brows furrowed tightly. The sentinel across from her continued to tremble with excitement, emitting soft sighs and plaintive whimpers akin to a purring kitten. His fair face and the corners of his eyes flushed a delicate pink as he fixated on her, his tail curling around her once more. Being so young, the boy was yet unaware of how to conceal his emotions and desires. His amber eyes, gazing at the beautiful maiden, brimmed with an insatiable yearning. He repeatedly attempted to break free from the shackles binding him, longing to leap toward her, but his efforts were in vain. The tip of his tail, entwined around Lin Juan's ankle, began to move more rapidly, pleading for her attention. Miss Xiangdao, please help me. Just touch me just a little. Is that too much to ask? The sentinel implored tirelessly, his fluffy ears drooping in submission, adopting a demeanor that was exceedingly compliant and docile. Lin Juan hesitative, her heart softening at the sight. Still unaccustomed to her role as a guide, her past experiences made it difficult for her to witness someone groveling so pitifully before her. She was on the verge of extending her hand when, you insufferable sentinel, retract your tail at once. Do not harass Miss Xiangdao, Xiao Wu interjected angrily, interrupting Lin Juan's moment of wavering. Turning to Lin Juan, the robot's expression transformed into one of gentle concern. Miss Xiangdao, are you all right? Feeling tired? Fortunately, you managed to restrain the sentinel just in time. Otherwise, he would surely have acted inappropriately. With that, it glared fiercely at the restrained Yuan Man, cunning sentinel. Humph. Thanks to Miss Xiangdao's cleverness, his schemes have been thwarted. Lin Juan rubbed her temples and slowly rose from her seat. I'm fine. Ignoring the sentinel's humble pleas, she extricated her ankle from the grip of his tail and, with Xiao Wu's assistance, made her way to a distant sofa. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yuan Man's eyes as he slumped down in his chair, head bowed. Miss Xiangdao is indeed upset. Xiao Wu, do we have any nutrient solution? Yes. The robot eagerly produced a prepared nutrient solution from its rounded belly and handed it to Lin Juan. As she sipped from it, her peripheral vision caught sight of a particle energy gun nestled within its belly, making her teeth ache. What a formidable little assistant. Miss Xiangdao, the sentinel just insulted you. How would you like to handle it? Should we teach him a lesson? Xiao Wu asked with enthusiasm, presenting a whip from the corner. Its electronic screen, flashing an eager expression. Disobedient sentinels require discipline to learn their place, and you have already provided him with mental guidance, so do not show him mercy. The restrained sentinel suddenly lifted his head, his drooping ears perking up. His gaze was fixed intensely on Lin Juan. As long as Miss Xiangdao nodded, as long as she was willing to approach him and even touch him, he would welcome anything, even a whipping. Lin Juan glanced up and, to her astonishment, detected an unmistakable yearning and excitement in his amber eyes, as if he eagerly anticipated her taking the whip in hand. Lin Juan, perhaps she was seeing things. Otherwise, how could this sentinel exhibit such masochistic tendencies? Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Could it be that she had encountered a pervert? A shiver ran down her spine, and she quickly averted her gaze. Silently, she pushed the small black whip away, her enthusiasm waning. I am tired. I wish to return and rest. The feline ears in the distance perked up and drooped again at her words. Lin Juan massaged her aching temples and stood, slightly unsteady on her feet. Miss Xiangdao, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Yuan Man anxiously tried to rise. Are you all right, Miss Xiangdao? Lin Juan glanced at him and waved her hand at Xiao Wu. I'm fine. I will leave now. Please unlock his handcuffs. Those who spoke of betting stepped forward. Oh dear, when will Miss Xiangdao watch the live stream? Look at me, look at me. Woof, woof, woof. The traders upstairs, do not forget how she treated the sentinel before. An F-level guide, reduced to such weakness after a simple mental guidance session. What good is that? Just sour grapes talking. With that, Lin Juan dragged her weary body, pushed open the door to the mental guidance room, crossed the waiting area with its metallic benches, and stood before the elevator, pressing the up button. She stood there in a daze. Heavens! Why am I so exhausted after just 1 hour of work? It seemed the original host had never felt such fatigue after providing mental guidance to sentinels. She felt on the verge of fainting, as if she had endured an entire night without sleep. The bright overhead lights were blinding, their halos swirling and causing her head to spin, her eyelids battling to stay open. So tired, so hungry, so annoyed, I just want to sleep. Ding! The elevator arrived, jolting her awake as she hurriedly extended her foot. A shadow loomed before her. Miss Xiangdao, the tall sentinel, had almost instantaneously appeared before her, his massive form casting a shadow that enveloped her entirely. Lin Juan stepped back cautiously. Surely, he did not intend harm her, yet Yuan Man reached out gently, encircling her wrist. Miss Xiangdao, I apologize for my earlier words. His head hung low, eyes carefully observing the girl before him. His speech was clumsy and juvenile, devoid of the arrogance he had previously displayed. I'm sorry, you are so kind to still consider providing me with mental guidance. Please don't ignore me, Miss Xiangdao. Have pity on me. You know I cannot do without you. Chapter 23. Please don't ignore me. The slender sentinel's gaze fell. His amber eyes quivered slightly. Before him stood a girl with long, dark hair, slightly curled at the ends, her features exquisite and delicate, her eyes bright and captivating. So beautiful that he felt no words in the entire galaxy could adequately describe her. How could he have uttered such hurtful words to someone so wonderful? If Miss Xiangdao refused to forgive him, he would accept it. It's fine. Lin Juan waved her hand and yawned, tears forming in her eyes as she automatically disregarded his pleading gaze, her expression vacant. She watched as the elevator doors opened slowly, her heart racing. I just want to return to my dormitory. I want to go back so badly. I am so tired, so sleepy. Working is the most vexing thing in the world. Miss Xiangdao, please don't ignore me. The sentinel grasped her hand, and Lin Juan attempted to pull away, but he held fast, his warm, broad palm resting against her wrist, radiating a subtle restlessness. Though he appeared so large before her, he bore an expression of utter helplessness, like a drenched puppy. Lin Juan, with patience, softened her tone. I'm fine. Please let go. Just then, she felt a furry creature brush against her leg. Stiffening, she initially thought it was Yuan Man's tail, but upon looking down, she discovered a beautifully built tabby cat, nuzzling against her calf. Xiao Wu rushed over, witnessing the scene, and emitted a sharp, warning sound. Do not harass Miss Xiangdao. Please keep your spirit creature in check, or I will report you. Meow, meow, meow. The tabby cat, unfazed, purred loudly, its throat vibrating as it meowed. Lin Juan could no longer endure the overwhelming fatigue. Her eyelids battled fiercely, and she felt that if she lingered any longer, she would collapse right there. She hurriedly seized the moment when the sentinel was momentarily distracted, swiftly entering the elevator and pressing the button for the 45th floor. Could it be that the sentinel's spiritual entity has manifested? If so, it must indicate that his pollution level has undoubtedly fallen below 90%. What was his previous pollution level? Uncertain, but judging by the degree of bodily aberration, it likely wasn't high. What is the spiritual power level of this sentinel? Is it E level or D level? Let us not concern ourselves with the spiritual power levels. Isn't it exceedingly difficult to purify a sentinel after bodily aberration? Can someone elucidate the situation? Was it said that aberrant sentinels might launch mental attacks during spiritual guidance? Why is she unscathed? It's possible that their spiritual power compatibility is exceptionally high. Please refrain from using compatibility as an excuse in unclear situations. The moment the spiritual entity, a tabby cat, appeared, the comment section erupted. Lin Juan finally heard the heavenly chime indicating the elevator's arrival as she hurried into her room, nearly tripping over the tabby cat that had coiled around her feet. Pausing to look down at it, she exclaimed, meow, 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 meow. How did you follow me in? You must return. With the last vestiges of her awareness, she pointed towards the elevator entrance, feeling her eyelids, which were engaged in a fierce battle, were on the verge of surrendering. The tabby cat affectionately rubbed against her calf, its fluffy form seeking her embrace while persistently mewing in a melodious tone. Exhausted, Lin Juan surrendered to the cat's charm, opened the door, and stepped inside. The small cat swiftly darted in, slipping past her feet. Upon closing the door, the surveillance orb was left outside. Lin Juan, in a dazed state, fumbled her way to the sofa, grabbed a cushion and a blanket, and within a second, succumbed to slumber. The spiritual entity, the tabby cat, leapt onto the expansive sofa, nudging her calf. Yet Lin Juan remained oblivious. It gently nudged the blanket aside, cautiously shifting to curl up beside her, its tail wagging incessantly, purring softly as it too drifted into sleep. Black Tower, 40th floor, Commander's office. Darius, clad in a sharp black military uniform, stood with his hands resting on a broad silver-gray desk, numerous screens before him flickering with countless characters. Images captured by the Black Tower's aerial defense system were being transformed and reconstructed, gradually presenting a 3D visualization. Under the incandescent lights, everything in a room radiated a cold, metallic essence, much like its owner, who seemed devoid of warmth. Knock, knock, knock. 3 rhythmic knocks echoed, perfectly synchronized in angle and intensity. He anticipated the visitor and coldly commanded, "Enter." The icy electronic door slid open, revealing Lu Xinglan, who briskly entered, files in hand. "What brings you here, Commander? You truly seem overwhelmed with duties." Glancing at the screen-S display, he raised an eyebrow. "Today, the Guide Maiden is conducting her first spiritual guidance session with the Black Tower Sentinels. Wouldn't it be wise to pay some attention?" Clad in a pristine white coat, Lu Xinglan approached the desk, unceremoniously pulling out a chair and casually placing the documents beside him, his demeanor suggesting a comfortable camaraderie between them. "What is the matter with her?" Darius swiftly pulled up the live feed, revealing that he had been running the program in the background all along. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Xinglan's face as he remarked, "It seems the commander is rather concerned about her." A smile played at the corners of his mouth, though internally, he understood that this meant an additional competitor, one who was formidable at that. Darius did not respond, rewinding the footage by a few minutes. He watched as Lin Juan, yawning, exited the spiritual guidance room and made her way toward the elevator, indicating that the session had concluded without incident. Suddenly, a cat appeared on the screen. His gaze sharpened, instantly becoming as keen as an eagle's. "Is that a spiritual entity?" Lu Xinglan nodded slightly. his long, slender fingers, retaining the characteristics of humanity, deftly tapped on the light brain, causing Lin Juan's health report to materialize on screen. I oversaw her examination. The results were analyzed by me. Her spiritual power level is F. Her spiritual entity remains unknown, and there are residual pollutants in her spiritual domain at level 2. The instrument data is infallible. There are no discrepancies. Darius paused, rewinding the live feed to scrutinize every frame. The large screen displayed Lin Juan's exquisitely beautiful face, pale as a paper, revealing undeniable exhaustion. I should monitor her condition more closely. A retest of her pollution level would be prudent. Lu Xinglan nodded in agreement. This guide maiden certainly does not hold back, risking her own mental energy to significantly reduce the Sentinel's pollution level could backfire, intensifying her own spiritual domain's pollution. By the way, there's something else. Lu Xinglan recalled their conversation from that night with Lin Juan. Darius gestured with his eyes for him to continue. The examination results indicate that the guide maiden possesses a spiritual entity. However, based on the captured data, her spiritual entity does not match any information in the known database, hence marked as unknown. Yet she insists she has no spiritual entity. Lu Xinglan's long fingers manipulated the light brain, projecting data onto the screen. What do you think could be the reason? Darius had already formed a hypothesis in his mind. Chapter 24. The tale is unruly and could easily be severed. Lu Xinglan and Darius exchanged glances. Their shared understanding from working together over these days eliminated the need for words. It was evident they were on the same wavelength. As far as I know, the guide maiden has not excelled in her studies during her time at the academy. Perhaps her spiritual entity is somewhat unique. So much so that she has not even realized it. A smile unconsciously graced Lu Xinglan's lips. Darius, upon hearing this, also subtly curved his lips upwards. With his long, powerful fingers tapping lightly, the screen before them flickered with Lin Juan's face. Expressions of shock and astonishment, kindness and fatigue, all conveying a sense of bewilderment. It seemed she might not even be aware of her own spiritual entity. Lu Xinglan's gaze involuntarily drifted back to the large screen. Clearly, the guide maiden was adapting well here, not rejecting interactions with the Black Tower's sentinels. I had expected her to react hysterically or scream in terror, like other guides. Lu Xinglan pondered aloud. Commander, what could cause such a drastic transformation in a person? From the moment Lin Juan was brought to the Black Tower, they had utilized outside connections to meticulously investigate her past. Although the Lin family was a second-tier noble house on the capital star, their heritage was substantial. The guide maiden had grown up pampered and arrogant, and although the wording in the tribunal's verdict might have been exaggerated, each accusation was backed by concrete evidence. They had also verified that these were not baseless slanders. From a revered young lady to a notorious prisoner, exiled to the Black Tower to coexist with monsters. And yet she maintained such calmness and decorum, showcasing remarkable psychological resilience. This was starkly different from her previous demeanor and conduct. Darius terminated the live feed. Regardless of what transpired in her life, her ability to remain composed within the Black Tower was a positive development. Lu Xinglan nodded in agreement. Indeed, had she arrived in a state of distress, it would have been beyond our control. The management rules of the White Tower are quite lenient towards guides. Yet errant guides can still face numerous forms of punishment. To exile someone to the Black Tower, coupled with a 24-hour live feed, seems to be not only a punishment for the guide, but also a veiled warning to certain individuals within the Black Tower. Lu Xinglan leaned back against the chair, her arms wrapped around herself, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she regarded the sentinel clad in a black uniform before her. The aberrant sentinels of the Haita were already tormented to the brink of despair by the exceedingly high levels of pollution within the mental domain, perpetually on the verge of collapse. The slightest disturbance could easily agitate their nerves. Should the newly arrived guide display arrogance and provoke a confrontation with the sentinels, leading to their loss of control, the monitoring collar around their necks would administer a powerful electric shock, intensifying their suffering until they temporarily lost the ability to act. At that point, the control tower would certainly prioritize the guide's safety, while the sentinels would endure further torment, becoming increasingly restless and uncontrollable, plunging the management of the Haita into chaos. Hence, even before the starship's arrival, they had prepared for the potential difficulties posed by this unexpected guest. issuing prior notifications for the sentinels to minimize their presence in any public spaces where the guide might appear. However, upon returning from a mission with injuries, and hoping to hasten their journey to the medical bay via the elevator, they unfortunately encountered her. At that moment, his heart raced with anxiety. Yet, he was even more astonished to find that Lin Juan remained remarkably composed throughout. Unlike her previous outbursts aboard the starship, where she wreaked havoc, berating the sentinels in a fit of hysteria, she merely expressed a fleeting surprise upon encountering the aberrant sentinels, without exhibiting any extreme behavior. As her thoughts settled, Lu Xinglan noticed the injection syringe nestled in the corner of the desk, a suppressant. "Has your pollution level risen again?" she inquired. The sentinel nodded gently, closing his eyes and rubbing his temples, the tension in his back finally easing to reveal a hint of despondency seldom shown to others. When the cuff of his sleeve was tugged, it unveiled the intricate black scales on his wrist, which had spread further toward his palm compared to before. Lu Xinglan nodded in understanding, acknowledging that as an SSS-grade sentinel, this type of suppressant would have little effect on him. With a sigh of resignation, she added, "Nevertheless, this is the latest model of suppressant available on the market, Commander. Best of luck to you." Deliercy raised his gaze to survey her lightly tinted blue skin, remaining noncommittal. Within the Heita, they were but a collection of wretched beings, each wearing a monitoring collar, facing the constant threat of execution should they lose control. There was no need for mockery among them. Yet, that very thought was swiftly contradicted. A notification chimed as Lu Xinglan's wrist vibrated, signaling an incoming message from the medical department. She glanced down to examine the data transmitted regarding Sentinel Lin Juan's mental strength assessment report, a look of astonishment fleeting across her face. "Lin Juan, your pollution level has decreased by 31. It is now at 60. Had they not worked together for a considerable time, their familiarity might have led Deliercy to suspect that the individual before him was jesting. Indeed, the pollution level had dropped from 91 to 60. Lu Xinglan verified the data once more. Sensing Deliercy's disbelief, she quickly tapped the display twice, revealing that having just completed mental counseling, he had undergone a follow-up examination as per protocol, confirming the reading of 60. In truth, Lin Juan had been meticulously selected through their manipulation of their own authority, bypassing the analysis of the intelligent core to choose a candidate from the system's database. Considering Lin Juan's relatively low mental strength and her first encounter with an aberrant sentinel in the Heita, they had opted for Lin Juan. This sentinel also possessed a modest level of mental strength, barely matching Lin Juan's, and with a pollution level of only 91. The aberration was not severe enough to provoke a rejection. Furthermore, Lin Juan's spiritual entity was a tabby cat, reputed to be favored by guides. However, they had not anticipated such a significant reduction in pollution levels from their chosen sentinel. With experience in combat against aberrant entities and a pollution level of only 60, he was indeed a rare find within the Baita. They would ensure that the robot monitored her condition closely and arrange for a prompt reassessment of her mental strength. "Understood," Lu Xinglan replied, shifting the topic. "However, this sentinel is fortunate to disregard the tower's guide protection laws." A glint of mischief sparkled in her eyes as she continued. "Commander, this punishment must be severe to deter any future transgressions." "What punishment?" Deliercy inquired, pulling up the live feed. Quickly tuning in to the moment a robot extracted a particle energy gun, his expression darkening. Enduring the entire episode of the Sentinel's verbal transgressions, culminating in receiving mental counseling. Particularly the shameless behavior as he clung to the guide was infuriating. He closed the feed, his anger surging, detrimental to his mental stability. "No need for my orders. The tower's regulations will be followed. The individuals in the confinement chamber are well aware of their limits. Upon returning to the team, the captain and comrades will look after him properly." Lu Xinglan clicked her tongue, acknowledging Deliercy's efficiency, a fitting trait of the Weir family's heirs. Executing tasks without bloodshed. Chapter 25, Visible to All. Heita, 45th floor. Within the guide's dormitory, Lin Juan awoke from hunger, her groggy state interrupted by the rumbling of her stomach. As she opened her eyes in a daze, she was greeted by an unfamiliar yet opulent ceiling, adorned with luxurious decorations, elegant and refined. It took her a moment to realize that she was in the guide's dormitory, not her previous rented room. A fluffy, indistinct creature nudged her neck gently, radiating warmth emitting soft purring sounds akin to white noise. She pulled back the blanket to reach out, eliciting a soft meow from the tabby cat she had grasped by the scruff of its neck. "You're finally awake, Miss Guide," exclaimed Xiao Wu, bubbling with excitement. "You slept from morning until evening. How do you feel now? I have prepared dinner for you. What would you like to eat?" Lin Juan sat up, the headache that had plagued her easing slightly. She had slept relatively soundly. She looked at Xiao Wu and then at the tabby cat still in her grasp, bewildered. "Why are you still here?" Xiao Wu, with a face of indignation, replied, "Miss Guide, this spiritual entity simply cannot be driven away. I tried to shoo it off, but it kept burrowing into your arms. I feared waking you, so I had no choice but to let it stay." The spiritual entity seemed to comprehend Xiao Wu's complaint, promptly issuing a couple of soft, adorable meows, its tail tracing circles in the air, obediently remaining in Lin Juan's grasp, appearing harmless. Lin Juan, feeling famished and unwilling to dwell on the matter of the cat, casually placed it on the sofa and eagerly approached the dining table. "These dishes were just heated. Please enjoy, Miss Guide." Xiao Wu continued. "Do you feel any discomfort? Would you like to visit the medical bay for a checkup? The tower is ever ready to serve you." Just as Lin Juan was about to indulge in her meal, she was caught off guard by these words, momentarily perplexed. Why did it sound as if she ought to be experiencing some issue? Was she being cursed here? After swallowing her food, she replied dully, "What's wrong?" "Iem me perfectly fine." At her feet, the cat nudged against her, extending its paw onto Lin Juan's knee, retracting its sharp claws to reveal only its soft pads. Its amber eyes fixated on the girl, clearly wishing to be lifted onto her lap. Lin Juan felt a twinge of affection. How adorable! Heaven knows that the ultimate dream of a weary worker is to possess a room of their own, ample savings to lounge about, freedom from work, a little cat, and tranquil solitude. No one could resist a cute little cat that approached them so eagerly. Xiao Wu hastily extended a mechanical arm to intervene, preventing the cat from disturbing Lin Juan's meal, speaking sternly. "Miss Guide, this morning the pollution level of that sentinel decreased by 30. Are you certain you are feeling well?" While providing mental guidance to the sentinel, one must also be vigilant about one's own condition. Lin Juan was momentarily taken aback, nodding earnestly. A look of profound concern etched on her face. "I understand. I will certainly be more attentive next time." In truth, she was already in a state of anxious turmoil. 30? How could it possibly decrease by 30? An F-level guide providing mental support to a D-level sentinel, resulting in a singular decrease of 30 in their mental pollution level? Such statistics would warrant close observation at the Central White Tower. Moreover, Yuan Man was a sentinel who had already undergone physical distortion. Although both instances involve a reduction in pollution levels, the higher the initial pollution level of the sentinel, the more challenging it becomes to provide effective mental guidance. For instance, lowering the pollution level of the same sentinel from 60 to 50 is a vastly different endeavor than reducing it from 90 to 80, although both reflect a 10-point decrease. The latter's higher pollution level indicates instability in the sentinel's mental state, rendering them more prone to aggression, making mental guidance considerably more arduous. This is especially true for sentinels who have already experienced physical distortion, as their mental pollution is nearly irreversible, leaving the guide with only the option to exert control. How did she achieve that? Surely the materials she reviewed could not have deceived her. Was the issue with her own capabilities? Meow, meow, meow. The tabby cat struggled furiously, its limbs flailing, revealing sharp claws that fiercely scratched at Xiao Wu's mechanical arm, finally liberating itself and landing on the ground. It successfully leaped onto Lin Juan's lap, making itself at home. Lin Juan, too preoccupied to ponder deeply, absent-mindedly stroked the soft cat's head, hastily diverting her attention to her meal to calm her nerves. Never mind. Perhaps she was simply gifted. Halfway through her meal, feeling less famished, Lin Juan finally remembered to activate her light brain. Hiss! Several red dots appeared on screen. Darius. Lu Xinglan had sent messages along with a friend request from an unfamiliar name. Her heart skipped a beat. As someone who had endured years of grueling labor, receiving such messages from colleagues during her precious rest time was nothing short of terrifying. Trembling, she opted to first open the unfamiliar friend request. There lay a solitary message of application. "Hello, Miss Lin. I am Elias Verelias, the individual who had escorted her to the Black Tower. What could he possibly want by adding her contact?" With a swirl of confusion, Lin Juan accepted the friend request, After all, this light brain was funded by him. Grateful for the generous marshal, after the request was accepted, a moment passed without any further messages, and just as Lin Juan contemplated exiting the chat window, her finger accidentally tapped, leading her to her account's homepage. Out of curiosity, she scrolled down while continuing to eat. Having traversed this world for so long, her existence had been consumed by work and study, interspersed with meals and sleep. Today she finally had the opportunity to glance at the remnants of the original owner's life. After perusing a few entries, Lin Juan's eating pace slowed considerably. As she continued to scroll, she gradually set down her chopsticks. Upon reaching the later posts, her brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding rising within her. With trembling hands, she quickly clicked into the privacy settings, visible to all, visible to strangers. A wave of darkness engulfed her, and taking a deep breath, she swiftly shut down the light brain. The original owner was indeed a person of strong character, a true warrior of pure hatred. Every single post from the past was filled with vitriol, cursing classmates, teachers, guides, sentinels, the White Tower, the Black Tower, noble enemies, and even relatives of the Lin family. When in a foul mood, even passing dogs were not spared from her wrath. There were solo rants, naming names, as well as group condemnations, each word a gem. Even after receiving a judgment that she had lost the protection of the Lin family and would soon be exiled to the Black Tower, she chose not to delete her posts to avoid scrutiny or to act discreetly, but instead continued her tirade. She lambasted the upper echelons of the White Tower, claiming the Guide Protection Association was filled with idlers. Among the multitude of posts, the most scornful remarks were directed at Lin Weiwei and Elias, the one who had escorted her to the Black Tower. Wait a moment, Elias? Lin Juan hurriedly reopened her light brain. The message from this new acquaintance stood out glaringly at the top of the screen. Elias, good evening, Miss Lin. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. Wishing she could find a crevice to hide in. Mustering her courage, she replied, Good evening, Marshal. It was too late to delete those posts now. They had likely spread throughout the Star Network like wildfire. Lin Juan resigned herself to the situation, thinking it not a matter of concern. After all, if viewed objectively, it was rather amusing. In the future, she could refer to these posts for inspiration on how to craft her own insults. Is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Juan pondered, as she had not engaged in any violations during her live stream. Chapter 26. Does the Miss Guide wish to pet it? Over the past few days, she had not left the camera off for long. Even leaving the live stream ball outside was a clever trick taught to her by Elias himself. Adjusting the live stream parameters was merely for the sake of the Sentinels in the Black Tower, utilizing her administrative privileges without any ulterior motives. She had done nothing wrong. Elias, I merely noticed that you have not been well these past few days. It may be residual effects from the distortion attack aboard the starship. It is my oversight. Lin Juan replied politely, It's all right. Thank you for your concern. Elias, I have added a set of guide-specific medical equipment and a batch of medications to the next shipment to the Black Tower, hoping it will be of assistance to you. Lin Juan's eyes lit up. Thank you. You are truly a wonderful person. The relentless headache that had plagued her was driving her to the brink of madness, a persistent discomfort that was not unbearable, yet far from pleasant. Although she was unsure of the effectiveness of the medical equipment he mentioned, what if it proved to be beneficial? After all, she could not rely on the equipment here at the Black Tower. Elias, you're welcome. Lin Juan eagerly finished the last bite of her meal, nearly clearing the table of dishes before gesturing for Xiao Wu to tidy up. Xiao Wu approached with enthusiasm. Miss Guide, your master has sent you a message requesting to visit the 45th floor. Please remember to check the message. Professor Liu? Lin Juan murmured, opening Liu Xinglan's message. Clicking to confirm and accept the request. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Xiao Wu had tidied up the mess and left, while Lin Juan sat on the sofa with the cat in her lap. Professor Liu, Miss Guide. Liu Xinglan inclined slightly, then sat down across from Lin Juan at her invitation. I must inform you that after your mental guidance session, you fell into a deep slumber. Xiao Wu has been monitoring your health, and to ensure your well-being, I would like to conduct a brief mental strength assessment. Lin Juan nodded, fully compliant. Do you still experience headaches? Yes, a little, but not as severely as before. Good. Liu Xinglan nodded, rising to approach Lin Juan. The tabby cat nestled in the girl's arms since the approach of this unfamiliar, yet powerful aura, arching its back and hissing defensively. Lin Juan quickly stroked its back to calm it. The sentinel, tall and imposing, loomed before Lin Juan like a mountain, obstructing her view until he gradually crouched down before her, alleviating some of the pressure. Lu Xinglan glanced at the spiritual entity nestled in the girl's embrace, a flicker of melancholy passing through his gaze. When a sentinel's pollution level reaches 90, their spiritual entity begins to merge with them, resulting in physical distortion, making it impossible for them to release their spiritual entity. In which Guide would find joy in a blue octopus. Miss Guide, do you have a fondness for cats? Lin Juan was taken aback, glancing at the aggressive little cat in her arms, then at the sorrowful sentinel, hastily raising her hand to cover the cat's hissing mouth and setting it aside. Those who are not chosen by the little cat cannot help but feel a twinge of sorrow. She understands, truly she does. Upon encountering a stranger, it exhibits signs of stress, yet we shall proceed. Very well. Lu Xinglan extended her hand, carefully placing the portable detection device atop the young girl's head, meticulously adjusting it. Lin Juan blinked, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with this breach of the typical social distance. Initially intending to assert her capability, she pondered the complexities of interstellar technology and realized she might not be adept at operating it. Thus, she chose to cooperate with Lu Xinglan's movements. Before her lay a pristine expanse of white, the coat concealing a neatly pressed shirt. As she drew closer, a faint scent of agarwood enveloped Lin Juan's senses, instilling a sense of calm. She inhaled deeply, stifling the urge to inquire about a shopping link. Lu Xinglan, adorned with a bow tie, had the tentacles restrained within his shirt come to life, stirring with anticipation due to the proximity. Lin Juan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to these appendages. Her curiosity piqued. Professor, do those tentacles feel constricted within your clothing? The sentinel's fingers faltered slightly, trembling involuntarily. It's nothing. Before the guide arrived at Haida, he had dismissed the notion of restraining those tentacles. Living as he did among aberrant creatures, none were in a position to mock another. Yet, with her arrival, he wished to avoid frightening her. All done, Lu Xinglan removed the measuring device, averting his gaze, his expression slightly unnatural. Lin Juan suddenly realized she had been staring at those tentacles for quite some time. Thank you. Based on the data, your pollution levels show no significant change. Lin Juan exhaled quietly in relief. Does the guide have an affinity for octopuses? Huh. Lin Juan was taken aback, responding honestly, I've never encountered one in person, so I can't say I have a preference. Would you like to touch it? The sentinel extended his hand, a pair of beautiful human hands with pronounced knuckles, pale enough to reveal the prominent veins beneath the surface, elegant yet not fragile. In the blink of an eye, the outline of his palm underwent a strange transformation. Like a melting wax figure, it blurred and collapsed, the skin beneath shifting subtly, morphing into a slick, glistening blue octopus tentacle. Elena Juan's pupils constricta. This is rather Lovecraftian, isn't it? Regaining her composure, she forced herself to steady her mind. The tentacle curled slightly in the air, its tip revealing a translucent blue hue, shimmering with a lustrous sheen, transitioning from pale to deep navy. Under the light, its surface was not entirely smooth, but rather covered with fine granules. Each suction cup appearing almost alive, gently contracting. Would you like to touch it, guide? Lin Juan glanced up at Lu Xinglan's gentle and refined demeanor, then down at the exquisite water-blue tentacle. Unable to suppress her burgeoning curiosity, she extended her index finger, lightly tapping it. The tentacle felt cool to the touch, quite pleasant, its surface smooth and moist. With a slight pressure from her fingertip, she sensed its remarkable elasticity and resilience, distinctly aware of the raised particles. She instinctively pinched the tip of the tentacle with her thumb, gently stroking it. The tentacle writhed and contracted, startling her as she instinctively tried to withdraw her hand. Yet the tentacle swiftly encircled her delicate wrist. Do not fear, it simply likes you very much. The sentinel's voice was soothing, akin to a babbling brook in the warmth of early spring. As Lin Juan gradually relaxed, she removed the cool, bracelet-like tentacle from her wrist, rolling it between her hands, and the tentacle affectionately pressed against her. This feels quite akin to petting a cat or dog. The texture is delightful. She suddenly raised her gaze, seriously regarding the sentinel across from her. Will your hands eventually transform like this? Lu Xinglan paused, a hint of melancholy in his nod. Then how will you conduct experiments in the future? Lin Juan envisioned him in a white lab coat within a laboratory filled with various reagents and containers. Lu Xinglan chuckled lightly. I'm not limited to just these two tentacles. Lin Juan paused, realization dawning upon her. Oh, indeed. The first time she encountered Lu Xinglan was in an elevator, where numerous tentacles had been entwined around him, though today they were restrained beneath his shirt. If he ensured a good grip, operating those containers should not pose a problem. Observing Lin Juan's expression, Lu Xinglan discerned what images danced in her mind, leading him to chuckle softly. Chapter 27. May the guide treat them kindly. The guide appears to hold a charmingly optimistic view of the world, yet she remains unaware. Should she reach a point where she can no longer maintain control with both hands, the contaminants affixed to his mental domain would likely render him unable to conduct any experiments. He would be barred from the laboratory. However, such weighty matters need not be relayed to the guide. Meow, meow, meow. The tabby cat, under the pressure of the SSS grade sentinel, could only cower in the corner of the sofa, trembling. Its amber eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Ears perked as it observed the guide's joy in playing with the tentacles, attempting to capture her attention. Lu Xinglan cast a cold glance at it, causing the little cat to flinch. Guide, please take good care of yourself. Should you feel unwell, do not hesitate to contact me. With that, Lu Xinglan withdrew the tentacle that Lin Juan had been toying with. As he departed, he casually scooped up the tabby cat huddled in the corner of the sofa. Huh? Lin Juan found her hands empty, unable to react in time, as Lu Xinglan swiftly reached the door. If you must leave, why take the cat? As the sentinel turned slightly, he called out, Guide, the commander should have sent you a message. Remember to report to the 40th floor. Following this, she heard the gentle sound of the door closing. Lin Juan, upon hearing his words, felt her mind explode with thoughts, taking a deep breath. Report? A briefing with my direct superior? Oh no. She opened her light brain to reveal a message from Darius, time-stamped 3 hours prior. 3 hours without a response to her superior's message? Lin Juan felt her professional prospects dimming. She was all too aware of the consequences of displeasing a superior. The formidable and wise commander surely could not be so petty. Could he? Lin Juan reluctantly replied to the message, washed her face in the restroom, and then declined Xiao Wu's company as she exited the dormitory. She took the elevator down, stopping in front of a familiar office door. Knock, knock. The soft sound of her knocking shattered the stagnant silence within the office. Darius lifted his gaze from a sea of messages, the flowing information on the screen pausing momentarily. He tapped his light brain, and the heavy silver-gray electronic door hummed open, slowly parting. As he looked up, a slender figure caught his eye. The girl, vibrant and fresh in her bright green attire reminiscent of early spring buds, with her dark hair cascading casually over her shoulders, bore a hint of moisture and coolness upon her forehead and the corners of her eyes. Upon entering the office, it felt as though the room brightened, becoming more vivid and tender. Commander, Lin Juan seated herself somewhat nervously opposite Darius. The live-streaming sphere had been cleverly shut out. Noticing her anxiety, Darius managed a strained smile. Greetings, guide. Lin Juan's pupils dilated, and her scalp prickled. Anyone would feel a surge of terror upon encountering a robust man with slit pupils sporting such a peculiar smile. Darius, noticing her reaction, quickly composed himself, tension radiating from his body. Upon reaching this point, Lin Juan felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Her previously cheerful demeanor was replaced by an expressionless face, which only seemed to amplify the fear. Stammering, she attempted to break the silence. What did the commander wish to inquire about? No need to be anxious. I'm merely asking casually, Darius replied, striving to soften his tone. I have reviewed Yuan Man's assessment report and appreciate your contributions to the tower. Oh no, it's merely my duty, Lin Juan quietly exhaled, swiftly waving her hand. After all, with a monthly salary of 10,000, having even advanced her wages, she felt compelled to secure this stable position. I had some biases against you before. I hope the misguide does not take offense. Not all, she reassured him. Following Yuan Man's incident, I believe the other sentinels in the tower will also have a change of heart towards you. Darius paused, seemingly in contemplation, and continued. The Black Tower is a unique entity within the Empire. Each sentinel here was once a guardian of humanity, facing the unknown. While their appearance may be difficult for you to accept, I hope you'll treat them kindly. I understand, Lin Juan replied without hesitation. Darius sighed softly, a hint of concern for her future work evident in his demeanor. You have just arrived at the Black Tower and may not yet grasp the full meaning of my words. The individuals you will be matched with for guidance are unlikely to resemble Yuan Man in normalcy. All pertinent information regarding the Sentinels will be sent to your light brain a day in advance, including their appearances. Should you find it unacceptable, you may decline the guidance, and the system will reassign you. He indicated his wrist, where the specific rules had already been transmitted to her light brain. Y comprende, Elena Juanuda. Unconsciously biting her lip. Are they merely different forms? There is no need to worry. As long as they do not harm me, I can manage. It would be ideal to be paired with cats or dogs, even if I encounter some unusually shaped individuals. As long as they cooperate with me in my work and do not cause disruptions, everything should be manageable. Darius observed her flickering gaze and anxious expression, unconsciously moderating his tone. Your performance during this mental guidance has exceeded the theoretical limits of an F-rank guide, even surpassing the conventional standards of some C-rank guides. Lin Juan's breath hitched. Here it came. She could not escape this. Yet, she truly had no idea what was happening. She couldn't possibly reveal that she had crossed over from another world. Could she? Did this world even entertain such theories of traversal? The original owner had not studied such matters. Would revealing her identity lead to her being dissected for research? She merely wished to quietly hold onto her stable job, diligently work, and avoid facing the storms of the outside world. As turmoil raged in Lin Juan's mind, Darius maintained a calm demeanor, as though simply stating an objective fact. For a moment, Lin Juan found herself perplexed by the serious and austere commander's true intentions. The young girl sat upright, hands neatly placed on her knees, with her heart nearly leaping from her chest, bracing herself for the impending storm. Come what may, no matter how piercing the questions may be, I know nothing. Darius continued. Regarding this matter, we speculate that your mental entity may be quite unique or on the verge of secondary differentiation. Professor Liu will be fully responsible for your case, monitoring your health. Miss Guide, you can trust the Black Tower completely. We stand together. Huh? The anticipated storm did not arrive. Lin Juan's mind, however, was already ablaze, and she could only nod dazedly. I understand. What a terrifying aura, what a piercing gaze. She wished to flee. At last, he delivered the heavenly command. It is getting late. You should return and rest assured. All right. Lin Juan sprang to her feet, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, unable to contain her eagerness. The consequence was a sudden movement, causing her vision to darken and her footing to falter. Chapter 28. Feeling an unprecedented embarrassment. Be careful. Darius's tone became urgent. Almost instantaneously, as Lin Juan swayed, he instinctively sprang from behind the wide desk, his movements swift enough to create a gust of wind. He extended his hand, firmly steadying the young girl's delicate shoulder. Lin Juan, Shakin, instinctively grasped his strong arm to regain her balance. Thank you. She hurriedly bowed in gratitude. However, as her gaze fell, she froze, her heartbeat momentarily halting. Oh my goodness! What a thick snake tail. From his waist down, Darius's form had undergone a complete transformation, revealing to Lin Juan a robust, dark-scaled serpent tail that stretched behind the desk, its length concealed in the shadows beyond her sight. The scales reflected a rainbow of colors under the cold white light, yet failed to mask the overwhelming sense of inhumanity that struck her vision. Lin Juan's mind buzzed. Although she had previously encountered the tip of this tail, its icy touch was nothing compared to the visual shock of witnessing it now. Terrified, her legs turned to jelly, and she nearly collapsed. Darius, noticing, narrowed his pupils and instinctively steadied her. He bent down, his powerful arms easily lifting her as he swiftly carried her to the resting area, gently placing her on a soft leather sofa. Lin Juan was unexpectedly enveloped in a cold embrace. Through their clothing, she could feel the taut muscles of his arms, with his chest almost pressed against her face. Dizziness overcame her, and she slumped onto the sofa, her expression one of utter despair. Are you all right? Darius was taken aback by the unmistakable fear reflected in her eyes, as if burned. He quickly withdrew his hand from her, stepping back to create distance. This was the first time he felt a sense of shame, his body stiffening as he awkwardly wished to escape. As the eldest son of the Weir family, one of the Empire's foremost aristocrats and a former general, he had never tasted the bitterness of inferiority. Yet in this moment, he felt helpless and experienced an unprecedented sense of embarrassment. Do not be afraid. If you are frightened, you may close your eyes. The sentinel stood before the sofa, his tall figure clad in black uniform, the sharp lines of his epaulets casting a significant shadow creating a sense of pressure. Yet, there was an inexplicable urgency to flee. The massive serpent tail trailed behind him, attempting to hide in the corner. In his fluster, it inadvertently knocked over a chair, causing a loud crash that could not be concealed. "I'm sorry." Lin Juan managed to regain her voice, stuttering, I'm fine. Really, I'm quite all right." A strained smile crept onto her lips. She finally understood the feeling Su Xian must have experienced upon witnessing Bai Nyangzi's true form. It is indeed a bit exhilarating. She was aware that all sentinels of the Black Tower had undergone bodily transformations and knew that Darius' mental entity was a black serpent. The integration of man and entity likely resulted in a half-human, half-serpent form. Yet, it was evident that her mental preparation had been insufficient. "I apologize." Darius spoke in a hushed tone. "I frightened you." He lowered his gaze, fearing the emotions of disgust, fear, and rejection that might surface in her clear eyes. As commonly perceived, he was a monster deserving of execution, a waste of resources. "It's nothing truly, just a slight scare, just a little," Lin Juan chuckled awkwardly. Straightening up on the sofa, extending her hand, with her index finger and thumb barely touching, creating a minuscule gap. She made a gesture that would undoubtedly provoke a reaction from certain nations. "You'll get used to it after a few more glances." Darius blinked, reassured by the absence of any look of disgust from the guide miss, allowing himself to relax slightly. "It's a relief that you're fine. Although it's said that people can die from fright, I am not that fragile." Lin Juan patted her chest and gave a thumbs up, exuding an air of confidence that seemed almost triumphant, as if the person who had just been frightened to the point of weakness was someone else entirely. After speaking, her curiosity momentarily overshadowed her fear, and she discreetly scrutinized the figure before her. The half-man, half-snake sentinel possessed a strikingly perfect male physique clad in a crisp black uniform. With stern epaulets, his hands, clenched into fists at his sides, revealed a hint of tension and unease, while his enormous serpentine tail, shimmering in the light, curled uncomfortably, as if wishing to hide away, as though it were some unsightly blemish of his being. Thus, it seemed that this typically cold and authoritative commander of the Black Tower was not as fearsome as she had imagined. She suddenly felt emboldened, ready to take liberties with him. "Why you stop looking?" Darius' voice regained its usual cold edge. "If you're fine, you should head back." He turned away awkwardly, quickly retreating behind his desk, ensuring his serpent tail was tucked away out of sight, just as it had been when Lin Juan first entered the office. "All right." Lin Juan nodded, slowly rising, supporting herself against the sofa. To be honest, her legs were still a bit shaky. "Commander, the space behind your desk is quite small. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to keep your tail hidden there? It must be difficult for it to follow you. Please don't mistreat it." At her words, Darius stiffened, disbelief flooding his vertical pupils. His ears quickly flushed a delicate red, and his tone became rigid. "Get out." Lin Juan pouted and saluted. "Understood, Commander. Wishing you a pleasant workday. You're doing just fine as you are. At least your upper body isn't a snake while your lower body is human." Darius' face reddened even more. After that, Lin Juan hurriedly stepped onto the cold metallic floor towards the slowly opening metal door. Just before the electronic door closed, she turned and smiled at the sentinel in the office. "Your tail is quite beautiful. There's no need to hide it." As her words faded, the door slid shut, and the vibrant green figure vanished from sight. Darius' disordered heartbeat lingered, refusing to calm. Exiting the commander's office, Lin Juan walked down the corridor. "Haha, I successfully buttered up the boss. Work is a piece of cake." In high spirits, she turned the corner, the cold silver-gray walls gleaming with an inorganic sheen, exuding a sense of oppression and tranquility, casting her slender shadow to the ground. Upon stepping into the hall, she felt her mood lift. Several robots silently traversed the reflective floor as she made her way to the elevator. Suddenly, a figure darted out from a corner. "Guide miss." Lin Juan was startled, coming to an abrupt stop. "Yuan, man." The sentinel seemed to have been waiting here for some time. His black combat uniform crumpled. The mutated parts of his body had completely reverted to normal, with his cat ears and tail vanished, and the distortions in his fingers fully restored. However, his amber eyes still bore a hint of beastly characteristics, fixated on her with unwavering intensity. Chapter 29. With strong aggressiveness, Lin Juan felt a jolt of alarm. Nervously glancing around with a guarded expression, she cautiously inched toward the elevator. "This is bad. Xiao Wu isn't here. What if this person attacks me?" I wonder how good this soundproofing is here. If I scream for help, will Darius hear me? Surely those passing robots would help, right? Ah, TSK, TSK, TSK. Only this morning you got dumped, and by evening you're already here, smelling trouble. I bet this sentinel is here to play the loyal dog. Look at her expression. She doesn't think the sentinel is here to pick a fight, does she? Lin Juan thought, help me, help me, help me. She felt on edge. Could it be that she had been assaulted before? Who would dare treat a guide like that? Lin Juan looked at the tall figure before her. Stuttering, your spiritual entity was taken by Professor Liu. It's fine. Xiaomi has returned. Oh, that's good. She breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The young sentinel clasped his hands in front of him, appearing awkward, his shoulders and head drooping with a nervous demeanor, entirely devoid of the hostility he had displayed in the mental guidance room yesterday. I heard you were here to give a report, so I wanted to apologize. Yuan Man's voice grew softer, his ears tinged with a faint blush, like a guilty kitten seeking forgiveness. I shouldn't have said what I did this morning. And thank you for still being willing to provide me with mental guidance. It's all right. It's all in the past. Lin Juan waved her hand dismissively, not wanting to hold grudges against someone so young. Her heart was finally at ease. As long as he was here to hurt her, everything could be resolved amicably. Really? Yuan Man's head shot up, his eyes sparkling with tiny stars. You truly don't hold it against me? Guide Miss, you're so kind. Receiving an inexplicable card of goodwill, Lin Juan smiled. Rest assured, once the system matches you again, I will provide you with mental guidance. As her words fell, a familiar fluffy figure nuzzled against her leg, displaying an affectionate demeanor, its tail held high, circling around her. Lin Juan looked down to see Xiao Mi meowing twice, its voice sweet and soft, which she found adorable, while Yuan Man knew the cat's throat was nearly burnt out from overexertion. Xiaomi, come back. He scolded softly. While guides possess a fatal attraction for sentinels, it is impolite to approach them without permission and engage in physical contact, even if the entity is involved. He couldn't allow the guide miss to dislike him. Meow. The tabby cat reluctantly flicked its tail and moved to Yuan Man's feet, flashing its claws and swiftly scratching his black combat boots. Lin Juan raised an eyebrow. Is the spiritual entity attacking its master? How intriguing. Suddenly, a discordant sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Boots caked in blood and dirt struck the cold, hard floor with a cacophony of noise. A group of sentinels, just returned from a mission on the battlefield, marched against the light toward the hall. They happened to encounter Yuan Man and Lin Juan, who were standing at the corner of the corridor. TSK, Yuan Man, it's been a few days, and you've really let yourself go. Wagging your tail at a worthless guy from the White Tower, so soft-boned. When did you turn into a dog? Lin Juan and Yuan Man instinctively turned toward the voice. A group of 5 or 6 sentinels approached rapidly, exuding a strong scent of blood, the lingering stench of gunpowder, and a hint of decay. They were stained with the remnants of battles against anomalies. Wherever they walked, the once pristine floor became blotched with droplets of blood, marred into a grimy mess. Lin Juan blinked, striving to steady her nerves, trying not to focus on their broken, distorted limbs, the stark white bones exposed to the air, stained with blood and wrapped in tattered black combat gear. Their severe injuries did not hinder their movements in the slightest. They bore an unmistakable aura of ferocity. Not to mention, each one was tall and imposing, radiating an intimidating presence, especially the one at the forefront, whose commanding aura was palpable, with broad shoulders and long legs. He wore a camouflage vest splattered with blood, revealing a massive gash torn open by an anomaly, exposing his blood-stained 8-pack abs, each muscle distinctly defined. What was even more eye-catching were the enormous dragon wings sprouting from his back. With a sense of the inhuman, the bone wings extended from behind his shoulder blades, not fully spread but rather folded tightly against his back, quivering slightly with each step of the sentinel, exuding an aura of terrifying strength. The edges of the dragon wings bore damage, with drops of blood trickling down from the wounds. A bloodied tail, adorned with formidable barbs, dragged behind him. Daozhong, the dragon-winged sentinel, moved swiftly, closing the distance to Lin Juan in just a few strides, slightly bowing in a gentlemanly manner. A jolt ran through Lin Juan, instantly giving rise to an ominous feeling. The man feigned a posture of respect and humility, yet his presence was utterly offensive, crossing the boundaries of polite social distance with an intense aggressiveness. Her gaze involuntarily rose, and she noticed a pair of prominent dragon horns sprouting from either side of the sentinel's forehead, his hair ablaze like a raging fire, and molten gold vertical pupils that carried a hint of coldness and cruelty, untamed and wild. Indeed, the next moment, as the sentinel lifted his head, a defiant smile twisted at the corners of his mouth, brimming with ferocity and malice. How does it feel to live among us monsters in the Haida? Do you feel particularly superior? Watching us distorted creatures grovel at your feet, does it not satisfy your pitiful vanity? Xuanya, what nonsense are you spouting? Yuan Man hurriedly stepped forward, shielding Lin Juan behind him. Nonsense? He scoffed lightly, taking a step closer, his massive wings unfurling slightly with emotion, casting an even more oppressive shadow upon the ground. Look at your current state. How are you different from those groveling before the guide? Begging for a modicum of spiritual solace? Oh, I almost forgot. I've heard your pollution level has decreased. Are you going to forsake the chance to leave the polluted zone and remain here to await your end? At these words, Yuan Man's spirit entity, a small cat, retreated in fright back into his mental landscape. The sentinels who had returned with Xuan let out several ambiguous chuckles, their gazes sweeping over the three of them with a hint of mocking amusement. Yuan Man fell momentarily silent, his complexion shifting from pale to crimson, suppressing his rage. Shut your mouth. Do not speak of the guide like that. Am I wrong? The sentinel's molten gold vertical pupils narrowed slightly, surveying Lin Juan with keen interest. You guides, aside from wielding your meager psychic power to dominate sentinels, what else can you do? You put on a lofty facade, but deep down, do you not revel in this feeling of being adored? Xuanya, do not go too far. Yuan Man firmly positioned himself in front of Lin Juan. Although all the sentinels wore monitoring rings, Xuanye's martial prowess was formidable. Should he decide to attack the defenseless guide, a single strike could prove fatal, and the monitoring rings would only serve as a means of post-factum punishment. Xuanye opened his mouth to continue, but Lin Juan took a deep breath and coldly interrupted. Enough. No more arguing. She was already feeling a bit of a headache, likely due to the gathering of sentinels, the air thick with the tumultuous scent of blood, causing her mind to swirl. Chapter 30. He was actually anticipating a response from that guide. Lin once steadied her emotions. She raised her head and met the gaze of the towering sentinel, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Xuanya leaned slightly closer, an air of mockery on his face. Miss Guide, I'm not like other sentinels who possess a good temperament. Your loud and boisterous style will not work with me. Upon hearing this, the petite guide did not react as he had anticipated, becoming agitated or hysterical. Lin Juan simply stood there, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes devoid of any emotional shift. If anything, there was merely a faint hint of resignation. Taking a deep breath, she spoke softly, Sentinel, upon returning from the polluted area, you should go straight to the medical bay to treat your wounds, rather than engaging in meaningless chatter before me. I do not care for your opinions. Your evaluations cannot harm me in the slightest. Farewell. After saying this, she gently tugged at Yuan Man's sleeve. Yuan Man, let us go. She truly felt at a loss. Yuan Man's psychic strength was only D-grade, placing him among the weakest of sentinels, and his spirit entity was merely an adorable tabby cat. Upon closer inspection of the dragon-winged sentinel, Lin Juan noticed that most of his exposed skin was no longer the normal hue of humanity, but rather a darkened shade, reminiscent of a coppery color scorched by fierce flames. His skin was covered with a layer of fine, hard scales, some of which had been torn during battle, exposing bloody wounds. The dragon wings and tail, along with the horns atop his head, exuded a wild beauty that was distinctly inhuman. With each breath, the air around him seemed to grow heated, suppressing a dangerous fury. In essence, he resembled a rationality on the brink of collapse, a beast ready to lash out, clearly exhibiting a pollution level that was off the charts within his mental domain, with a temperament that could ignite at any moment. Certainly, he was not to be trifled with. Yuan Man likely could not hold his own against him, so it was best to endure for now. Suddenly, Xuanya froze at her words, the mocking expression on his face instantly solidifying. It felt like a punch landing on cotton, leaving him feeling powerless and stifled, as the expectation he had for this arrogant guide to rage, weep, argue, or even summon aid due to her status was utterly unfounded. He had not anticipated her to handle the situation with such nonchalance, completely and thoroughly ignoring him. Lin Juan, unconcerned with his complex psychological turmoil, hastily led the teary-eyed Yuan man away, swiftly maneuvering past a group of grotesque sentinels and heading directly to the elevator. Her gaze swiftly swept over the crowd, and she thought to herself that these sentinels had undergone distortions that were somewhat advanced. Many of the sentinels exhibited bizarre skin mutations. Half of their faces covered in a rocky, gray-brown armor, their eyes a vivid red, while others had large patches of shell protruding from their arms, ending in pincers. Those with severe mutations struggled to walk, emitting a clattering sound. One individual had entirely transformed below the waist, merging features of arthropods, with additional appendages sprouting alongside their legs, covered in dense brown bristles. As she passed by, these severely distorted beings, like warped creations from a horrific myth, eyed Lin Juan with their variously colored pupils, scrutinizing her with a mix of guarded examination, uncontainable curiosity, and a fervent desire instinctively buried beneath their agitation and ferocity. Lin Juan forcibly steadied her mind to avoid losing composure under the intense scrutiny of those who coveted her. She pressed the elevator button. Ding! As the elevator arrived, Lin Juan eagerly pulled Yuan Man inside. The group of sentinels remained rooted in place, their gazes fixated on the fleeting pale green figure, as if yearning for more, yet struggling to contain themselves. Xuanye's dragon wings quivered slightly behind him, his molten gold eyes seeming to lock onto their prey. In the brief gap of the closing elevator doors, Lin Juan unexpectedly collided with those defiant, exuberant eyes, causing her to shiver. As the vision was severed, she suddenly exhaled in relief. Xuanye stood there, his chest heaving violently. He had been utterly disregarded by an F-grade guide sentenced to exile. This realization ignited an inexplicable fury within him, and amidst his agitation, it stirred his already tainted mental domain into further disarray. He found himself yearning for a response from that guide, even the slightest acknowledgement. Yet, the absence of a desired reply left him with an almost imperceptible, yet undeniable sense of loss. This unfamiliar emotion only fueled his ire further. Xuanye averted his gaze, hastening alongside his teammates toward Darius's office to report, stirring up a gust of wind through the corridor. Inside the elevator, Lin Juan released her grip on the sentinel and swiftly pressed the button for the 45th floor. Glancing at him, Yuan Man, which floor are you heading to? The tall sentinel pursed his lips, his head bowed. The black strands of hair obscured his forehead, and under the glare of the light, the deep shadows concealed the tumult of emotions swirling in his eyes. Yet, the youth was not adept at masking his feelings, making it evident that he was in low spirits. Yuan Man silently extended his hand to press the button for the first floor. Soon, he would take an exclusive elevator from the first floor to the confinement room in the basement of the tower for punishment. Had he known that the guide was such a kind-hearted person, graciously forgiving him, he would not have uttered those hurtful words. He longed to traverse back in time and give himself a couple of hard slaps. The elevator ascended slowly. What troubles you? Lin Juan inquired with concern. The sentinel's tone unconsciously carried a heavy sense of guilt. It's my fault for being so weak. He spoke to you like that. It's all right. Lin Juan quickly waved her hand, offering comfort. If we can't confront it, we can certainly avoid it. By the way, what is his mental power level? SSS level. Yuan Man lowered his head even further. It was likely that within the entire Black Tower, it would be challenging to find a sentinel more inept than him. With such a pitiful mental power rating, even his spirit entity resembled a feeble tabby cat, utterly incapable of safeguarding the guide's well-being. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lin Juan felt entirely relieved, her eyes sparkling. That's wonderful. In the future, I can provide mental guidance for the sentinel. I surely won't be a match for him. Lin Juan had always been indifferent towards colleagues who neither directly worked with her nor were her immediate superiors. As long as it did not interfere with her job or salary, she could simply avoid them in the future. Aren't you angry? He spoke so harshly. Lin Juan promptly patted the young sentinel's shoulder, feigning maturity, and earnestly advised, little Yuan, you are still too young and lack experience. If you get angry over every little thing, you'll have an endless supply of anger which isn't worth harming your health. Ding! The elevator reached its destination. Lin Juan waved goodbye to Yuan Man. All right, I've arrived. Farewell. After saying this, she hurriedly made her way to her dormitory, only to hear Yuan Man mumble softly behind her, but I'm still a year older than you. Lin Juan nearly stumbled, her entire being radiating embarrassment. She quickly escaped the sentinel's line of sight. How careless of her! She was no longer the weary corporate worker battered by society for 5 or 6 years, but rather a young ex-student expelled from school, a serious offender. Well, it sounded rather unfortunate. Chapter 31, the second mental guidance subject. Gungju upon returning to her dormitory. Lin Juan greeted Xiao Wu and swiftly buried herself in the soft beanbag chair, exhaling a long sigh. Having encountered so many bizarre sentinels in one day, she felt her eyes had been baptized, her spirit tempered, rendering her almost impervious. Cats, dogs, tigers, lions, fish, insects, snakes, birds with wings and feathers. And even that dragon theoretically existing only in fairy tales? None of them posed a challenge. Rubbing her temples, Lin Juan quickly got up to wash up. After drying her hair, she wrapped herself in a blanket and fell into a deep slumber. The salary of this job was high, but the toll on her mental power was indeed substantial. After toiling for an hour providing mental guidance, she felt utterly exhausted. The next day, Lin Juan awakened only when the sun was high in the sky. Outside the bright floor-to-ceiling windows, a gray haze lingered. The black tower seemed perpetually shrouded in rolling gray clouds, unable to let in the bright sunlight, casting a gloomy atmosphere, with fierce winds howling, feeling cold and desolate. It felt like a forsaken existence, abandoned by humanity and the Empire. She noticed her headache had lessened somewhat. Pushing open the door, Lin Juan shuffled out of her bedroom in slippers. The cleaning robot diligently worked, with Xiao Wu's long mechanical arms extending to grasp a cloth, swiftly wiping the windows and furniture, even not neglecting the chandelier on the ceiling. "Good afternoon, Miss Guide." "Good afternoon." Lin Juan nodded, slowly wandering into the kitchen. After surveying the area and feeling uninterested in food, she returned to the living room and took a sip of the nutrient solution on the table. Today, the nutrient solution seemed to have a new flavor, sweet and tangy, reminiscent of a sweet drink, and before she realized it, she had finished the entire bottle. She contemplated how to spend her day, knowing full well that she absolutely could not continue reading that guidebook. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. It seemed her luxurious guide dormitory was equipped with a dedicated holographic viewing room, which she could fully utilize today. Without delay, Lin Juan rushed inside, operating the equipment according to her predecessor's memories, donning the holographic device. User identity detected. Lin Juan. Neural link established. Connection stable. Environment simulation initiated. Basic visual, auditory, and tactile immersion mode ready. A clear and gentle electronic synthesized voice resonated in her mind. Then, a virtual pop-up gradually appeared before her. User possesses mental power potential. Authorize activation of deep mental synchronization mode. Yes, no. Lin Juan paused for a moment. Her mental power rating was only F, and her predecessor had never attempted to manipulate the holographic star network with mental power. However, unable to resist her curiosity, she chose yes. Whatever she thought. Let's take a gamble. Once logged into the star network, although the scene was somewhat similar to her predecessor's memories, it was indeed breathtaking. Lin Juan explored the area, watched dramas, mingled in circles, browsed forums, indulged in gossip, and played games until the evening without realizing how time had flown. Xiao Wu entered to remind her it was dinner time, prompting her to reluctantly remove the holographic device from her head. A wave of dizziness washed over her. "Miss Guide, are you all right? Have you exhausted your mental power?" Xiao Wu immediately became alert, scanning Lin Juan's biological information to confirm her safety and health. Still, it cautioned her about the common knowledge for interstellar people. If one's mental power rating is low, it is advisable not to activate deep mode when logging into the holographic star network, as it could lead to mental fatigue, dizziness, and in severe cases, fainting. "I'm fine." Lin Juan closed her eyes momentarily, and after 2 or 3 seconds, she recovered without feeling anything wrong with Xiao Wu's words. Standing up from the chair, she stretched and ambled slowly towards the dining area. During the quiet moments of eating, Lin Juan opened her light brain to check unread messages. Black Tower mental guidance, matching system notification. Your mental guidance subject for tomorrow has been successfully matched. Please promptly review the Sentinel's information and confirm whether to accept by 8 a.m. tomorrow. If declined, the system will reassign a new guidance subject. Lin Juan was not surprised and casually clicked on the attachment. Sentinel personal information name, Gungju affiliation, Tower D14. Black Tower spirit entity, Emperor Scorpion mental power level, a pollution index, 97. Unlike the information displayed by Yuan Man earlier, this time, The basic information was accompanied by a recent photo of the sentinel, entirely revealing the current aberration of his physical form. Lin Juan's hand holding the chopsticks paused. Huh, this person looks somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the individual from yesterday, one of the team members following the dragon-winged sentinel Sunyi in the hall? A sentinel with the spirit entity of a scorpion, whose arms were already covered in hard exoskeletons, and whose palms had transformed into pincers. In addition to his original 2 legs, he had also grown an additional pair of appendages covered in brown bristles on each side. No way. Just yesterday, Darius had warned her to prepare mentally for the following sentinels being somewhat grotesque, and her new guidance subject for tomorrow had already transformed so impressively. Could they not assign her some cats, dogs, or other mammals like lions and tigers instead? How delightful that it is still fluffy. If you do not fancy this particular guiding subject, Miss Guide, you may decline with a simple click, and the system will match you anew. As long as a slot is confirmed by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, that will suffice. Xiao Wu had quietly approached Lin Juan's side without notice. It's fine. Let be him. Lin Juan took another bite of his meal and casually pressed the confirmation button. An alien is indeed an alien, but at least one can still discern the humanity within. Upon viewing the photograph, it was evident that the sentinel bore injuries, and the backdrop resembled a dormitory, suggesting that the sentinel had recently taken this picture in compliance with the system's request. After such a tumultuous experience, changing personnel would be overly cumbersome. Yet, an A-grade sentinel? Is this matching system truly sincere? Just yesterday, Darius remarked that her performance while providing mental guidance to Yuan Man was akin to that of a C-grade guide, and today, she is hastily paired with an A-grade sentinel. It aligns precisely within the parameters set by the Supreme Court of the White Tower. A guide may only offer mental guidance to sentinels up to 2 grades above their own, as exceeding this limit poses significant danger to both parties. However, this Gungju's mental pollution index stands at a staggering 97. Must she endure a fate of perpetual exploitation, irrespective of her circumstances? Hey, 25th floor, Sentinel Dormitory 518. In stark contrast to the spacious opulence of the guide's quarters, the Sentinel dormitories favor utility and sturdiness, adorned in a rugged manner. The metallic walls exude a raw aesthetic, and the layout is simplistic, accommodating 2 single beds, 2 storage lockers, along with distinctly arranged tables and chairs against opposing walls. Due to the influence of pollutants within the mental domain, sentinels are perpetually ensnared in torment and agitation, particularly those residing in the Haita. Their physical and spiritual forms have undergone a grotesque fusion, leading to a subtle inclination toward bestial behaviors, with a pronounced territorial instinct. Unless intentionally provoked, sentinels sharing the same roof will instinctively respect the boundary marked by the Chu River and Han boundary, refraining from encroaching upon each other's territories. Chapter 32. She actually agreed. Inside the Sentinel dormitory, Gungju sat at the edge of the bed, head bowed, his towering figure leaning slightly forward in nervousness. His hands, transformed almost entirely into scorpion pincers, hanging limply by his sides, fingers fiddling with the seams of his combat uniform. His gaze was fixated on the holographic screen projected from the device on his wrist. 3 hours prior, he had received a notification, matching system notification. Congratulations. You have been included in the shortlist for tomorrow's mental guidance session with Lin Juan. Please provide a full-body photograph within 1 hour, a live capture that clearly displays bodily distortions, and await the guide's confirmation. The shortlist implies that the newly appointed guide may decline without reason. Overwhelmed with euphoria, he hastily submitted the requested photograph, fully aware that it could very well be the reason for the guide's rejection. Anxiety coursed through him. Now, 3 hours have elapsed without any further notifications from the system. Despair was beginning to take hold. No guide would willingly engage with a sentinel whose spiritual form resembled that of Scorpion. They were regarded as repugnant creatures. Even the White Tower, where pleading for mental guidance had proven futile. Now within the Haita, there exists but a solitary guide, and he has grotesquely transformed into this hideous visage. The pollution value of 97 is fully reflected in his physical appearance, with his lower limbs unable to retract, covered in coarse, unsightly bristles, and his arms largely resembling scorpion pincers, the skin marred by tough exoskeletal plates. He was indeed foolish to harbor any hopes. Guides are a pampered and unattainable breed, haughty and merciless, toying with sentinels as one might with common pets, never perceiving them as equals. He ought not squander time on such futile yearnings, praying for even a modicum of their compassion. Yet, he hesitated to shut off the device. What if? How could Yuan Man possess such extraordinary fortune? Time dragged on, each second stretching into eternity. The dormitory was so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Gungju could only hear his own labored breathing and the erratic thumping of his heart, fluctuating between excitement and despair. The only other sound was the intermittent rustling of pages from the adjacent bed. Sun Yi leaned against the headboard, one arm propped against the wall while the other dangled lazily towards the floor, a book cradled in his hands, his molten gold vertical pupils scanning the pages with languid indifference. His wounds, incurred from a punishment in solitary confinement for provoking a guide, had yet to heal, with traces of blood seeping from the white bandages. However, sentinels possess formidable recovery abilities. Those with stronger mental faculties heal more swiftly. It would not be long before the wounds scab over and return to their former state. Gungju was on the verge of losing his composure, his agitation mounting. Across the room, Sun Yi broke the silence with a mocking tone. Is a mere notification enough to unsettle you? Will you need to hide in the restroom and weep if you're rejected? You. Gungju sprang to his feet, seeking a chance to vent his frustrations, ready to engage in friendly sparring. Yet, the device suddenly emitted a loud notification sound. Ding! He quickly lowered his gaze, almost willing to pierce through the screen with his stare. Matching system notification. Guide Lin Juan has confirmed your request for mental guidance. Please report to the 44th floor of the tower at 9 o'clock a.m. tomorrow and await in the mental guidance room. Elevator access has been temporarily granted. Please ensure communication remains open. Should there be any changes, refer to the latest version. Wishing you a successful mental guidance session. Confirmed. She actually agreed. The trepidation that had weighed heavily on the sentinel's heart vanished completely, replaced by an uncontrollable euphoria. Gungju could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed to the simple wardrobe in the corner of the dormitory, bending down to rummage through it. What should he wear tomorrow? Although the wardrobe contained only a few drab combat uniforms, all of the same style issued by the tower, along with some simple civilian clothing, he still wished to select the cleanest and most presentable outfit. He must present himself in the best possible light before the guide. Perhaps, just perhaps, the guide might not harbor such disdain for him. How frustrating it was that he had previously neglected his appearance, never investing thought into it. Now, as he searched through the wardrobe, he found scant few decent garments. Sun Ye's cool, disdainful voice drifted from behind, laced with sarcasm. What's this? Are you losing your mind over a potential rejection? Shall I schedule you an appointment with a psychologist? The guide has agreed. Gungju shot him a glare, an involuntary hint of triumph, lacing his tone. Then you ought to clean yourself up properly, Sun Yi remarked, having set aside his book. A note of disdain etched across his brow. Best to chop off those extra legs that have sprouted. No matter how you dress up, they will remain visible. Who knows? The guide might faint at the mere sight of you. Gungju chose to ignore him, turning back to continue his search. He had no intention of wasting words on this roommate who had no chance of receiving mental guidance. The fact that the other had never even glimpsed the guide made his remarks utterly unfounded. It was nothing more than jealousy over Gungju's stroke of good fortune. Seeing Gungju growing more fervent in his search, Sun Yi observed as the contents of the wardrobe became a chaotic mess. Shirts being pulled out and laid upon the bed, smoothed out to remove wrinkles, and he even unearthed a formal tailcoat from who knows where, causing Sun Ye's brow to furrow. How exaggerated. Yet, Gungju seemed completely oblivious to his mockery, wholly immersed in his own world. He pondered whether he should borrow clothing from the sentinels in the adjacent dormitory. On second thought, those envious souls would surely refuse to lend a hand now that they knew he had secured a mental guidance session. Sun Yi was completely overlooked, and an indescribable fury surged within him, his molten golden vertical pupils flickering restlessly. Psychological guidance, yet again. The guide habitually employed such despicable tactics to manipulate sentinels, seizing their vulnerabilities and forcing them to grovel like dogs, seeking their favor. Even an utterly inept F-grade guide, a notorious convict exiled for her crimes, was revered by sentinels. Why should she hold such sway? A worthless guide, merely indulging in idle amusement at your expense. Sun Ye's voice turned colder, laced with a hint of bitterness. When she grew bored of her game or encountered a more intriguing toy, would she not discard you like refuse? She is not that kind of person, Gung Ju instinctively rebutted. Hearing this, Sun Yi abruptly sat up in bed. You have only seen her a few times. Is it merely because she did not reject you? By deigning to agree, has she won you over? Do not harbor such foolish fantasies. Guides are all of a similar ilk. Behind the sentinel, a pair of massive dragon wings unfurled with a rustle, exuding an imposing aura that stirred the air in the room. Yet she has consented. Gung Ju shot him a fierce glare, increasingly convinced that Sun Yi was envious, deliberately slandering the guide. With that, he disregarded the person behind him, picked up a few carefully chosen garments, and stood before the mirrored wall, gesturing as he silently pondered whether to style his hair or maintain his current look. Sun Yi observed him, convinced he had been utterly captivated by the seemingly obedient and beautiful guide, manipulated like a pawn, yet still stubbornly insisting he enjoyed the charade. The pent-up frustration within him could not be suppressed. Very well, he would see if this obedient guide could successfully undergo psychological guidance the following day. Chapter 33. Consult a master the next day. After a thorough grooming and washing, Lin Juan descended the elevator, arriving at the psychological guidance room 10 minutes early. However, the sentinel had yet to arrive. She found this surprising. Sentinels typically exhibited a strong eagerness for psychological guidance. Why was this one so unenthusiastic today? Could it be that he was associating with Sun Yi and shared a disdain for guides? If he did not come, could she not be marked as absent, thereby granting herself a paid day off? Just as these thoughts flitted through her mind, she was interrupted by the voice of Xiao Wu. Miss Guide, the sentinel has arrived. Please let him in. Lin Juan nodded gently, still feeling somewhat unwell, but better than the previous days. At least her mind was clear. She pressed her temples, anticipating what sentinel would come for today's session. Perhaps it would be some adorable creature, like a cat or dog. That would be delightful. Maybe even a bug. Has someone upstairs lost their senses? Which guide would conduct psychological guidance for a bug sentinel? Diagnosed as having gone mad from not undergoing guidance for too long. Ha ha ha. The text scrolling across the live screen halted abruptly as Gung Ju entered, clad in a flamboyant tailcoat, instantly bombarding the room with a flurry of question marks. Lin Juan, hearing footsteps, looked up. It was indeed Gung Ju. But why did he have a pair of enormous dragon wings trailing behind him? Who else could it be but Sun Yi? Good morning, Miss Guide. Gung Ju greeted awkwardly, instinctively trying to shield his extra limbs with his transformed pincers. His movements were clumsy and helpless, his tall figure slightly hunched as he cautiously assessed Lin Juan's expression, fearing to see disgust reflected on her beautiful face. Lin Juan snapped back to reality and nodded gently. Good morning. The sentinel's attire today was clearly intentional. Though his enormous distorted body could not be concealed, it was evident he had made an effort. She had initially worried he might resist cooperation during the psychological guidance, but seeing him so elaborately dressed, it was clear he took this seriously. All doubts were swiftly cast aside. Her gaze shifted to Sun Yi, who trailed behind Gung Ju. The dragon-winged sentinel stood tall and imposing, his massive wings resembling black iron forged in molten lava, their jagged texture striking. A pair of ebony dragon horns jutted from his forehead, reminiscent of fierce flames, and paired with his golden vertical pupils. Gazing into them felt akin to plunging into a frigid abyss, a chill creeping from one's feet, as if locked in the gaze of a predator. He appeared less like a mere construct, and more like a deity emerging from ancient mythology, cold, powerful, and wielding dominion over calamity, surveying the mortal realm. It seemed as if fate favored him, even the distortions of his body evolving towards an aesthetic of wild beauty. The tip of his tail languidly tapped the ground, exuding an air of nonchalance. What brings you here? Lin Juan frowned, her eyes scanning the unexpected guest. Gung Ju, fearing to anger the guide, quickly interjected, Miss Guide, I sincerely apologize. Sun Yi insisted on supervising you, fearing you might not cooperate with me. I did not intend to bring him, but he insisted on following, and I worried about being late. He hung his head, utterly at a loss, his heart racing as he awaited the guide's judgment. Heaven knows he had risen early today, preparing meticulously to make a good impression on the guide. His roommate insisted on accompanying him. Despite his objections, they had nearly run late, leaving him no choice but to bring Sun Yi along. Gung Ju stood there, looking utterly dejected, glaring at Sun Yi, feeling oppressed by the malevolent force he represented. Do not worry, I do not hold it against you. Lin Juan quickly reassured him, her understanding clear. Goodness, This person had come here for her. He even dared to brazenly intimidate her roommate, a blatant embodiment of the Dark Tower's wickedness. The robot Xiao Wu, ever vigilant, promptly issued a stern warning. Warning. Unauthorized sentinels are prohibited from entering the guide's workspace. Please vacate the premises immediately. Sun Yi, however, appeared oblivious, crossing his arms and leisurely surveying the environment of the psychological guidance room. His massive dragon wings made dressing somewhat cumbersome. This morning, witnessing Gung Ju's early preparations that caused a ruckus in the dorm, he felt a twinge of rebelliousness and disdain, opting to appear bare-chested. The exposed skin from his waist to chest, as well as his broad back, bore patches of distorted skin in a dark red hue, resembling rugged stripes embedded in his muscular frame, exuding a wild and untamed beauty. Sun Ye's gaze languidly swept over the array of instruments lining the walls, his eyebrows slightly raised, appearing intrigued. Xiao Wu continued to press, its mechanical hand poised over the particle energy gun within its cylindrical body. Please vacate the premises immediately. Or else, wait, never mind. Lin Juan hastily silenced the robot. She had seen some informative videos and knew the destructive power of that particle energy gun. If it were to be fired, her office would be reduced to rubble. Why must both of them be so troublesome? Was the Dark Tower conspiring against her? She wondered if there were a master who could offer her guidance. Taking a deep breath, Lin Juan resigned herself and said, Gung Ju, follow me. With that, she rose from her chair behind the desk and led him to a set of chairs that resembled those used in interrogations. She gestured towards them, striving to maintain a professional demeanor. Please take a seat and secure yourself. Gung Ju nodded vigorously, complying as if afraid Lin Juan might change her mind. Before she could finish her comforting words, his distorted pincers were already firmly secured to the table. Lin Juan, how enthusiastic! Positivity is indeed commendable, and I appreciate such colleagues. Sun Yi emitted a dismissive chuckle from his throat. Lin Juan cast him a sidelong glance, suppressing the urge to deliver a thrashing. Mr. Sentinel, I assure you, I will not harm him, and you have no authority to oversee my work. He is my comrade in life and death, and, as the captain, I fear that Miss Xiangdao may not handle him with care, particularly considering your notorious past. Sun Yi stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of indifference, seemingly unperturbed. Since Miss Xiangdao has proclaimed that she will not take action, what harm is there in observing? Lin Juan took a deep breath and pointed to the hovering black camera sphere, indicating that the entire mental guidance process was being broadcast live across the Star Network. The implication was clear. If you wish to watch, feel free to step outside. That isn't guaranteed. If you were to do something to him, I could not intervene through the live feed. You. Lin Juan raised her hand, pointing at the rogue before her face flushed with indignation. Sun Yi raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips, deliberately provoking her. Or perhaps Miss Xiangdao indeed has intentions toward my comrade. Fine. If you wish to observe, then observe. Lin Juan gritted her teeth, her words sharp and resolute. She stifled the urge to roll her eyes, too weary to engage further with this scoundrel. Turning her attention to the robot, she instructed Xiao Wu, please keep an eye on him and prevent any disruption to my work. Rest assured, Miss Xiangdao, I will handle everything. Xiao Wu remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on Sun Yi, prepared for any eventuality. Chapter 34. What is happening? Sun Yi, however, appeared indifferent. He casually made his way to the sofa in the lounge, his tall and imposing figure making the once spacious seating appear diminished, sinking deeply into the soft cushions. He carefully tucked away his sharp dragon-like wings to avoid damaging the delicate sofa. Lin Juan regained her composure. After some consideration, she resolved to maintain an air of mystery, instructing Xiao Wu to turn off the live stream outside. From now on, the mental guidance process would no longer be broadcasted. Additionally, she planned to establish a rule within the matching system, stating that only sentinels undergoing mental guidance would be permitted to access the elevator to the guidance room's floor. It was already burdensome enough to work. Did she really need an unrelated person overseeing her mental guidance? It was infuriating. Miss Xiangdao, the live feed can no longer capture the guidance room's interior. You may commence the mental guidance. Lin Juan nodded and sat down across from Gung Ju. The sentinel's posture stiffened noticeably, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes as he awkwardly lowered his gaze. He had been preoccupied with worrying whether Miss Xiangdao would be upset about his presence, completely forgetting the notorious reputation of the individual before him, known for his cruel treatment of sentinels. The chilling rumors, coupled with the array of instruments lining the wall, made him involuntarily glance at Sun Yi, only to find his molten gold eyes filled with mockery. Gung Ju quickly averted his gaze. Miss Xiangdao could not possibly be the sort of person they claimed. Relax. The chains are merely for ensuring the safety of the guidance process, Lin Juan explained, adhering to her routine. She then closed her eyes, recalling her previous experiences, and gradually sank her consciousness into the mental domain. Before her lay an expanse shrouded in a gray mist. Slowly, she released her mental energy into the reality, opening her eyes to find Gung Ju enveloped in an uneven distribution of black substance, reminiscent of what she had witnessed with Yuan Man, yet far more intense and entrenched, seemingly more challenging to remove. Lin Juan proceeded with her task methodically. This time, she diligently recalled the guidelines from the guidebook, reminding herself to exercise restraint, aiming to reduce the contamination level by around 10 points before concluding the session. She could not afford to repeat her previous mistake of overexertion. Everything progressed smoothly. Gung Ju trembled uncontrollably, a tingling sensation coursing through his limbs, spreading upwards, culminating in a delightful tingling on his scalp, allowing him to lower his defenses and open his mental barriers, exposing his mental domain entirely to Lin Juan's mental energy. However, this was merely the beginning. Lin Juan, seeing that he had opened his mental barriers, did not hesitate to delve deeper. Her gentle and pure mental energy cascaded like the first spring rain, silently nourishing the parched earth, causing ripples of trepidation to spread. Gung Ju felt as if he were on the brink of madness from this overwhelming pleasure. Every cell in his body clamored for more contact, more of the refreshing rain. He involuntarily emitted a low, muffled groan. Miss Xiangdao. He had intended to articulate something to alleviate the overwhelming sensations that sent shivers through his very soul. But when he opened his mouth, only this unrefined sound escaped, leaving him blushing with embarrassment. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, dampening his meticulously styled hair, while his shell-like face flushed with an unusual color. His consciousness began to blur. His eyes, glazed over, could only perceive the delicate silhouette before him. Miss Xiangdao, touch me. Lin Juan estimated that the accumulated black mist within the Sentinel's mental domain was nearly cleared, and this session would likely reduce the contamination level by around 10 points. Just as she was about to withdraw her energy, the gray mist within her mental domain began to swirl uncontrollably, surging past the mental barriers and enveloping Gung Ju once more, voraciously consuming the dark spots that clung to him. Miss Xiangdao, please be gentle. The sentinel struggled more violently, his face flushed, nearly collapsing into the chair, helplessly immersed in a strange blend of pain and pleasure, trembling incessantly. Lin Juan was alarmed. What was happening? How could this entity escape from her mental domain? In that moment of shock, the once muted gray mist grew restless, brazenly invading Gung Ju's mental domain, ravenously devouring the contaminants within. Gradually, its color deepened at a visible rate, turning into an intense pitch black, akin to roiling thunderclouds. No, if this continued, it would reduce the Sentinel's contamination level to 0. Lin Juan quickly steadied her mind, concentrating her thoughts to summon the nameless entity back. The inky mist seemed to respond, its actions of consuming contaminants slowing down. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Lin Juan adopted a firm stance and urged, "Come back." Finally, the black mist, as if sated, sluggishly floated back into her mental domain, quietly swirling and returning to its previous languid state. Ugh, my head aches. The moment the mist re-entered her mental domain, it brought with it the familiar dull pain. Lin Juan immediately realized that this cursed entity was the source of her recent headaches. She clenched her jaw, her complexion turning as pale as a sheet, her brow furrowing as if she were enduring unbearable agony. Beads of sweat began to form on her flawlessly pale forehead, dampening a few strands of dark hair, clinging to her porcelain skin, inadvertently adding an unsettling beauty to her appearance. Sun Ye's pupils constricted, and his breathing became involuntarily heavier. When Lin Juan regained her senses, her entire body felt weak, and the world around her faded into darkness. Her head tilted, nearly causing her to topple from her chair, but she instinctively grasped the tabletop for support. "Are you all right?" A broad hand, equipped with sharp claws, emerged from the side, steadying her elbow. A towering shadow loomed over her. Lin Juan closed her eyes, taking a moment to collect herself. The heat emanating from beside her was overwhelming and aggressive. The dragon wings stirring a fierce wind that almost entirely obscured her frail figure. At long last it was over, enduring a dull headache. Lin Juan lifted her eyelids and waved her hand, stiffly freeing herself from Sun Ye's assistance. "I'm fine, thank you." Lifting her gaze to the opposite side, she noticed that Gung Ju was not in a much better condition than she. Chapter 35. A strong desire to try the Sentinel was drenched in sweat. His once meticulously tied tailcoat now disheveled and hanging loosely on him due to his struggles, presenting a rather pitiable sight. His eyes were glazed, cheeks flushed abnormally, conveying a state of mental disarray, lost in boundless ecstasy, with low gasps escaping his throat and heavy breaths filling the air. "Please help me, I beg you, misguide. I implore you, touch me." The Sentinel's chest heaved violently, panting heavily. Amidst the overwhelming pleasure, his once distorted body began to slowly revert to its original form. The scorpion-like appendages protruding from below his hips rapidly shriveled, as if they had suddenly lost all vitality, falling with a thud onto the hard floor. The tail behind him, adorned with venomous stingers, followed suit. A tingling sensation coursed through his skin. The scales covering his body gradually softened and collapsed, as if gently peeled away by delicate hands, eliciting continuous moans from deep within his throat. Gung Ju strained to reach out, yearning to touch the girl before him. The dark scales enveloping his arms swiftly fell away, fragments cascading down his arms. The large pincers that had been tightly restrained on the tabletop developed fine cracks on their sharp, hardened surface, causing a slight itch. He exerted pressure to close his palm, and in an instant, the shell disintegrated, liberating him from his painful cage. The bones and tendons within quickly reformed, revealing a pair of human hands, normal, healthy, and distinctly jointed. These hands were broad and pale, with a faint pink hue at the joints and rounded nails, stretching forth with determination, nearly grasping Lin Juan's wrist. Yet the handcuffs tightened in an instant. It seemed he was exerting all his strength, veins bulging on his wrists and arms, but he still fell short by a fraction. "Ah, please, I beg you, misguide. Just a little bit, please." Gung Ju's gaze grew increasingly fervent, swirling with intense desire. The darkness enveloped him, firmly locking onto the striking presence of the shadow across from him. At that moment, she was all he could see. The rising heat within him fermented, incinerating his rationality, compelling him to submit, to crave desperately, whether through force or humble supplication. All he desired was for her to touch him. A mere, trifling caress, a hint of compassion, would be sufficient to ignite his most fervent yearning. "You have triggered his bonding heat," Sun Yi spoke coldly. The deep-set, three-dimensional features of the dragon-winged sentinel combined to form an exquisite visage, reminiscent of the finest sculptures from ancient Greece. Yet now, his brow was deeply furrowed, emotions swirling within his molten gold pupils, shrouded in inexplicable desire that he himself had yet to recognize. Was the mental guidance truly this exhilarating? What was the essence of this little guide's spiritual entity? It appeared to be nothing more than a wisp of gray mist, light as air, yet capable of enveloping the sentinel entirely. What does it feel like to be wrapped in her spiritual essence? I wish to experience it. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Sun Ye's heart, and he swiftly suppressed this absurd thought. Upon opening his mouth, he issued a warning devoid of intimidation. "Misguide, the sentinel is not your toy." Lin Juan remained somewhat dazed. What? What heat? The throbbing pain in her head rendered it nearly impossible to think. There seemed to be something in the original owner's memories. Xiao Wu sensed something was amiss, the wheels beneath his feet nearly sparking as he pushed past Sun Yi, swiftly approaching Lin Juan. "Misguide, are you all right?" But Lin Juan paid little heed to the surrounding chaos, hastily extending her hand. "I'm fine. Quickly help me into the lounge and get me a bottle of nutrient solution. Also unlock his handcuffs." "All right." The robot promptly agreed, hurriedly twisting open a bottle of nutrient solution and handing it to Lin Juan. As soon as it pressed the button, the restraints on Gung Ju fell away. In the blink of an eye, driven by an innate ferocity, the sentinel leapt over the table towards Lin Juan. Sun Yi swiftly pinned him down. Before Gung Ju could struggle, Sun Yi raised his hand and, with all his strength, delivered a heavy blow, knocking him unconscious. Then he carried his comatose companion swiftly out of the mental guidance room. They hurried towards the medical area. Lin Juan took a deep breath, her limbs feeling weak, allowing Xiao Wu to assist her into the inner lounge. She placed the nutrient solution on the bedside table and sank into the soft, white sheets, falling into a deep slumber. The live stream orb, equipped with an automatic tracking function for Lin Juan, briefly captured the scene of the severely distorted scorpion sentinel being carried away by Sun Yi, who had seemingly shed his grotesque exterior, returning entirely to normal. Was I just seeing things? Goodness, that sentinel has returned to his normal state. Hasn't he? Was I dreaming? I must go back to sleep. Such theatrics. She must have orchestrated this to escape the Black Tower. How infuriating. What on earth just transpired? It must have been a collusion with that sentinel. Everyone upstairs. Don't go crazy. The Black Tower has only one guide. Upon reviewing the footage, it appeared he truly had returned to normal. How infuriating. Can we not go check on the sentinel? Why has that damned robot closed the door again? The comments on the screen were filled with curses. While the robot lingered beside Lin Juan's bed, hesitating whether to take the misguide to the medical area for a checkup. Suddenly, it received a message from Lin Juan. It promptly opened the access permissions for the guidance room. Before long, two towering figures squeezed through the cramped doorway into the spacious room. "Commander! Master!" Xiao Wu exclaimed, as if finding a lifeline. Lin Juan hurried in, her gaze scanning the half-empty bottle of nutrient solution on the bedside table. She bent down and picked up the girl who had succumbed to slumber. Darius signaled Xiao Wu to control the camera and quickly turned to leave with Lin Juan. They transported Lin Juan to the medical area of the tower. The tall sentinel bent down, placing the girl onto the soft bed, kneeling beside it to cover her with a blanket. As he stood, the tentacles restrained beneath his shirt began to stir restlessly. He quickly turned away, focusing on the examination apparatus beside the bed. Were the results? Lin Juan's fingertips glided rapidly over the screen as she sat behind the desk in the examination room, scanning the dense data with an unprecedented coldness. "I don't see any obvious issues. Is she really all right?" Darius frowned. A thick, black serpentine tail coiled within a room, unconsciously slithering towards the bed, making the sterile, disinfectant-scented space feel somewhat confined. Chapter 36. Starved to death, Lin Juan reviewed the data twice again, corroborating it with the answers provided by the smart brain before confidently stating, "It's merely ordinary mental fatigue. A good sleep will suffice." Hearing this, Darius let out a slight sigh of relief. What transpired in the mental guidance room? Lin Juan paused momentarily as she perused the data at hand, automatically filtering out the lengthy tirade from Xiao Wu, who had just sent a barrage of complaints regarding Xu and Ye's domineering behavior. She succinctly highlighted the crux of the matter. The lack of efficacy in psychological guidance can be attributed to the novice experience of the guiding lady. Dali Yassi responded, "Perhaps it is essential for the control tower to assign her a dedicated mentor or to enroll her in fundamental psychological guidance courses. With regular assessments." The commander, clad in a black uniform, fell into silence, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of Lin Juan's suggestion. No one understood the situation at Heita better than he did. Apart from Lin Juan, there were no other guides in Heita, and even Lin Juan had been coerced into coming. Thus, she lacked the guidance of a senior. The sentinels here were all emotionally volatile, easily losing their rationality, and had likely undergone little psychological support throughout their lives. Where could one find a mentor for her? Seeking assistance from Baita seemed futile at present, especially with the emergence of an SS-level guide within its ranks, monopolizing attention and inciting fierce competition among various factions for Lin Wei, hinting at a potential reshuffling of power dynamics. Even the Weir family, to which he belonged, was indecisive due to this matter. The relationship between Lin Wei and Lin Juan was also delicately intricate, although that esteemed SS-level guide had not openly expressed disdain for Lin Juan. There were subtle indications that she had tacitly instructed her followers to exile Lin Juan to Heita. The public sentiment on the Star Network was overwhelmingly unfavorable towards Lin Juan. As the highest commander of Heita, requesting a guide from Baita to mentor Lin Juan would likely be met with indifference. Regarding the notion of regular studies and assessments, Daliasi's thoughts briefly stagnated. A multitude of images flooded his mind, each frame showcasing the vibrant visage of the young girl. Given Lin Juan's languid disposition and perpetual state of drowsiness, it was improbable that she would find satisfaction in such arrangements. Ultimately, he shook his head in negation, deciding to wait until she regained consciousness. Lu Xinglan nodded in understanding of his concerns. Lin Juan's consciousness was clouded and hazy. In a moment of disorientation, she sensed a fleeting weightlessness, as though someone had swept her into their arms, instinctively wrapping her arms around something. In the treatment room, the instruments emitted soft, beeping sounds within the tranquil atmosphere. Upon regaining consciousness, the familiar throb of a headache enveloped her once more, delicate yet insistent, binding her tightly. She delved into her mental realm, where a nebulous haze floated, varying in shades of gray. The densest area churned like dark clouds, quietly suspended and slowly undulating. As if digesting a previous feast, Lin Juan crept closer, oddly sensing the overwhelming satisfaction and joy that seemed to overflow from it. A sudden realization struck her. This malevolent entity was the source of her incessant headaches over the past few days, even causing chaos while she was attempting to provide psychological guidance to Gingjiu. You cannot possibly be my spiritual entity. Lin Juan's mind raced with doubt. She scrutinized the swirling mass of gray-black fluid, which resembled an elusive mist flowing freely within her mental domain. Is it you? The once churning dark mist seemed to comprehend her inquiry, abruptly feigning stillness. Moments later, it gradually separated a small portion, stretching and morphing into a crooked yet unmistakably large pattern. Lin Juan squinted, then inquired, "Are those dark pollutants your sustenance?" The floating design dissipated, only to coalesce again, followed by, "Is my headache also a result of your actions?" Lin Juan felt as though she had glimpsed the truth, her anger flaring. "Is it because you consume too many pollutants that I suffer from this headache?" The pattern vanished with a swift motion, retreating into the larger mass of mist, ignoring her further inquiries. Observing its determination to feign ignorance, Lin Juan recognized that her assumptions were likely correct. Fury surged within her as she exclaimed, "Are you here to torment me? Do you understand the meaning of restraint? It is not that I forbid you from eating, but must you indulge excessively? You disrupted my efforts at psychological guidance." The dark mist obediently listened to her reprimand until her next question emerged. "Are those pollutants truly delectable?" The spiritual entity finally exhibited some reaction, rapidly signaling an exaggerated yes in the air. Fine. Even if they are delightful, you must not overindulge." The gray mist promptly traced a large circle in the air, hastening its swirling motions, eager to expedite the digestion of those pollutants. Lin Juan took a deep breath, exasperated. The spiritual entity, chastened by her sternness, accelerated its swirling yet again. Lin Juan found herself at a loss for words, grappling with her frustration. The original host had lacked a spiritual entity, and she was uncertain how to interact with this being. Resigned, she withdrew her consciousness from the mental realm. In the ensuing moment, the sharp scent of disinfectant flooded her nostrils. The young girl, reclining on the hospital bed, fluttered her eyelids a few times before slowly opening them. The overhead lights were blinding, causing a couple of physiological tears to form in the corners of her eyes. She found herself gazing at an unfamiliar ceiling. "You are awake," Lu Xinglan said, extending a hand to assist her in sitting up. Lin Juan winced slightly, striving to ignore the mild headache, her expression bewildered. "Where am I?" After surveying the decor of the room, she quickly deduced, "You brought me to the medical room?" "Yes." Xiao felt that your condition was concerning. "Am I all right?" Lu Xinglan offered a gentle smile, adjusting the pillow behind her. "You're fine, just experiencing mental fatigue." He glanced at the clock above her head, noting that 7 hours had passed since her fainting spell. The medical facilities at Heita are indeed quite advanced. Lin Juan pursed her lips, noncommittal. The very notion of Heita conjured an image of a remote wilderness, devoid of civilization, and indeed, it was as such. The sound of rhythmic knocking at the door interrupted their exchange. Knock, knock. Shortly thereafter, the robot Xiao entered bearing dinner. Upon seeing the young woman awake, its electronic screen lit up with a beaming smile. "O'Malley's guiding lady, you are finally awake." Daliasi followed closely behind. Chapter 37. She is entirely innocent. Hearing Xiao Wu's sycophantic and exaggerated tone, Lin Juan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Only then did she notice the figure behind it, quickly stifling her laughter and nodding gently in greeting. "Commander." Daliasi paused, noticing her radiant smile, which seemed to vanish the moment he entered. His movements becoming hesitant. What is it? Are you not coming in? Lin Juan asked, puzzled. Daliasi lowered his head, awkwardly navigating into the ward. The serpent-like tail, covered in black scales, was impossible for him to conceal, laid bare under the bright lights, shimmering with a spectrum of colors. How do you feel? He stammered, offering his greeting. Professor Liu stated that Heitas medical equipment is quite advanced. I should be fine. That's good. Lin Juan, in good spirits, threw off the covers and stood up. Daliasi instinctively took a step back, his demeanor somewhat awkward as he tucked his tail into a corner. In the interim, Xiao had swiftly cleared the table, arranging the dinner it had brought. The aroma of the food had long since awakened Lin Juan's appetite. She was ravenous and could hardly wait, promptly inviting the two to join her at the table to commence their meal. Yet, she noticed that Daliasi remained still, hesitating. She waved at the figure standing in the distance. My esteemed commander, would you do me the honor of sitting down to dine with us? Darius's gaze swept across the modestly sized white dining table and the 3 rudimentary chairs beside it. He shook his head awkwardly, indicating, you may proceed with your meal. Although he longed to accept the invitation, the limited space behind him left no room for his tail. Lin Juan was momentarily taken aback, quickly comprehending his concern. Xiao Wu, Professor Liu, could you assist in moving the table to the bedside? Commander, you can sit on the bed. I apologize for the inconvenience, but your tail can rest beneath it. Without waiting for Darius's response, Xiao Wu extended a mechanical arm and shifted the dining table to the bedside, while Lu Xinglan followed closely behind, steadying a chair. Come, join us, Lin Juan beckoned. She eagerly took her place at the table, grasping chopsticks, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. She was merely waiting for Darius to join them, so she could indulge in the feast. I'm so hungry. Let's eat. Lu Xinglan gestured towards the bed across from her. In the past, you could storm into the lair of the alien creatures in your mech. Why are you so hesitant now? Indeed, do hurry. Lin Juan could no longer contain herself and offered Darius her chopsticks. Darius pressed his lips together and silently maneuvered to sit by the sickbed. After accepting the chopsticks from Lin Juan, he carefully tucked his tail away. Perhaps due to his beastly transformation, the sentry's eyes were particularly dark and glossy, resembling glass beads. Though his vertical pupils were chilling and fearsome, they inadvertently revealed a hint of innocent naivety. This dish is delightful. You should all try it, Lin Juan exclaimed, devouring her meal with fervor while not forgetting to serve vegetables into the bowls of the others. Slow down. We won't snatch your food. Have some water. Lu Xinglan remarked helplessly, instinctively brushing a stray lock of Lin Juan's hair back from her face. Lin Juan swallowed her food and mumbled, got it. Darius continued to serve her vegetables. Oh, by the way, the girl paused mid-bite, suddenly sitting up straight. How is the sentry who underwent mental guidance this morning? Lu Xinglan and Darius exchanged subtle glances, both wearing expressions of complexity. Ultimately, it was Lu Xinglan who spoke first. His pollution level has decreased by 50, but in turn, it has triggered a phenomenon known as bonding heat. Bonding heat? Lin Juan's mind went blank for a moment. The rogue dragon-winged sentry had mentioned something about bonding heat before she fell asleep. Currently, he is in the adjacent ward receiving physical cooling and other supportive treatments. His condition has stabilized. Ah, that's good to hear. Lin Juan quickly lowered her head, poking at her rice. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks as she recalled everything. The term bonding heat essentially refers to a state of arousal, often induced when a guide exerts excessive force during mental guidance, surpassing the sentry's threshold and causing him to feel pleasure. She felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice in the ground to hide in. Before doing so, however, she wanted to drag that mental entity out and give it a good thrashing. She was entirely innocent. She certainly did not intend to put that sentry in such a predicament. Guide, miss? Lu Xinglan's voice interrupted her train of thought. What is it? Lin Juan raised her head, scanning the serious expressions on their faces, and could only sheepishly touch her nose and smile awkwardly. She quickly raised 2 fingers, swearing to the heavens, I promise, there will absolutely not be a next time. Hee. Lu Xinglan chuckled softly. Naturally, he placed a piece of rib in her bowl, saying, enjoy your meal. To purify an A-grade sentry with a pollution level of 97 down to 47. Miss Guide, while I am unsure why the previous health report was inaccurate, your mental strength level must be higher than just F. Lin Juan's chopstick movement paused. Isn't a higher level good? Of course, Lu Xinglan nodded. But his gaze shifted to Darius, who sat quietly eating beside them. Following his line of sight, Lin Juan observed the sentry in black uniform gently placing his chopsticks down, wiping his mouth with a napkin, exuding an inexplicable air of nobility in his every gesture. For a moment, she was captivated. The scene of Gungju leaving the guidance room had been caught on live footage. This morning, the White Tower had sent a message inquiring about her mental strength level, seemingly intending to summon her back. Huh? Lin Juan's expression turned blank. Summon me back. What are your thoughts? As the words fell, the gazes of the two sentries converged on the girl in the middle. Lin Juan's expression was conflicted. Whether to return or not, she was uncertain. Having only been here for a few days, she had spent almost all her time in the Black Tower, and her understanding of the situation at the White Tower was limited to the original owner's memories. If she were to return, would she not be mercilessly hunted down by those whom the original owner had offended? Lin Juan decided to toss the question back to them, eager to hear the opinions of these two indigenous gentlemen. What do you think? Can I go back? Darius pursed his lips, adopting a formal demeanor. Miss Guide, if you wish to return, the Black Tower will do its utmost to contact and facilitate your return to the White Tower starship. Of course, if you choose to stay, we will also ensure your safety. Lin Juan pouted, feeling quite put out. How ungrateful. She had thought of him as an ally, only to receive such vague words in return. It was truly inconsiderate. Chapter 38. Heartfelt commitment, unwavering loyalty. However, Darius shifted the conversation. But what? Lin Juan's eyes lit up, eagerly anticipating the continuation. Lu Xinglan wore a smile, his gaze sparkling, as he leisurely added to Darius's words. We have uncovered some information here. It seems that Miss Lin Weiwei at the White Tower is not particularly fond of you. If you were to return now, it would not be a favorable time. They all understood. If Lin Juan's abilities truly exceeded what she had demonstrated, she was destined for greatness. Compared to the White Tower, situated in the Central Star System's capital, where the noble elite resided, the Black Tower appeared too remote and desolate. Sooner or later, she would soar towards broader horizons. However, given the current circumstances, it was indeed not an opportune moment. In that case, I suppose I shall hold off on returning for now. Lin Juan scratched her head. Coincidentally, she was not particularly eager to leave. She was all too aware of whom the original owner had offended. Sentinels and guides alike, nobles and commoners, had all been indiscriminately targeted. The evidence of her misdeeds lay dormant within the original owner's social media accounts. She dreaded the thought of boarding a starship, landing in the capital star, only to be met by a horde wielding oversized cleavers, ready to reduce her to a bloody mist. The mere thought was terrifying. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinglan and Darius both seemed to exhale in relief, their tense nerves finally relaxing, as if they feared Lin Juan might genuinely decide to leave. Do you not wish for me to stay? Of course, Lu Xinglan nodded. The Black Tower has never had a guide resident. Your willingness to remain is our honor. He gently pushed a glass of juice that Xiao had brought towards her, his smile warm and inviting. By the way, what did you mean when you said Lin Weiwei dislikes me? Lin Juan could no longer contain her curiosity. In the original owner's memories, she had seen how the original owner had schemed against Lin Weiwei, a beautiful and fragile, yet remarkably resilient flower. The original owner had committed numerous vile acts, while Lin Weiwei remained eternally calm and composed, skillfully resolving challenges and insults with her unwavering courage. Lin Juan certainly did not harbor any delusions of reconciling with Lin Weiwei or fostering a friendly relationship. Perhaps the best outcome would be to remain in mutual indifference for the rest of their lives. Yet, she was genuinely curious about Lin Weiwei's attitude towards the original owner. To what extent did her aversion and hatred reach? Would she deliberately target her? The guide inquired, what is this for? Her curiosity was palpable. Lin Juan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she leaned on Lu Xinglan's arm, gazing at him earnestly. Professor Lu, please tell me what you know. I implore you. No sentinel could refuse the charm of a guide's plea. Even Lu Xinglan, who was exceptionally young, yet had been recruited by the Empire's highest research institute for confidential studies, leading numerous brilliant minds that shaped the course of human interstellar history, and who had risen to the pinnacle of the institute's leadership, was no exception. Ahem. Darius coughed lightly, his fist resting against his lips. Lin Juan's attention shifted immediately. Commander, you surely know something. Please just tell me. A century ago, the number of guides was not as scarce as it is today. The White Tower's management of guides was similar to that of sentinels, with a plethora of punitive regulations in place. Lin Juan's intuition sparked. Are you suggesting I was never meant to be exiled to the Black Tower? Lu Xinglan nodded with a smile, indicating that the guide was not entirely oblivious. I have always been clever, Lin Juan pouted. With the conversation reaching this juncture, there was little left for her to comprehend. The original owner had indeed erred. Yet the White Tower had its rules to impose punishment without necessitating the exceptional exile to the Black Tower, making her the first in imperial history to suffer such a fate. It was clear that someone intended to sabotage her. Ironically, the original owner had indeed met her demise, allowing Lin Juan to step into her life as a mere placeholder. Suddenly, Lin Juan contemplated a more dire issue. If those who aimed to eliminate her discovered that she was not only unharmed in the Black Tower, but also living comfortably, would they not seek to retrieve her to the White Tower for torment or secretly lay other traps? The original owner had been a noble lady, raised amidst the allure of the capital star. Lin Juan vaguely grasped some of this knowledge from her memories. The empire had been embroiled in a war against pollutants and aberrations for a century, with the White Tower serving as a unique governing body overseeing all sentinels and guides within its jurisdiction, maintaining intricate ties with other power agencies. The royal and noble families, perched atop the power hierarchy, were deeply intertwined with the White Tower. Given the world's reverence for SS-level guides, Lin Juan could only imagine how Lin Weiwei commanded respect and admiration within the Central White Tower. The original owner had unwittingly made a formidable enemy. Should she return to the Central White Tower, her fate would likely be sealed, either death or a life worse than death. But if she remained in the Black Tower, would she bring trouble upon those here? The young girl's delicate brows furrowed unconsciously. In pondering this, Lin Juan posed the question, if the White Tower truly desires my return, could refusing them cause complications? She discreetly observed the expressions of the two individuals at the table. Their reach did not extend that far. Darius's gaze turned icy, and an imposing aura emanated from him, creating an overwhelming pressure. Lin Juan's heart skipped a beat. Yet, he reached for a piece of broccoli from his bowl, softening his tone as if making a solemn promise. Eat. Here in the Black Tower, no one can harm you. Lin Juan felt a bit dazed. Such familiar reassurances from a leader. Was Darius painting a rosy picture for her? Lu Xinglan ruffled Lin Juan's hair, encouraging her not to overthink and to eat. The commander has spoken. You can rest assured. Really? The girl felt a swell of emotion, her eyes brimming with tears. Commander, you are truly kind, handsome, and charming, yet so willing to help. Rest assured, I shall work diligently in the Black Tower, wholeheartedly devoted, with no ulterior motives. Regardless, she decided to savor this meal, for she truly had no other options. For now, she would endure in the Black Tower. What's so funny? Lin Juan shot a glare at Lu Xinglan. What I said was heartfelt. Darius flushed from her praise, tightening his grip on his chopsticks. Meanwhile, the tail coiled in the room seemed to sense its master's emotions. Rustling softly. Chapter 39. The cruel competition is ever present. Simultaneously, in a hospital room separated by mere walls, Gung Ju felt feverish, his sweat soaking through the pillow and blanket. Suddenly, he bolted upright in bed, his consciousness not fully clear, but his eyes frantically searching. What had happened? Had his body completely healed? Where was the guide? Panic gripped Gung Ju as he disregarded the 4-needle in the back of his hand, urgently grasping the medical robot monitoring his vital signs beside the bed. Coughing hoarsely, he asked, "Where's the guide? Is Miss Lin Juan all right?" The medical robot responded in a calm electronic tone. "Please remain calm and maintain emotional stability. You have not fully recovered from the fusion fever. I demand to know where she is." Gung Ju growled, bloodshot eyes betraying his rising agitation. The restlessness within him, once suppressed by medical means, seemed to resurge, threatening to overwhelm his reason and plunge him into chaos. No matter what, he could not shake his worry for Lin Juan. A clear scoff echoed from the corner of the room. Gung Ju turned to see Sun Yi, who had been there all along, leaning lazily against the wall, arms crossed, with his massive dragon wings folded behind him, his tail sweeping the floor in boredom. The molten gold vertical pupils glimmered with mockery and an unrecognized bitterness. Rest assured, the guide you are so concerned about is just next door. She is in the care of the commander and Professor Liu, not requiring your attentions. Mind your own business. His tone was laced with sharpness, each word a barb. Just out of fusion fever, and you wish to rush to her side as a sycophant? She does not need you. Under normal circumstances, Gung Ju would have felt disheartened by such words. Yet at this moment, his mind was filled with the image of Lin Juan's pale, fragile face before he was knocked unconscious, resembling a precious porcelain piece that could shatter at the slightest touch. And it was all because of him that the guide had come to such a state. Ignoring Sun Ye's scornful remarks, Gung Ju shot him a fierce glare. You know nothing. Without another word, he hoarsely pulled the 4-needle from his hand, threw off the covers, slipped on his shoes, and dashed out of the hospital room. You know nothing. She hasn't provided me with any psychological guidance. Sun Ye's words seemed more like a monologue, indifferent to whether Gung Ju heard him. With an air of fatigue, his superior brow shadowed his sharp gaze as he followed Gung Ju at a leisurely pace, observing him as if he were equipped with a tracking device. Guide. Lin Juan looked up from her sweet juice, her expression momentarily blank. Upon seeing Gung Ju, she quickly waved him over. Gung Ju, what brings you here? The sentinel was still clad in a hospital gown, wearing oversized blue striped slippers, the corners of his eyes slightly flushed, standing tall at the door, his chest rising and falling unevenly. Inside the room, Lin Juan was half turned away from the door, flanked by 2 high-ranking sentinels. At her invitation, he stepped inside. Are you feeling better? No, I'm fine. Gung Ju shook his head, his gaze sweeping over Darius and Lu Xinglan, as well as the half-eaten meal on the table. His expression shifted to one of awkwardness as he nodded slightly to both men in greeting. Lin Juan rose to invite him to sit beside Darius. Why is there blood on your hand? Did you hurt yourself when removing the 4? Lin Juan hastily grabbed a tissue from the table and handed it to the sentinel. As she straightened up, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure suddenly appearing at the door, sporting dark, jagged horns protruding from either side of his forehead, swaggering in with an air of confidence. Wunye, what brings you here? Lin Juan glared at him, wishing to sever all ties with this rogue. Previously, he had bullied Yuan Man, scaring the little kitten back into its mental landscape, and now he was bothering Gung Ju, shamelessly disrupting her mental guidance session. This fellow must be accustomed to behaving like a tyrant in the Black Tower. No, wait, he had red hair. Sun Yi raised an eyebrow, casually pulling a chair from the corner and placing it at the table, sitting down as if he were at home. Come, eat. Lin Juan, ever generous, served dishes to Darius and Lu Xinglan while also handing a glass of juice to Gung Ju. But when it came to Sun Yi, she chose to ignore him, burying her head in her food. Miss Guide, your blatant disregard for me is truly unfair. I could be hurt too, the sentinel remarked, sitting sideways, his chair distanced from the table, dragon wings obediently folding behind him, and his spiked tail dragging languidly on the floor, swaying gently. Lin Juan suppressed the impulse to roll her eyes and continued to ignore him. Darius, the notice of punishment has already been sent to you. You have yet to visit the confinement room this afternoon. Darius's tone was indifferent, yet his dark vertical pupils concealed a warning. Previously, this individual had provoked the guide in the corridor outside the office, and now he had forcibly intruded into the mental guidance room, disrupting the guide's work. In the past, he had acted recklessly, completely disregarding the regulations of the tower. The dragon-winged sentinel scoffed, the confinement room has the same old methods. Could there be a bit of creativity? Rest assured, I will go later, definitely obeying the Commander-S orders and adhering to the Tower-S regulations. Darius choked slightly, finding him quite exasperating. Sure enough, the next moment, this man uttered something even more vexing. So, Commander, when will I regain my position? During this outing, I led the team to clear 80% of the pollutants in the first ring. As he spoke, he unconsciously observed Lin Juan's expression, his molten gold eyes flickering with light, the arrogant demeanor failing to conceal his desire to show off. Gung Ju, holding the juice, suddenly turned dark at his words. Damn, this guy is simply a peacock displaying its feathers, just short of sticking himself to the guide, waiting for her praise. Just moments ago, he had derided Sun Yi for being a dog for the guide, feigning disdain, while in reality, he was the one who longed to be the dog. Indeed, in the harsh competition for the guide's favor, no one was safe. Darius rubbed his brow, suppressing the irritation brewing within him. Rest assured, the Tower-S decree will arrive soon. You are still the deputy commander. Hearing this, Sun Yi smiled with satisfaction. Deputy commander? Lin Juan lifted her head from her bowl, astonished. Darius was the commander, the highest authority of the Black Tower, which meant Sun Ye's position was second only to Darius. Chapter 40. Is this thing really green and healthy? Lin Juan suddenly found the food in her bowl unappetizing. A troubling feeling began to stir within her. This shameless rogue wouldn't he become one of her superiors? Would he? What? So surprised? Sun Yi raised an eyebrow, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Do you see me as someone idle and uneducated? Lin Juan quickly shook her head, eager to dispel any misunderstandings, firmly stating, not at all. When you laugh it lightly. Lu Xinglan and Geng Zhu could no longer contain their laughter. Even Darius, who had put down his chopsticks, slightly trembled in amusement, his shoulders subtly shaking. He and Sun Yi were, without exaggeration, a fated pair. Both hailed from comparable backgrounds and were of similar age, having been compared against each other by their families since childhood. Darius was steady in his actions, cold and rational, obediently following the elders' arrangements, ultimately striving to become a marshal of the empire and uphold his family's glory, even when faced with pollution levels exceeding the threshold. Resulting in bodily deformities and impending transfer to the Black Tower, he smoothly handed over his authority to his subordinate and brother, Elias, before departure. Conversely, Sun Ye's character was in stark contrast. He was flamboyant and domineering, acting independently and never heeding the arrangements of his family. Yet, undeniably, his abilities were exceptional. Without familial support, he too had risen to the rank of general. During their time in the military, they maintained a leader-subordinate relationship. However, Sun Yi, as a subordinate, was not very compliant, often disregarding his superior who had climbed the ranks through connections. Or rather, he held no one in high regard. Darius had hoped that upon arriving at the Black Tower, he could shed Sun Yi, the most troublesome thorn in his side, and find some peace at work. Little did he expect that shortly after taking the position of the highest commander from the executed former commander, Sun Yi would also undergo bodily deformation, arriving here via starship. Reflecting on this, Darius exhaled deeply over the emptied plates. The only solace he found was that this ruffian, a year younger than him, was not his biological brother. Otherwise, he might have been tempted to leap off a 100-story rooftop with him. In comparison, Elias was truly the most capable, efficient, and trustworthy subordinate. Upon hearing this, Sun Ye's expression darkened as he shot a glance at Geng Zhu and Lu Xinglan, snorting disdainfully. His excellence was evident. These people were merely envious of him. All right, I'm full. Lin Juan set down her chopsticks, slumping back in her chair, caressing her round belly with a satisfied expression. Darius and Lu Xinglan also paused in their eating. For sentinels, this amount of food barely filled the gaps between their teeth, but at the earnest invitation from the guide, they had agreed without hesitation. Xiao Wu diligently tidied up the messy table and returned the chairs to their original positions. Subsequently, Darius and Lu Xinglan received messages on their light brains, indicating urgent matters requiring their attention, prompting them to rise and take their leave. Your examination results show no issues. You could be discharged at any time. Understood. Lin Juan lazily nodded, waving to Lu Xinglan as she watched him leave with Darius. Xiao Wu, let us go. After resting sufficiently, she squirmed to get up from her chair. Noticing Geng Zhu still holding the half-finished juice, she inquired, "Don't you like this juice?" And no. Geng Zhu quickly shook his head in denial, downing the freshly squeezed orange juice in one go, leaving not a drop behind. Lin Juan couldn't help but smile, her eyes brightening. If you still feel unwell, you should return to your original ward to rest. I'll be leaving now. Thank you, Miss Guide. Geng Zhu expressed gratefully. My pollution levels have completely dropped, and my body has returned to normal. Without you, I might have. All right. No need to say that. Lin Juan interrupted, softening her tone. Seeing his teary-eyed expression, she feared he might burst into tears at any moment. You're quite emotional. Providing mental guidance is my duty. As long as you don't blame me for the mishap that caused your thermal coupling, everything is fine. I have never blamed you, Geng Zhu declared earnestly, as if he wanted to swear an oath on the spot. All right, hurry back and continue resting. Lin Juan escorted him to the door of the adjacent ward. Pointing to the bloodstains on the back of his hand, her slender fingers tracing along the prominent veins leading to his wrist, where he still clutched the bloodied tissue. Hadn't you just come over before finishing your foredrip? The sentinel's face flushed instantly, and he pursed his lips, moving with hesitant steps towards the ward. Glancing back as if reluctant to take his eyes off that captivating silhouette disappearing from the window, Lin Juan operated her holographic device to process her discharge while guiding Xiao Wu towards the elevator. However, a distinctive sound of footsteps followed closely behind her, as if deliberately seeking her attention. "What do you want following me?" Sun Yi raised his hands in feigned innocence, claiming, "Who is following you? I simply wish to take the elevator as well." "Fine, after you." Lin Juan stepped aside to let the Longi sentinel pass, tilting her head in a gesture for him to go first. "Do you find me so unbearable, Miss Guide?" The girl raised an eyebrow, staring directly into his beast-like vertical pupils. "Why else? But I find you quite likable. Just so happens, I am headed to the confinement room for punishment. Would you care to accompany me to personally administer the sentence?" The last four words were heavily accentuated, imbued with an alluring tone. The flicker in the molten gold of the sentinel's eyes concealed a wave of inexplicable desire. Such a proposition from him carried an almost seductive undertone. The instruments in the confinement room would surely surpass the thrill of what you have on your wall. "Would you care to try?" Lin Juan was utterly taken aback at his first sentence, bewildered by terms like personally administer the sentence and thrill. What sort of playfulness was this? Was this even healthy? It sounded utterly improper. Once again, she felt that familiar constricting sensation around her ankle, yet this time it was rigid. Even the fabric of her pants could not dull the irritation it caused against her skin. Lin Juan glanced down. It was none other than Sun Ye's tail. Without hesitation, she lifted her foot and stomped down fiercely. Ouch! So hard. Not believing her luck, she stomped down a few more times. The sentinel did not even blink, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. "Is that a massage you're giving me, Miss Guide?" Chapter 41. The gossip mode activated. Lin Juan kicked his tail with force, glaring at him. "Keep your tail away from me. I have no interest in the confinement room. You go by yourself." With that, she hastened her pace towards the elevator, unwilling to linger with this scoundrel. Yet Sun Yi relentlessly pursued her, his tone languid. "Are you truly not considering it? The whip, the spikes, the branding iron, all at your disposal to bind the sentinel to the rack. Shall we remove your clothing too? I've heard you enjoyed that sort of thing in the past." Ding! The elevator arrived. Lin Juan finally turned around, her expression indescribable. "Since you enjoy those things so much, go indulge yourself. I will not accompany you." With a sigh, Lin Juan shook her head and rushed into the elevator. Do all sentinels in this black tower have an M attribute? One after another, eagerly seeking punishment? I don't understand, but I respect it. Sun Yi squeezed into the same elevator behind her. Lin Juan hesitated slightly with her finger hovering over the buttons, looking up at him. "Which floor are you heading to?" Raising an eyebrow, the sentinel's eyes gleamed with mischief as he pretended to be a gentleman. "What? Are you offering to escort me? Perhaps I should escort you upstairs first." "Don't," Lin Juan interjected, her face filled with avoidance. "I fear you might brazenly intrude into my dormitory." The lonely sentinel's expression immediately fell, grinding his back teeth in frustration. "Which floor?" "Lin Juan, the first floor." Without hesitation, the girl pressed the number 1. Knowing the man was soon to be confined, her mood brightened slightly. Karma existed. And who could blame the evil forces of this black tower for their misdeeds? Ding! The elevator doors opened. Just as Sun Yi stepped out, he was pushed forward by Lin Juan, who turned with a bright smile, waving goodbye, unable to hide her schadenfreude. "Go on, sentinel, enjoy yourself." Wun Ye se bidet hichit, his heart nearly skipping a beat, nearly blinded by her radiant smile. Fortunately, the elevator doors closed in time. Turning swiftly, the sentinel hurried away, his steps quickening as he headed to the elevator leading to the confinement room on the underground floor of the tower. Lin Juan, accompanied by her robot Xiao Wu, successfully returned to the guide's dormitory. Upon exiting the elevator into the waiting area, she noticed the live-streaming orb, which had not made an appearance for quite some time. Amused, she remarked, "Xiao Wu, who locked it in here? No wonder I felt something was missing." "Of course it was me," the robot exclaimed proudly, its demeanor radiating a desire for praise. "Not every place in the Black Tower is suitable for filming." Lin Juan nodded in agreement, leading the robot into the room while operating her holographic device to open the live stream, simultaneously leaving the orb outside. Is it possible to recover from mental exhaustion so quickly? Woof, woof, woof. When will the Black Tower and White Tower share resources? I want to make a reservation. Who says she's an F-level guide? When will the White Tower come to retrieve her? We can't let her continue to wreak havoc on the goddess Lin Wei. Support the verdict of the ultimate arbitration court. Support the judgment. Support the judgment. The comments flooded the screen. Lin Juan was engrossed in watching the lively discussion. The arguments boiled down to three main points. One faction believed that Lin Wei, being the Empire's sole SS-level guide, held a prestigious status. Recently, she successfully calmed the Empire's crown prince, who returned from the front lines gravely injured and on the brink of mental collapse, contributing remarkably to the Empire's efforts against pollution. Her past transgressions were unforgivable, and even though she displayed exceptional abilities in the Black Tower, she should still face the arbitration court's decision. Another faction argued that given the current dire state of the war and the immense pressure on the border star systems, the presence of an additional guide from the White Tower could clarify the battlefield situation. Thus, the judgment should be overturned, and her placement should be reassessed. A third faction took a wait-and-see approach. Lin Juan followed some of the usernames in the comments to explore their profiles, delving into intriguing posts. Collapsing onto the sofa as she began her immersive surfing of the Star Network. Gossip mode activated. The robot cautiously tidied up the room. "Hey, Xiao Wu, come here." She decided to enlist the robot's assistance in efficiently gathering gossip. Perhaps it could uncover some insider information she was unaware of. The robot promptly set aside its damp cloth and rushed over. "What can I do for you, Miss Guide?" Xiao Wu is always at your service. Lin Juan sat up, clutching a plush toy from the sofa, beckoning the robot to sit across from her, lowering her voice to feign mystery. "Xiao Wu, I have a very important task for you. Please proceed, Miss Guide." Lin Juan gently patted its head, clearing her throat. "You are certainly quick and accurate at gathering information on the Star Network. Let us discuss the recent gossip that has taken the Star Network by storm." "Huh?" Xiao Wu looked puzzled. However, it quickly adjusted, not wanting to dampen Lin Juan's enthusiasm, returning to its eager state. "Of course. What does Miss Guide want to know?" Xiao Wu excels at identity unpacking, IP tracking, hacking, and stealing secrets. "There are no secrets on the Star Network that I cannot uncover." Lin Juan wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead, chuckling lightly. This little darling was as hardcore as ever, truly a force to be reckoned with. That won't be necessary. Let's just gather gossip reasonably." No sooner had she finished speaking than Xiao Wu promptly sent a request to share its holographic screen. Lin Juan clicked to agree without hesitation. What happened to the Crown Prince when he was injured? "I know this one." Xiao Wu was in high spirits. "Last night, a large-scale attack by mutated beings occurred at the border of A8 district, resulting in the destruction of the pollution isolation barrier. The royal heir led a team to provide assistance, but suffered severe injuries and was withdrawn back to the capital star. Is the pollution truly that formidable?" Xiao Wu sighed deeply, his expression turning gloomy. "Indeed, outside the safe zone, pollution is omnipresent. In the past, animals, plants, and even certain fungi and unicellular organisms could be mutated by pollution. Rest assured, Miss Xiangdao, the Heita is equipped with the Empire's most advanced defense systems. Even if one day the tower were to fall, we will certainly ensure your safety and escort you back to the safe zone." Lin Juan felt a pang of embarrassment. Such words made it sound as if she wished to be a coward. Has the situation in A8 district improved? Lin Juan searched the Star Network, but neither the military nor the border by Ta had released any clear news. Speculation ran rampant, with many baseless conjectures and ambiguous statements. The only certainty was that the situation on the battlefield was less than ideal. Chapter 42. A true force to be reckoned with. Lin Juan's gaze fell upon the photograph of the royal heir. He was indeed quite handsome, but he seemed too immature. The royal guards had set off for the front lines with great fanfare, known throughout the nation. Yet the moment they stepped onto the battlefield, they were swiftly annihilated by the mutated beings. They departed at night, only to be returned to the villa in the capital star the following evening, not having accomplished anything and returning with injuries. In an urgent move, the royal family utilized high-level connections within the Baita to summon Lin Wei to assist with psychological support, barely managing to calm the agitated mental domain and preventing it from devolving into a monstrous state of mutation. Lin Juan silently empathized with the military leaders for 3 seconds. They had to confront the overwhelming challenges of warfare while also cleaning up after this ancestral mess. The indicator lights around Xiao Wu's display flickered twice as he quickly responded. "The battlefield situation is not very good, but Marshal Elias has now replaced His Highness the Heir and taken command of the battlefield. I believe the turmoil will soon be quelled." "Has the Marshal gone to the front lines? Why is there no news on the Star Network?" "Of course, this is classified information. Xiao Wu exclaimed proudly, indicating that the commander and his master trusted him greatly, which is why he had the privilege to know. Lin Juan pursed her lips, reclining against a plush toy. It seemed they no longer trusted her. Of course not. If you did not have the clearance, Xiao would not have told you at all. Lin Juan was momentarily speechless, unsure whether to commend its high emotional intelligence or criticize its blunt honesty. All right. What about Lin Weiwei? Currently, Lin Weiwei is not residing in the villa area arranged by the Central Baita, but is staying at the royal palace, maintaining close relations with the royal family. It is speculated that His Highness the heir's pollution levels remain unstable. Is that also information revealed to you by the commander and your master? Not at all. I just hacked into the internal star network of the royal palace and saw it. As Xiao Wu spoke, it displayed a screenshot captured from the capital Star S surveillance, showing Lin Weiwei entering the royal palace. Lin Juan paused slightly at the photograph. The original owner had also perished due to this individual. Debts of the deceased are nullified, and she owed Lin Weiwei nothing. However, what troubled her was the fear that this person might hold on to past grievances and secretly trip her up. She truly felt more wrong than Doi. Serving time for the original owner was penance enough. Let her be. Does Lin Weiwei have a good relationship with the royal family? Facing this question, Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment. Lin Juan immediately became alert, raising her neck to look at it. You wouldn't concoct a lie to deceive me, would you? Of course not. Xiao Wu denied quickly, explaining that they had no prior connection until Lin Weiwei underwent a second differentiation, at which point the royal family began to pay attention to her. Following the incident of His Highness being injured, the royal family would undoubtedly value her even more. Lin Juan nodded. Fine, let's not dwell on this unfortunate matter. We'll face whatever comes our way. She thought positively, considering the reality had already deteriorated to such an extent that anxiety was futile. First, she would seek comfort in arrest. Lin Juan turned to investigate information regarding the royal family. There was no choice. Their past actions have been shrouded in mystery. The original owner, despite being from a second-rate noble family in the capital star, was still far superior to ordinary citizens, and her social circle was more elevated. Yet she still struggled to gather news about the royal family. She vaguely recalled that during the original owner's adolescence, the royal heir had a stellar reputation and exceptional abilities. Before the former Marshal Darius rose to prominence, he had already proven himself on various battlefields, slaying countless mutated beings. He was a figure respected by both the royal family and the military, and he was adored by all in the empire. However, news later emerged that he had been injured on the battlefield. His mental domain collapsed, and he had completely mutated into a monster. The royal family swiftly removed him from the palace, and he subsequently vanished without a trace. Lin Juan carefully researched the matter. The war that left him severely injured was not particularly severe. In fact, it could be described as quite ordinary. Discussions and attention on the Star Network were minimal at the time of the outbreak. According to the classified information Xiao Wu could access, the scale of that war and the duration of the front lines appeared insignificant. It seemed entirely improbable that it could lead to the downfall of such a genius. After the event, the royal family's announcements concerning the incident were vague and lacked clarity. They did not even provide a photograph of the crown prince, nor disclose where he had been taken, nor whether he had been executed as a monster. Subsequently, the royal family adopted a more subdued approach, releasing little information aside from the issuance of some administrative decrees. The citizens of the empire, amidst repeated attacks by mutated beings and the ensuing panic, had grown accustomed to the fleeting nature of heroes. There were always those who fell and others who emerged. War and fear dulled the public's nerves, causing them to forget the individual who had been submerged in the annals of history. The most recent non-policy-related announcement from the royal family was regarding the attack in A8 district, during which they declared the establishment of a new heir. They vigorously promoted this, with countless notable figures, each holding significant power, emerging in support of this new heir, creating a fervor of publicity. They released the new heir's past achievements, which were indeed impeccable and flawless. Yet, it appeared that the individual was truly lacking. As he made his debut, he made a tremendous blunder the moment he reached the battlefield, prompting Lin Juan to feel embarrassed for the royal family. Xiao Wu, what happened to the previous heir? Is he dead? Miss Xiangdao, wait a moment. I will connect to the Heita's mainframe to check. Huh? Lin Juan was taken aback, incredulous. He hasn't been sent to the Heita, has he? Indeed, he's still alive. In the underground level of the tower, Xiao Wu quickly sent the information of the sentinel to Lin Juan's light brain, revealing that his pollution levels were nearing 100 and he might not last a few days before being executed. Lin Juan glanced at the information of this ruthless sentinel. Feeling numb, are you certain? Since the individual was imprisoned in the Heita, it had been almost 7 years. Initially, his mental state was relatively stable, allowing him to operate in the upper levels of the tower. However, as his mutation worsened, he had nearly lost all semblance of humanity and spent most of his time devoid of rational thought, indistinguishable from a monster, ultimately being confined to the underground level of the tower awaiting execution. Despite all this, he had stubbornly persisted for nearly 7 years without being classified as utterly mutated by the mainframe. In a place where the average duration of stay for sentinels was less than 2 years, he was truly a force to be reckoned with. According to the mainframe's projections, he should be executed soon. Xiao Wu also seemed uncertain. However, the mutation of sentinels occurs in an instant. While this individual had endured for a long time, no one could guarantee he wouldn't fully transform into a monster in the next moment. Chapter 43. This thing has a troubling history. Very well, very well. Lin Juan stretched languidly, downing continuously. I shall wish him the fortitude to persist. Upon reflection, this former heir apparent is indeed a tragic figure. Once basking in glory, he ultimately met a dismal fate. Yet such is the lot of the sentinel. Their mental domains polluted, their bodies grotesquely altered, they cannot escape their fated demise. Regardless of past brilliance, they are merely expendable, necessary sacrifices in humanity's struggle against the otherworldly. Is Darius not a similar case? Yet she dared only to spectate, harboring no desire to meddle. The imminent collapse of the mental domain is a torment beyond endurance. Many sentinels, unable to bear such agony, choose to end their own lives before complete transformation. This resolute individual has gritted his teeth and endured for so long, somehow surviving without being executed by the Central Intelligence, demonstrating an extraordinary will to live. Lin Juan could only silently wish him well. Miss Guide, it is getting late. Please take care of your eyes and rest early. All right. Lin Juan nodded, feeling quite weary. She struggled to rise from the sofa. As she closed the holographic screen, the image froze on the photographs of the two former and current heirs. The royal family of Ryan, the reigning empress, has been in poor health, now better than before reaching 50. As a guide, she legally married 6 sentinels, granting them recognition. Additionally, she has countless admirers, especially in her youth. She was stunningly beautiful and poised, her romantic exploits numerous and celebrated by society. Countless sentinels bowed before her, willing to risk everything for her. Yet over the years, the 2 royal sons she bore have both manifested as sentinels, with neither becoming a guide. The eldest son, Kyland Ryan, the former heir currently imprisoned in the depths of the Black Tower, is a paragon of gentlemanly grace, possessing an aura reminiscent of a precious gem. Gifted and renowned from a young age, he has ultimately fallen into obscurity. The heir's deposition has left the royal family in silence. They could only turn their attention to nurturing his younger brother, Casper Ryan, perhaps having grown up overshadowed by his brother's brilliance, coupled with his SS-tier psychic rating. He pales in comparison in the talent-rich capital star. It seems he was never held to the same rigorous standards expected of an heir. Over these years of royal silence, they have struggled to cultivate him, and now, at this critical juncture, he has become the subject of ridicule before all. Lin Juan, feeling increasingly drowsy, was reluctantly urged by Xiao Wu to enter the bathroom. After enjoying a hot shower enveloped in steam, the young woman emerged in her robe to dry her hair and sip a glass of milk before returning to her bedroom, cradling her pillow and falling into a deep slumber. The following day, in the early morning light, rays filtered through the thin white gauze curtains into the room. Lin Juan, half awake, opened her eyes, only to be struck dumb with astonishment. Rubbing her eyes, she realized that a layer of gray mist filled her opulently adorned bedroom. Thin and drifting, it floated against the ceiling, the wavy lines of the overhead design blurred in a haze, the fog swirling, both ethereal and tangible. Her mind was blank. Instinctively, Lin Juan feared there was a fire in the room, but a moment later recognized this as her own psychic entity. How did you escape from the mental landscape? She threw off the covers and sat upright. You didn't wander off, did you? Her head felt heavy with concern. This thing indeed has a troubling history. if it ventured out at night to forage and committed acts of impropriety against unknown sentinels, she would be irreparably tarnished. The psychic entity appeared somewhat listless, floating down from the ceiling, gradually coalescing around Lin Juan with an affectionate demeanor. The girl sank into the softness of her bedding, enveloped in fog that blurred her features. Her eyes still heavy with sleep, Lin Juan had no time to indulge its caprices. She raised her hand to fan the mist away. Squinting her eyes, she demanded, "Do not think to evade accountability. Honestly confess, did you escape?" At that moment, her stomach growled audibly. An indescribable hunger suddenly overwhelmed her, pure and overwhelming, accompanied by an insatiable craving for sustenance. Lin Juan had no doubt that if a plate of food were placed before her, she would devour it ravenously. This strange sensation left her bewildered. Lin Juan, sensing something, raised her head and tentatively inquired, "Could it be that you are hungry?" Upon hearing this, the psychic entity eagerly began to form patterns in the air, confirming her speculation with great enthusiasm. Shortly thereafter, that brief yet intense sensation of hunger receded like a tide. Lin Juan rubbed her stomach, relieved that it was her psychic entity that was hungry. She was not that famished. "Seeing you so starved, you must not have gone out for a midnight snack last night," she pondered aloud. "I shall endeavor to think of a solution for you." Upon hearing this, the psychic entity perked up and floated towards the narrow gap of the door, ready to drift outside. "Hey, wait, don't act recklessly." Lin Juan hastily slipped on her shoes to pursue it. What a calamity! What kind of glutton is this psychic entity? Hadn't it just finished a thorough mental adjustment with Gong Ju yesterday? Feasting well? How could it be hungry again so soon? As she opened the door, Xiao was just setting breakfast on the table. Spotting Lin Juan, he greeted her warmly. "Good morning, Miss Guide. Your psychic entity is so special and beautiful." The white mist swirled within the room, freely dispersing, as if a cool veil had been drawn across her vision, the mist drifting, its edges seemingly blending into the white walls. Beneath the crystal chandelier, a layer of enchanting light enveloped the space, surreal and breathtaking. However, Lin Juan had no heart to appreciate Xiao Wu's compliments. She raised her head and kindly communicated with the psychic entity hovering above her. "Can you hold off for a moment? Let me finish my meal and change my clothes first." The psychic entity, clearly dissatisfied with her response, drifted discontentedly towards the entrance, poised to slip out through the door. "Stop. If you dare venture out to feed, I will ensure that I keep watch with both eyes, confining you within the mental landscape." The swirling mist froze momentarily, obediently settling down. Yet it remained restless and eager. The psychic entity and its master share a certain connection, capable of exchanging feelings and emotions. Lin Juan sensed that this entity was ravenous, yearning to rush out and gorge itself, prompting her to hasten her meal. "This is milk. Miss Guide, be careful not to choke. Everything is fine." Lin Juan swallowed the bun along with the milk, her mind racing to devise a plan to nourish this demanding entity. She could not let it go hungry, yet allowing it to consume too much would be detrimental. Once it filled itself with pollutants, it would turn dark, and upon returning to her mental domain, it would certainly become a source of torment. Chapter 44. A certain dark amusement stirred within her. "Ah, I have it." Lin Juan's mind sparked with an idea. When faced with an insurmountable problem, one should undoubtedly seek assistance from a superior. She quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe her hands, then opened her holographic device to send a message to Darius. "Commander, do you have a moment? I have a matter of utmost importance that requires your assistance." The reply came almost instantaneously. "I can come down at any time." Lin Juan, "All right, I will arrive shortly." After sending the message, she tucked her worries away. The mist hovering above began to swirl restlessly, clearly displeased with her procrastination. Lin Juan, sensing the entity's impatience, pouted, I understand, I will hurry." With that, she set down her empty milk glass and dashed into the bathroom to freshen up, moving with urgency. The makeup was hastily applied, and slipping into her denim jeans and blue crop jacket, she donned her white sneakers, preparing to head out. A fair hand rested on the doorknob, yet Lin Juan found herself momentarily hesitant to make any further movements. "What is wrong?" A puzzled expression slowly emerged on Xiao Wu's screen. In the next instant, Lin Juan lowered her gaze slightly, her long eyelashes shimmering under the light, as she solemnly warned the swirling mist surrounding her. "If you encounter a sentinel outside, do not approach recklessly, understood?" If it results in another incident like last time, Lin Juan gritted her teeth. The spiritual entity promptly nestled closely beside her, feigning an obedient demeanor to pledge its loyalty. Lin Juan pushed the door open and smoothly descended to the 40th floor via the elevator. She knocked on the commander's office door, and with a beep, the electronic door swung open. Xiao Wu dutifully stationed itself outside, guarding the entrance. This marked Lin Juan's third visit, and her nerves were no longer as taut as during her previous encounters. Her gaze casually drifted, and there sat Darius. Just as she had first seen him, behind an expansive silver-gray desk, the aberrant tail remained concealed. She noted that the projection screen on the Sentinel's desk appeared distinct from what she had seen elsewhere. The font seemed slightly larger, and the colors more vivid. Lin Juan realized that serpentine vision likely had a general deficiency. "Do you have something significant to discuss?" Darius blinked, involuntarily recalling their previous meeting in this very office, during which the guide had complimented the beauty of his tail. This thought alleviated some of his morning irritability. "It's about my spiritual entity," Lin Juan began, pulling out a chair to sit opposite Darius, indicating the swirling mist around her. Her brows furrowed as she frantically sought the right words. "It's hungry." Darius responded with an inquisitive, Although the Sentinel maintained his usual impassive demeanor, Lin Juan discerned a profound confusion etched on his otherwise expressionless face. She steeled herself to explain, "It's hungry and needs to consume some pollutants." Though she was not a native of the interstellar realm, she had inherited the original owner's memories. Despite the original's poor performance in the guide courses, she possessed at least some fundamental knowledge. Guides indeed had the ability to purify pollutants, yet it seemed unusual for a spiritual entity like hers to rebel if not fed for a single day. Darius quickly adjusted his mental state, his expression growing serious. "Your spiritual entity may be rather unique." "I concur," Lin Juan eagerly interjected, nodding in agreement. "I believe it has pica." Darius raised an eyebrow, amused. Lin Juan chuckled awkwardly, jesting, "It's genuinely hungry and cannot wait until tomorrow for you to conduct spiritual counseling." Darius lowered his gaze in contemplation. Lin Juan waved her hand grandly, adopting a generous demeanor. "How about this? I'll let it conduct a spiritual counseling session for you, and you won't need to count it as overtime." As her words fell, the white mist coiling around Lin Juan stirred restlessly, almost eager to pounce if not for her discreet warning. "Darius Estifanet instinctively declining. No. If you wish to provide additional counseling to the Sentinel, you can apply through the system for more appointment slots. But do keep an eye on your own spiritual energy levels." "Understood. The commander simply finds my spiritual energy level insufficient." Lin Juan pouted, reclining against her chair, her gaze cast down as she toyed with her fingers. Delicate wisps of mist entwined around her fingertips, conveying emotions of hunger and desire, urging her insistently. In her heart, she could only tearfully comfort, "My dear, we've already broached the subject. If turned away, there's nothing to be done. Just hold on a little longer, and I'll find someone else for you." Darius' lips moved. Several times he attempted to speak, yet a lump of air lodged in his chest, leaving him at a loss for words. Finally, with a flushed face, he managed to utter, "I'm considering your safety. The candidates matched by the system are more reliable." He certainly wished to agree, as such an enticing opportunity, having a guide proactively offer to conduct spiritual counseling, might never present itself again. Yet he dared not gamble. The higher the Sentinel's spiritual energy level and the greater the pollution value, the more prone they were to losing control of their abilities. He was uncertain of the true strength of the individual before him. Should he inadvertently lose control and attack her and her spiritual entity during the counseling, the repercussions would be irrevocable. He had 99% confidence in maintaining his composure, yet he could not afford to wager that 1% of potential loss of control, fearing would thrust her into perilous circumstances. "It seems the commander cannot be of much help to me." Lin Juan raised her gaze, instantly catching a fleeting flicker of emotion in the Sentinel's black vertical pupils. It appeared he was suppressing some unbearable desire, grappling with a potent temptation where reason and instinct clashed in a fierce struggle. Beneath his composed exterior lay turbulent undercurrents. Beneath his rigid, cold, black uniform, amidst order and restraint, the buttons fastened to the top, and his taut physique confined within strict boundaries, there resided a primal yearning, poised to shatter its constraints. Lin Juan acknowledged that, in that fleeting moment, something mischievous stirred within her, meeting those eyes that greedily traced her features. Akin to a traveler lost in a desert yearning for a drop of grace, she slowly parted her lips. Since the commander does not consent, I shall seek out Professor Liu instead. With that, she pretended to rise leisurely, turning to leave. Wait! Darius' slightly hoarse voice reverberated against the cold floor, striking with gravity. Lin Juan's lips curled into a sly smile, akin to a fox reveling in a clever scheme. She swiftly turned, resuming her seat. Chapter 45, just let it take a small sip. Is it truly permissible? Darius remained somewhat hesitant. His black pupils flickered, his gaze unfocused. His tightly pressed lips bore a rigid line, and his hands clasped tightly on the table. Even the long, slender joints were tense. Lin Juan hastily patted her chest in assurance. Rest easy, just let it take a small sip. Upon uttering those words, Darius' face flushed with an unbearable warmth. His Adam's apple bobbing slightly, visibly uncomfortable as he averted his gaze. Lin Juan had no time to notice, for the mist encircling her had been urging her relentlessly to the point of exasperation. Rising, Lin Juan surveyed the room and pointed towards the sofa in the rest area. Let us move over there. The moment her words fell, she dashed towards it, plopping down on the sofa and gesturing for Darius to take a seat across from her. Commander, hurry up. The sentinel, dragging his tail behind him, glided to a spot opposite Lin Juan, exhaling a deep breath, the fine scales brushing against the floor, producing a soft, rustling sound that echoed in the quiet space. He settled across from Lin Juan, his tail instinctively coiling beside him. Darius lowered his head to operate the light brain, temporarily disabling visitor permissions in the office. The gentle glow projected onto his handsome face added an unexpected warmth to his demeanor. The atmosphere thickened with tranquility, as if one could hear each other's breath and heartbeat. What do I need to do? The sentinel's voice was deeper and more gravelly than usual, his entire being visibly tense. Even though he had made an effort to conceal his tail beneath an obstruction, its strong presence remained impossible to ignore, rendering the once spacious area feel cramped. Observing Darius' tense demeanor, Lin Juan found it amusing, unable to resist teasing. Commander, you seem more nervous than I am. Have you never received spiritual counseling from a guy before? The sentinel momentarily fell silent. Capturing the laughter in the girl's eyes, he lowered his head, unwilling to yield or admit defeat. Indeed, his illustrious career as an SSS-grade sentinel was marked by the most stringent standards imposed upon him, both by himself and those around him, and he had not disappointed anyone. However, his formidable mental fortitude was both a source of honor and a shackle. When his contamination level was low and his reason sufficient for self-control, there was no need to seek a guide for mental counseling. Yet, as his contamination levels rose, no guide within the White Tower dared to assist him. Furthermore, his mental entity was not particularly favored by the guides. The only relief came after battles, when he returned from the front lines wounded and the tower arranged for collective counseling with guides. Standing among a group of sentinels, he regarded the slightest blessings as precious gifts from heaven. Really? Is that so? Lin Juan raised her eyebrows, her expression one of surprise. Then, she suddenly understood. Surely, it was the high level of his mental power that caused the trouble. The esteemed marshal of the empire, or rather, the former marshal, sounded like a figure of great authority. Yet he appeared so straightforward, not utilizing his power for any underhanded maneuvering. Truly, a remarkably honest and upright person. Lin Juan Saiding worthy. The mental entity surrounding her urged her impatiently, prompting her to refocus her thoughts. All right. Not having done this before doesn't matter. You need not be anxious. Relax your body, release your mental energy, and leave the rest to me. Darius nodded, and the girl's gentle voice fell upon his ears, soft and soothing. Like calming a restless beast, he suppressed his rapid heartbeat, striving to steady his breath, his demeanor becoming obedient. Do you require a restraining device? Lin Juan posed, casting a glance at the cold black monitoring ring around his neck, which looked as constricting as ever. With a sweeping gesture, she declared boldly, no need. I trust the self-control of our esteemed commander. Darius's thick eyelashes quivered, and he nodded, lowering his head to await quietly. Lin Juan adjusted her breathing, her eyelids half closed. Feeling somewhat uneasy, she reiterated her serious warning to the ravenous mental entity. A stern warning, no one to stop, all right? If you cause me a headache again. However, The mental entity, already starved, could hardly wait for her instructions. The moment Darius began to release his mental energy, it eagerly detached from its master. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, it swiftly enveloped the sentinel before it. Lin Juan also released her mental energy, focusing intently. Frog fun. The contaminants entwined around Darius were far more numerous than those she had seen on Yuan Man and Gungju combined. No, it was much more than that. Within the mental energy he released was an oppressive, violent aura, rolling like thunder, a near-tangible blackness, chaotic and disordered. This intense turmoil inflicted upon him a suffering that was almost unbearable for others to comprehend. Lin Juan could hardly imagine how he managed to deal with tower affairs so calmly, as if all this violent pain did not exist. White clouds gradually enveloped him. The mental entity understood Lin Juan's intentions, refraining from recklessly devouring everything at once. Instead, it patiently began to flow slowly, starting at the edges, devouring the contaminants bit by bit. Darius's breath deepened as he closed his eyes, his senses sharpening, his eyelashes trembling violently. The wisps of mist, delicate as gossamer, enveloped him gently, almost imperceptibly, yet imbued with an unprecedented tranquility and utmost gentleness. In an instant, it soothed the long-suppressed irritability he had carried for so long. The shadow of brutality and pain that tormented him day and night, howling and raging, was gradually alleviated, bringing forth a shuddering sensation of overwhelming relief. I want more. No, absolutely must not disturb the guide. He became alert, his rationality returning in an instant, his nerves taut. Lin Juan sensed his inexplicable vigilance and felt puzzled. Commander, relax. All right, Darius's voice trembled. Sweat beaded on his forehead, dampening his stray hairs. The sentinel's hands, hanging at his sides, clenched into fists, veins prominent, breath coming in labored gasps, struggling to suppress any sound. The mental entity continued to feast. Lin Juan dared not let her guard down even for a second, her eyes fixed on the entity, watching as its color deepened from pure white to a pale gray. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly called out, "Stop. Enough. No more eating." The pace of the mental entity's consumption noticeably slowed, though it still seemed reluctant. Lin Juan sensed its unwillingness, even tinged with a hint of petulance. Yet she threatened mercilessly, "Do you want to eat again? If so, this is it for today." Finally, the once grayish mist, obedient, reluctantly withdrew from Darius's side, darting into her mental domain upon contact and beginning to digest the food slowly. Hiss. I feel a bit dizzy. Lin Juan shook her head. The moment she lifted her gaze, she was unexpectedly met with a pair of pitch-black, dangerous vertical pupils. The sentinel stared unblinkingly at her, lips parted, breath uneven, a faint blush creeping across his ears and cheeks, his gaze flickering, betraying an insatiable desire. A longing for more touch and connection, a craving for this moment of salvation. The cold veneer could not contain the volcanic desire within, nearly breaking through the confines of his willpower. Darius exerted all his self-control to restrain himself from lunging at the girl across from him, avoiding any actions that might startle her. He slowly closed his eyes, the predatory aura that marked him as a hunter gradually dissipating. Calm, rational, restrained, he returned to himself. Lin Juan quietly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat startled. For a moment, she genuinely feared Darius might pounce, yet it was merely a fleeting thought, and he had already returned to normal. It made her wonder if she had truly imagined it. Was it really as Sun Yi had said, that being pursued by sentinels had made her somewhat conceited? Are you all right? Darius asked, calming his heavy breathing, shaking his head gently. Lin Juan quickly retrieved some tissues from a low transparent coffee table and handed them to him to wipe his sweat. Thank you. The sentinel's voice was even more hoarse than before as he accepted the tissues, lowering his head, unable to meet the girl's gaze. His black hair clung to his smooth forehead, softening the icy demeanor he usually exuded. Lin Juan stared, suddenly perceiving the formidable leader before her as a pitiful little dog, just fished out of water. What about you? How do you feel? Darius countered. Lin Juan snapped back to reality, waving her hands to indicate she was fine, only feeling a bit lightheaded. He smiled gently. The girl sank into the soft embrace of the sofa, the bright light casting long shadows from her fluttering eyelashes upon her fair cheeks, her eyes bright and focused. Just one glance was enough to ensnare anyone. In this delicate atmosphere, Lin Juan felt apprehensive. Clearing her throat, she adopted a serious demeanor. "Commander, would you like to freshen up and change your clothes?" Darius nodded, quickly smoothing his expression back to his usual calm and composed demeanor. "Indeed, but before I change, if the guide has any intentions, she should feel free to express them." Lin Juan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her posture straightening. This man truly was a leader. He could read people so accurately. She quickly spoke up, "I would like a raise." Upon hearing this, Darius straightened himself, indicating for her to continue. "I believe 15 sessions of mental counseling a month is rather insufficient. The primary concern lies in the fear that the insatiable spirit entity may not be adequately nourished. Hence, I propose a flexible schedule for myself moving forward, ensuring that I provide spiritual guidance to no fewer than 15 sentinels each month." As for the remuneration, Lin Juan appeared somewhat hesitant, her brow furrowed. She was uncertain about the appetite of her spirit form, making it challenging to specify a concrete figure. "How about this?" Darius began, his tone unexpectedly tender. "We will calculate it per session and disperse it monthly. What do you think?" "Excellent," Lin Juan exclaimed, slapping her thigh in agreement. Given that the guiding lady exhibited a spiritual power level exceeding F during the guidance sessions, I shall further petition the control tower's mainframe for an increase in your overall salary. How's that sound, Miss Guide? That would be wonderful." Lin Juan was already brimming with excitement, crafting a 1,000-word essay in her mind to extol the wisdom and generosity of her esteemed leader. Darius couldn't help but smile again. The tower commander was typically swamped with duties, and such trivial matters regarding the guide's salary were meant to be handled by his subordinates. However, upon witnessing the sparkle in her eyes, reminiscent of a financial enthusiast, he felt a softening of his heart. He thought it wouldn't hurt to show her some kindness. Then it settled. "Commander, do hurry and change your attire. I shall take my leave." With that, Lin Juan joyfully stood to depart, her steps light and buoyant. Darius felt a tinge of reluctance. The serpentine tail coiling around the sofa instinctively reached forward, nearly brushing against the girl's ankle. Startled, he quickly retracted it. The electronic door opened slowly, then closed once more. Lin Juan's figure vanished entirely. The sentinel exhaled deeply, suppressing a faint sense of loss, and activated his holographic device. The Central White Tower sent yet another official correspondence. Upon opening it, he discerned that the wording still managed to pressure them into returning Lin Juan, cloaked as a noble intention to reassess the guide's spiritual and physical condition, promising she would shine brightly in the White Tower in the future. Darius revisited the initial email, where the White Tower's tone remained polite and consultative. However, in the most recent correspondence, even though it was adorned with official language, it was not difficult to perceive their frustration and the veiled threats therein. He rubbed his temples, pondering the considerable influence of the guide from the Central White Tower, who had managed to rally so many individuals. What strategies might they employ against the Black Tower? Meanwhile, Lin Juan emerged from the commander's office, her holographic device in hand, radiating joy despite a slight dizziness. She felt as though she were floating, wishing for the Black Tower's efficiency to improve, so that she might promptly receive the much-anticipated salary increase notice. Just as she was engrossed in her thoughts, the sound of hurried footsteps caught her attention. Startled, she nearly collided with two rushing figures. "Miss Guide." Upon closer inspection, she recognized Yuan Man and Gung Ju. Today, both were clad in pristine black combat uniforms, appearing remarkably well-groomed and healthy, devoid of any signs of mutation. It was astonishingly healthy, with the pollution levels having dropped to safe ranges. The monitoring devices, tightly fastened around their necks, had been removed. Standing there, they resembled two tall, handsome lads radiating vitality. "Greetings. Have you just come from the commander's office?" Lin Juan nodded and casually inquired, "Are you also seeking him?" Indeed, Yuan Man scratched his head, flashing a broad smile. He candidly divulged, "Our pollution levels have decreased, and we need to confirm with the commander whether we should remain or leave aboard a starship." Departing aboard a starship? Lin Juan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in understanding. It made sense. They need not linger in the Black Tower awaiting their fate, like other mutated sentinels. Leaving this perilous area sooner rather than later was indeed prudent. "So, will you be returning to the White Tower? Which tower region will you be assigned to?" "We." The two tall sentinels exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "I have decided to stay here." Following their declaration, they both paused, sensing the mutual wariness in each other's eyes. Gung Ju shot Yuan Man a sharp glare, having just heard him express a desire to visit his parents and suggesting that Gung Ju accompany him, claiming that remaining in the Black Tower offered neither prospects nor fortune. Yet, upon inquiry from the guide, he had suddenly changed his tune. Scheming rascal. Yuan Man, in turn, regarded Gung Ju with disdain. Just moments ago, he had expressed a wish to join his most revered elder brother in the 8 battle zone, pledging to share in the struggle for the Empire's safety. Only to have been deceived. Are you both planning to stay? Lin Juan asked, astonished. The Black Tower was not without its merits, yet due to subconscious influences, she felt uneasy in the polluted zone and cherished her life dearly. If it were not for the circumstances, she would have preferred to pack her belongings and escape. Yes, Yuan Man nodded, somewhat bashful. He was acutely aware that his choice to remain was largely due to his reluctance to part from Lin Juan. Had it not been for her spiritual guidance, he might never have returned to normalcy, risking the same fate as the previous Black Tower Sentinels, ultimately facing mutation and execution by the mainframe. His very life was indebted to her. To stay for Lin Juan's sake, he willingly accepted the risks of the polluted zone, even if he lacked strength. Gung Ju, however, opted for candor, stating, "I wish to stay to protect the guide." At this, Yuan Man immediately grew agitated, quickly affirming, "So do I. Weren't you just saying you wanted to visit your parents? Off you go. Can I not return after seeing them? You're just going to the 8 battle zone to find your brother." The two sentinels squabbled, each refusing to yield, playfully wrestling with each other. Lin Juan chuckled, pointing towards the nearby, closed metal door. "All right, enough of the antics. The office is over there. The commander should be able to see you now." Gung Ju forcibly pulled Yuan Man toward the office, fearful that the flamboyant rascal might unleash his spirit form to entice the guide. Yuan Man glanced back repeatedly, reluctant to leave. "Miss Guide, do not worry. I shall return promptly after visiting home." He truly did not wish to depart. However, after sustaining injuries in the battle zone, with pollution levels exceeding 90, he had been swiftly dispatched to the Black Tower without even a moment to recuperate or see his parents. By the time he realized his predicament, he was already in the polluted area. Though he later managed to communicate with his parents through holographic means, he still longed to see them in person. "Go on now," Lin Juan smiled, waving farewell to the two, before turning to leave with Xiao Wu. The sound of their footsteps echoed down the long corridor. Lin Juan observed that there were quite a number of sentinels traversing this level, where significant matters of the tower were reported and deliberated. She kept to the wall, and the sentinels displayed remarkable politeness, seemingly cautious not to startle her as they walked nearly against the opposite wall, despite the lingering heat of their gazes, which made her somewhat uncomfortable. She felt considerably reassured with Xiao Wu by her side. A slight tremor in her wrist prompted her to glance down and open her holographic device, revealing a notification regarding salary adjustments from the tower's administrative office. Lin Juan's eyes sparkled with delight. What a pleasant surprise. The increase is quite substantial and efficient. According to her understanding, the remuneration for guides at the Baita is distinctly categorized based on the individual S level of mental prowess. A guide classified as F level receives a monthly salary of 5,000 star coins, while E level earns 6,000, D level 7,000, C level 10,000, B level 15,000, and a level 30,000. For those at S level and above, remuneration is determined flexibly according to special regulations. The compensation she receives from the Heita is double that of Baita, and this time it is set according to the A-level guide salary. Hence, her monthly earnings at the Heita amount to 60,000, with a minimum requirement of 15 sessions of mental counseling each month, each valued at 4,000 star coins. This means that for every session she conducts for a sentinel, she directly earns 4,000 star coins. Although 4,000 star coins are trivial for the former noble lady, who once spent lavishly, she is genuinely in need of funds now. Furthermore, the system calculates her counseling sessions for Yuan Man and Gung Ju according to this standard. Presently, she owes the tower merely 2,000 star coins. Lin Juan felt deeply moved, silently retracting her earlier thoughts of packing up and fleeing. Truly, since ancient times, genuine feelings are fleeting, and only wealth can sway the heart. Lin Juan returned to the guide dormitory. After changing her shoes at the entrance, she eagerly flung herself onto the soft tatami mat, burying herself among plush toys and cushions, stretching luxuriously and letting out a comfortable sigh. It feels delightful to lie flat. She placed a pillow beneath her head and adjusted herself into a comfortable position, allowing her consciousness to gradually sink into the mental domain. Upon entering, she was met with the familiar scenery of an expansive blankness, enveloped by a hazy gray mist. Her mental form lazily floated at the center, digesting the black specks of contaminated material after a satisfying meal. Lin Juan scrutinized her surroundings, sensing that something seemed slightly amiss. It appeared as though her mental form had grown just a touch larger than before. Moreover, the mental domain seemed to have expanded as well. Could it be an illusion? After all, this mist-like substance is not conducive to accurately gauging volume, and the mental domain itself remains a void. Amidst her doubts, Lin Juan opted to communicate directly with her mental form. Have you gained weight? The sluggish gray mist halted momentarily, then slowly formed a question mark in the air. Lin Juan quickly rephrased her inquiry. No. Have you grown? This time, her mental form finally demonstrated a shape. So, has my mental domain and the area within the mental imagery expanded as well? The gray mist before her readily affirmed. Lin Juan could even sense a hint of pride within the flowing and shifting shapes, as if it sought her praise. Quite remarkable indeed. Being able to consume is a blessing. Lin Juan paused, suddenly realizing, could it be that my mental power has also increased? Lin Juan possessed some common knowledge. She recalled that, akin to sentinels, the stronger the mental power, the larger the area of the mental domain and imagery. Some formidable sentinels, such as those of SSS level, are said to have boundless mental domains filled with diverse landscapes, each sentinel representing an entirely different scenery, whether it be vast azure oceans, towering mountains, grasslands, endless skies, or sprawling deserts. Upon hearing her inquiry, the mental form eagerly confirmed. Oh my! Lin Juan was thoroughly convinced of this hypothesis, her emotions swirling in a complex mix. What extraordinary mental form has she awakened? Is it upgrading simply by consuming contaminants? Not only is it leveling up, but it also brings her along for the ride. Has the divine truly favored her? To have been bestowed such a resplendent and powerful golden finger. It seems tailor-made for her to recline in ease. Lin Juan, exiled, abruptly opened her eyes, sitting up and feeling an urge to perform a set of military exercises right there. Guide miss, is something the matter? Xiao Wu approached with concern. I just detected a significant increase in your breathing and heart rate. Are you unwell? No. Lin Juan fastidiously naive. I'm simply too comfortable. After saying this, Lin Juan closed her eyes again, lying peacefully as she continued to engage excitedly with the mist in her mental domain. Have you always been in this misty state? Can you change your appearance? The mental form, lazily digesting contaminants, seemed disinterested, but sensing her excitement, it begrudgingly complied, slowly undulating a bit, gradually condensing its form from a wide expanse of thin mist to a small, dense cloud. Lin Juan fell silent. Was she being brushed off? Could you perhaps alter your appearance a bit more? How about transforming into a cat? She suggested, gesturing. The mist indeed began to shift, stretching and contorting, its edges flowing, the details becoming blurred, barely outlining the silhouette of a small cat. Can it be a bit more refined? Can you gather yourself a little more? This time, the mental form no longer indulged her, drawing a large X in the air. Lin Juan conceded. All right, if you want tea change, then carry on with your digestion. After speaking, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Yawning, she sat up, intending to rest on the large bed in her bedroom. However, she noticed Xiao Wu rushing in excitedly, holding something. Guide miss, the commander has sent a gift for you. A gift? Lin Juan was somewhat puzzled, instinctively reaching out to accept the item Xiao Wu presented. It was a square gift box made of deep blue velvet, elegantly simple in design, with a neatly folded note resting atop. The note unfolded to reveal, "Thank you, Guide Lin Juan, for your mental counseling." Darius Weir. Lin Juan was somewhat astonished. In the age of interstellar travel, handwritten notes had become a rarity. Darius's handwriting mirrored his persona, cold and rigid, each stroke powerful and decisive, characterized by sharp angles and a palpable sense of strength. She held the box in her palm, which felt substantial. Lifting the lid revealed a deep blue crystal. Unlike a sapphire, this crystal was speckled, as if it contained a miniature nebula within, swirling and flowing gently. Lin Juan's eyes brightened as she extracted the crystal, watching it shimmer under the light, casting a magnificent display of colors around her, showering the area with twinkling stars. Quite beautiful. She accepted the gift with a sense of entitlement, quickly sending a message to Darius to express her gratitude before returning the item to the box and closing the lid. I'm so sleepy. I'll savor this art piece after I wake up. Lin Juan embraced the note and the velvet box, heading straight to her bedroom and falling asleep immediately. Heiress medical area, examination room. After receiving mental counseling from the guide, Darius swiftly processed the most urgent battle reports and dispatch orders, delegating less pressing matters to his subordinate or postponing them until evening. He then hurriedly departed his office, making his way to the examination room in the Tower S medical area. Pollution level testing. He had lost count of how many times he had undergone this procedure. Thus, he required no assistance from others. Darius preemptively booked a room and testing equipment via his holographic interface, operating the machine independently to complete the examination. Inside the pure, white metallic room, he removed the testing device from his head, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Before him lay a shroud of hazy darkness, and within his mental domain surged waves of torment. He gradually steadied his breath, striving to calm himself. Overall, this experience felt significantly less severe than before. It had not reached an unbearable threshold. As his vision gradually cleared, he blinked in disbelief. Had his sight become somewhat sharper? Perhaps the decline in pollution levels had alleviated the distortions afflicting him. With this thought in mind, Darius could hardly suppress the tumultuous beating of his heart. A rhythmic and familiar knock resounded 3 times at the door. Before Darius could steady his heavy breaths, Lin Juan had already pushed the door open and entered. The researcher, clad in white, raised an eyebrow and teased, "Congratulations, Commander." Darius's gaze instantly turned frigid. Lin Juan quickly averted the piercing glare that seemed to threaten him and explained, "I did not intentionally monitor your medical results. The system automatically sent me a notification." As he spoke, he closed the door behind him with a smile that was both knowing and mocking. "Next time, Commander, do remember to utilize your permissions and activate privacy mode, lest I have to intercept it before the mainframe detects it." Darius pursed his lips in silence and set aside the detection device in his hand. He closed his eyes, attempting to suppress the inexplicable anxiety and restlessness within him. The system's report indicated that your pollution level had decreased by at least 1. Lin Juan stated seriously. If calculated more precisely, it should be 18. Darius's eyes widened in shock, a rare expression of astonishment flashing across his usually impassive face. They both understood what this data signified. Darius was a paragon among SSS-class sentinels, and it was likely that his true mental strength surpassed even that. Previously, his pollution level had reached a terrifying 987, resulting in severe distortions, rendering any hope of reducing it nearly impossible. Even if the highly esteemed guide from the Central White Tower were to provide mental guidance, it would likely yield no such results. Lin Juan had received a report from Xiao Wu, stating that Lin Juan had exited the commander's office today without showing any obvious discomfort. Darius was acutely aware that during the mental guidance, Lin Juan had merely released his mental entity, so to speak, and drawn a breath from him. Chapter 49. What are you pretending for? It was merely the most superficial form of comfort, yet it had such a significant effect. How does the commander feel now? Lin Juan's voice interrupted the sentinel's thoughts. Shutting off the holographic screen on his wrist, he stepped forward and pulled out the chair opposite Darius. The two sat facing each other, and the atmosphere in the room gradually became delicate. Was the acceptance of mental guidance a special favor from the guide? Lin Juan sighed lightly, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. "Commander, you truly have set a precedent for the tower." Darius did not shy away from his gaze. A subtle smile playing on his lips, his chin slightly raised, and his arms casually resting on the armrests, exuding an air of relaxed nonchalance. He spoke in a tone so flat it seemed he was merely stating an ordinary fact, yet it carried an intimate allure. It was the guide who requested it. Lin Juan narrowed his eyes slightly. This man was blatantly boasting, pretending to appear unconcerned, yet his tail was nearly wagging in delight. "Indeed, serpents are treacherous." He exhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. "Then do keep a close watch on your pollution levels." Just as he was about to rise, The door to the examination room was abruptly pushed open from the outside. Sun Yi, adorned with a pair of dark, rugged dragon horns and flamboyant crimson hair, strode in with purpose, creating a gust of heated air with his dragon wings. He tilted his head toward Darius, embodying a wild and unrestrained demeanor. When will my reinstatement application be approved? You haven't been out hunting aberrations lately, so why are you here measuring pollution levels? As his words fell, the room fell into an uneasy silence. He too sensed the subtle tension in the air. The sentinel's molten gold eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the two seated across from him, his brow furrowing. What's wrong? Did I just hear something about pollution levels? Has either of you seen an increase? No. Lu Xinglan quickly raised his hands in feigned innocence, a faint smile gracing his lips, his expression gentle and harmless. He explained, the commander's pollution level has decreased by 18. The emphasis on the word decreased seemed to serve as an objective report of data, while also appearing to be a deliberate highlight. Simultaneously, he distanced himself from the situation while subtly pushing his friend under the bus. What? Sun Yi exploded at once. In the entire Black Tower, Lin Juan is the only guide, and the Research Institute currently could not possibly develop a potion to lower a sentinel's pollution level. Stabilizing it would be good enough. So, Darius circumvented the matching system and privately had Lin Juan provide him with mental guidance. His golden slit pupils seemed ready to spew fire, his volume rising several notches. Are you out of your mind? If a mental disturbance occurs during the guidance, do you wish to endanger her? Wunye, Darius coldly rebuked. His expression darkened, and his piercing gaze shot over to Lu Xinglan. Researchers are indeed different. They are cunning and know how to leverage Sun Ye's mouth to voice what they dare not say. However, Lu Xinglan merely raised an eyebrow, silently returning the gaze, appearing entirely unconcerned. Sun Yi, who had always been rebellious and unmanageable, had never obeyed authority, often defying even his parents and relatives. Truly a troublemaker. Naturally, he would not be intimidated by Darius's imposing presence. He unleashed a verbal barrage at Darius like a machine gun. Am I wrong? For your own selfish desires. You disregard the safety of the guide. What exactly are you? Sun Yi. Darius's gaze turned steely as he spoke this time, articulating each word with clarity. It was the guide who voluntarily offered to provide me with mental guidance. The red-haired sentinel froze, seemingly not grasping the implications of this statement. A guide? Voluntarily? Offering to provide mental guidance to a sentinel? Voluntarily? For Darius? On what grounds? The fire of rage in his chest blazed even more fiercely, and he dismissed this excuse entirely, finding Darius increasingly intolerable, his words sharp and relentless. She volunteered, and you accepted? She is inexperienced and unaware of the dangers. Don't you understand either? Would you refuse? What are you pretending for? As the tension between the two escalated, the cramped examination room became a battleground for the unrestrained mental powers of two SSS-class sentinels, each refusing to back down. The true instigator of the conflict, having remained an observer until now, finally spoke at a leisurely pace. All right, everyone calm down. Sun Yi, you can't say that. Lu Xinglan smirked, glancing at Darius with a teasing tone. After all, no sentinel can refuse when a guide voluntarily offers to provide mental comfort. Although the commander is typically level-headed and rational, he is still a normal sentinel. How could he remain absolutely indifferent when the guide takes the initiative? Sun Yi scoffed, surprisingly nodding in agreement. True. Usually, he put on a cold and serious facade. Who knows what means he employed behind the scenes? Darius exhaled deeply, his temples throbbing, rendered speechless by the interplay of the two. He activated the holographic device on his wrist, his fingers swiftly gliding across the screen, directly approving Sun Yi's application. Lu Xinglan could not help but chuckle. It was rare to see Darius in such a predicament. Sun Yi, your reinstatement application has been approved. You may leave now. And you, Professor Lu, the progress of the project currently underway at the Research Institute is too slow. Please expedite it. The sentinel standing beside them felt a flutter of annoyance, glancing down at the holographic device. With this urging, efficiency indeed soared. The tower's system promptly restored his deputy commander privileges. Yet, Lu Xinglan merely smiled gently, tilting his head slightly, unwilling to comply with his wishes. He replied lightly, as for the research, I will naturally oversee the progress, but at present, the matter concerning the guide is of greater importance. His gaze sharpened as he listened to the white-clad researcher continue with measured calmness. Given Miss Xiangdao's abilities, since she can provide you with mental guidance, theoretically, as an SSS-level sentinel, my mental strength is somewhat inferior to yours, thus I too can assist. Upon hearing this, Sun Yi became agitated. What do you mean, Lu Xinglan? According to your reasoning, I can do it as well. Why not simply modify the matching systems program to grant appointment privileges to all sentinels? The system's matching would reference Lin Juan's specific mental strength level, and sentinels marked by the system as having mismatched mental strength levels would be unable to make appointments. Sun Yi had long harbored dissatisfaction towards this flawed system, even though he knew he would never be selected. The mere act of clicking the application button provided him with some self-comfort. Yet, this broken system allowed sentinels above a level to apply. Today, he unexpectedly encountered someone who had taken advantage of the system. Chapter 50. Nothing of the sort. Sun Yi was seething with anger. To his surprise, Lu Xinglan shrugged with an indifferent expression. At present, Miss Xiangdao's abilities cannot be fully confirmed, thus we cannot open appointments to all sentinels for the time being. As for you, he shifted his gaze, scrutinizing Sun Yi without mercy. Team Sun, you have previously stated that your mental strength far surpasses that of the commander. For the safety of Miss Xiangdao, you need not involve yourself in the matter of mental guidance. Nonsense, Sun Yi retorted without a second thought. Well, have I ever said that? It's simply not true. As his words fell, the detection room was engulfed in a moment of silence. Observing from the sidelines, Darius felt a vein throb violently on his temple. Sun Yi, known for his competitive spirit, was always full of vigor, engaging in friendly sparring with others, especially relishing in competing against Darius, both being SSS-level sentinels with comparable abilities. This individual had even boasted of his superiority in the past. Today, Lu Xinglan had seized the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Enough. Darius's voice shattered the tranquility. He had completely lost patience and no longer wished to entangle himself with the two. The health of the guide and the mental guidance would still be overseen by Professor Lu. Before undertaking any action, one must prioritize the safety of the guide. He turned his gaze towards Sun Yi, a hint of warning present. And you? No more the previous behavior indiscriminately disturbing the guide, or else you shall face dismissal and confinement. With that, Darius left without a backward glance, not wishing to linger any longer. Lu Xinglan was prudent in his actions, and Darius trusted him. After all significant matters concerning Miss Xiangdao needed his approval. As for Sun Yi, he could let them argue amongst themselves. Black Tower, 45th floor, guide, dormitory. Lin Juan had a deeply restful slumber, awakening refreshed and invigorated. Stretching, she glanced at her light brain to check the time. Realizing she had just missed mealtime, contemplating whether to settle for some nutritional liquid or venture elsewhere for a bite, she casually swiped open her message page, revealing two messages side by side. Gungju and Yuan Man had both messaged her, coordinating to invite her for lunch. This was both a gesture of gratitude for her mental guidance and a farewell for Yuan Man, who was temporarily departing from the Black Tower. A glance at the sending time indicated it was sent an hour ago. Lin Juan sat up in bed, scratching her head, and hurriedly replied, "Sorry, I just woke up and missed your messages. Will it be too late if I come to find you now?" The two seemed to have been eagerly awaiting her reply, responding almost instantly. "Yuan Man, not at all. The guide may come at any time. Gungju, we will wait for you." With such encouragement, and seeing that they had evidently been waiting for a while, Lin Juan felt no reason to decline. Hastily, she got out of bed, tidied her attire, splashed water on her face, and took the elevator down to the designated meeting spot. The 110th floor of the tower was primarily a public activity area, featuring a docking area for flying vehicles, department for handling basic affairs, training rooms for sentinels, gyms, and a few recreational areas, including reading rooms. Naturally, there were also restaurants and shops aside from the public cafeteria. Having briefly glanced at the layout of the Black Tower previously, Lin Juan did not pay much attention to it. She descended to the 9th floor, where the elevator doors opened to reveal Yuan Man and Gung Ju waiting at the entrance. Miss Xiangdao. They both appeared to have dressed meticulously, donning brand new uniforms. Yuan Man sported a bright orange loose-fitting hoodie adorned with whimsical graffiti, radiating youthfulness and energy. Genk Uvor Asoft. Light blue checkered shirt complemented by a thin white knit jacket, presenting a slender and upright figure, his hair neatly styled to reveal a smooth forehead. exuding a fresh and clean demeanor. Good afternoon, let's hurry. Lin Juan greeted with a nod, her eagerness palpable. She was famished, feeling as though her stomach was touching her back, her vision dimming, leaving her little attention to the two before her. She had intentionally refrained from consuming the nutritional liquid provided by Xiao Wu, waiting eagerly for a proper meal. Yuan Man and Gung Ju, perceptive as ever, promptly guided her to their reserved private room. The trio traversed the opulent hall, ascending the spiral staircase and turning into a long corridor lined with plush carpets. Finally, they opened the door to the private room. A round table was already laden with 7 or 8 dishes, each more enticing than the last. And as Lin Juan stood at the door, the savory aroma wafted towards her. She hurried to take her seat. Dig in. Yuan Man served her a generous portion of rice, diligently adding a piece of sweet and sour fish. Miss Xiangdao, do try this. I made it. Yang Yu, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in. This one is mine, Miss Xiangdao. Please taste it. Did you both make these? Lin Juan inquired, surprised. Indeed. How do you find the taste? After sampling, Lin Juan's eyes lit up, genuinely praising, delicious, truly excellent. Far superior to the cafeteria's large pot meals. Please enjoy more if you like it, the two urged, each taking turns to feed her, secretly competing. Lin Juan glanced at the towering mound in her bowl, amused. You both should eat too. If you keep this up, I won't be able to consume any more. Hearing this, they begrudgingly paused their feeding frenzy. During the meal, Lin Juan set down her chopsticks for a sip of water. Suddenly, a shadow of light gray darted from her right side. In the blink of an eye, a fluffy tabby cat leaped on her lap, purring contentedly and nuzzling against her coat. Meow, Lin Juan gasped, quickly looking down to see the cat raising its head, peeking from beneath the tablecloth. Its amber eyes were bright and round, affectionately rubbing against her. So adorable. Instinctively, she reached out to scratch the kitten's chin, which closed its eyes in delight, even rolling onto its back, its tail gently swaying on her lap. How cute! Lin Juan was utterly captivated by the furry creature, her attention solely on the cat as she smiled broadly, alternating between scratching its head and belly. Yuan Man, still young, could not conceal his pride, grinning widely and playfully challenging Gung Ju with a raised eyebrow. Gung Ju's expression darkened, shooting him a glare and placing a pre-cut fruit platter in front of Lin Juan. Lowering his voice and feigning disappointment, Miss Xiangdao, please have some fruit. All right. Lin Juan cheerfully accepted the fork he offered, immediately noticing Gung Ju's dejected expression. Yang Yu, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chapter 51. Truly lacking self-control. Gung Ju met Lin Juan's concerned gaze and gently shook his head. Lowering her gaze, she pushed the fruit platter forward, inviting the guide to sample the fruits. Lin Juan absent-mindedly placed a slice of apple into her mouth. Noticing the sentinel's gaze seemingly lingering on the soft and adorable kitten, his expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. In an instant, she understood. Gung Ju must also yearn to pet the cat. Swallowing the fruit, Lin Juan reached out to grasp the kitten's paws, waving them toward Gung Ju with a softened tone. Do you wish to touch the little kitty as well? Gung Ju responded with a curt. The sentinel's face darkened, barely suppressing his displeasure, unable to hide his disdain. This wretched cat was truly irksome. The tabby, upon seeing him, immediately displayed a fierce expression, arching its back and baring its teeth, as if to say, if you dare to reach out, I shall scratch you to pieces. They regarded each other with mutual disdain. Lin Juan hurriedly pressed the kitten's head down, offering a gentle smile. It's all right. Gung Ju averted his gaze, lowering his head, his demeanor suggesting he was on the verge of crumbling. My spiritual entity has never been favored. Even the guide seems to prefer the kitten, doesn't she? Yuan Man felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing something amiss, but before he could confront the facade of the one across from him, Lin Juan had already spoken up to reassure. How could that be? Your spiritual entity is just a bit unique. Would the guide like to see it? Lin Juan posed, momentarily taken aback. Gung Ju's spiritual entity was a scorpion, wasn't it? She felt a twinge of apprehension towards such arachnids. Does the guide not like it? No, not at all, Lin Juan quickly denied. Would the guide like to see it? Gung Ju's voice trembled slightly with anxiety. His eyes, round and bright, were fixed on her, betraying a mix of hope and trepidation. All right then, Lin Juan swallowed hard, solemnly instructing, but you must ensure it doesn't sting me or crawl around aimlessly. It's very well behaved. No sooner had Gungju spoken than a king scorpion, comparable in size to a domestic cat, elegantly emerged from the surface of the table behind the sentinel, moving silently. The scorpion's body was entirely black, its large form imposing, with its pincers half-moon shaped, rough in texture, and a thick carapace. The tail, arched high, bore a dull red stinger. It crawled forward slowly. Lin Juan instinctively held her breath, leaning back slightly. This spiritual entity appeared quite fearsome. Even the tabby cat, resting on her lap, became alert. However, this seemingly formidable king scorpion remained true to Gungju's words. Quietly settling at a distance that was neither too far nor too close, obediently resting on the table. Its massive pincers were drawn in front of its body, displaying a docile demeanor. Gungju involuntarily held his breath, nervously observing Lin Juan's expression. When he noticed no sign of disgust on the guide's face, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Juan blinked, surprisingly detecting a sense of amiable honesty in the scorpion's fierce appearance, confirming there was no danger. She hesitated for a moment before finally unable to resist reaching out her hand. Her fair fingers swiftly poked at the scorpion's massive pincers. The contact was brief. The hard exoskeleton felt uneven to the touch. The scorpion, imperceptibly shaking, seemed inclined to nuzzle against Lin Juan's hand, but remembering its master's caution, it remained still, lowering its tail slightly. In this light, it didn't seem so fearsome after all. Lin Juan felt entirely at ease, extending her hand to stroke the scorpion's back. The black scales connected seamlessly, glossy and cool to the touch. She became absorbed, unable to resist squeezing the sides of its abdomen, which felt softer than the black exoskeleton on its back. Gungju jolted, his mind momentarily blank. While the bond between a spiritual entity and its master is not one of complete empathy, they can sense each other's emotions and some intense sensations. His spiritual entity was currently experiencing immense pleasure. Perhaps it was the aftermath of that unexpected incident during spiritual guidance that had heightened their sensitivity to Lin Juan's proximity and touch. God, that's enough. Gungju's voice quivered as he hastily summoned the nearly euphoric scorpion back into his spiritual domain. His pale cheeks flushed with a hint of unnatural red, warmth creeping up his neck to his ears. He felt a slight double vision, his breathing becoming labored, as the atmosphere in the once spacious box grew stifling, the heat lingering stubbornly. Lin Juan found her hand empty, feeling a tinge of regret. It was her first time petting a scorpion, especially one so obedient and well-mannered, remaining still without stinging or pinching, and quite pleasant to touch. Let's eat. The dishes are getting cold. Meow, 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 meow. Yuan Man and the tabby simultaneously chimed in, snapping Lin Juan back to reality. Gungju's face turned crimson, as if wisps of white mist were rising from his head, sitting dazedly beside her while struggling to regulate his breathing. After downing an entire glass of water, he barely regained his composure and reason. All right, you two eat as well. Gungju, are you all right? Feeling hot? No, not all. The summoned sentinel, holding an empty cup, appeared tense. Yuan Man shot him a knowing glare, easily surmising that the crafty green tea was flustered after being pampered by the guide, as if it were merely the spiritual entity receiving a few strokes. Truly lacking in self-restraint. The meal was enjoyable for all three. As they exited the private room, they walked down the long corridor adorned with oil paintings. The silent figure of Xiao Wu trailed quietly behind them. In recent days, the attention of the imperial populace had been entirely captivated by the turmoil in A8 district, either focusing on the battlefield situation or discussing Eli's performance against pollutants. There was also concern for the injured crown prince being evacuated from the front line, alongside the Central White Tower's only SS-level guide, Lin Weiwei, who was secretly providing him with spiritual guidance. Additionally, under the directive of the Black Tower, the robot Xiao Wu was tasked with monitoring, intentionally controlling the display of live broadcast footage. Thus, Lin Juan received considerably less scrutiny. The live broadcast room was sparsely populated, with few messages in the chat. Lin Juan casually closed the live stream. Feeling somewhat full, she appeared content and leisurely asked, Yuan Man, aren't you supposed to leave the tower soon? When do you depart? Upon hearing Lin Juan mention this, Yuan Man glanced at the time, his spirits instantly drooping. In an hour. So soon? Lin Juan expressed surprise. Gungju clarified. Yes, this afternoon the starship from the tower will head to the safe zone for supplies. And he is accompanying this starship. Once in the safe zone, he will transfer. Ah, I see. Then let me see you off. It will help with digestion. Really? Yuan Man's face brightened, his joy evident, as if he might have wagged a tail had he possessed one. He knew he was special in the guide's eyes. Chapter 52. I did not go on a date with the sentinel. Lin Juan nodded. Having just finished her meal, she felt quite spirited. Let's go, Gung Ju. Are you going to train, or do you have other tasks? Gung Ju blurted out without a second thought. I'll go with you. He merely hoped to spend a bit more time with the guide. Then let us go. Lin Juan checked the time. I'm afraid if we dawdle, we might run out of time. No need to rush, Yuan Man chuckled. Just take me to the platform where the flying craft is parked. Where is the starship docked? Xiao Wu cheerfully responded. Guide, the starship is at the same air station where you arrived at the Black Tower. Got it, got it. Lin Juan's expression turned sheepish as she almost forgot. Vehicles like starships, capable of traversing space and executing rapid jumps through wormholes, would not dock near building complexes. The three re-entered the elevator. Yuan Man pressed the button for the 41st floor, and the elevator ascended silently. Upon entering the atrium, their vision instantly expanded. The platinum-colored walls soared high, forming smooth arcs, while electronic screens continuously displayed scrolling text, and robots in uniforms hurriedly navigated among the various distorted sentinels. Lin Juan halted in her tracks. As soon as she exited the elevator, she sensed a multitude of piercing gazes directed towards her, converging in unison and nearly overwhelming her presence. The sentinels instinctively slowed their pace. Gung Ju and Yuan Man flanked her, ensuring her safety. Let us go. Oh, all right. Lin Juan nodded, redirecting her attention to the unfamiliar surroundings. Previously, Xiao Wu had suggested a tour to familiarize her with the interior of the tower, but she had been too lethargic to accept. Yuan Man led the way, his bright orange attire strikingly conspicuous. Lin Juan glanced around, her curiosity piqued by the sights. This level of the Hei Ta resembled a colossal and intricate metallic beehive, adorned with a cold, technological aesthetic. Electronic screens and various instruments occupied prominent positions, creating a strikingly bold atmosphere. Or perhaps, one might describe it as raw, imbued with an ever-present urgency to confront potential conflict. Each corner, from top to bottom, exuded a sense of solidity and tension. The passing alien sentinels conjured an illusion for Lin Juan, as if she were traversing a monstrous planet. Yuan Man guided them through a labyrinth of intersecting corridors. Beep, beep, beep. The device on the sentinel's wrist emitted a notification sound, prompting Yuan Man to pause and check it. What's the matter? It's a video call from my parents. He flashed a shy smile at Lin Juan. Pressing the answer button, as the screen illuminated with the video, two warm and eager voices emerged. Xiao Man, have you boarded the starship? Is it true that Heita pays salaries? What about travel expenses? When will you be back? Your father and I will pick you up at the airport. Yuan Man glanced at Lin Juan, a look of embarrassment washing over his face. As he walked forward, he lowered his voice to respond obediently. I haven't boarded the starship yet. Heita really does pay salaries. I have travel expenses, and I'll be home tomorrow evening. No need to pick me up. Immediately, a probing question came from the other end. Oh, why are you so quiet today? As long as you have travel expenses. He transferred some star coins for you to buy something to eat on the way. While they conversed, his parents suddenly noticed the unusual attire of their son. The couple murmured to each other, Hey, why is Xiao Man dressed like this? Is he going out on a date? With which sentinel from Heita? I don't know. He hasn't mentioned anyone. Yuan Man felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Mom, Dad, the call hasn't ended. I can hear you. I am not dating any sentinel. How could I possibly date a sentinel? His companions and roommates, along with his superiors, were all brash and irritable, their banter abrasive. They constantly mocked his spiritual entity, which was merely born from jealousy. Associating with them? Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. With you dressed like this? I thought a peacock was displaying its feathers. Xiao Man, have you started dating a robot? Mom and Dad aren't the type to be narrow-minded. Yuan Man exhaled deeply, completely succumbing to the imaginative prowess of his parents. With a resigned expression, he clarified, I simply had a meal with the guide before leaving. Upon hearing this, Yuan's mother erupted into laughter. So it was the tower's guide. Did you express your gratitude? I'll prepare a gift for you to take back. All right, I must get on the aircraft now. Yuan Man, eager to end the conversation, hastily terminated the call, fearing his parents would unleash more hair-raising remarks. He instinctively turned to Lin Juan. As their eyes met, she couldn't help but chuckle. His parents were rather amusing. They do possess a sense of humor. Yuan Man felt a twinge of discomfort and quickly averted his gaze, hastening his steps, leaving behind an awkward silhouette for the two behind him. Lin Juan felt a subtle, indescribable sensation wash over her. For the first time, she began to feel a semblance of reality in this unfamiliar world. This world was new to her, and the original owner-s experiences were so extravagant, while the sentinels of He Ta had an air of flamboyance, leading her to feel as though she were ensconced in unreality. It dawned on her that beyond the resplendent and vivid cosmic nebulae and distant planets, there existed individuals leading such ordinary and mundane lives. Yuan Man halted as they reached a massive metallic gate. The door began to slide open slowly, and a powerful gust of air rushed into the room through the widening gap. The wind howled, causing Lin Juan to squint her eyes. Gungju stepped forward subtly, shielding her from some of the fierce gusts. Upon exiting the gate, they found themselves in an expansive aircraft docking area. At the edge of the platform stood a transparent energy barrier designed to mitigate the high-altitude winds. Lin Juan instinctively tightened her coat as her dark hair danced in the wind. Above, the sky remained shrouded in low-hanging clouds, dark and foreboding. There was no sunlight filtering through, nor was there a clear blue sky. Instead, it felt as though the sky was saturated with murky water. The fierce winds swept through. The clouds drifted slowly, occasionally allowing a few pale beams of light to break through, only to vanish moments later. We've arrived. Yuan Man pointed toward a nearby black aircraft. I'll be taking that to the airport shortly. It's windy here, so the guide should head back. Lin Juan followed his gesture, nodding gently. Be careful on the way. The wind howled, and Yuan Man raised his voice. Got it. Hurry back. He dashed a few steps before turning back to wave at Lin Juan. Guide, wait for me to return. She waved back with a smile. I'll wait for your return. The sentinel, upon hearing her words, reluctantly turned away, glancing back 3 times before reaching the aircraft. He opened the hatch, stepping lightly inside, casting a final look towards Lin Juan and waving vigorously. Chapter 53, The Peculiar Peacock. Amidst the raging winds, the young man clad in orange added a splash of color to the desolate and oppressive surroundings. He smiled, his large, round, bright eyes curving like a crescent moon, gracefully slipping into the cabin like a cat. Lin Juan couldn't help but smile as the hatch closed behind him. Suddenly, a wave of warmth enveloped her from behind, a weight settling on her shoulder. Gungju gently draped his removed jacket over her, his tone soft. Stay warm, guide. Thank you. Lin Juan tightened the coat around her shoulders, raising her hand to pinch her cold nose. Her gaze wandered, and she saw Yuan Man already piloting the aircraft away. Beyond the transparent energy barrier, the winds intensified, howling fiercely, while the distant black tower structures loomed like sharp swords, their angular lines stark against the blurred backdrop of dust stirred by the wind. Everything appeared gray and suffused with a chilling desolation, reminiscent of an abandoned wasteland. Let us go. Gungju waved his hand before her lost gaze. Lin Juan snapped back to reality, nodding. All right. The two braved the wind as they made their way back. The sentinel's gaze fell, and at the moment Lin Juan turned, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a fleeting melancholy in her eyes. He spoke softly with an unprecedented seriousness. Guide, Gungju will always be by your side. Lin Juan paused, turning her head to look at him, playfully interjecting. But I just heard Yuan Man mention you wanted to go to the A8 district to join your brother. Why the change of heart? Yang Yu poted. I have my own affairs to attend to. I don't need to rely on him. He would never admit to the guide that he had been overshadowed by his brother's impressive life trajectory, nor would he reveal that he wished to stay at He Ta to protect her. Lin Juan narrowed her eyes, becoming alert. She stealthily glanced at the nearby robot, Xiao Wu, and slowly inched closer to Gungju, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Can you tell me quietly, is He Ta really dangerous? Is there a chance a mutation might suddenly break in? The guide robot, Xiao Wu, silently crept up like a ghost, affirming Xiao Wu did not lie. The interior of the tower is very safe. There will be no mutations breaking in. Lin Juan offered a sheepish smile, winking at Gungju. The sentinel was utterly captivated by her lively and animated expressions, promptly adopting a serious demeanor to assure her, Miss Xiangdao, you may rest assured for the moment. The defenses of the tower are quite formidable. Extending outward from this point are several concentric buffer zones, equipped with multi-layered barriers to isolate contaminants. Each area is under continuous patrol by sentinels. We also conduct regular expeditions to eliminate nearby aberrations. Indeed, the defenses of the Haita are impressive, showcasing remarkable strength. Can so many isolation barriers truly be established? Such terror, such vastness. An interesting tidbit. The individual who upgraded the contamination isolation technology to its latest generation resides within Haita. What? No way. Upon searching, it was indeed confirmed. What a hidden gem. Let's not speak of hidden gems. Rather, it is a case of burying the tiger and entombing the dragon. Sporadic comments fluttered through the livestream chat. The robot let out a soft hum, reiterating, "I have not spoken falsehoods." Lin Juan chuckled as she gently patted its head, her expression apologetic. "All right, my dear Xiao Wu. I misjudged you. I'm sorry. Then I shall reluctantly forgive Miss Xiangdao." Lin Juan couldn't help but laugh aloud. After digesting her lunch, she and Geng Zhu chatted casually as they made their way back. They navigated through the corridor and returned to the hall. "Do you have tasks this afternoon?" "Yes." "Yang you knew that. Then you needn't see me off. Go prepare well and stay safe." Lin Juan waved her hand. "If the contamination levels rise, feel free to book another session for my mental guidance. If you can't book it, I can discreetly pull some strings for you," she promised, patting her chest. She had previously seen in the matching system that if the guide had intentions, they possessed the authority to choose their sentinel. Wait, why does that sound like a curse? In any case, do take care. Geng Zhu was momentarily stunned, hardly believing his ears. He felt as though he had been struck by this surprising news. His hand, reaching for the elevator button, trembled slightly. "Miss Xiangdao, you are truly wonderful." The sentinels bustling in the hall shared his disbelief. Their footsteps halted, and their sharp gazes were directed like daggers at the one who had successfully captured the guide's interest. What a blatant flirt! Geng Zhu felt a chill run down his spine. The sentinel's overt jealousy was palpable. Was it merely being targeted? This sweet trouble was something he relished. Let those who fail to win Miss Xiangdao's favor stew in envy. The elevator arrived, and he hurriedly entered alongside Lin Juan. "It's all right. I wish to see you upstairs. It won't take much time." Lin Juan nodded in agreement as she grasped the coat draped over her shoulders. Moments later, the elevator reached its destination. Lin Juan returned the coat and waved goodbye before turning to enter her dormitory. Geng Zhu watched her figure vanish behind the door, reluctantly departing under the vigilant scrutiny and threatening remarks from Xiao Wu. The next day, early in the morning, work time had arrived once again. Lin Juan, still groggy, opened her eyes to the familiar pangs of hunger and the white mist hovering on the ceiling. All right, I know you're hungry, but please wait a moment." She sighed deeply. To her surprise, it was the seemingly malevolent Xiao Wu who did not urge her to hurry to work. Instead, it was this spirit, resembling a starving ghost, that prompted her. What a misfortune! Why must one always go to work? She climbed out of bed, hastily prepared herself, and finally sat down at the dining table. The system had confirmed yesterday that she had been selected to provide mental guidance to a fortunate sentinel. Lin Juan opened the attached information once more, her eyes widening at the sight of the flamboyant, peacock spirit. The image displayed the sentinel's left arm completely transformed into a wing, with its bones and internal structure distorted. The right arm, likely maintained through localized injections of suppressants, barely retained its original form, yet was covered in fine feathers, resembling a plucked chicken. Most striking was the fan of feathers on his back, adorned with numerous eye-like patterns that shimmered in the light, forming a semicircle that appeared exceedingly vibrant. After finishing her meal, Lin Juan continued to admonish the spirit to restrain its appetite while descending in the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened a crack, and a shadow flitted before her. The sentinel dashed forward. "Good morning, Miss Xiangdao." The peacock spirit slightly bowed in a gentlemanly manner, then eagerly presented a large bouquet of flowers. Lin Juan gasped upon closer inspection. What an extravagantly ostentatious peacock tail. It was even more flamboyant than in the photograph. Chapter 54, A Peacock as Beautiful as I Am. Before her stood the sentinel, whose layers of eye-like patterns unfurled with a near-manic density. His tail feathers were long and dense, nearly occupying the entirety of the room upon unfurling. The vibrant feathers glimmered under the incandescent light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that was nothing short of magnificent. Overall, he possessed a remarkable presence, undeniably flamboyant. As for the bouquet he offered, it was indescribably peculiar. The wrapping was clearly crafted with care, yet it was undeniably hideous. The colors clashed chaotically, as if all the splendid flowers had been indiscriminately gathered and presented to her without regard for variety. Miss Xiangdao. Oh, it's nothing, it's fine. Lin Juan forced herself to stabilize her emotions and maintain a smile. Instinctively, she accepted the bouquet, although his rapping skills had only a slight margin for improvement. She felt his good intentions. Thank you. As Lin Juan carefully maneuvered through the feathers towards the mental guidance room, she scrutinized the sentinel. Just as she was about to inquire whether he could retract his tail feathers, he eagerly interjected, seeking her praise. What do you think, Miss Xiangdao? Isn't it beautiful? I made a special effort to groom it this morning. Lin Juan felt her vision darken. Haha, she chuckled awkwardly, feeling overwhelmed by the spectacle. Yet, she did not wish to dampen his enthusiasm. It's quite lovely. Come inside with me. With that, Lin Juan held the flowers and pushed open the door to the guidance room. The sentinel followed closely behind, his extravagant tail, feathers squeezing in alongside him. Lin Juan placed the bouquet of vibrant flowers on her desk, lowered her gaze, and quickly reviewed the sentinel's information in her mind. Li Benshu. S-Class Sentinel. With a current contamination level of 98, his spiritual entity is a blue-crowned peacock. Upon turning, Lin Juan observed the peacock's spirit spinning in place, leisurely surveying the decor of the room, exuding an air of casualness, as if touring his own backyard. He displayed none of the tension, vigilance, or forced calmness exhibited by the previous two sentinels. He seemed engrossed, even reaching out with his still partially human hand to lightly brush over the various implements on the metallic shelf, expressing his wonder. Miss Xiangdao's guidance room is quite well decorated. Li Wenxiao's charming eyes sparkled as he turned to Lin Juan, inquiring, will any of these things be used on me? Lin Juan maintained a stoic expression, pointing towards the iron bed gleaming ominously nearby. Lie down. Today, this sentinel had one arm entirely transformed into a wing, covered in splendid feathers. The handcuffs on the table could not restrain him, so he would have to be secured to the bed. As you command. Li Benxiao cumplia carefully. The sentinel elegantly approached the bed, lying down gracefully, even adjusting his posture to neatly arrange his long tail feathers. Lin Juan walked to the bedside and pressed the button on the headboard. With a clatter, the sound of chains being drawn echoed as the restraint bed emerged, complete with handcuffs and chains to bind the sentinel's limbs, waist, shoulders, and even his neck. Li Wenxiao instinctively let out a muffled groan, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he attempted to move his limbs, but found little room for movement. Lie down and relax, Lin Juan advised with her usual impassive expression, methodically instructing him. The sentinel blinked, a smile gracing his lips, his voice imbued with a teasing magnetism. Dear guide, please be gentle. You want to find a peacock as beautiful as I am in the entire Haida. Lin Juan raised an eyebrow, non-committal, regarding him as a rather vain flower peacock. With a deft touch, she tightened the chains of the iron bed. Hiss, behave, excessive chatter will hinder the guiding effect. At her words, Li Wenxiao promptly sealed his lips. His thin ones pressed together, yet his bright, sparkling eyes could not help but gaze at Lin Juan, eagerly anticipating her next move. Lin Juan moved a chair beside the bed and slowly sat down. With her eyes half closed, she opened her mental barriers, releasing the spirit form that drifted within the mental realm. The mist affectionately enveloped the girl, sensing the sentinel bound to the iron bed, and could hardly restrain its eagerness to pounce. Slow down and eat. I say stop, and you must stop or there will be no food next time. Do you understand? The mist quickly gestured in the air before swiftly floating above the iron bed, indulging in a feast. Li Wenxiao gradually released his mental energy. The moment the mist entwined around him, a gentle and refreshing aura washed over his spirit. How delightful! It was even more pleasurable than when he first approached the guide. This gentle essence felt like an invisible hand, slowly peeling away the burdens that had plagued him for so long, unlocking the chains and shattering the cage, liberating him from boundless agony. A series of contented sighs escaped his throat, deep and husky, his magnetic voice releasing a continuous murmur. It was an exhilarating sensation that left one spellbound. Lin Juan watched intently, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on the state of the spirit form. However, the sentinel was drenched in a fine sheen of sweat, as if he had just emerged from water, his gaze hazy, with a glimmer of moisture blooming on the tip of his fair, high nose, his breath heavy. A tingling sensation surged along his spine to his brain. After a while, the appearance of the sentinel began to change. His left arm, entirely transformed into wings, shed vibrant feathers in large clumps, starting from the quill, severing from the body, and the distorted skeletal structure rapidly softened, reconstructing back to its original form. Before long, it reverted to a well-defined human arm. The skin on his arm still bore remnants of tiny, soon-to-shed feather sheaths. The skin on his right arm and other areas, previously covered in fine down, also shed in large patches, returning to smooth human skin. From his neck, cheeks, chest, back, and down to his muscular thighs, the fallen-down feathers, damp with sweat, clung to his skin, provoking a slight itch. Li Wenxiao's breathing grew increasingly labored, his chest heaving violently. His peach blossom eyes shimmered with moisture. Yet his gaze remained fixed and unwavering on the girl. Noticing Li Wenxiao's transformation, Lin Juan quickly summoned the spirit form back. "All right, come back quickly, no more eating." The spirit form expressed its discontent, having barely consumed a morsel, far less than it had the previous day. Yet, feeling Lin Juan's insistence, it reluctantly withdrew from the sentinel's vicinity. "Don't go," Li Wenxiao instinctively uttered, yearning for that comforting sensation to linger a while longer. However, Lin Juan unceremoniously confined the spirit form back into the mental realm, stood up, and patted her backside. "All right, the mental guidance is complete. You should calm down." Chapter 55. A masculine figure brimming with sexual tension. The sentinel was bound to the bed, panting heavily. Miss Guide, you're quite impressive. Am I not looking rather disheveled now?" He instinctively wanted to move closer to Lin Juan, but the chains constricted him tightly, leaving no space to maneuver. Lin Juan took a moment to compose herself, and, feeling no significant dizziness, realized that the spirit form had not quite had its fill. Li Wenxiao was still cocooned on the iron bed. His fiery and dreamy eyes regained a semblance of clarity, the fervor subsiding, yet still sparkling and glistening. Lin Juan stood up and pressed the button beside the execution bed again. With a clatter, the shackles released, retracting back into the hidden compartment. The sentinel almost immediately sat up from the bed. Lin Juan instinctively stepped back, her expression wary. However, he nimbly rolled off the bed and swiftly brushed away the fallen-down feathers from his body. Those tiny, sweaty downy bits and feather fragments cascaded to the ground as he moved his restored arm, shaking his body vigorously, his expression one of delight. Lin Juan's expression turned blank. As a girl from a rural background, she had observed how the chickens in her yard cleaned the dust off themselves. They would roll in the sand and then shake their bodies or flap their wings to dislodge any clingy dust and fine sand. Reminded of this, she struggled to suppress her laughter, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing." Lin Juan quickly dropped her hand from her mouth, feigning seriousness and shaking her head. Li Wenxiao withdrew his gaze, his expression animated. "The pollution level has dropped. Thank you, Miss Guide. You're truly remarkable." He then turned around, his eyes catching sight of the pile of feathers on the iron bed, resembling a small mountain, spread out like luxurious satin. So splendid and magnificent that it seemed like a one-of-a-kind masterpiece. The sentinel's eyes lit up, and a look of regret washed over his face. Such beautiful feathers. How could they all have fallen? Leaving them here is simply wasteful. I must take them back. Lin Juan was momentarily taken aback, displaying a speechless expression. This person seemed a bit unhinged. If he felt regretful, he should just go on more missions, raise his pollution level, and the tail could grow back. That one do. Li Wenxiao vehemently shook his head in refusal. Yet, he could not resist the urge, quickly moving forward to gather the feathers in handfuls, wanted to cradle them in his arms. Lin Juan closed her eyes, shaking her head at his antics. "Do as you wish. Take your time. No one is going to snatch them from you. Just don't damage them." Upon her words, Li Wenxiao indeed moderated his movements, carefully arranging the vibrant peacock feathers on the bed, his actions gentle. Turning around, the sentinel generously handed a handful to Lin Juan, his smile radiant yet somewhat smug. "Here, Miss Guide, these few are for you. No need to thank me." After saying this, Li Wenxiao cheerfully made his way toward the door, cradling his precious treasure. Lin Juan had no time to refuse, holding the bundle of feathers that was taller than herself, shimmering with iridescent colors, momentarily at a loss for how to handle them. "Miss Guide, remember to approve my friendship request. I will come to find you again." With that, Li Xiao quickly shut the door behind him and hurried away. Lin Juan was left in a state of bewilderment. She glanced at the excessively extravagant peacock feathers in her arms, glimmering under the chandelier's light, casting a blurred halo, and upon closer inspection, refracting a spectrum of rainbow hues. Well, she placed the feathers on her desk, admitting that they were indeed quite beautiful. Xiao Wu, please tidy that area. I will soon open the appointment for the next sentinel. The robot looked puzzled. Miss Guide, don't you need to rest for a moment? No, I'm fine. Hurry up. Lin Juan yawned, the mist floating within the mental realm growing restless, urging her due to hunger, driving her to distraction. Sigh, let the child eat. I cannot neglect the spirit form. All right, Miss Guide, take care of your health. With that, the robot swiftly cleaned up the aftermath around the iron bed, its mechanical arms moving with such speed that they left behind a blur, clearing away the half-dried down feathers and fallen debris with precision. She languidly slumped in the plush office chair behind her desk. Before long, the matching system promptly delivered a notification, astonishingly efficient. Sentinel personal information, name, Ku affiliation, tower control, district D14, Ta mental entity, Gray Wolf mental strength level, a contamination index. 99. Lin Juan clicked on the full-body display photo recently captured of the Sentinel. What a sight! A werewolf, resembling the archenemy of vampires. A pair of fluffy, gray-brown wolf ears stood alert atop his head, clearly inviting to the touch. His brown pupils narrowed to a cold slit in the light, exuding a predatory pressure. He was tall and robust, exhibiting a classic inverted triangle shape, broad shoulders, a wide back, a narrow and powerful waist, with bulging muscles that radiated strength. Yet his skin was covered by a dense layer of short, coarse gray-brown fur, and his hands and feet had partially warped into claw-like forms, complemented by a stout wolf tail that hung downwards. Unlike previous sentinels, this werewolf's facial structure was also distorted, resembling a beast that might howl at the full moon atop a mountain. The thought of such a scene felt somewhat juvenile to Lin Juan, who dismissed it without further contemplation and clicked to agree. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed at the door. Lin Juan tapped her holographic interface, and the heavy electronic door slid open, revealing a sturdy figure that nearly obstructed the entire entrance. The sentinel, clad in a simple black tank top, accentuated the contours of his muscular torso. Lin Juan gasped in awe. Wow, judging solely by his physique, he was undoubtedly a paragon of raw masculinity. Hua Ko lingered at the threshold, his steps momentarily hesitant. Unlike the wild ferocity depicted in the photograph, he currently held a beautifully wrapped light blue box, tied with a slightly crooked white silk bow in his broad, distorted hands. Please, come in, Lin Juan beckoned, rising from her seat. The sentinel cautiously approached, cradling the box, his upright ears instinctively flattening as he avoided her gaze. Miss Guide, this is a gift for our meeting, he offered, extending the box towards her. The aura emanating from the guide was soothingly pleasant, as if her mere presence could quell the turbulence within his mental realm. He struggled to maintain a safe distance, resisting any impulsive actions. Lin Juan accepted the delicately crafted hard-shell box, its weight negligible. What is this? It's cookies I baked myself, he replied. I used only the finest ingredients and made sure they are clean. I hope you and T find them lacking. Chapter 56. Who is the most obedient little wolf? He baked them himself? Lin Juan was taken aback, her gaze unconsciously drifting to his impressively muscular chest. Such a contrast. Thank you, I really appreciate it, she said with a warm smile, gesturing towards the handcuffed chairs. Please, have a seat over there. You'll need to be secured during the mental guidance process. Hua Ku complied with remarkable eagerness, following her directive without hesitation. Just as Lin Juan placed the cookie box on her desk, she heard a click. Turning around, she noticed Hua Ku's claws had been firmly secured to the tabletop by the handcuffs. The sentinel sat upright, his gaze fixed intently upon her, revealing an unmistakable sense of anticipation and desire. His wolf ears trembled slightly, creating a subtle contrast with his imposing physique. Lin Juan settled into her chair across from him. Let us activate the work mode. Try to relax. There's no need for any special actions, just release your mental energy. Okay, his taut muscles loosening slightly, his voice gravelly. Lin Juan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and directly opened the mental barrier to release the inner mental entity. A mist swirled. Hua Ku blinked, enveloped in a cool, gentle aura. His body stiffened momentarily, eliciting a soft whimper as the soothing and powerful purifying force coursed through him, alleviating the persistent pain that clung to him like a shadow. It left him with an unprecedented tranquility. Subsequently, a series of low, rumbling sounds emanated from his throat as his tense body completely relaxed, his eyes narrowing, revealing an almost entranced expression when he looked at Lin Juan. His ears twitched, and the distortions in his form began to revert rapidly. On the tabletop, the wolf claws, bound by metallic shackles, softened, shedding the outer layer of coarse fur to reveal broad human hands beneath. The robust bones and prominent joints became distinctly visible, with well-rounded nails and prominent veins adorning the back of his hands. The skin underwent a dramatic transformation as well. The wolf pelt that enveloped him quickly shriveled and fell away, revealing tight, healthy bronze skin underneath, robust muscles perfectly defined. The black tank top clung to his body, and as the wolf fur flaked away, his striking physique became apparent. Lin Juan quickly averted her gaze. She almost fell prey to the allure of his beauty. No, no. A shiver ran through her, prompting her to refocus on the state of the mental entity. The werewolf's head gradually morphed as well. The protruding jawbone receded slowly. The canine teeth shortened, transforming back into neat human teeth, and the fur that covered his face faded away, revealing his true visage. It was a rugged and resolute face. His jawline was sharply defined, his nose high, lips pressed tightly together, and his thick black eyebrows were slightly interrupted at the tips, adding a touch of wildness to his demeanor. Lin Juan's gaze involuntarily wandered again, only to be forcefully pulled back by her own strong will. Observing the deepening color of the mental entity, she commanded, "Don't consume anymore. Return." The pale gray mist swirled in the air, reluctantly satisfied. Before returning to Lin Juan's mental realm, Huaku felt a slight dizziness, and only when he sensed that the captivating serenity surrounding him was gradually withdrawing did he display a lingering reluctance, a sense of loss washing over him. Then came an overwhelming fervor, his gaze instinctively locking onto the young woman across from him. Lin Juan closed her eyes and exhaled deeply. After several sessions of mental guidance, she was gradually becoming accustomed to being scrutinized by the sentinel. It was merely part of the workflow. She understood. She truly did. Just as she intended to rise from the desk, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A gray shadow suddenly darted out from behind the broad chair. In an instant, Lin Juan barely discerned that it was a massive gray wolf, its fur gleaming, with sharp eyes, uncontrollably leaping from Huaku's mental realm. Agile and swift, it was overwhelmed by the recent wave of euphoria, and with a powerful push of its hind legs, it nearly lunged towards Lin Juan. Huaku's expression changed dramatically, his gaze instantly sharpening as he barked, "Sit." The gray wolf froze mid-action, its ingrained obedience compelling it to halt abruptly. With a howl, it crouched down, sitting upright with its forelegs together and back straight. "Miss Guide, I apologize. It was too excited. I hope it didn't frighten you," Huaku said, a flicker of panic and deep remorse crossing his face, followed by a palpable fear of what might have transpired. I almost scare Miss Guide." "No, it's all right." Lin Juan waved her hand dismissively. The sentinel had reacted far quicker than she did, before she could even register any fear. The gray wolf had already settled obediently. The large canine emitted a series of soft whines, its massive tail sweeping rapidly across the ground, almost resembling a propeller. While its ears flopped back, its big, soulful eyes fixated on Lin Juan. She found herself drawn to its antics, glancing over. The gray wolf opened its large mouth, exhaling warm breath, lowering its body in a gesture of submission, exuding an entirely gentle and harmless demeanor. Its tail wagged with exuberance, as if eager to entice the guide to reach out and stroke it. Unable to contain itself, it even rolled onto its side, revealing its soft belly. Lin Juan's eyes lit up. It was so furry and of an impressive size, appearing irresistibly petable. "Guide?" "Ah." Lin Juan snapped back to reality, her tone brimming with anticipation. "Mr. Sentinel, may I pet it?" Hawk June's face flushed red, and before he could respond, the gray wolf had already perceived Lin Juan's intent. The dog stealthily crawled closer, wagging its tail and nudging against Lin Juan's feet, emitting a deeply ingratiating whimper from its throat. It lay on the ground, persistently pushing its fluffy head toward Lin Juan's hand, its ears completely drooping. How delightful! Lin Juan wasted no time in crouching down, cradling the wolf's head and giving it a vigorous rub. The texture of its fur was not as soft as she had imagined. Rather, it was somewhat coarse yet warm and dry. Lin Juan stroked from the top of its head down to its sturdy spine, the fur smooth and glossy, a delightful sensation. The gray wolf squinted its eyes in pleasure, its massive body sprawling on the ground, exposing its soft belly. Without hesitation, Lin Juan's guilty hand reached toward its tender underbelly. The ethereal form rolled over, its moist nose brushing against Lin Juan's cheek, sniffing incessantly, and its paws pawing forward. Lin Juan extended her arms to embrace it, pressing her palm-sized face against the wolf's neck, feeling the warmth and smiling brightly. What a good little wolf! Whose little wolf is so obedient? She cradled the wolf's head, her fingers gently resting at the base of its furry ears. Who is the most well-behaved little wolf? The gray wolf eagerly responded, "Ah, whoa, it's me, it's me." Chapter 57. I'm not talented, but have some family assets. Lin Juan laughed heartily, completely immersed in the joy of petting the dog. Burying her face in the gray wolf's soft and broad chest, taking a deep breath. Momentarily forgetting the anxiety of being in this unfamiliar world and the fatigue of the past few days. Once she had her fill of affection, Lin Juan patted the wolf's head, stood up with a smile, and only then noticed that Hawk was still handcuffed to the table. "Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you were still locked up." Lin Juan hurriedly approached, pressing the switch on the table to unlock the handcuffs. With a soft click, Hawk immediately withdrew his hands. His large palms clenched into fists, flexing his knuckles, his muscular arms bulging. He suddenly stood up from the chair, his movements too abrupt. The Sentinel wore a tight black vest, his broad shoulders and back complemented by firm thigh muscles. Breathing heavily, his cheeks flushed in an unusual hue. He awkwardly avoided Lin Juan's gaze, and, in the blink of an eye, rushed forward to scoop up the ethereal form that lay limp on the ground like a wolf pancake, hastening towards the door. "Thank you very much, guide. I'll take my leave now." Before Lin Juan could react, the Sentinel had already restrained the gray wolf, which was thrashing wildly in his arms, and with long strides, almost fled through the door, not even bothering to brush off the remnants of wolf fur that had just fallen onto him. The ethereal form, which had been happily lounging by Lin Juan's feet, suddenly interrupted and expressed its displeasure with a series of whines, struggling with all four legs but unable to free itself. Yet only Hawk knew that if he lingered even for a second longer, he would be unable to suppress his overwhelming desire for the guide. Instinctively, he felt a compulsion to pounce, a fervent longing surging forth like a flood, washing away reason and threatening to lead him to an irretrievable act. Lin Juan was left bewildered. Having been so engrossed in petting the wolf, her hands now felt empty. Looking up, she could only see the tall figure hastily retreating. Did something happen in the afternoon training? Lin Juan scratched her head, murmuring softly. Though somewhat disappointed, she did not dwell on the incident. She stood up, yawning, her gaze drifting to the desk. "Xiao Wu, take the gifts from the table. I'm heading back to my dorm for a nap." "Certainly. Thank you for your efforts." "Guide." Xiao Wu carefully lifted a large bouquet of vibrant flowers, while its other mechanical arm delicately handled the long peacock feathers. Lin Juan, unable to wait, eagerly opened the box of cookies. Lifting the lid, a delightful aroma wafted out. Lin Juan's eyes sparkled. What adorable little cookies. Each cookie was uniquely shaped, plump star shapes, flower shapes, and various lifelike animal forms, perfectly baked to a fluffy golden brown. Lin Juan sampled one, and the rich, buttery flavor instantly captivated her taste buds. Crisp and fragrant, these were undoubtedly the best cookies she had ever tasted. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Lin Juan entered the elevator, cheerfully accepting the friend request sent by Hawk. Noticing another notification, she saw that it was from Li Wan Xiao, the flower peacock, and she readily accepted that as well. Almost simultaneously, both sent her messages expressing their thanks. Lin Juan replied to each one, while happily munching on her crispy cookies as she returned to her dorm. Collapsing onto the sofa, she scrolled through her device. Xiao Wu had somehow procured several vases, reassembling the grand bouquet and distributing the flowers into different vases, meticulously arranging them in the areas Lin Juan frequented. "Wow, Xiao Wu, you have such a talent for this." Lin Juan lifted her head from the sofa, watching it glide around the room like a little butler, offering genuine praise. Far superior to that sentinel's taste. Of course, Xiao Wu replied proudly. My database contains the most comprehensive flower arrangement tutorials in the entire star system. It's not something that ostentatious sentinel could compare to. After saying this, it cast a discreet, disdainful glance at Lin Juan's flower wrapping skills, criticizing the lack of coherence in color combinations and the choice of unattractive wrapping paper. But can you bake cookies? Xiao Wu paused, the display freezing momentarily. Of course, but robots follow tutorials step by step, without deviation. The results are only slightly above average. They're not bad, but certainly not comparable to those skilled chefs. Do you want a dessert guide? Lin Juan waved her hand. No need, I haven't finished the cookies yet. Just then, a notification chimed, and a message from the flower peacock appeared. Lin Juan opened the attachment to find his pollution value test report, which had decreased from an initial 98 to around 73. A reduction of 25 points. Li Wenxiao wrote, Guide, I shall be your most loyal follower from now on. I vow to always follow you. Li Wenxiao added, all shops and restaurants at the tower will waive your expenses. Messages flooded in rapidly, and before she knew it, the Sentinel had sent several pictures showcasing his restored physique, displaying himself from all angles. He wore a colorful floral shirt, 2 buttons undone at the collar, revealing a glimpse of his fair yet subtly muscled chest, adorned with a silver necklace. In sum, he remained perfectly aligned with his flamboyant aesthetic. When he smiled, an aura of extreme self-assurance radiated from him regarding his appearance and physique. Lin Juan closed her eyes, unable to believe how self-absorbed one could be. Even though he was indeed quite handsome. Are all the leisure venues at the tower your establishments? Li Wenxiao, quickly grasping the point, proudly admitted, I am not particularly talented, but I have some family assets. Lin Juan responded, Oh, so you're a quaint, ancient-style merchant. Li Wenxiao, meanwhile, was in the examination room, holding his device, nearly beaming with joy. Before the guide arrived at the Black Tower, the sentinels there were as good as lifeless, spending their time on patrol, eliminating aberrations, healing in the medical area, resting in their dorms, or engaging in fights whenever they felt displeased, often ending up bloodied and battered. At times, conflicts between 2 individuals may escalate into brawls involving many, resulting in a scene of gruesome carnage. The control tower has strict regulations. Any fighting among sentinels, regardless of the cause, will incur severe penalties. Nevertheless, the sentinels have come to regard their periodic skirmishes as a form of entertainment and stress relief. The shopping mall, entertainment hall, and holographic cinema he operates have seen no patrons. Avoiding destruction by the mentally unstable sentinels is considered a fortunate outcome. The merchandise often remains unsold for weeks, and the restaurant is nearly deserted, perpetually in a state of financial loss. The largest consumer of these establishments is, in fact, himself. The lack of closure is purely due to his desire to enhance his quality of life. He can afford such trivial expenses. However, since the arrival of the Xiangdao guide, regardless of the exorbitant prices he sets for items in the mall, there are always foolish patrons willing to spend. This temptation is indeed difficult to resist. In a Xiangdao dormitory, Lin Juan unknowingly polished off half a box of cookies before standing to fetch some water. Shortly thereafter, she received a message from Huoku, accompanied by a pollution level assessment report. Reflecting on her experiences, she recalled that among all the sentinels she had provided mental guidance to, Huoku's pollution level was the highest, with even deformities manifesting in his head. However, following her intervention, his pollution level had plummeted from a precarious 99 to 69, and his appearance had completely returned to normal. Cradling her cup of water, Lin Juan found herself lost in thought, contemplating how she had managed to rescue this burly werewolf figure who baked delicious cookies. Such a realization filled her with a sense of accomplishment. Perhaps being a Xiangdao was indeed a commendable profession. The tasks were straightforward, requiring her to merely release her spiritual entity to indulge in food while ensuring it did not consume excessively, lest she suffer a headache. Moreover, the results were immediate and evident, providing her with a profound sense of achievement and respect from others. Contemplating this made the future seem promising. Huoku, thank you, Xiangdao. I have fully recovered. Huoku, do you like the gift I sent you? Lin Juan instinctively glanced at the half-empty box of cookies, and without hesitation, she praised. They are delicious. Thank you. Huoku, I'm glad you like them, Xiangdao. I will make more for you next time. Lin Juan, Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Well, could, not at all. It brings me joy to know you enjoy them. I have developed a few new flavors recently. I will bring them for you to try and provide feedback. Lin Juan swallowed hard, realizing how difficult it was to resist such temptations. Do not test a gluttonous Xiangdao with food. With a silent thanks, she closed her eyes. After finishing an entire box of cookies, perhaps due to the cloud of spiritual energy hastening her digestion, Lin Juan yawned and felt her mind grow heavy. She had instructed Xiao Wu not to leave lunch for her, so without hesitation, she dove onto the large bed in her bedroom, covering herself with a blanket to catch some more sleep. Outside, however, unrest was brewing. At the Haida aviation platform, the horizon remained shrouded in gray clouds, as fierce winds whipped up distant debris and dust, striking against the silver-gray structures with a crackling sound. From a distance, the aviation platform appeared as an irregular geometric shape, forged from steel, isolated in the vast wasteland. The canopy hung low, resembling a dirty cloth soaked in murky water, casting a dim hue over everything below. The aircraft dispatched from the control tower were neatly arranged in the cold, expansive square. Sun Yi stood amidst the howling winds, idly fiddling with the wrist-mounted holographic device. His massive dragon wings partially folded in front of him, shielding him from the violent winds, while the barbed tail dangled toward the ground, covered in hard scales, swaying listlessly. Suddenly, a bright light appeared on the horizon, rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, a medium-sized interstellar transport ship loomed large before him, akin to a steel whale, adjusting its angle and posture before smoothly gliding into the docking bay of the aviation platform. With a dull hydraulic sound, the side hatch of the ship slowly opened, revealing neatly stacked metal containers within. "Let's get to work," he gestured, and the sentinels and robots trailing behind him moved forward to unload supplies from the starship onto the aircraft for transport back to the control tower. The robots, having disembarked from the starship, also eagerly assisted with the unloading. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. The densely packed square containers from the starship flowed toward various aircraft, which then transported them to the Haida. Sun Ye's gaze fell upon a container marked with the words "Special Supply of Suppressants." He nodded at the crocodile-shaped, deformed sentinel escorting it, instructing him to open it for inspection. The crocodile sentinel complied, gently placing the container down alongside the rhinoceros sentinel. Without tools, the rhinoceros sentinel pride opened the container's seal with his hands. As the lid was lifted, it revealed a neatly arranged array of transparent vials. Sun Yi casually picked up one vial, scanning the label and code on the packaging. His brows knitted together in an instant. "Third-generation suppressants? We have been supplied with fifth-generation ones until now." His voice turned icy, commanding all sentinels involved in the unloading of the suppressants to halt and inspect each container. As expected, all contained the outdated model. What is going on? Who is responsible for coordinating with the starship from the Baita? As soon as he finished speaking, a quaking squad leader stepped hesitantly from the crowd. Under Sun Ye's piercing gaze, the pressure emanating from the SSS-class Sentinel was palpable. The leader checked every container again, his face paling as he stammered, "Deputy Commander, I confirmed the shipping list. It clearly states fifth-generation suppressants." He hurriedly pulled out his holographic device, displaying the electronic document. His fingers trembling, Sun Yi snatched the device, swiftly scanning the information on the screen. Fury surged within his molten gold pupils, yet he forcefully suppressed his agitation. The Baita must have done this deliberately. The supply list indicated fifth generation, yet what arrived were third generation. Useless. They couldn't even check the goods properly. "Return to the tower and confine yourself." "Yes." The Sentinel willingly accepted his punishment. After speaking, Sun Yi returned the holographic device to the Sentinel without another glance, turning to issue orders to the onlooking Sentinels. "What are you all staring at? Continue unloading." The Sentinels, feeling anxious, understood that the suppressants were their lifeline, allowing them to survive another day. Yet, under Sun Ye's fierce gaze, they dared not show any signs of dissent, silently resuming their work. Retrieving his focus, Sun Yi activated his holographic device, directly calling Darius. "Commander, we have a significant problem requiring your immediate attention." His tone was laced with disdain. The fifth-generation suppressant sent from Baita had turned into third generation, and the quantity remained unchanged. Upon concluding his message, he promptly switched to the head of the Baita's logistics department, launching into an elaborate discourse. Meanwhile, on the 40th floor of the control tower, in the commander's office, Darius was inundated with tasks. A massive tactical star chart sprawled across the metallic wall beside his desk, clearly marking the locations where the perimeter barriers had recently come under assault from deformations. Numerous areas required increased sentinel patrols and strategic redeployment. He extended his slender fingers, swiftly navigating the holographic screen, still clad in his impeccably tailored black uniform, adorned with gleaming epaulets, his gaze sharp, with slit pupils glinting ominously. A thick, serpentine tail slithered around the room, its scales rasping against the floor. Was this indeed aimed at Lin Juan? Ding dong. The holographic device chimed with an urgent message notification. Darius opened the communication box, and Sun Ye's voice had been automatically transcribed into text, sprawling lazily across the screen. He scanned it swiftly, and his brow furrowed instantly. After a brief pause, he replied to Sun Yi, "The supplies will be returned as scheduled and accounted for upon entry." Subsequently, without a moment's hesitation, Darius connected to the encrypted communication line with the White Tower's material management department. The light screen flickered a few times, revealing the image of a young sentinel dressed in the high-ranking official uniform of the White Tower, his pale face framed by gold-rimmed glasses, golden hair, and azure eyes. "Commander Darius, it is quite rare for you to reach out to me proactively," the young sentinel said, a formulaic smile gracing his lips, though an air of condescension seeped through his tone. Darius, uninterested in the frivolous pleasantries of this duplicitous individual, cut straight to the heart of the matter. The supplies being sent to the Black Tower contain third-generation suppressants. I require a satisfactory explanation. The young sentinel adjusted his glasses, his smile unwavering. "Your Excellency, it seems you have spent too long in the Black Tower and are unaware of the current situation outside. The conflict in Area A8 is intensifying, and the demand for various supplies is exceedingly high, particularly suppressants. For the greater good, and to ensure the front line is adequately supplied, we must momentarily inconvenience the Black Tower. I trust you can comprehend this." Before Darius could voice a rebuttal, the young sentinel continued, "Coincidentally, I have information to share with you. A batch of severely mutated sentinels has just retreated from the A8 battlefield and is about to be transported to the Black Tower." He glanced at the time, his smile deepening. "The monsters are expected to arrive at the Black Tower in 5 days. You may wish to prepare for their reception and accommodation." A glint of cold light flashed in Darius's eyes, his vertical pupils dark and imbued with an even greater chill than before. "The Black Tower will handle the Sentinels' arrangements. However, regarding the suppressants, to my knowledge, the situation in Area A8 remains within manageable limits. The Empire's resource reserves have not reached a point where we cannot sustain a regional conflict, necessitating the diversion of supplies meant for the Black Tower." The young sentinel chuckled lightly at this, a mocking expression overtaking his face. Leaning slightly forward, he maintained his slick, bureaucratic tone, sneering softly. "Isn't there already a distinguished guide in the Black Tower? Surely, with her remarkable abilities, addressing this minor inconvenience for the mutated sentinels should pose no challenge." Darius felt a sharp jolt in his brow. Was this truly aimed at Lin Juan? The guide's reluctance to return to the White Tower rendered their despicable tactics utterly meaningless. She would not be coerced into leaving. The young sentinel raised an eyebrow, unconcerned, cautioning him not to speak too confidently. After all, the Black Tower housed a multitude of monsters. Who knew what might transpire? "Just a jest, Commander. The situation on the front line is dire, and I regret that I cannot allocate additional supplies. Best of luck to you." With that, the young sentinel terminated the communication. The final image frozen on the screen was of him in his platinum uniform, grinning, yet brimming with blatant mockery and malice. As the image dissipated, the light screen radiated a white glow, illuminating Darius's countenance, which had turned as cold as ice. The excuses of dire conflict and limited resources were nothing more than a facade, a warning and a reprimand for his repeated refusals to return Lin Juan to the Central Star. The individuals from the Central White Tower had sunk to the depths of madness, leveraging the suffering and safety of all the Black Tower sentinels to force their compliance. The office was enveloped in silence. The expansive tactical star map sprawled beside him, with an array of text and numbers continuously fluctuating on the projected screen, while the mainframe systematically calculated the battle conditions. Darius's gaze sharpened. He soon regained his composure. Without hesitation, He promptly dispatched an emergency meeting notification to all core senior members within the Black Tower, convening in the large conference room on the same floor in 20 minutes. Simultaneously, Darius's fingers deftly maneuvered across the holographic interface, sending an encrypted communication to Elias stationed at the A8 frontline. After a brief pause, the screen displayed not Elias himself, but one of his subordinates. Commander Darius, the Marshal is currently commanding operations on the front line and is unable to respond immediately. Please leave a message, and I will relay it faithfully upon his return. No need, Darius replied curtly, cutting the communication. He glanced at the time displayed on the holographic interface, straightened the collar of his pristine black uniform, and left the office with a composed demeanor. The massive serpentine tail glided through the cold metallic corridor, heading toward the large conference room on the same floor. Upon identity verification, the heavy, silver-gray metallic doors swung open. The conference room was a strikingly futuristic circular space, with a colossal holographic projection platform suspended at its center, continuously flickering with data and star maps. Surrounding the platform was a streamlined metallic conference table, glimmering under the ambient light scattered from the dome above. As he entered, two individuals were already seated at the table, awaiting his arrival. Commander, the two mutated sentinels immediately rose. Please, take your seats, Darius gestured, settling into the main chair. Sun Yi had just sent in the message. Given the Tower Sentinel's regard for suppressants, the news of the new fifth-generation suppressants being swapped for inferior ones had likely spread like wildfire in this brief interlude. 10 minutes later, Sun Yi rushed in at last, striding in with great urgency, his enormous dragon wings folding behind him. Crimson hair and golden eyes reflecting impatience and ire as he settled beside Lin Juan. With all personnel accounted for, Darius, recognizing the unity of the Black Tower, had no reason to conceal any details. He spoke, his voice steady and clear, succinctly laying out the entire situation, including the White Tower's threats to compel them to send Lin Juan back to the Central Star. He sensed that the strategies employed by the White Tower would not cease here. There would undoubtedly be further machinations. Rather than obfuscate, it was better to clarify matters from the outset. As he finished speaking, Darius's calm gaze swept across all present. The Sentinels, grotesquely mutated and disfigured, bore an array of unique skin tones and unflattering appearances, yet each face was marred by a palpable tension. They endured the torment of the psychic domain's upheaval daily, suffering immensely, and now even the crucial suppressants had become a point of contention. Were it not for the black monitoring rings around their necks, they might have resorted to violence upon hearing the news to vent their pent-up aggression. In the brief period that Lin Juan has spent at the Haida, she has adhered to the Tower's regulations by providing psychological support to the Sentinels. Contrary to the rumors that paint her as loathsome and guilt-ridden, she has successfully aided several Sentinels in reversing their mutations, reducing their contamination levels to a safe range. Everyone understands the significance of a guide for the Sentinels. Yet, the Bai Tower still resorts to such unrefined tactics to coerce them, which is nothing short of an affront. It is as though they regard them as thoroughly mutated monsters. Once everyone expressed their opinions, Darius nodded slightly, his brow relaxing a bit, not surprised by the outcome. He then shifted his tone, his expression growing serious. Let us discuss our countermeasures. First, the distribution of suppressants. Darius looked at the person in charge of this matter, instructing them to enhance the management of the suppressant inventory, tally the quantities, and formulate a reasonable distribution plan based on the ratio of sentinels with varying levels of contamination, to be sent to my communication terminal by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Furthermore, bolster the patrols and armament of the warehouse. I do not wish to witness any incidents of sentinels robbing suppressants. The designated person nodded repeatedly. Professor Liu, please follow up on this matter and cooperate fully. Lin Juan nodded in acknowledgement, stating that the laboratory would thoroughly assess the efficacy of the suppressants and the contamination status of the sentinels. Secondly, regarding internal management of the tower, notify the captains of each team to soothe their members' emotions and minimize unrest within the tower. In the event of a brawl, suppress it promptly and deal with it severely according to tower regulations, especially to prevent any attempts to seize suppressants. Sun Yi, you will be responsible for this. Understood, replied the Longi sentinel with a raised eyebrow, casually complaining that such dirty and exhausting work always falls to him. Lastly, The Bai Tower is not only sending a batch of third-generation suppressants, but also plans to send a group of mutated sentinels returning from the battlefield in 5 days. What? Sunny could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Are they insane? Do they think the Haida isn't chaotic enough? The supply of suppressants in the Haida is already strained. Even if they continued providing the 5th-generation suppressants as before, the tower executes sentinels daily. Now, they're not only cutting their supply of suppressants, but also planning to send more people here. Previously, small batches of mutated sentinels were sent sporadically, which was manageable. With the dead leaving and the living entering, the total number of sentinels in the Haida remained relatively stable. But now, they're bringing down yet another group from the battlefield? The estimated number will undoubtedly be substantial. Darius interjected, "Now is not the time to discuss that. Besides the officially supplied 3rd-generation suppressants, we need to brainstorm ways to acquire more from other sources." Sunny doubted his ears. "Commander, surely you jest. The suppressants are strictly controlled strategic resources by the Empire. Most are supervised by the Bai Tower, with every batch logged meticulously. How can we procure such a large quantity?" Darius, however, fixed his cold, calm gaze on Li Juan. "Why are you all looking at me?" Li Juan nearly jumped up, dressed in an ostentatious burgundy velvet suit. He looked utterly out of place in the serious atmosphere of the conference room, his hair styled meticulously with hairspray. "How much can you obtain?" "Commander, are you not aware? Our family is in commerce, leading a modest and honest business. We would never engage in the illicit production of suppressants, which could lead to execution." Darius closed his eyes, exhaling deeply. "How much do you have in your private stock?" Li Juan smirked. Nothing could escape this man's notice. "All right, I do have a small stock of the latest suppressants, all purchased and transported with my own funds through entirely legitimate channels. I intended to keep them for emergencies. There are only about 500. If the tower needs them, I can donate them without charge, since his contamination level has already dropped to an exceptionally safe range. He has no immediate use for the suppressants in his small stock. Offering them to address an urgent need poses no issue." Darius nodded and turned to the others at the conference table. "If that is the case, let us each find ways to contact our networks and see if we can procure suppressants in small quantities, even at a higher price, to be reimbursed through the tower's public account." Everyone nodded in agreement. However, Lu Xinglan furrowed his brow. "Professor Lu, do you have any thoughts?" Meeting Darius's inquiring gaze, Lu Xinglan gently shook her head. "None." "Then this meeting is adjourned. The tasks assigned must be implemented immediately." "Understood." The mutated sentinels began to rise in groups to leave. Sunny also stood with the others, intending to depart, but suddenly caught Darius's gaze. With a single look, he understood and quietly sat back down. Once the room was left with only Lu Xinglan, Sunny, and Darius, the sentinel in the black uniform at the head of the table slowly spoke. "Professor Lu, what were you thinking just now?" Lu Xinglan pressed her lips together, gently shaking her head. "It was merely a conjecture. Since they dare to withhold suppressants to threaten us, they will likely not allow us to procure them from other sources. They are well aware that although the Haida houses a collection of mutated monsters, those condemned to die, there are among them individuals who once held high positions in the Empire. Utilizing past connections to obtain some suppressants should not be overly difficult. Darius has no issues, so he can also acquire them, as he can reach out to the Empire's Research Institute and his family. Not to mention Li Juan, who comes from a wealthy family where money can move mountains." Chapter 61. The quota of suppressants have Darius lowered his gaze in contemplation, his long, strong fingers rhythmically tapping the metal table. In just a moment, he conceived numerous methods through which the Bai Tower could manipulate the quota of suppressants. For instance, tightening control over the production of suppressants, or arbitrarily finding excuses to block the transport routes of starships heading to the Haida. Additionally, during inspections at border airports, they could impose redundant and complex procedures, scrutinizing documentation and then finding reasons to seize goods, thereby delaying the process. It thus appears that the Haida is inevitably falling into a passive predicament. "I will ensure we are prepared for emergencies," Darius declared resolutely. "For now, we will strive to reach out to the outside world to see if we can secure more suppressants. We must prepare for the worst." Lu Xinglan nodded, her expression grave, understanding the gravity of the situation. After this, the three dispersed. Darius and Lu Xinglan returned to their respective offices. Sun Yi, unable to remain still, knew without a doubt that it would not be long before unrest erupted among the sentinels in the tower. When the supply of suppressants was stable, these tortured souls, driven to madness by the psychic domain, often sought to vent their frustrations through fights. Now, with the suppressants in jeopardy, it would not be long before a group of madmen clashed violently. Injuries and fatalities were commonplace. With this thought, a wave of uncontainable rage enveloped him, and he hurried toward the suppressant management center. He needed to oversee the entry of this batch of suppressants personally. Otherwise, if the mutated sentinels truly became enraged, it was not impossible for them to destroy the suppressants stored in the warehouse. Exiting Darius' office, Sunny strode across the hall toward the temporary docking area for aircraft. Without hesitation, he leapt skyward, his longy wings whipping up a fierce gale, propelling him towards a separate metal building next door. Touching down on a metal platform that jutted out over a flat expanse, he proceeded inside, traversing the wide corridor leading to the management center. In an instant, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The air was thick with the lingering scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood. A multitude of sentinels, recently withdrawn from the periphery patrol zone, congregated at the entrance of the management center, clad in tattered combat uniforms. Each bore wounds and was marred by the grime left from their encounters with the aberrant entities. Having had no opportunity to first visit the medical area, gaping wounds dripped crimson onto the ground, creating grotesque stains beneath their feet. Having just battled the aberrants, their mental pollution levels surged, plunging them into a state of extreme agitation, on the brink of explosion. Why is there only this meager supply of suppressants? We are risking our lives to safeguard the barrier. Hand over the suppressants now. The sentinels were incensed. Leading them was a crab sentinel. His arms grotesquely transformed into massive pincers, dark blue blood oozing from his fractured joints, his eyes wide with fury, his roar filled with rage and pain. Everyone, the supervisor hastily interjected. The commander has issued orders. All suppressants must be recounted and reallocated according to a new distribution plan. We cannot dispense them as per the previous arrangement for now. Please understand and return to await further notice. The sentinels were even more enraged. Await further notice? When we left, we were promised more than this meager amount of suppressants. The crab sentinel slammed his fist against the heavy metal wall, leaving a clear dent, the sound echoing deafeningly. The suppressants from the Black Tower were allocated based on contributions, and those sentinels returning from periphery missions were entitled to collect their due from the supply department as per prior agreements. However, having just returned and being on the verge of mental unrest, coupled with the halving of the suppressant supply, their tempers flared uncontrollably. The supervisor's expression darkened upon hearing their complaints. The tower suppressants were in short supply. Causing a ruckus would yield no results. Enough. Cease this. Xuanya's voice boomed like thunder, resonating through the crowd, his SSS-level psychic power rapidly suppressing the tumult, bringing instant silence. The sentinels froze, turning in unison. He strode into the throng, his gaze icy, his brows furrowed in impatience. Are you all contemplating rebellion? It's not rebellion. The suppressants promised to us before the mission were not this scant. We barely survived out there. And now they want to cut our supply. Enough. Give them the suppressants, Xuanya commanded, casting a cold glance at the supervisor. However, since the tower previously made a commitment, we shall adhere to the original regulations. The new distribution plan will apply to those sentinels undertaking future missions. The supervisor, meeting Xuanya's impatient gaze, could only nod in agreement. Afterward, he signaled the robots behind him to retrieve the suppressants and distribute the previously agreed-upon amounts to the dozen or so sentinels. This superficial chaos was barely quelled. Subsequently, several more batches of sentinels, reeking of blood, hurried over to collect their suppressants, anxious not to miss out on their share. However, Xuanya's earlier words had already ignited a firestorm among the sentinels. What does the new distribution plan entail? Are we facing a shortage of suppressants? Check the news. This supply of suppressants to the Black Tower is all third generation. Damn, I earned so many military merits on the battlefield. Future missions are nothing but a death sentence. After receiving their suppressants, they unhesitatingly injected one into their systems, temporarily quelling their mounting agitation. With that, they could only clutch their dimming hopes and hastily leave for the medical area to tend to their grievous wounds. Meanwhile, the robots traversing the tower's interior diligently performed their duties, quietly cleaning the remnants of dismembered limbs and various bloodstains left by the sentinels. They wiped clean the scattered footprints on the floor. The once gleaming metallic surface was soiled, only to be restored to cleanliness. Yet the lingering faint scent of blood and an inexplicable aura of unrest persisted in the air, reminiscent of the smell when Lin Juan first arrived at the tower's interior. After the sentinels injected their suppressants and temporarily quelled their anxiety and irritability, they walked while exchanging low whispers. Various unverified rumors spread rapidly like locusts, swiftly permeating the tower's interior. However, it wasn't long before their light brains pinged simultaneously. The tower's mainframe issued a top-level directive. Upon opening it, they found a succinct notification stating that henceforth, the suppressant allocation for missions would be halved. Chapter 62, let us drag them out for a beating. The incident escalated. The anonymous forum within the Black Tower saw its threads rise ever higher. Hot, pinned, official announcement. Temporary adjustment of suppressant allocation plan. 1L. I curse those treacherous, heartless bastards. While I was fighting aberrants on the front lines, those scoundrels were undoubtedly enjoying themselves on the Central Star. How dare they cut my suppressants? I swear if I catch that scum. 2L. The above is quite the rant. Extremely satisfying. 5L. Thanks, just returned from the periphery. Can't bear to see this. Feeling a bit dead inside. 9 I just got back, and half my arm was chewed off by an aberrant, and my pollution level shot up to 98. 10L. Calm down. Those just returning are not affected. It's the next batch that is doomed. 18L. Black Tower Sentinel Survival Guide, 228 edition, has been updated. Please check. The new version is 100 times more difficult than the old one, entering hell mode from initiation to burial. Wishing everyone a pleasant life. 19L. If you post that again, I'll find someone to deal with you. 23L. My brother told me the situation on the 8 front is not that dire. Surely they wouldn't cut our supplies? 24L. Feels off. Let's observe further. The White Tower has been making excuses. 25L. Damn it. Why didn't I manage to secure a spot for the mental counseling session with the guy before? 26L. Count me in. My heart is shattered. Why do they have such good luck? They have nothing to worry about regarding the suppressant shortage now. 29L. I can't take it anymore. Let's drag them out and give them a beating. 33L. Those wanting to take action, come to the 23rd floor. I know the Scorpion's coordinates. 34L. Isn't it unethical to betray your comrades? Wait, I'm coming down right away. 43L. Dead Peacock. Come to me, 8th floor. 46L. Those wanting to beat the dogs. Come to the 25th floor, dormitory. The posts rapidly accumulated into hundreds of layers, with comments ranging from furious tirades to despair, alongside various conspiracy theories and speculations. At this moment, Yuan Man had just boarded a passenger starship headed home. The young man leaned against the narrow economy cabin seat, the interior simulating natural light. A faint scent of air freshener wafted through the atmosphere. The cabin was filled with rows of seats occupied by passengers. He pressed the privacy mode button on the armrest, and in an instant, a simple energy barrier enveloped his seat, partially obscuring both visual and auditory senses from prying eyes. The announcement chimed, "Attention passengers. Starship D-3241 will depart in 15 standard minutes for aviation platform C-16-4. Please fasten your seatbelts. Wishing you a pleasant journey." Bored, he opened his light brain and casually browsed through information. Suddenly, he noticed the post at the top of the anonymous forum. The overwhelming influx of information caught him off guard, his expression shifting drastically. How could this be? He quickly messaged his captain. Unbeknownst to him, the captains of various teams were preoccupied with managing the emotions of their members, overwhelmed by the task of suppressing dissenting opinions and preventing the spread of public outrage, leaving them little time to respond to him. Yuan Man could only turn to message Gung Ju for further inquiries. Gung Ji, the situation is indeed quite dire. On Xinguang, one can find the official explanation from the Baitar regarding this matter. However, the circumstances at the front lines of A8 district are not yet severe enough to necessitate the rationing of hydrosuppressants. Yuan Man quickly logged onto the public star network once more. The topic concerning the front line of A8 district was trending at the top, followed closely by an official announcement from the Baitar's material management department, stating that the front line battles are intensifying, resulting in a shortage of 5th-generation suppressants. Consequently, the suppressants sent to Haida must have their costs trimmed, temporarily replaced by 3rd-generation alternatives. Beneath the announcement, the sentinels of Haida unleashed a barrage of eloquent insults, generating tens of thousands of unique responses. Anyone attempting to defend the Bai-Ta found themselves swiftly silenced, deleting posts and fleeing under the cover of night. Yuan Man was taken aback. As an earnest youth, although his roommates and teammates were not particularly genteel, he had never encountered such a plethora of crude language. Just as he attempted to refresh the page, the comment section was abruptly closed. Yuan Man, attention all passengers. The Starship D-3241 will depart in 5 standard minutes for C-16 District, Platform 4. The boarding doors are about to close. Please fasten your seatbelts. The announcement echoed once more. Without further contemplation, Yuan Man sprang from his seat. He moved against the sparse flow of passengers seeking seats, hastening towards the impending closure of the boarding doors. There was no way he would abandon the guiding lady in Haida, a place where internal strife could erupt at any moment. It was evident that the internal situation at the tower would be fraught with tension, and one could only imagine the actions the sentinels might take on the brink of mental collapse. Sir, the boarding doors are about to close. Please return to your seat. Sir, please return to your seat. Yuan Man disregarded the calls of the robotic attendant, stumbling down the starship's gangway, only feeling a slight relief once his foot touched the metallic ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his holographic device, connecting to the airport's supply network. His fingers dancing across the screen, placing several urgent orders for suppressants, all while straddling the limit of available supplies. He entered the delivery address directly to the mecha docking area. Without delay, he made his way there. On the other end of the communication, Gung Ji, noticing Yuan Man's prolonged silence, initiated a voice call. Yuan Man, everything is normal within the tower. You can relax on your vacation. No, I intend to return. Yuan Man's breath was uneven. Gung Ji paused, aware that aside from official supply ships and sentinels, there were seldom other starships visiting Haida. How you plan to return? In a mecha. Are you out of your mind? Gung Ji's voice involuntarily rose. You're a D-class sentinel, piloting a light mecha. Aren't you afraid of being torn apart while jumping through a wormhole? Yuan Man was about to respond when he had just passed security and entered the mecha docking area, where several batches of suppressants had already been delivered to the designated location. Mr. Yuan, the goods have arrived. Please check and select a sign for them. Yuan Man glanced at the cylindrical transport robot and hastily clicked to confirm receipt of all items on the order page. Without time to check, he retrieved his light mecha from a button-sized compartment and packed everything inside. Don't be impulsive. You barely escaped Haida alive. Think of your parents. Yuan Man, speak. There are commanders of the tower, and the warehouse has suppressants. Spending all your savings to send a small amount is futile. Yuan Man exhaled deeply. Don't try to dissuade me. I must return. Ignoring Gung Ji's irate voice on the other end, he gradually released his mental strength, expertly activating the mecha's engine. The cockpit's indicator lights illuminated one by one. Upon hearing the engine's roar, Gung Ji wished to continue his pleas. Yuan Man, feeling exasperated, was about to sever the communication when suddenly, the voice on the other end fell silent. Chapter 63. What kind of elite family are you pretending to be? Yuan Man's actions paused. Then he heard Gung Ji exclaim, What the hell? What do you all want? If you wish to fight, don't come looking for me. Let go. The tower forbids sentinels from fighting privately. A coarse and furious voice responded, I'm here for you. We didn't finish in the training room. So let's continue today. What fighting? It's all just sparring. Come on, let us take him away. With that, a cacophony of noise erupted, footsteps scattering and gradually fading away. The communication was forcibly cut off. Yuan Man could no longer contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. This voice was all too familiar to him. To secure the guiding lady's reservation, this individual had been glued to their holographic device, logging into the matching system hundreds of times daily, even spending a fortune on the latest model, fearing they might miss out. Yet, they had not managed to secure a single appointment. After losing all composure, he saw a sentinel who had undergone mental counseling and was ready to brawl. Yuan Man continued his actions, the light mecha transforming into a streak of light. Swiftly darting out of the airport platform, he plunged into the vast, pitch-black universe. Almost as soon as his mecha vanished into the boundless sea of stars, several imposing official patrol ships, emblazoned with the Bai-Ta insignia, docked at the highest platform of the airport. With a sharp hiss, the hatch opened. A group of officials clad in crisp white uniforms strode into the airport control center, flanked by armed guards, their expressions haughty. The head official was met with immediate deference from the airport's manager. With a slightly raised chin, he presented an electronic document bearing the Central by TA seal. Suspected high-infectivity mutated pollutants have emerged in the star regions surrounding the D14 contaminated zone. To ensure the absolute safety of the Empire's secure zones, all routes in the area will be strictly controlled. Personnel and goods must undergo the most rigorous pollution quarantine. The personnel at the airport exchanged glances, only able to nod in acquiescence. The head official continued, "Until the danger is eliminated, we will temporarily take over this airport and conduct comprehensive inspections of all incoming and outgoing starships and mechas." The control center staff, seeing the situation unfold, could only silently relinquish control. Internally, they were filled with misgivings. In this desolate border area of District D14, where scarcely any starships traversed, the largest vessels were those sent by the authorities to deliver supplies to Haida. What merit did their small border airport possess to attract such high-ranking officials? Soon after the Baita personnel assumed control, several civilian starships arrived at the port, intending to jump through the wormhole to Haida. Predictably, they were all intercepted under the pretext of undergoing security checks, temporarily detained at the port. The inspection process was meticulous, involving repeated scans of goods, registration, and inquiries about their origins and purposes, causing slow progress. By the time they finally endured the security checks, they were informed that the routes were temporarily closed, and neither starships nor mechas could proceed through the wormhole. Damn it! A long-haired woman, having endured several hours of hassle, could not help but curse. Standing in the vast docking port square, swiftly sending a message to the person on the other side. "Bro, the routes are closed. Good luck." Meanwhile, Lin Juan was in the Haida laboratory, compiling data and analyzing the overall distortion conditions of all tower sentinels. When a message from his sister, Lin Juan, popped up on the screen, he glanced at it, understanding immediately, and continued with his work without responding. Lin Juan, standing alone by a massive cargo starship in the wind, had waited for a long time without receiving a reply and directly initiated a video call. "Sister," Lin Juan answered. Lin Juan's frustrated voice burst forth from the receiver. "Lin Juan, did I not tell you to reply promptly when you see a message? Don't think that just because you've been lounging in Haida for a few days, I can't manage you." Though her brother possessed unparalleled research talent, he had become so absorbed in his studies that it had seemingly affected his sanity. Her parents, uncles, aunts, and grandparents all share the same disposition. They fail to greet anyone upon meeting and remain cooped up in the laboratory for days on end, completely unreachable. Even when they see messages, they do not respond. Lin Juan quietly moved the light brain away, and I understood. I had just seen that aside from myself, there were several batches of supplies that had been intercepted. Lin Juan remarked, adjusting the light brain's camera to scan the starship, which was similarly halted at the checkpoint. A group of individuals descended from the vessel, engaged in negotiations with personnel clad in white tower uniforms. The process appeared to be quite arduous. Lin Juan nodded in agreement. Just a moment prior to Lin Juan's words, Darius and Sun yet simultaneously messaged him about the airport being taken over by the White Tower and the closure of flight routes. It seemed that the external assistance they had sought had fortuitously converged, only to be apprehended by the White Tower personnel. Lin Juan furrowed her brow, reluctant to engage further with her dull brother. Just as she was about to terminate the communication and return home, she suddenly noticed that he seemed to have made an effort to dress up. What was the purpose of wearing such a constricting shirt? And trying to tie a tie? What pretentiousness! Don't suffocate those tentacles of yours. Lin Juan hesitated, his fingers hovering over the light screen, his thoughts momentarily stalled. A ripple finally crossed his calm visage, and his expression darkened. "Sister, just go home, goodbye." Without hesitation, he severed the communication. Truly, she is his sister. Her words are sharp and direct. Alas, this brat has indeed grown wings. Lin Juan, puzzled, mumbled a few words and turned to head back to the starship. After half a month without video communication, it appeared her brother's pollution levels had not noticeably increased. He still looked the same, albeit his temperament seemed more irritable, having even hung up on her. Spending all day in the laboratory, yet dressing so flamboyantly. Was he attempting to attract a guide? Lin Juan felt she had unraveled the truth. Was he still the brother who once longed to spend his life with experimental instruments? Chapter 64. Was it directed at her? Inside the guide's dormitory, Lin Juan was entirely oblivious to the happenings outside. By the time she groggily awoke from her slumber, it was already afternoon. Outside the window, the sky remained overcast, as if dusk was approaching, with clouds hanging low and the atmosphere feeling even more oppressive than usual. Within her mental domain, the ethereal mist had consumed all pollutants, leaving a vast expanse of white, lazily swirling in the air. Lin Juan sensed that it had grown larger, and her mental domain and imagery had broadened as well. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by an opulent ceiling and a beautiful crystal chandelier, surrounded by lavish decor, cocooned within a soft down comforter, the temperature just right. Lin Juan nearly burst into laughter. How delightful! In such a comfortable living environment, with a cozy bed, a luxurious abode, and no worries about food and drink. Not to mention the absence of work pressure. Just thinking about such bliss made her want to laugh in her sleep. Her eyes wide open, she felt her happiness peak. Lin Juan wrapped herself in the comforter and stretched leisurely before reaching for the light brain atop the cabinet. "Miss Guide, you are awake." The sudden exclamation startled Lin Juan as she grasped the light brain. "Xiao Wu, why are you standing so far away without a sound?" Previously, it either kept guard outside her bedroom or quietly rested beside her bed, so she could see it as soon as she opened her eyes. Today, however, it stood at a distance, silent. "Would you like to have dinner, Miss Guide?" Lin Juan was taken aback. Something felt off, very off. She put the light brain back on her wrist, and Xiao Wu's round body promptly approached the bedside, the electronic display lighting up with a cautious smile. "Dinner has been prepared. I am certain you will enjoy today's dishes." The robot blinked, its voice tinged with an unmistakable urgency. Lin Juan's suspicions deepened, and narrowing her eyes, she nodded. "All right, let's eat." After all, she was indeed hungry. Perhaps the consumption of pollutants by her spiritual entity had also drained her physical strength and energy. Although she felt refreshed from her nap, she found herself hungrier than before, having engaged in no physical activity, eating and sleeping, yet still hungry. Seeing that Lin Juan was not currently focused on the light brain, Xiao Wu eagerly led her outside. "This way, Miss Guide." Lin Juan threw off the comforter, slipped on her slippers, and followed behind, temporarily suppressing her questions. Sitting at the dining table, it was indeed laden with an array of delicious dishes. But Xiao Wu, these dishes weren't made by the tower cafeteria, were they? They were prepared by Sentinel Hua Ko. Rest assured, he holds a professional chef certificate, and all dishes have undergone rigorous inspection, absolutely non-toxic and harmless. Then I should send him a message of thanks. Huh? Xiao Wu appeared momentarily stunned, the expressions on the display freezing for 2 frames. Yet, Lin Juan's fingers had already swept across the light screen, revealing the most trending topic online. She instinctively attempted to dismiss the distracting pop-up, only to catch sight of a key phrase in the title. "Haida? What is going on?" Clicking to investigate. Explosive news, suppressant supplied to Haida replaced with 3rd generation. Lin Juan paused mid-motion, slowly picking up a piece of boiled fish and placing it in her bowl, her chewing action also slowing. The announcement essentially indicated that due to the scarcity of materials in the frontline war zones, the suppressants sent to Haida were not the latest 5th generation, but rather the less effective 3rd generation. She instinctively scrolled down to see the comments. However, the comment section was surprisingly closed. "Xiao Wu, is there a significant difference between the 3rd and 5th generation suppressants?" "Yes, there is a slight difference." Lin Juan's heart sank at the robot's expression, realizing that the situation might be quite serious. The original host was not a sentinel and previously had little interest in suppressants, so she lacked any concept of the various versions of suppressants within the Empire. "How significant is it?" Xiao Wu's voice trembled. "Miss Guide, please focus on your meal. There may be some minor unrest in the tower in the coming days. The sentinels might not adapt immediately. Please try to minimize your activities, and Xiao Wu will ensure your safety." Lin Juan took a deep breath, deciding it was best to investigate on her own. "I will explain." Xiao Wu appeared utterly despondent. The 5th generation suppressants are currently the most effective and have the fewest side effects, capable of effectively slowing the accumulation of mental pollution in sentinels. Then, lowering its voice, it added with a sense of resignation, "The 3rd generation is an outdated model from decades ago, with an efficacy of less than half that of the 5th generation. Side effects could exacerbate the burden on a sentinel's mental domain. making them more prone to agitation under extreme emotions. Lin Juan pondered for a moment before a realization struck her. If the official supply of inferior goods had been delivered, then Haida could utilize its connections to procure a replacement. Though she sensed that Haida, situated in this desolate border star system, could not compare to the central star system's affluence, they surely had some means to tighten their belts for the sake of procuring essential suppressants. Xiao Wu, however, was caught off guard by the question, appearing utterly hopeless. The routes to Haida have been blocked. External starships and mechs cannot enter for the time being. What measures is the tower currently implementing? You need not worry, Miss Guide. The robot perked up again, swiftly transmitting the encrypted emergency response plan formulated by the tower to Lin Juan's light brain, its tone fervent, radiating certainty and confidence. The tower's upper management is reacting swiftly. This crisis will surely be navigated smoothly. Lin Juan remained non-committal. This little robot was exceedingly clever, often omitting bad news. Sometimes, one had to interpret its words in reverse. As she dined, she opened the announcement for browsing. Just as she reached the halfway point, a new official notification popped up. Lin Juan instinctively clicked on it and was immediately flushed. The announcement titled Explanation on the Recent Adjustments of D14 District, Haida, Suppressor Supply began, as usual, by outlining the current wartime pressures faced by the Empire, then shifted its tone. Given that Lin Juan is currently stationed at Haida and has demonstrated exceptional mental guidance abilities, we believe that with the proper coordination from the Haida Command and the assistance of Guide Lin Juan, the tower will be able to effectively manage this supply adjustment. What is this? Is it directed at her? She thought to herself, the Galactic Empire is vast, with 8 major border districts beyond the central star system, each containing 14 smaller subdivisions. Even if the A8 district is in turmoil, it shouldn't lead to a shortage of suppressors for Haida, right? Moreover, the original owner had once mingled within the noble circles of the central star system. Ordinary people might not understand the extravagance of the elite, but surely she would. Chapter 65, Extreme Sarcasm, Extreme Enjoyment. What do you mean there is a shortage of suppressors? That is utterly absurd. So this is targeting her for refusing to return to the central White Tower? To employ such shameless tactics? Ugh. Xiao Wu, connected in real time, clearly noticed this announcement immediately and spoke up to comfort her. Guide miss, there is no need to worry. These are minor issues. Lin Juan silently glanced at it, wearing an expression that questioned whether she believed its empty words, before lowering her head again, feeling at a loss. She swiped down and finally saw the comment section. The first comment was a beautifully crafted insult. What kind of lowly creature dares to mention a guide? Lin Juan was taken aback and then smiled in understanding. Scanning the IP address, it was indeed from District D, most likely from Haida. Just as she intended to continue observing public sentiment, a private message dinged into her view. Upon closer inspection, it was actually from Lin Weiwei. Lin Juan suspected her eyes were deceiving her. The original owner was indeed an open-hearted person, causing such a ruckus, yet not deleting friends. Not only had Lin Weiwei not deleted her, but neither had those from the Central Star System. She clicked on the message. Sister, the environment in Haida is harsh, and now the supply of suppressors is insufficient. Those monsters will do anything to survive. It's very dangerous for you to be there alone. Although you did some bad things to me, I don't hold it against you. Lin Juan fell silent after reading. For some reason, even though she had never met Lin Weiwei, as soon as she saw these messages, her mind began to automatically generate voices and images. Memories of the original owner flashed in her mind. In the Supreme Arbitration Court, the original owner stood in the defendant's seat, pale-faced, as the arbitrator coldly recited her crimes. Lin Weiwei, sheltered by a group of sentinels, sat in the audience with a gentle smile. When a verdict was announced, the original owner was sentenced to exile in Haida, nearly fainting from terror. Everyone knew the sentinels, they were monsters, and the slightest misstep could lead to annihilation. As the arbitrator finished speaking, Lin Weiwei, under the gaze of the crowd, pleaded. Sister was just confused for a moment. She won to survive in Haida. No sooner had she spoken than the noble youths beside Lin Weiwei and others in the audience immediately joined in to harshly scold the original owner again, declaring she deserved her fate while praising Lin Weiwei's generosity. In the end, the original owner was still escorted to Haida. The memories faded. Lin Weiwei's message popped up again. I've already pleaded for you, sister. If you are willing to return, I will arrange for a starship to pick you up immediately. Lin Juan raised an eyebrow. The air routes to Haida had long been open, and it was only now, during a period of inadequate suppressor supply, that they were closed. If she hadn't asked Xiao Wu a question, she might have truly believed the other party was concerned for her. However, adhering to the good etiquette of a worker, Lin Juan chose to respond with dignity. No need to send a large batch of suppressors over. The person on the other end of the communication clearly did not expect Lin Juan to respond in such a manner. There were no hysterical outbursts or pleas for her to send someone to pick her up. After a moment, Lin Weiwei's reply finally arrived. There's no need to waste suppressors on a group of beasts that should have been executed long ago. Have you thought it through? Staying in Haida brings you no benefits. If you are willing to return, the people I send will take good care of you. Elena Juan's pupils dilata, and a surge of anger welled up inside her. Although the sentinels of Haida appeared grotesque and had initially misunderstood her due to the original owner's renowned reputation, they had ultimately been very friendly and polite towards her. They should not be insulted as beasts. She slammed her chopsticks down, her expression darkening. Her fingers flew across the screen with remarkable speed, flipping back to the previous announcement, scrolling down to the comment section, directly copying, pasting, and sending. Then returning to the comment section to repeat the process. Lin Juan found herself immersed in the thrill of the original owner's impulsive tendency to lash out at anyone who displeased her. It was indeed extreme sarcasm, extreme enjoyment. Just as she finished copying a segment, a new message popped up. Lin Juan assumed it was Lin Weiwei responding with a retort. Without even glancing at the content, she clicked the pop-up to jump to the chat box, pasted, and sent it in one smooth motion, a reflex action. Suddenly, her gaze froze. Wait, that profile picture isn't Lin Weiwei, is it? It belonged to Elias? Lin Juan's breath hitched, her eyes fixed on the screen, her mind blank. Elias. Guide miss. The specialized medical equipment and special potions promised earlier have been delivered to Haida along with this batch of supplies. Elias, you need not worry excessively about the suppressors in Haida. I will mediate the situation. Wishing you a pleasant life. Lin Juan felt utterly embarrassed, her face burning, and she closed her eyes. Right beneath these two messages was the most exquisite greeting she had carefully selected from the comment section. She couldn't bring herself to open her eyes. Frantically, she attempted to click retract. Do you wish to delete this message? Yes. 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 Message deleted successfully. Trembling, she clicked confirm, and by the time she realized what had happened, it was too late. Oh no, she inadvertently deleted the chat history, leaving her with no way to retract it. Lin Juan felt despondent. Xiao Wu, thinking she was affected by some unfriendly comments from the star web, hurriedly offered consolation. Guide miss, please eat. Do not let those chaotic remarks affect your mood. It swore it would take decisive action tonight to report and clean up those malicious comments. No, it's fine. Lin Juan sighed and managed a bitter smile. She waved her hand, calming her breath, wiped her face, and immediately sent a message thanking the marshal for his generous gift. Explaining the earlier mishap was purely an accidental message sent to the wrong person. It's all right. Elena Juan Isa Gaza Pausa. As a cold and curt response appeared on the screen, the three short words even punctuated neatly, suggesting the other party was somewhat displeased. After all, one does not bite the hand that feeds. To ease the awkwardness, Lin Juan decided to muster her courage and inquire. Are you still on the battlefield? Please be careful. Elias, my will. Guide miss, if you need anything in the future, feel free to let me know. Lin Juan had a sudden inspiration. Really? Then I need you to return safely from the battlefield. In the command center of the war zone, Elias' pupils suddenly constricted, and he swiftly turned off the screen, a faint blush creeping up his ears as his heart raced. After a brief pause, she replied with a simple okay. Chapter 66. Do you have experience? The awkwardness dissipated. Lin Juan Mei savored the meal with delight. It must be said, Huaku's culinary skills are exceptional. They surpassed the cafeteria's large pot meals by an immeasurable degree. During a brief interlude in her dining, she casually blocked Lin Weiwei and expressed gratitude to her colleague Huaku for his generous offerings. She also sent a message to Darius. Commander, if convenient, I would like to speak with you shortly. Lin Juan was acutely aware that the matter of the suppressants was almost entirely instigated by her. Otherwise, there would be no justification for the blockade of routes to the Black Tower. She did not wish to see the Sentinels who supported and protected her suffer unnecessary sacrifices and losses due to a lack of suppressants, enduring greater pain than before. Thus, she could only muster her courage and face the situation, feeling the weight of her actions. Darius quickly responded, "Sure. I am in the office and will be free in 10 minutes." Lin Juan poked at the last few grains of rice in her bowl and replied, "I'll come downstairs to find you in 10 minutes. After sending the message, she promptly set down her chopsticks, stood up, took a sip of water, changed in the cloakroom, washed her face, and hurriedly entered the elevator with Xiao Wu. Upon reaching the 40th floor, she knocked on the familiar silver-gray electronic door. Lin Juan looked up and discovered that Darius was not alone. Lu Xinglan and Sun Yi were also present. The three were either seated or standing, with a massive wall behind them displaying a projection of dense text and three-dimensional models. In an instant, they all turned their gazes toward her. Lin Juan paused, inhaling sharply. It was undeniable that being scrutinized by three uniquely striking aberrant sentinels, particularly in that moment when their imposing presence was unrestrained, was overwhelming. "Come." Darius's expression softened as he nodded at her. "All right," Lin Juan replied, entering. Sun Yi and Lu Xinglan pulled out chairs, gesturing for her to take a seat. To her left, right, and front were sentinels, all of them SSS-grade, aberrant sentinels. Lin Juan instinctively swallowed, feeling as though she had walked into a den of tigers. The atmosphere among the three was initially tense. Lu Xinglan cast her gaze downward, sitting decorously on the sofa, while Sun Yi appeared more carefree, his large wings and tail trailing on the ground, swaying idly. Darius pushed a glass of water toward her, his voice low. "You must be aware of the matter regarding the suppressants. Do not worry. The Black Tower maintains its previous stance. They will not force you to leave." Darius's black vertical pupils shifted slightly, and he continued, "Of course, if you wish to return on your own accord, No. Lin Juan quickly waved her hands. "Return? I cannot dare to go back." Just moments ago, Lin Weiwei had mentioned sending someone to fetch her, assuring her that they would take good care of her. It was likely to end up just like what happened to the original owner, where care turned into a tragic outcome. She wished to survive and preserve her life. Upon hearing this, Darius couldn't help but smile faintly. "Regardless of what the guiding lady wishes to do, we will absolutely respect your choice." "Thank you so much, Commander." The sentinel on her right scoffed in response. Lin Juan turned her head to meet Sun Ye's golden eyes. She was momentarily taken aback, feeling a surge of gratitude toward the Vice Commander and Professor Liu. Lin Juan understood that while she had been sound asleep, the high-ranking officials in the control tower had been overwhelmed with chaos, especially these three present. Darius cleared his throat. "What does the guiding lady wish to discuss with me?" Lin Juan pondered for 2 seconds before seriously stating, "I would like to attempt collective guidance for the Sentinels." As soon as she spoke, the office fell into a profound silence. Although Lin Juan had displayed a gentle temperament and a diligent work ethic in recent days, they clearly did not anticipate her proactive approach to resolving issues at this moment. After all, guides have traditionally been indifferent to the lives of Sentinels. The outwardly healthy and handsome Sentinels were treated as expendable resources, let alone those like them who were merely struggling to survive, destined for termination by the mainframe. The aberrant mutants. Struggling within the Black Tower was merely a way to prolong a brief and painful existence. Until the very last moment, no one was willing to give up. They had persevered until today. "What is it?" Lin Juan's gaze wandered, perplexed by their silence. It was Lu Xinglan, seated to her left, who first posed the soul-searching question. "Do you have experience?" This question caused Lin Juan's expression to falter, falling into deep silence. Why did this sound so much like a job interview? As her thoughts connected, she instinctively blurted out, "While I do not have experience in collective guidance, I have successfully completed psychological guidance for 5 Sentinels in the Black Tower. Apart from the commander, the other 4, ranging from D grade to S grade, all had their pollution levels reduced to safe ranges. I believe the essence of psychological guidance is interconnected, and I will eventually need to attempt collective guidance. So why not seize this opportunity to try?" Upon finishing, the office once again sank into silence. Lin Juan exhaled deeply. After delivering such a lengthy statement, she felt the weight of responsibility settle heavily upon her. Collective guidance is still psychological guidance. It's merely about releasing the mental entities to consume. Whether one or a group, it should not make much difference. At worst, she would consume a little less from each sentinel. "Are you joking?" "Of course not," Lin Juan retorted without hesitation to Sun Ye's remark, shooting him an annoyed glance. The sentinel raised an eyebrow, his golden eyes glimmering with interest. "Last time, you caused my roommate." Lin Juan hurriedly interrupted. "That was just an accident." Sun Yi nodded seriously. Indeed, it was an accident. I hope nothing unexpected occurs this time, lest we end up with a group of sentinels in collective heat. Lin Juan's expression darkened. Her teeth clenched as she mentally noted his remark. How infuriating. Why did he have to bring up her past blunders? Back then, both she and her mental entity were youthful and naive, unaware of their actions' consequences. All right. Lu Xinglan sighed in exasperation, interrupting their childish bickering. She looked up at Darius. I believe it is worth a try. Lin Juan quickly glanced at the commander, who also nodded gently. Chapter 67. What is the matter? That would be splendid. Perhaps we could arrange the first collective guidance for tonight? Lin Juan decided to take advantage of the momentum. Certainly. Remarkably, Sun Yi was the first among the three sentinels to nod in agreement. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Shouldn't you prepare a bit? Lu Xinglan pondered, feeling that Lin Juan might not be entirely reliable. However, Lin Juan patted her chest in assurance. What is there to prepare? Rest assured, no one in the Black Tower understands collective guidance better than I do. She had once diligently studied the Beginner's Guide to Psychological Guidance, Universal Edition, and she was confident she could handle a mere collective guidance session. The first batch of sentinels to undergo collective guidance will be those who just returned from the extermination mission outside. Sun Ye's hands had slightly transformed into claws, gently tapping the armrest of his chair as he contemplated. Since the announcement regarding the adjustment of suppressants was executed in the afternoon, the personnel below had developed a strong aversion to outdoor assignments. After all, they were well aware that the Black Tower was situated in a contaminated zone. Walking a circle around the isolation barrier, which was labeled as patrol, was essentially just cleaning up the nearby aberrations. If lucky, they would return with injuries, receive their suppressants, and suppress their mental agitation. Their lives could continue to hang by a thread. If unlucky, they would either perish outside, either killed by aberrations or unable to withstand the surge in pollution levels exceeding 100 and being executed on the spot by the monitoring rings. Returning to the tower was never an easy feat, and now the quota for suppressants had been halved compared to before. The sentinels tasked with external missions appeared thoroughly dejected. Darius nodded, evidently understanding Sun Ye's concerns, as the responsibility for the tower's defensive patrol primarily rested on his shoulders. What do you think, Miss Guide? I can manage it all, Lin Juan replied nonchalantly, asserting that whether she guided this one or that one made little difference. As she finished speaking, Lu Xinglan raised her gaze and smiled, shutting down the holographic screen on her wrist. The appointment has been successfully made. Lin Juan was taken aback as her light brain subtly vibrated. Upon checking, she confirmed it was indeed a message from the matching system. Professor Lu's efficiency is remarkable. She mused. Shall we proceed? With that, Lin Juan stood up first, followed by the three sentinels in the office who rose in unison, trailing closely behind her. This was Lin Juan's inaugural attempt at collective guidance in the tower, and the three had unanimously decided to accompany her personally to ensure no unforeseen incidents occurred during the mental assistance process. Exiting the office, Xiao Wu stood at the door, his expression adorably blank as he clutched a small surveillance drone. Lin Juan paused for a moment, squinting slightly before accepting the drone and pushing open the small door in the corridor, shutting the palm-sized live broadcasting device inside. She dusted off her hands, muttering about how this troublesome gadget disrupted her tranquil leisure time. The chatter outside was rife with concern over the absence of the guide. What were they discussing? Was she to return to the Baita? They urged her to come back, for that place was not fit for habitation. Lin Juan continued forward, her movements smooth and decisive, and the three sentinels following her remained silent, observing her grace. In the Central Star system, talents abound and the power dynamics shift swiftly. They had been exiled to this desolate corner for far too long, their once formidable wings now largely clipped, before they could shield the guide from external scrutiny. Reducing the attention she garnered was a situation they welcomed. As Lin Juan traversed the corridor, she also took a moment to reconfirm the notification from the matching system. Collective guidance location, tower underground level, confinement area 023, comprehensive observation room. She halted in her tracks, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. Instinctively, she glanced at Lu Xinglan beside her. Why is the location for mental guidance the confinement room? She vaguely recalled that collective guidance typically involved sentinels gathering in an open plaza or hall after returning from the front lines, with the guide directly releasing their mental energy to envelop all sentinels for simple reassurance. Given that this was merely a superficial comfort, the guide would not even need to cleanse the contaminants from the sentinels but only assist in suppressing their mental turmoil. Thus, while the Sentinels would feel somewhat better post-guidance, their contamination levels would remain largely unchanged, and the chaotic desire to cling to the guide, often observed during one-on-one guidance, would not manifest. Lin Juan envisioned herself in an expansive plaza, releasing a mental entity that rivaled a glutton's appetite, the white mist swirling around the Sentinels before she gracefully departed, concealing her achievements and reputation. It was a rather cool thought. Lu Xinglan's expression reflected helplessness as he rubbed his temples. Miss Guide, the Sentinels from the Heita are rather unique. They may not possess the rationality found in those from the Baita. He sighed deeply, beginning to question whether his earlier decision had been hasty and if he should have agreed to this arrangement. When faced with Sentinels whose contamination levels exceeded 90, rationality was often a moot point. The mental domain was precarious, and the mental energy field was chaotic. Was it truly wise for Lin Juan to attempt collective guidance under such circumstances? During collective guidance, the Sentinels would gather, spreading their mental energy, influencing one another. If even one Sentinel lost control, it could trigger a chain reaction. Therefore, conducting collective guidance in a confinement room was presently the most secure option for ensuring your safety. Lin Juan's expression faltered as she discerned a faint sense of despair in Lu Xinglan's reply. She felt akin to someone who confidently promised a flawless plan, only to deliver a mess that required a colleague's assistance to clean up, and Lu Xinglan was that unfortunate colleague. The four of them traversed the corridor, and during the wait for the elevator in the hall, a cacophony of hurried voices erupted from the external docking area. Blast it! Why must they create trouble, bringing back only a few measly suppressants? Hurry up. First, prepare a couple of doses for him. You all take a few shots too. Lin Juan instinctively turned towards the sound, spotting a group of distorted Sentinels rushing in, reeking of blood, with one person at the center, their pace frantic, while they cursed under their breath. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the central figure as Yuan Man, accompanied by Gung Ju. Gung Ju was clad in a black combat suit, covered in dirt and mysterious stains, tattered and with holes for burns. Meanwhile, Yuan Man was being supported by others, his complexion pale and his gaze unfocused, as if he might faint at any moment. What happened? Didn't Yuan Man return home? Lin Juan hurried forward to inquire about the situation. As she approached, a wave of intense agitation washed over her. The Sentinels had just disengaged from combat, and chaotic mental energy pulsated around them. What was going on? Wasn't he supposed to be home? Chapter 68. That voice again. Gung Ju paused in surprise, realizing they had just brought Yuan Man, who was as stubborn as a mule, back when they encountered the guide. He hastily explained that upon hearing of the incident at the Heita, he had procured a batch of suppressants and piloted a mech back. After traversing the wormhole, his mental energy was depleted, and he had gathered a few brothers to locate him based on the mech's coordinates. Did you encounter the distortions? Yang Yugrimolsit. Feeling frustration swell within him at Lin Juan's mention of this. It was precisely because this stubborn fool had exhausted his mental energy that the jump coordinates had veered off to the isolation barrier. Thankfully, there were many of us. The person sandwiched between two Sentinels groaned, ugh. After urgent injections of suppressants and treatment agents, Yuan Man regained some awareness, opened his eyes, and found Lin Juan standing before him, momentarily stunned. Miss Guide, D-Class Sentinel, light mech, and you dare to traverse a wormhole? Darius's expression turned grave, and you all, traversing beyond the barriers without authorization, are in violation of tower regulations. Gung Ju quickly protested, Commander, we reported to the captain. Moreover, we have been on rotation and have no patrol duties. There is absolutely no reason to leave the tower. The other Sentinels nodded in agreement. Meow. A faint mewling broke the standoff. Lin Juan paused, feeling something brush against her pant leg. Looking down, she saw Yuan Man's mental entity, a little cat, listless and gazing up at her with pitiable eyes. Lin Juan quickly bent down to scoop up the little feline, cradling the furry creature, and waved her hand, saying, Your contamination levels have also risen. Why not join the collective guidance? Darius and Lu Xinglan's gazes inadvertently drifted to the tabby cat in Lin Juan's arms before they discreetly averted their eyes, feeling an inexplicable discontent. We are truly grateful to you, Miss Guide. Yengu exclaimed, suddenly elated. He quickly maneuvered past the other Sentinels, ensuring he firmly supported Yuan Man, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. All right, such an ungrateful cat. Just when I saved your life, you slyly try to charm a guide. With that thought, he inadvertently tightened his grip, almost causing further discomfort to the patient. Yuan Man winced in pain, instantly alert, and shot a glare at him, which Gungju returned without remorse. You all are injured. Should we not first visit the medical bay? No need, no need. Sentinels are tough. Let us proceed with mental guidance first. Others echoed Gungju's words. For the sentinels, physical wounds, as long as they are not contaminated by aberrant entities, heal remarkably quickly. Such minor discomforts are of little consequence to them. It is the turmoil of mental energy that truly torments them, rendering existence unbearable. Rather than waste time in the medical area, they fervently long for immediate psychological guidance. Lin Juan cradled the small cat as she entered the elevator. Lu Xinglan pressed the close button, leading the group to the first-floor hall, then traversed a spacious corridor. At the end stood another set of elevator doors, more imposing in appearance, exuding a cold, hard sheen. Lin Juan found herself surrounded by the others. The sound of footsteps echoed, sending a shiver down her spine. One must admit, the decor of the Black Tower remained consistently stark and unwelcoming. Moving through its confines always evoked a surreal sense of isolation. The biometric scan was successful. Permissions confirmed. The elevator doors opened to reveal a space far larger than Lin Juan had anticipated. The cold-toned ceiling lights illuminated the interior as they stepped inside. When the doors closed, she felt a slight sensation of descent. The familiar sounds returned, and Lin Juan stiffened, her back straightening as she perked her ears to listen intently. Was that sound again? Wasn't it last heard on the 30th floor? How had it reached the underground level? It was the same unsettling, rustling sound, akin to a whimper and a mournful wail, stirring her unease. The tabby cat in her arms sensed her anxiety, immediately straightening its neck, eyes gleaming with intensity. What's wrong? Lu Xinglan asked, glancing down. Did anyone hear that sound? Lu Xinglan paused, ready to explain that the underground level of the tower held some sentinels with contamination levels nearing 100. Ding! The elevator arrived at level -11, interrupting Lu Xinglan's unfinished words. Never mind. It is best to conduct a group therapy session first. Lin Juan took a deep breath. In that instant, the elevator doors opened in a wave of cold. Oppressive air rushed in, faintly tinged with the scent of rust and a hint of cleaning agent. She gently tapped Lu Xinglan's arm, signaling for him to lead the way. Upon exiting the elevator, the underground level contrasted sharply with the somewhat bright, technologically advanced decor of the upper tower. It resembled a vast military fortress. The corridor was wide, flanked by dark metallic walls, thick and solid, while overhead loomed a network of bulky energy conduits and ventilation systems, emitting a low hum that sounded like monotonous white noise. Lin once swallowed hard. She had thought the decor of the upper tower was sufficiently austere, but the underground level was even more so. This way, Lu Xinglan reassured her. There is nothing to worry about down here. Oh, all right. Lin Juan followed closely, noticing the scent of cleaning agent growing stronger the further they progressed. Just then, 3 cleaning robots approached them. As they passed, Lin Juan caught a glimpse of the bucket they carried, a dirty rag draped over the side. The murky water within appearing darkly red, tinged with black. Lin Juan thought, is that blood? Or water used to clean old bloodstains? They arrived. Lu Xinglan halted, snapping Lin Juan back to reality. Before them stood a heavy metal door, above which was a lattice iron grill, allowing a view into the confinement room. Pushing the door open unleashed an even stronger scent of cleaning agent. Misguided, the sentinels, filled with fervor, surged toward the entrance with expectant gazes, desperately suppressing their pain and innate fervor as if encountering a deity. Countless chaotic mental energy fields intertwined, pulsating with unspoken brutality and inexplicable restlessness. Lin Juan posed momentarily. Indeed, no matter how many times she experienced this, being surrounded by such formidable aberrant sentinels was still unsettling. Calm down, calm down. The confinement room was exceedingly spacious, yet crowded with sentinels of various forms, a sea of heads and an array of different colored pupils, distorted bodies, and aberrant appearances. Lin Juan felt as if she were ascending to the heavens. The sentinels wore monitoring rings around their necks, and in addition, all limbs, no, all body parts, were bound by additional gravity rings, which exerted an overwhelming force to keep them anchored in place, preventing any outburst. Chapter 69, You Are My Most Trusted Sentinel. Lin Juan stepped inside, enduring the intense gazes of the sentinels. Darius gestured to the robots, standing against the wall, and they immediately approached Gung Ju and the others with their restraints. The sentinels, aware of the rules upon seeing the room's conditions, cooperated willingly, extending their hands. Once the gravity rings were secured, their limbs felt as though they were under immense pressure, pinned to the ground, unable to move. Lin Juan blinked. Wow, this is quite advanced. Finally, there is a sci-fi feel to the interstellar restraints. The metal whips and electric devices the previous host had used seemed trivial compared to the impressive equipment these sentinels possessed, which they had kept hidden. Interested? Sun Yi raised an eyebrow, having drawn near to Lin Juan without her noticing, his voice dripping with mockery. He motioned for her to look at the wall of the confinement room. Would you like to see if there is something you fancy on this wall? Lin Juan instinctively followed his gaze. Wow, a whole wall of instruments of torture, gleaming and varied. The more basic items included whips and handcuffs. While some more sophisticated pieces were unfamiliar to her, they appeared simple yet ominous. Wait, gleaming? Could those 2 buckets of blood water have been used to clean these? In an instant, she fell silent, feeling she had uncovered a grim truth. One must admit, the tower was quite considerate, not subjecting her to any bloody scenes, though it would have been even more thoughtful to keep the instruments hidden as well. Rest assured, even during collective therapy, sentinels will not deny the guide's modest requests. You are free to use these little toys on the wall. A heated breath brushed against her ear as the golden pupils of the sentinels sparkled with intrigue. Miss Guide, with her delicate arms and legs, would likely find using these items akin to mere tickling. Lin Juan averted her gaze, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as she looked at him. A cold smirk forming. Spare yourself the trouble. I have no such peculiar preferences. Is that so? Sun Yi raised an eyebrow, a fleeting hint of malice crossing his handsome, defiant face. I thought you were quite interested, given your intense focus just now. With that, he produced a palm-sized metallic ring, weighing it in his hand, and generously thrust it into Lin Juan's grasp. Here, a gravity ring. Once a sentinel wears it, they LLB as helpless as a dog, pinned to the ground. He chuckled lightly, his demeanor wild and untamed, yet his words carried an inexplicable allure. Miss Guide, would you care to test its efficacy? I can reluctantly make the sacrifice. Lin Juan glanced at the coercively placed instrument in her hand. The smooth metallic ring was subtly entwined with delicate energy circuits, heavy in her grasp. Without hesitation, she returned the item. Raising her gaze to the dragon-winged sentinel, she regarded him with an expression of disbelief. Really? Is this where the truth comes to light? If you have peculiar preferences, keep them to yourself. Why drag me into it? Don't you want to give it a try? No, thank you. Lin Juan coldly declined. Upon hearing this, a flicker of regret passed over the sentinels' faces. Lin Juan felt a wave of frustration, quietly moving deeper into the room, distancing herself from his towering shadow that loomed over her, steering clear of that swaying, restless tail and wings. All right, we can begin now, Darius prompted, casting a warning glance at Sun Yi. The warned individual merely crossed his arms, unperturbed, continuing to fix his gaze on Lin Juan. Very well. Lin Juan bent down to place the tabby cat on the ground, and the little feline affectionately rubbed against her palm. Standing upright, she found herself gazing into nearly 100 pairs of diverse eyes, their pupils swirling with intense emotions. She steadied her mind, half closing her eyes as she released her mental energy and activated her mental barrier, allowing her spiritual entity to emerge. In an instant, a hazy mist filled the spacious confinement chamber, moving without the slightest breeze. As the mist swept past, all the sentinels involuntarily trembled slightly, enveloped in a chilling yet serene aura that was immensely comforting and tranquil. They had never experienced such peace before. All their lingering pains vanished in that moment. Wherever her mental energy spread, Lin Juan could see everything clearly. The sentinels' desires, subtle movements, their tranquil expressions, and the countless breaths filling the air. Even their distorted forms and the creases in their clothing. In that moment, a sense of control over the situation blossomed within her, accompanied by a subtle desire to manipulate everything. She closely monitored the state of her spiritual entity, her gaze sweeping around the room until it abruptly halted. Oh no! How did the greedy little thing drift unnoticed right above Darius, and Lu Xinglan's heads. Lin Juan quickly summoned her spiritual entity back. In this collective guidance session, Darius and Lu Xinglan effectively served as her bodyguards, present to prevent any chaos due to her inexperience. She certainly could not incapacitate her protectors first. Although she trusted their formidable self-control, Sun Yi suddenly appeared behind her, speaking in a ghostly tone. "Miss Guide, you cannot show favoritism, can you?" "I wanted to." Startled by her spiritual entity and then by him, Lin Juan placed her hand on her chest, still trembling, and shot him an incredulous glare. "Want what?" Sun Yi gestured towards Darius and Lu Xinglan, who stood at the entrance with dazed, dreamy expressions, seemingly intoxicated by the rare tranquility and comfort of her mental energy. As the mist receded, they remained lost in that dreamlike peace, oblivious to their surroundings. Lin Juan's expression faltered, and she hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. "No, no, no. Why? Why can they?" Sun Yi narrowed his eyes, unconsciously bending closer. Lin Juan noticed her spiritual entity turning gray and dirty, estimating it was time. She hastily recalled it into her mental domain. With a serious demeanor, she faced Sun Ye's unyielding expression and said earnestly, "You are my most trusted sentinel. Consider this. If any unforeseen events occur during the collective guidance, wouldn't you be the only one capable of protecting me in this entire confinement chamber?" Sun Yi was momentarily stunned, a strange thought flashing through his mind, almost swaying him to her reasoning. Just then, Xiao Wu emerged from the corner, timidly raising a hand. "Miss Guide, I can too." Chapter 70. Are the thoughts of the guide always a bit peculiar? Lin Juan sighed in exasperation. At such times, could the mischievous sponge refrain from joining the fray? Xiao Wu rolled past the bewildered sentinels, eagerly approaching Lin Juan. "Miss Guide, what are your commands?" Lin Juan affectionately patted its head, then turned to Lu Xinglan. "Have your master add some emotional intelligence lessons to your database." "No problem." Lin Juan pursed her lips and nodded earnestly. With her hands clasped behind her back, she surveyed the sentinels in the confinement chamber, the gravity rings binding them. As Sun Yi had mentioned, pressed them firmly to the ground, preventing any disturbances. After a while, many began to awaken. The chamber grew quiet, no longer filled with the tumultuous and violent energy it had previously held. The sentinels' feathers, scales, or fur, which once bore a taut, aggressive demeanor, now hung submissively. Their fierce gazes softened to clarity. At that moment, a familiar shadow crept closer. Sun Yi spoke, his tone tinged with an unrecognized sorrow and grievance. "Why do they all have it, but I do not?" The sentinel's gazes fell, their eyelids drooping, obscuring half of his molten gold vertical pupils, as jagged black dragon horns peeked through his tousled hair, fixating intently on the girl before him. Lin Juan met his gaze, slightly taken aback. Then, a mischievous thought surfaced within her. She raised her hands innocently. "Oh no, what if you, dear Deputy Commander, misunderstand and think I seek superiority over you to satiate my pitiful vanity?" Sun Ye's expression darkened. Yet Lin Juan pressed on, teasingly. "Do you wish to grovel before the guide like those sentinels?" "Surely not. It seems the esteemed Deputy Commander is one to speak sweetly to my face while plotting differently behind my back." Sun Yi scoffed at her words, his chin lifting as he deliberately avoided her gaze, stubbornly retorting, "I wouldn't care less. If you don't want me to, then fine. I'm not particularly eager to do so." After saying this, he crossed his arms, turning to take a step away, attempting to distance himself from her. However, his tail, covered in hard scales and barbed spikes, seemed to develop a mind of its own, instinctively seeking Lin Juan's pant leg as he turned his back. Lin Juan glanced down, noticing the familiar act, and without hesitation, lifted her foot to stomp down. Sun Ye's body stiffened imperceptibly, retracting his tail with a swift motion, turning his head away, his ears flushed red, refusing to meet her gaze. Yet the next moment, Lin Juan cheerfully declared, "If you don't want to participate, that's fine. We shall schedule a collective guidance session daily henceforth, just to alleviate the strain of the tower suppressants." Upon hearing this, Sun Ye's pupils constricted sharply, and he spun around to see Lin Juan casting an inquisitive glance at Lu Xinglan behind him. This statement rippled through the sentinels like a colossal meteor crashing into a lake, stirring up a tidal wave of astonishment. "How do you feel now? Is your body holding up?" Lu Xinglan swiftly approached Lin Juan, scrutinizing her closely. Collective guidance demands immense mental energy, even in the war zone of the White Tower. It is only arranged occasionally in emergencies. Lin Juan waved her hand dismissively. I'm fine, I know my limits. Although each session left her slightly dizzy, it was unavoidable, as the gluttonous entity in her mental domain still yearned for more. But how do you feel after this collective guidance, Professor Liu? Are you feeling any better? Lin Juan tilted her head to meet his gaze. Professor Liu's mental state seemed to have improved marginally, his expression no longer bearing that faint, weary look, but instead softening. I feel much better. Thank you for your concern, Miss Guide. It's nothing, Lin Juan replied, patting his shoulder with a knowing expression. As a humble worker at the bottom tier, she could empathize deeply with Liu Xinglan, especially with the fatigue he emanated, reminiscent of her own past struggles while toiling away. Oh, the plight of researchers. Liu Xinglan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the nuances of Lin Juan's winding thoughts. Perhaps the thoughts of a guide are always a bit peculiar? It seemed he still had much to learn. Meanwhile, Lin Juan had bent down to scoop up the fluffy creature that had stealthily snuggled back to her feet, vigorously caressing it against the grain of its fur. Thoroughly indulging in the moment, the cat purred contentedly, its spirit revived, affectionately nudging her hand with its head. Lin Juan approached Yuan Man and the others, asking, Are you all right? We're fine, thank you, Miss Guide. Gung Ju's eyes had regained clarity, and the robot guarding the wall had released the gravity rings binding his limbs. In groups of 2 or 3, the restraints affixed to the other sentinels were also removed. Yuan Man met the concerned gaze of Lin Juan, his complexion pale and his voice still weak as he expressed his gratitude. Just as Lin Juan was about to say no need to thank me, Gung Ju swiftly intervened, his agile form lifting the barely conscious Yuan Man with one hand while grasping the spirit entity nestled in Lin Juan's embrace with the other. Speaking rapidly, he declared, Miss Guide, his mental energy has been overexerted. I will take him to the medical area immediately. With that, the sentinel whisked away both the person and the cat, decisively extinguishing any hint of the mischievous feline's allure towards the guide. Lin Juan inquired, What about you, Commander? She waved her hand before Darius, whose eyes were still dazed and unfocused. The commander suddenly snapped back to attention, instinctively avoiding Lin Juan's gaze, his long tail trailing outside as he awkwardly replied, No, it's nothing. As the gravity restraints were removed, the liberated sentinels did not immediately depart. They approached Lin Juan with exuberance, yet maintained a respectful distance due to their distorted appearances, sincerely expressing their gratitude. Miss Guide, thank you so much. I don't know what to say. Thank you. You are truly remarkable. Their voices melded together, each unique in form, with beast-like eyes and sharp claws, yet they appeared anything but fierce, instead exuding a gentle demeanor. Lin Juan felt a sense of relief and graciously accepted their thanks. Miss Guide, we hurried here as soon as we received the system notification. We were so anxious we didn't have time to bring you a gift, but we will make it up to you later. A sentinel with antelope horns scratched his head, his expression earnest. Yes, I had prepared something long ago. Another sentinel chimed in, elbowing him and blushing as he stepped forward. The gift I prepared will surely please you, Miss Guide. Amused yet a bit exasperated, Lin Juan quickly waved her hand, saying, There is no need for gifts. Just as she finished speaking, the sentinels fell silent as if doused with cold water, their towering figures slumping, heads bowed, and eyes glistening with a pitiful longing as one timidly asked, Miss Guide, do you find us unworthy? Of course not. Lin Juan immediately denied. I just think you don't need to go to such lengths. Upon hearing this, the sentinels instantly revived, their eyes shining brightly once more. Not at all. It's not too much at all. What do you like, Miss Guide? I'll prepare it right away. They clamored in unison, their excitement palpable. Seeing their enthusiasm, Lin Juan could only smile helplessly in acknowledgement. Finally, the robot responsible for maintaining order could no longer bear to watch and urged the newly liberated sentinels out of the confinement room. A group of energetic sentinels certainly could not remain idle. As soon as they stepped out of the confinement room, they eagerly activated their wrist consoles, logging into the task allocation system and frantically clicking to apply for external missions. I got it. Captain, I've secured another one. Who said they never wanted to go out and fight aberrations again? That was then, this is now. Hey, why are you stealing my console? One shouted amidst the commotion as they rushed away, their voices gradually fading down the long corridor. Lin Juan shook her head in amusement. Turning around, She noticed Sun Yi still standing in place, his brows furrowed, large claws swiftly navigating the open screen, his expression focused. She raised an eyebrow and approached him, teasingly remarking, "Oh, the ever-busy deputy commander, ISNT, also trying to snag an external mission. Are you? Is this your way of seeking collective guidance?" Sun Yi abruptly paused in his actions, turning to meet Lin Juan's teasing gaze, and coldly huffed, "You're overthinking it. I'm responsible for the tower's patrol. I'm merely checking the number of applicants to plan ahead. Is that so wrong?" With that, he deliberately presented the screen to Lin Juan. In a short span of time, the system's backend was filled with an overwhelming number of applications and pending approvals. Previously, going out to clear nearby aberrations was a grueling task, with sentinels fearing they might not return. Thus, they never voluntarily applied. Missions were always automatically assigned by the system, with teams rotating as fate dictated. Now the situation was entirely different. Lin Juan scanned the system backend, pursed her lips, and withdrew her gaze, conceding, "Very well then. Deputy Sun, take your time with the planning." With that, she called for Darius and Lu Xinglan to leave the confinement room, and Sun Yi quickly shut down his console to follow suit. The four of them ascended in the heavy elevator, departing the oppressive underground level. Darius and Sun Yi parted ways, heading to the command center or office to address their backlog of tasks. "Miss Guide," Lu Xinglan called out to the person ahead. "What is it? If you don't mind, I would like to take this opportunity to conduct a comprehensive mental energy assessment for you." "Sure," Lin Juan readily agreed, curious about her mental energy level as her spirit entity had significantly expanded after consuming several pollutants, and her mental domain had also broadened. Seizing the moment while there was still time, Lu Xinglan had the availability, avoiding the hassle of rescheduling later. "Follow me," Lu Xinglan instructed as he entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 35th floor. Ding! As the elevator doors slid open, Lin Juan paused. The scene before her was starkly different from the cold, militaristic atmosphere of the tower's other areas. What lay before her was a vast, futuristic space of pure white. With a high dome ceiling, the air serene and devoid of any unpleasant odors, yet it did not feel stifling. It was exceptionally quiet, with not a single sound, and impeccably clean, giving off an immaculate aura. Following Lu Xinglan inside, she observed the enormous central mainframe processor occupying an entire wall, characters dancing across the display screens, cascading like a waterfall, while a wide round table projected a complex array of coordinate system models. Continuing deeper, the spacious corridor was flanked by laboratories separated by high-strength transparent synthetic materials, filled with various precision instruments that she could not name. Robots of diverse shapes and functions moved silently, occasionally brushing past the two. Lin Juan curiously surveyed her surroundings. The original owner had lived a carefree life, indulging in leisure and seeking out others' troubles, never having encountered such a scene. "Here we are," Lu Xinglan announced, halting his steps. "Oh, all right." Lin Juan almost stumbled forward, awkwardly touching her nose as she followed the sentinel into the room. She recalled that the tower's research facility spanned 10 floors, from the 30th to the 39th, all under Lu Xinglan's jurisdiction as the director of the research institute. "Miss Guide, are you interested in the research institute?" It's okay. I've never seen many of these instruments before. I remember that the general education curriculum at the Imperial First Military Academy includes laboratory courses," she said, her expression dropping as memories flooded back. She remembered everything. Skipping classes was a fundamental operation for every college student, right? The original owner, a haughty young lady and a guide, skipping a general education class was entirely normal. Lu Xinglan stifled a laugh, his fist pressed to his mouth to hide the smile, though his eyes sparkled with amusement. "Please take a seat." He gestured to a chair that looked particularly comfortable, his demeanor softening. Taking the detection helmet, he approached Lin Juan and gently placed it on her head. "Relax, and then release your spirit entity, allowing it to enter this instrument." Following his gesture, she observed a columnar platform with a semi-spherical, transparent energy shield above, the interior radiating a gentle glow, connected below to intricate conduits and sensors. She complied with his instructions. A wisp of gray mist drifted lazily from the clouds, rolling in the air twice before reluctantly complying with Lin Juan's serious gaze and obediently retreating into the protective dome. The helmet pressed against his head felt cold, prompting Lin Juan to close his eyes and gradually release his psychic energy. Meanwhile, Lu Xinglan approached the control panel, deftly manipulating the touchscreen, and soon completed the data collection. All right. Lin Juan opened his eyes and removed the helmet. As Lu Xinglan pressed a button on the console to deactivate the energy shield, a small, gray cloud of mist floated out, swirling gently, and unexpectedly entwined itself around the slender, pale fingers of the sentinel, lingering as if yearning for another taste of the pollutants. Didn't Team manage to absorb anything? Lin Juan realized with a start that the individual had not released any psychic energy. Chapter 72. Her reputation is at stake. Lu Xinglan stiffened, his expression growing somewhat unnatural. It seemed the guiding lady's psychic entity rather favored him. Lin Juan felt a jolt in his heart. Come back. This fellow truly had an insatiable appetite, akin to a rogue. This was no different from a colleague inappropriately touching another's hand during work hours, akin to being groped repeatedly by a greasy middle-aged male superior. Her reputation was in jeopardy. The psychic entity paused, realizing it could not absorb any pollutants, and quietly retreated back into Lin Juan's psychic realm. Ha ha ha. Lin Juan chuckled awkwardly, his gaze darting around. Apologies, that was merely an accident. It's fine. Lu Xinglan shook his head, the sensation from the mist dissipating, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of loss. He pursed his lips, turning away to focus on the screen. Lin Juan felt despair wash over her. Surely, she wouldn't be reported for workplace harassment? The data collection was complete, and the mainframe was analyzing the results, which would take a moment. Lin Juan sat in the chair, feeling a bit awkward as she sought a topic to discuss. Professor Lu, what exactly do you research? Lu Xinglan pondered for 2 seconds before turning back, his expression earnest. A lot. Lin Juan was perplexed. A lot? What do you mean by that? Surely, there must be a specific field, but she quickly recovered, adding, I understand. Those in research often have confidentiality requirements. I want to pry. I used to be the director of the Empire's foremost research institute. Lu Xinglan explained unhurriedly, his demeanor calm. Various projects in the institute include studies on aberrant entities, pharmaceuticals, psychic energy research, pollutant isolation, spatial transitions and disruptions, as well as biological vaccines. He paused momentarily before continuing, I have dabbled in some of these areas. There were some niche research fields that challenged ethical boundaries, which he chose to avoid discussing. Lin Juan was left in a state of shock. Is this the level of intelligence humanity can possess? While she was not a native of the stars, she had never heard of anyone so proficient in physics, chemistry, and biology capable of delving deep into research projects. Moreover, Lu Xinglan appeared remarkably youthful. Guiding lady? Lin Juan snapped back to reality, her gaze now unconsciously tinged with respect as she gave a thumbs up. Professor Lu, you truly are an accomplished young talent. But since you are a researcher, you shouldn't need to go to the war zone, right? How could the pollution levels be so high? Lu Xinglan rarely displayed any emotional fluctuation, recalling a recent incident where he had ventured into a polluted area to collect an inert mineral and encountered some unexpected trouble. I see. Lin Juan realized she had touched upon a sensitive topic and quickly offered words of comfort. Don't worry. I will strive to help you reduce the pollution levels below 90 in the future. Thank you, guiding lady. Lu Xinglan graciously acknowledged her support, though he did not take her jest to heart. An SSS-class sentinel, once physical aberration occurred, had never been reversed in the history of the Empire. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted as the analysis progress bar on the screen reached its conclusion, revealing the health examination results. Psychic energy level assessment. S. Psychic entity status. Active, high energy response. Attribute unknown. Psychic pollution index. 2. Under continuous purification. His mind went blank for a moment, caught in an extraordinary state of shock. What's wrong? Is there an issue with my body? Lin Juan noticed his pallor and quickly jumped from her chair, peering over the control panel. Psychic energy level assessment S. Wow. Lin Juan exclaimed in genuine amazement. I'm quite impressive, aren't I? The laboratory fell into a profound silence. Lu Xinglan seemed frozen in place, scrolling down for a more detailed inspection report, his gaze sweeping over the text. And his usually calm face revealed rare astonishment. From an F level to an S level, and judging by the results, Lin Juan's psychic energy and psychic entity were both exceptionally lively, with immense potential for further enhancement. Regardless of whether one was a guide or a sentinel, the psychic energy level was determined on the day they differentiated. Only a minuscule fraction of individuals could undergo a secondary differentiation due to various unmeasurable and unquantifiable reasons. Generally, the psychic energy after secondary differentiation was significantly enhanced compared to the first. Yet, he had never witnessed anyone like Lin Juan, whose psychic energy seemed to be gradually strengthening at all times. Theoretically, her talent appeared limitless. Throughout the entire empire, both ancient and modern, no one had ever exhibited such capabilities. Consequently, countless scenarios flashed through his mind regarding the potential consequences Lin Juan might face upon revealing this special ability. Lin Juan gently poked Lu Xinglan's arm. Calm down. Existence is reasonable. Professor Lu, you want to become so deranged as to want to capture me for dissection and research. Will you? Lu Xinglan shot her a bemused glance, silently closing the inspection results, and methodically erased all data records pertaining to the test from the back end, restoring his composure. Rest assured, as long as you do not desire it, this matter will not leave the confines of the Black Tower. You truly are a commendable person. Lu Xinglan rubbed his forehead, taking a moment to detach himself from the near-manic excitement he had just experienced. It's getting late. Allow me to escort you out. With that, he exhaled deeply, his gaze toward Lin Juan filled with complexity. Lin Juan raised her hand. I have one more thing. Yes? When I first arrived at the Black Tower a few days ago, while taking the elevator around the 30th floor, I heard some strange sounds, and today, I heard them again in the underground level. What sounds? Lin Juan furrowed her brow in thought. It was a rustling sound, and it felt quite uncomfortable. Others couldn't hear it. Lu Xinglan nodded knowingly. The underground level of the tower houses some sentinels with pollution levels nearing 100. Occasionally, I bring some of them to the laboratory for research. Their psychic fields are highly chaotic and aggressive. Perhaps you sense something from them. Previously, when Lin Juan had asked about this, he had found it somewhat odd. The tower implemented strict isolation protocols to prevent these nearly completely irrational sentinels from affecting others, generally. As long as one did not actively release psychic energy to contact them, they would not be influenced. Lin Juan had no reason to hear anything strange. However, with the recent test results, everything seemed to fall into place. Chapter 73, too reminiscent of a mad scientist villain. So that is how it is, Lin Juan pondered, suddenly struck by a thought. So, who was the sentinel you summoned to the 30th floor that day? Professor Lu, you wouldn't be conducting any nefarious experiments behind the tower's back, would you? A high IQ, aberrant octopus-like creature professor, clad in a pristine lab coat, conducting secretive research in a high-tech laboratory filled with robots, yielding results that could overturn the world with inhumane experiments. It's too reminiscent of a mad scientist villain. Lu Xinglan chuckled softly, casually extinguishing the luminous screen on the podium. The imagination of the guide is indeed quite rich. Rest assured, all projects at the Research Institute are duly recorded at the tower and have received approval from Commander. As for the sentinel you inquired about, he paused momentarily. It is best for the guide to avoid contact. The sentinel, whose pollution level is nearing 100, has completely lost his sanity and will indiscriminately attack anyone who approaches, particularly with mental assaults. His aggressiveness is particularly intense. Lin Juan was affected by his serious expression, unconsciously swallowing hard. Just how intense is it? Without the aid of other containment measures, only Dahlia's and Xuan can safely approach him within the entire tower. After finishing, Lu Xinglan's wrist communicator vibrated lightly. He glanced at the message, and before Lin Juan could ask, he spoke first, stating that a batch of supplies sent to the tower was specifically earmarked for her, suggesting that the guide might want to take a look. Is it sent by the Marshal? Yes. Then let us go. Having just been anxious about the inhibitors and collective guidance, Lin Juan had entirely forgotten about the supplies promised by Yaleas, and now it was a perfect opportunity to check. Since the items delivered included medical equipment and special potions, they were sent directly to this level. Lu Xinglan explained as he led Lin Juan out the door, navigating through the corridor to another area. However, these devices and potions are exclusively for guides. Upon saying this, he halted his steps. A few sleek, silvery robots were methodically transporting boxes of various sizes and metallic instruments into the room, brushing past the two. Lin Juan sidestepped to avoid them, her gaze following the robots as they disappeared inside. Come in. Lu Xinglan walked straight to the control table in the center of the room, and Lin Juan hurriedly followed. On the pure white surface lay a solitary box, which Lin Juan examined closely. It appeared to be crafted from some special material, its surface glimmering with a faint, cold condensation. Lu Xinglan opened the box, revealing rows of potions neatly arranged inside. He reached in, extracting one from the protective material, and lightly brushed his fingertip over the label on the bottle's top, causing a line of tiny holographic text to emerge. As his gaze swept over it, he casually handed the potion to Lin Juan. This is a mental recovery potion specifically for guides. Would you like to try one? Lin Juan instinctively took it. The potion contained within a slender, transparent vial, the liquid displaying a lustrous pale blue hue, shimmering with subtle energy under the room's light. It certainly looks appealing, but it doesn't seem like an oral solution, does it? The bizarre color and transparent test tube made her feel that consuming it would lead to a rough aftermath. Do interstellar folks prefer such simplistic and crude packaging? Just opened, it's not toxic. Lu Xinglan chuckled, still doubting the marshal. Lin Juan reluctantly opened the cap and took a small sip. How bitter! An indescribable flavor mingled with a hint of bitterness exploded in her mouth. She squeezed her eyes shut, forcing herself to swallow. The overpowering strange taste slid down her throat, yet the aftertaste lingered at the root of her tongue, nearly making her gag. What is this taste? Lin Juan exclaimed in shock, constantly swallowing. Is it really that terrible? Regrettably, Lu Xinglan raised an eyebrow. His voice playful. All similar guide-exclusive potions on the market are typically flavored this way to ensure ingredient activity and absorption efficiency. This entire box contains high-purity mental recovery potions. The latest result from the Imperial Research Institute, costly and invaluable. Please do not waste them, Miss Guide. Upon hearing this, Lin Juan's face fell, and she muttered, Is it really that miraculous? The guide might want to try. After consuming the potion, it can accelerate the natural recovery of mental energy and assist in purifying accumulated pollutants within the mental domain. Hearing this, Lin Juan reluctantly accepted the explosive flavor. Suddenly, the researcher shifted his tone. However, I can privately take some time to help optimize the flavor for the guide. Lin Juan's eyes brightened at this, suddenly recalling the nutrient liquid she had consumed before. Was that nutrient liquid delivered by Xiao also made by you? There was no production information on the bottle. I quite like that taste. Lu Xinglan nodded slightly, as if to acknowledge, stating that the version for laboratory use would consider the user's experience more. The self-use version. Did you drink it yourself, Professor Lu? There don't seem to be any other people in this laboratory. Lin Juan surveyed the area, since she entered this level. Apart from Lu Xinglan, the only figures moving about were robots. Other sentinels do not have a research background. Lu Xinglan closed the box once more, his expression neutral. If it weren't for the unexpected situation that occurred during his last outing, his pollution level would never have risen to the point of being assigned to the Black Tower. Although he had prepared himself to face danger before departing, it was evident that he was not adequately prepared. Misfortune had led him straight to the Black Tower. So you're the only researcher in the entire tower, naturally making you the head of the institute? Lin Juan remarked. Aren't you also the only guide in the tower? Lu Xinglan laughed, gesturing toward the entrance. Let us go. It's getting late. And you should return to your dormitory to rest. Given your recent test results, I have much to report to the commander. Although Lin Juan had previously displayed her anomalies while providing mental guidance to the Sentinel, they had speculated that she might, like the one from the Central White Tower, be stimulated by a mutated entity and undergo secondary differentiation. They even roughly estimated her mental energy level post-differentiation to be around S rank. However, the test results revealed that her situation was more complex than they had imagined. It seems there will be no sleep tonight. Professor Lu, are you working overtime? Lin Juan immediately revealed a sympathetic expression. The two walked side by side outside, and she patted Lu Xinglan's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Make sure to voice your grievances to the leadership. Strive for a raise. Good luck. Lu Xinglan. Throughout, Xiao had quietly followed behind them, timidly interjecting, It's not necessary. The entire tower's research area is self-configured by the master. Chapter 74. Is the guide not welcoming me? Lin Juan was taken aback, her gaze silently sweeping across the entire experimental area, with its various advanced instruments and devices, the robots bustling about, finally landing on Lu Xinglan's face. Goodness, it turns out the only impoverished soul needing to work here is her. How foolish of her to have considered Lu Xinglan one of her own. Lu Xinglan couldn't help but chuckle. The elevator has arrived. Miss Guide, please return. After saying this, he pointed to the potion in Lin Juan's hand, smiling as he remarked, "This potion is valued at 500,000 star coins, with excellent efficacy. Surely you wouldn't want to waste it." Lin Juan met his teasing gaze, glaring fiercely before turning to enter the elevator. She had not realized how adept Zhang Yuge was at teasing people. As the elevator doors closed, Lin Juan patted Xiao Wu's head, reminding him to study emotional intelligence courses overnight, particularly focusing on the art of language and reading between the lines. Understood. Xiao Wu replied with determination. Upon returning to her dormitory, Lin Juan held the expensive yet truly unpleasant potion, closed her eyes, pinched her nose, and drank it down before rushing to the bathroom to wash up. Lying on her bed, she covered herself with a blanket. "Miss Guide, make sure to rest early." I know. Lin Juan continued to browse her communicator, wandering through the internal forum of the Black Tower, clicking into a post related to collective guidance, where the Sentinel's responses were overwhelmingly positive. It was filled with compliments, various praises that made her feel a bit shy. The rest were live methods, with a multitude of people making wishes, hoping to be selected next time. By the way, Xiao Wu, how many Sentinels are arranged to patrol each day at the tower? This depends on the circumstances of the day. If there are numerous aberrations nearby, or if some are particularly challenging to deal with, the number of teams venturing outside will increase. Lin Juan contemplated for a moment, realizing that with the volume of individuals going out daily, it would be prudent to suspend one-on-one psychological counseling until the supply of inhibitors is restored, and instead, let the matching system arrange 2 group sessions. One session could be scheduled for the morning, perfectly timed for the Sentinels returning from their evening patrols, and the other for the evening, coinciding with those returning from their daytime duties. Xiao Wu suddenly stuttered, the database frantically displaying the emotional intelligence enhancement tutorial it had just perused, unable to produce the subsequent words for a moment. "What's wrong?" Lin Juan lifted her head from the pillow, noticing the garbled text flashing on the screen. Her heart sinking. It had been centuries since a robot had exploded and harmed anyone in the galaxy. Surely today would not be her misfortune. "You just speak your mind." Xiao Wu quickly regained composure. "I believe that your mental capacity, Miss Guide, may not sustain you through 2 group sessions in one day, especially since this will be the case for a considerable period ahead." Lin Juan flopped back on her pillow, letting out a cold laugh. "All right, I see now. You simply do not trust in my abilities. Those stuttering moments must have nearly caused your circuits to overheat, right?" "Oh no. Xiao Wu is equipped with the latest processor. No matter how complex the computations, it will not overheat." "Never mind. I am aware of my own limits. Let us proceed with this delightful decision." With that, Lin Juan promptly sent an application to the matching system, appending a brief explanation of the circumstances and the schedule. The system S-page whirled for 2 seconds before promptly displaying a notification of approval. The following day, before dawn, Lin Juan was still sound asleep. Meanwhile, at the outermost circular isolation zone of the tower, 2 groups of patrolling Sentinels were exchanging shifts. The horizon was shrouded in a gloomy, oppressive layer of clouds, swirling ominously in the sky, with a howling wind accompanying the various forms of aberrant Sentinels, all maintaining a semblance of order. Everything was solemnly silent until several Sentinels' light brains emitted a cacophony of notification chimes. It was the matching system S announcement. From now on, the tower would arrange 2 group counseling sessions each day, located in the confinement room, primarily for Sentinels who had completed their outdoor and patrol duties. Although the number of Sentinels was overwhelming, necessitating a lottery system to determine participation, this effectively provided each Sentinel with an opportunity to receive group counseling. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into incredulous cheers. 2 sessions. 2 sessions in a day. I've won. My wishes from last night truly worked. Quickly, let us head back to the dormitory and prepare. The Sentinels rushed back to the tower, scrubbing away the blood and grime from their bodies, injecting medications, and hastily bandaging their wounds, all while changing into clean, respectable clothing. Some even took great care to smooth their ruffled feathers and fur. Then, they surged towards the elevator leading to the underground level, filling the once spacious area to the brim, stepping on one another and colliding as they hurried to the confinement room. Lin Juan was roused from her slumber by Xiao Wu and, after completing her morning routine, ambled downstairs, barely arriving at the designated time at the confinement room's entrance. Wow, what a spirited appearance. She couldn't help but exclaim how vibrant the Sentinels looked. meeting their eager and excited gazes. Lin Juan had no doubt that had it not been for the gravitational rings holding her down, she would have been surrounded by them in no time. "Miss Guide, you've arrived. Good morning," Lin Juan politely replied, and the sentinels immediately began to express their concerns in a chorus. "You worked hard yesterday. Did you rest well?" "Good morning, Miss Guide. You only conducted one group session last night. One tea that be too exhausting?" Lin Juan found their enthusiasm amusing and raised her hand to quiet them down. The sentinel's fervor was indeed overwhelming. She glanced at the time. Only a few minutes remained before the session was to begin. Turning to the sleek, black-gold humanoid robot beside her, she inquired, "Have all the sentinels who received the system notification arrived?" The robot scanned the room and shook its head, indicating not yet. "Who are we missing?" A deep, rebellious voice suddenly boomed from the doorway. "I am here." "Wunye?" Lin Juan turned her gaze towards the source of the voice, suppressing the urge to roll her eyes. "Is Miss Guide not welcoming me? How could I dare? Vice Commander, please come in." With that, Lin Juan patted the robot's arm and raised her voice to instruct. "Vice Commander Sun is quite powerful. Make sure to equip him with several gravitational rings. And also attach that large iron chain on the wall." The robot nodded silently and proceeded without hesitation. Sun Yi, however, remained indifferent, stepping up to Lin Juan and maintaining a 1-meter distance, allowing several robots to encircle him and apply restraints. In a short while, the robots dispersed. He was pressed to the ground by the gravitational rings, his wrists and ankles touching the floor, intending to kneel, but finding the weight on his neck forced him to bow his head instead, curling up. His massive dragon wings folded behind him, and his tail dragged along the cold ground. Sun Yi struggled to raise his head, his superior bone structure allowing him to merely arch an eyebrow. His molten gold vertical pupils fixated intensely on Lin Juan. Is this a special favor for Miss Guide? After all, no other sentinel wears a gravitational ring around their neck. Lin Juan innocently shrugged her shoulders, feigning ignorance. "I don't know. It was all the robots doing." The sentinels chuckled softly, bowing their heads. Lin Juan glanced at the time again. It was just right. She began her usual calming routine, instructing them not to be anxious, to slowly release their mental energy, and to leave the rest to her. As her words fell, she deftly unfurled her mental energy, enveloping the confinement room in an instant fog that swirled and flowed. The sentinels trembled uncontrollably, gradually slowing their breathing, lost in a serene and tranquil bliss. As the mist flowed over them, Sun Yi suddenly stiffened, snapping his head up, the coldness in his golden vertical pupils igniting into a fervent flame, tracing the outline of the guide. The gravitational ring around his neck felt like a tremendous weight, compelling him to bow his head once more. A fine sheen of sweat formed on his nose, and damp strands of hair clung to his forehead. His dragon wings and tail involuntarily quivering as he half-kneeled before the guide, his imposing form yet entirely submissive, until the mist dissipated, that refreshing and peaceful aura abruptly vanished. He lifted his head once more, only to find Lin Juan arching an eyebrow at him, a look of triumph upon her face. Sun Yi embarrassedly lowered his head, heat creeping from his neck to his ears, then spreading to his cheeks. The sentinels remained pressed to the ground for a while, before gradually regaining their senses, being released from their restraints by the robots. Just as they stood up, they flocked to Lin Juan, exuberant, producing gifts from seemingly nowhere and stuffing them into her arms. "Miss Guide, thank you for your hard work. Please, you must accept this. And mine, just a small token of appreciation." Lin Juan found it impossible to refuse, nearly buried under a multitude of beautifully wrapped gifts. Xiao Wu's mechanical arm even bore several. "No, there is no need to be so courteous, Miss Guide. Please open and see if you like it." "Yes, yes. Open it and see." The sentinels eagerly chimed in, all hoping their gifts would be fortunate enough to be acknowledged by the guide. Since guides receive countless gifts from sentinels throughout the day, many of which they hardly glance at, discarding them as rubbish, they do not expect Lin Juan to open each one upon her return. All right. I will open a few to see." Lin Juan hurriedly quelled the sentinel's excitement. She randomly selected a box from the pile at her feet and, with Xiao Wu's assistance, unwrapped it. "Oh, it's a colorful music box." With a twist, the box immediately began to play a melodious yet peculiar interstellar pop tune. How delightfully masculine. Are all the sentinels adhering to such an aesthetic? She casually selected another item, an ordinary crystal orb ornament. Continuing on, she opened the third box, revealing a peculiar plush toy that resembled a creature from an unknown star domain. It was somewhat unattractive at first, yet after a moment of observation, it became oddly pleasing. At this point, Lin Juan began to sense that something was amiss. She hastily tore open several more boxes, completely oblivious to the increasingly heavy breathing of the sentinels around her. It was not until she unearthed two identical figurine pendants that Lin Juan was taken aback, questioning whether her memory had faltered. She held the two pendants up for comparison, and indeed, they were identical. The figurines were peculiar in shape and also rather unattractive. Her expression turned vacant as she shook the two unsightly figurines in her hands, looking uncertainly at the surrounding sentinels. How could there be two identical ones? The sentinel who gifted these two items was momentarily stunned, exchanging glances with a comrade. Li Wenxiao had explicitly told me that these were antiques he had salvaged from an alien system, unique within the entire tower. The guide lady would surely adore them. Nonsense. He clearly said these were the most popular limited edition figurines from the capital star, highly sought after yet impossible to find. Tensions flared between the two sentinels. At that moment, another stepped forward, timidly stating, "The music box I gave was a different color, but quite similar in style, as was the plush toy." He claimed it was handcrafted by a renowned master, one of a kind in the entire universe. The confinement chamber erupted into chaos. The sentinels began to compare notes, tossing around phrases like unique, limited edition, and special significance, each word punctuated with fervor. Lin Juan lowered her head, silently continuing to unwrap gifts, and indeed discovered several more identical items. She nearly burst into laughter. The sentinels across from her had meticulously aligned their discussion from the purchase scene to the order prices. It appeared they had all been duped, spending extravagantly only to receive these mass-produced trinkets, creating a grand farce before the guide lady. Li Wenxiao, that unscrupulous merchant. How dare he deceive me? This is intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. Brothers, arm yourselves. Let us confront that deceitful peacock and settle the score. Just wait and see how I'll make him regurgitate gold coins. After declaring this, they charged out of the confinement chamber, assuring Lin Juan that they would definitely present a special gift next time. Before she could refuse, they had vanished without a trace. The confinement chamber fell silent once again. Lin Juan stood amidst the scattered gift boxes and junk, scanning the area before exhaling deeply. This black tower truly is a breeding ground for talent. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed Sun Yi still rooted in place. The sentinel was tall and robust, yet the sweat glistening on his body had not yet dried, causing his tousled hair to cling to his forehead, lending him an unexpectedly gentle appearance. Lin Juan raised an eyebrow, wondering why the deputy commander had not taken his leave. Could it be that he too had been deceived? She smiled and gestured toward the door, suggesting he join the others in confronting Li Wenxiao. After all, there is strength in numbers. Perhaps they could recover their funds. Sun Yi huffed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, retorting, "I am not that foolish." He then surveyed the debris scattered across the floor and turned to ask, "What do you intend to do with this rubbish?" "Let's take it back. It is, after all, their goodwill." Lin Juan sighed in resignation, crouching down to continue unwrapping the boxes, stuffing the gifts in a Xiao Wu's belly for storage. Sun Yi turned to leave. As he reached the door, he paused, swiftly tossing a box back into the confinement chamber. His figure quickly vanished from sight. However, the box was deftly caught by Xiao Wu, who had defensive capabilities. "Guide lady, Sun Yi attempted to attack you with this box. I have intercepted it." Chapter 76. Boss Li's charges are indeed rather steep. Lin Juan accepted the gift box handed to her by Xiao Wu. It was indeed of the same packaging style as the pile on the floor. Upon opening it, she found a necklace that was identical to one of the ones she had just unwrapped. Xiao Wu's camera scanned the chaotic scene, displaying a look of disdain on the screen. "Guide lady, do we have to take all these back?" "Wait, let me take a picture first." Saying this, Lin Juan hurriedly prevented the robot from closing its belly, stifling laughter as she snapped a photo of the mess of boxes and identical gifts with her light brain, sending it to Li Wenxiao with the message, "Wishing you good luck." However, there was no response from Li Wenxiao, and she wondered if he had been captured by other sentinels. Having finished, Lin Juan patted Xiao Wu's head and stood to leave. She then heard the robot muttering behind her, "Bringing back such ugly things. I have no idea where to put them." "All right, Xiao Wu, you see, these items are actually quite expensive. Lin Juan browsed a shopping page on her light brain, noting the astronomical prices listed under the products, her tongue clicking in disbelief. The original owner had also purchased items at similar price points, with even the smallest trinkets costing tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of star coins. Not to mention some high-end custom pieces. Xiao Wu expressed indignation, as this online shop was also under Li Juan Xiao's name. The robot then altered the delivery IP to outside the Black Tower, casually entering a shopping webpage to share with Lin Juan, who discovered the prices slashed dramatically, as if they had been decapitated. Lin Juan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Was he not afraid of retribution from the tower for such reckless behavior? Could I report him to the commander? Xiao Wu pressed the elevator button, fearing it was futile as a significant portion of the tower's equipment, including weapons, mechs, and even starships, had been funded by him. Lin Juan fell silent, realizing the extent of the collusion between officials and merchants with such wealth, yet still exploiting the common folk's hard-earned money. Ding! The elevator arrived at the ground floor. As Lin Juan stepped in behind Xiao Wu, she heard a low, somewhat awkward voice call from behind. "Guide lady." Lin Juan turned in surprise, spotting Huoke. Before her stood an exceptionally tall and robust figure. The sentinel still clad in a fitted black tank top, accentuating his muscular chest and broad shoulders, his bronze skin gleaming healthily under the lights. Lin Juan quickly pressed the elevator door open button, waiting for him to join her. "Let us go together." As the sentinel moved closer, his face bore a rugged handsomeness, with a small scar at the edge of his brow adding a wild charm to his visage. Yet, in his brown eyes flickered a hint of barely perceptible nervousness and caution, a striking contrast to his imposing stature. Huoku stood at the elevator entrance, slightly bending a bow. "Thank you, guide lady." Lin Juan nodded, shifting her foot further inside. Her gaze inadvertently drifted to the gray wolf at the sentinel's feet, its fur fluffy and glossy. Initially, its ears perked up, scanning the surroundings alertly, before it gazed longingly at her, its bushy tail wagging uncontrollably behind it. Lin Juan paused her gaze on it for 2 seconds. The gray wolf, seemingly encouraged, lowered its ears and began wagging its tail excitedly, sitting down and producing a rustling sound against the ground. Yet due to its owner's authority, it restrained itself from rushing towards the guide. Lin Juan felt an itch in her hand, her fingers twitching slightly. The gray wolf immediately connected to her brainwaves, swiftly darting past Huoku and presenting its head to Lin Juan's palm. "Gray shadow. Yet the spirit entity had already flopped down at Lin Juan's feet, rolling onto its back. The sentinel felt heat rising to his face, nudging the seemingly worthless spirit entity with his foot, only to see it roll over and wiggle towards Lin Juan again. As Lin Juan affectionately ruffled the fur on the gray wolf's head and around its ears, she stood up and turned to Hawk with a smile, inquiring about his destination on the 9th floor. Hawk's face flushed even deeper as he stammered. "The 9th floor. The 9th floor? Isn't that where the mall and restaurants are?" Lin Juan mused, recalling snippets of her previous visit there with Yuan Man and Gung Ju when they had dined together. "Yes," Hawk nodded, a hint of bashfulness evident as he scratched the back of his head, an endearing gesture that exuded a charming simplicity. "The restaurant's kitchen is well equipped, and I intended to prepare a meal in advance for you, to be delivered by the robot at noon. So I shall be treated to a delightful meal today." Lin Juan genuinely praised him. "But since it is still early, do you have other tasks to attend to at noon? I have a patrol shift in 2 hours. As he spoke, the elevator arrived at the 9th floor. Without hesitation, Lin Juan followed him out, reluctantly clutching her plush companion. "Surely, Mr. Sentinel wouldn't mind if I joined you for a look?" "And no, I don't mind." Hawk quickly waved his hands, standing there in a flustered manner, appearing quite taken aback. Despite his bronze skin, it was hard for Lin Juan to overlook the unmistakable flush on his face. He awkwardly attempted to conceal his embarrassment, but only succeeded poorly. "This way, Miss Guide. Xiao Wu, please return these items to my dormitory first, and come back to find me later," she instructed the robot with a wave. "Miss Guide, are you going alone?" "But I have Hawk with me. What trouble could I encounter in the tower?" Lin Juan chuckled, patting Hawk's sturdy arm, feeling its firmness. "Be quick and come back." "All right, I'll be back soon." Xiao Wu's screen displayed a worried expression, glancing at the sentinel with unease, making Hawk feel somewhat uncomfortable before it re-entered the elevator. The gray wolf emitted a contented rumble, its tail wagging enthusiastically. As Lin Juan followed Hawk inside, she casually asked, "Is this floor's restaurant and mall also owned by Li Wenxiao?" Hawk nodded, his face still flushed, as he trudged ahead in silence. "How does he charge you for cooking here?" Lin Juan began to mourn for Hawk's wallet, wondering if he had been ruthlessly fleeced by Li. Boss Li's prices are somewhat steep. However, the kitchenware, ingredients, and spices here are comprehensive and up-to-date, with a separate baking area, which is quite convenient. I do leave a portion of the finished dishes for him, as per his request, after each cooking session. Lin Juan chuckled in relief. Truly, Li the swindler exploits countless sentinels, even for labor. Hawk expertly guided Lin Juan to the opulent and grand restaurant side, pushing open a small, transparent glass door, leading them into the restaurant's kitchen. As they were about to enter, a commotion erupted from the hall outside. Lin Juan paused, instinctively catching the words of the culprit amidst the angry outcries. She instinctively grasped Hawk's muscular arm, gesturing for silence, before seeking cover for both herself and the wolf. Peeking out cautiously, from a distance, they could see a group of distorted sentinels encircling Li Wenxiao, who was trapped in the center, having been dragged out from an unknown private room in the restaurant. Hey, let's talk this out peacefully. There's no need to resort to violence." Li Wenxiao, adorned in a flamboyant shirt, his hair meticulously styled and sporting sunglasses, wore a flashy silver chain across his chest, exuding a nonchalant demeanor while maintaining a cynical grin. "Go to hell with your talking. You schemer. Refund us. You dare to deceive us by claiming the gifts are one of a kind. I spent 3 months' worth of savings on this pile of junk." The sentinels clamored angrily. Li Wenxiao was bombarded with spit, hastily raising his hands in surrender. "It's all a misunderstanding. These are all carefully selected treasures. Stop with the nonsense. Refund us. Hurry." Realizing he couldn't bluff his way out, Li Wenxiao feigned a pained expression, sighing, "All right, since you're all so dissatisfied, I am not unreasonable." Swiftly, he pulled out his holographic device, fingers dancing across the screen thus. "I shall refund half the amount to everyone. It will be credited immediately." The sound of notifications chimed as the distorted sentinels checked their accounts, their expressions slightly easing, though dissatisfaction lingered. "And what about the remaining half? That pile of rubbish wouldn't even be picked up on Garbage Star." Li Wenxiao smiled sincerely. "As for the remaining half, I will issue each of you an equivalent super coupon. You can use it on any of my stores in the future." The sentinels exchanged glances, hesitating over whether to accept this offer. Li Wenxiao's expression darkened. "Don't say I didn't warn you. All the shops in the tower belong to me. It's not easy for me to bring in goods from outside with my private starship. Do you still wish to buy gifts for the misguided in the future? The tower's supply encompasses all aspects of life, sufficient for one's personal needs. Yet for any additional purchases, they indeed had to rely on Li Wenxiao, the swindler." "Fine. Half it is. If you dare to deceive me again, I'll make you regret it." "How could that be? Li, am always honest in my dealings." Engaging in small business, Li Wenxiao quickly assured them, and after much negotiation, the crowd's anger finally subsided, although the distorted sentinels still felt a bit shortchanged. Fearing they might not be able to purchase anything in the future, they begrudgingly accepted the situation, cursing under their breath as they dispersed. Once the debtors were sent away, Li Wenxiao sighed in relief. He patted his disheveled shirt and, upon looking up, spotted Lin Juan and Hawk, who were quietly watching from the corner, their heads peeking out in tandem, one high and one low, with the furry wolf head in between, all observing him intently. Li Wenxiao blinked in surprise. Instantly, he dropped the guise of the shrewd businessman, replacing it with a radiant smile, nonchalantly touseling his hair, donning his sunglasses, and approaching them with a lively step. "Miss Guide, we meet again, and you remain as enchanting as ever." Lin Juan felt a shiver run down her spine as the vividly colored peacock approached, hastily responding, "Boss Li, you'd best prepare to refund the money. I fear the sentinels you've swindled are more than just a few." "What refund are you talking about?" "Business is a mutual agreement," he replied, then pivoted the conversation. "However, if Miss Guide wishes to grace my establishment, I assure you I will provide only the finest offerings." Lin Juan scoffed, wary of being tricked by this merchant. Spotting Xiao Wu approaching from afar, she called for Hawk and headed towards the restaurant kitchen. Naturally, Li Wenxiao trailed behind, unwavering. "If Miss Guide enjoys gourmet food, I could prepare it as well. But Hawk has an external assignment soon. Will there be enough time? Perhaps I should take over?" The sentinel in the lead halted momentarily, his face darkening in response to such blatant attempts to poach. Rest assured, I can complete it in an hour. With that, Hawk pushed open a transparent glass door. Hearing Li Wenxiao's words, Lin Juan wasted no time in rebutting. Who was at that least the kitchen, only to demand a portion of the meal each time? Faced with this direct accusation, Li Wenxiao showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he wore a proud expression, lifting his chin. These hands are meant for counting money. Naturally, they should not be sullied with grease. However, he swiftly changed the subject, removing his sunglasses to reveal a mischievous smile in his peach blossom eyes. If it is for you that I am to cook, I am indeed most willing. As soon as the words left his lips, he was suddenly thrust forward by the gray wolf standing behind him, stumbling unsteadily. Ouch! Can you manage your spirit body a little better? Hawk silently retrieved a clean pink apron from the hook behind the door, deftly putting it on. The gray shadow is quite lively. Please excuse me, bossly. Having said that, he expertly began to prepare the ingredients from the temperature-controlled preservation cabinet. His movements swift and his expression focused. Li Wenxiao rubbed his waist, looking quite indignant, while Lin Juan chuckled softly. Forget it. I cannot afford the labor fees of such a grand boss. Curiosity piqued. She began to inspect the tidy kitchen. Lin Juan had initially anticipated that Hawk's cooking space would be a cramped kitchen filled with robots, but to her surprise, it was a standalone kitchen. Immaculate and devoid of any grease or dirt. The streamlined countertop, easy to clean and gleaming silver, featured an induction heating system embedded within, allowing for precise temperature control. Various uniquely shaped utensils hung from a magnetic rack, and Hawk's movements were fluid and graceful, revealing his remarkable proficiency. His bronzed arms slightly flexed as he chopped and prepared the ingredients, clad in a pink checkered apron and a snug black tank top. His well-built physique exhibiting a perfect inverted triangle shape. Lin Juan quickly averted her gaze, thinking to herself, what a waste. The entire tower had returned to its humanoid sentinel form, with only Hawk dressed the least. Ironically, he still maintained an innocent and pure demeanor. Chapter 78. He has his day too. Hawk was bustling about in the kitchen, and seeing that she could be of no help, Lin Juan decided it best not to create any chaos and instead settled into a hovering chair by the door. The gray wolf obediently followed her. Curling up at her feet and resting its head on her lap, its eyes glistening and its tail gently wagging. Lin Juan, feeling benevolent, began to pet the wolf. Li Wenxiao approached, sitting beside Lin Juan and observing the wolf's blissful state, his hand itching to reach out. However, the gray wolf instantly changed its demeanor. Emitting a low growl of warning, baring its teeth at him, he promptly retracted his hand, rubbing his nose and muttering softly, "How rude. I have a pet at home that is even more handsome than you. Then why don't you go home?" "I certainly will not." Li Wenxiao instantly resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Lin Juan raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, and soon enough, Li Wenxiao began to vent his frustrations. "My parents nag at me every day, urging me to learn from Lu Xinglan, that emotionless stone. He spends all his time in the lab and knows nothing about enjoying life. What is there for me to learn from him?" "So, you're quite familiar with Professor Lu? Familiar? Who is familiar with him?" Li Wenxiao waved his hands repeatedly. The only one in their family who could be considered somewhat normal is his sister. The rest are as he spoke. Li Wenxiao pointed at his temple, a bit off. "I really don't understand what my parents are thinking. Our family is in business, yet they insist on comparing me to Lu Xinglan. Ever since I was little, they've thrown me at Aunt Lu, expecting me to follow her into the lab." "Aunt Lu?" "Yes, she is Lu Xinglan's mother and a friend of my mother's." Lin Juan's interest was piqued. "And then what? Have you made any achievements in the lab?" At this, Li Wenxiao's face broke into a proud smile. "I expanded the Li family's business into research instruments and fourth-generation mechas, and then I left to start my own venture. They can no longer force me into research." Lin Juan patted his shoulder, offering heartfelt consolation. "It's all right. The research community will suffer no loss without you, but the business world will undoubtedly thrive without your cunning." "Li Benxiu?" Xiao Wu quietly leaned in, seeking guidance. "Misguide, is this a high emotional intelligence response? Do not learn this." Lin Juan immediately pressed it down. "Oh." Xiao Wu retreated to a corner, pondering alone. "The misguide really knows how to comfort people," Li Wenxiao mumbled, somewhat begrudgingly. Suddenly, he raised his voice, laughing maliciously while scrolling through the screen. "Lu Xinglan's account. Haha, he actually bought that junk, ha ha ha. Lin Juan's hand paused in petting the wolf, slightly taken aback. Li Wenxiao quickly presented the screen to her, beaming with pride. These are all refund accounts. This string of account numbers absolutely belongs to Lu Xinglan. Ha ha ha. He has his day too. Let us see how many discount coupons I can send him. Lin Juan pursed her lips, gazing at the lengthy list of victims, feeling momentarily speechless. So, he is aware that he is selling junk. However, Li Wenxiao had already immersed himself in a frenzy of activity. Realizing the time was right, Lin Juan rose and entered the kitchen. Hawk had just finished placing the final sautéed dish into a thermal food box. With a click, he secured the lid, removed the apron, and upon seeing Lin Juan enter, displayed a bashful smile. Miss Guide, the meal is ready. My time to return to the team is approaching. I must leave immediately. Thank you for today. It's no trouble at all. I am delighted to do anything for you, Miss Guide. Just as he finished speaking, a notification chimed from the device on his wrist. Lin Juan smiled. Then you should hurry. Don't be late. Yes, Hawk replied, casting a glance at the gray wolf, who lingered on the ground, reluctant to part, before striding swiftly out. In the blink of an eye, both he and the wolf vanished from sight. Lin Juan signaled for Xiao Wu to take today as lunch. Miss Guide, would you like me to accompany you? Please, don't. Lin Juan halted him bossly. You are immensely busy, managing deals worth millions every minute. Please attend to your affairs. Li Wenxiao was momentarily taken aback, but retained a nonchalant smile, shrugging. It's not that little. Without looking back, Lin Juan hurriedly slipped away. Oh, really? Don't you need me to see you off? I can introduce you to my business landscape. Miss Guide, please remember to support my business. All your expenditures will be exempt. Returning to her dormitory, Lin Juan saber de delight for lunch. She had to admit, Hawk's culinary skills were exceptional, offering a feast for the senses that made her question whether her taste buds were unique, for how could such delicious dishes be created? After satisfying her hunger, she reclined on the sofa, leisurely browsing her device, suddenly recalling, didn't TA Cat get injured recently? The mecha pilot had pushed the limits of his mental capacity, returning from an encounter with a mutant, and should now be recuperating in the medical area. She wondered how he was doing. It was quite a hassle to leave, only to turn back halfway. It was a trial that nearly cost him his life. Yet, thinking of the pile of suppressants he had brought back, Lin Juan couldn't bring herself to blame him. She located Yuan Man's chat window and discovered an unread message from him. Yuan Man, Miss Guide, I heard you will be conducting 2 group sessions daily from now on. Please take care of yourself. Lin Juan was taken aback. There was no way around it. Having accepted numerous friend requests from Sentinels these days, her message board was cluttered with greetings, and some messages had unfortunately been pushed down. Lin Juan, me fine. Are you feeling better? Almost instantly, he replied, much better. Thank you for your concern, Miss Guide. Yuan Man leaned against the hospital bed, head down, looking rather listless. He had heard from Gung Ju that the guiding lady was exceptionally formidable, effectively stabilizing the entire control tower's sentinels through collective guidance. The inhibitors he had delivered had proven ineffective, only adding to the chaos for both the guiding lady and the tower. Chapter 79. The brave and mighty little kitten Lin Juan gazed at the message sent by Yuan Man for a brief moment and, after a moment of contemplation, resolved to pay a visit to the little kitten. Although Gung Ju had previously reported that Yuan Man's condition was stable, she felt a lingering unease without seeing him in person. After all, that foolish boy had hurried back out of concern for both the Black Tower and her. Lin Juan, are you still in the medical area? Which ward are you in? Yuan Man, upon seeing the message pop up on the screen, was momentarily taken aback, but replied honestly, Ward 18, Zone B, 15th floor of the tower. Wait for me. I'll come to see you. After sending the message, Lin Juan sprang up from the sofa, beckoned to Xiao Wu, and said, let us head to the medical area to check on Yuan Man, and bring this platter of fruit along. Xiao Wu's screen flashed with a puzzled expression. The guide was taking the initiative to visit a sentinel, and even bringing fruit? Yet, it did not voice any objections, as Lin Juan was already at the door, putting on her shoes. It hurriedly grabbed the fruit platter from the coffee table and followed Lin Juan into the elevator. Yuan Man, no need, really. I'm fine. Please don't trouble yourself. Lin Juan watched the numbers ticking up in the elevator, silently responding with on my way, after which there was no further reply from the other side. Meanwhile, in the ward, upon seeing the message on the screen, Yuan Man's mind buzzed. He abruptly threw off the covers, clumsily removed the 4 needle from his hand, and darted into the ward's private bathroom. He turned on the tap and splashed cold water on his face, attempting to appear less disheveled. The reflection in the mirror revealed a pale-faced youth with tousled hair, dressed in a loose blue and white striped hospital gown, his slender frame appearing somewhat hollow. "No, I absolutely cannot let the guiding lady see me like this." He hastily ran his fingers through his hair and patted his cheeks forcefully, trying to bring some color to his face. After completing his preparations, the sentinel took a deep breath and opened the bathroom door just as Lin Juan gently knocked on the ward's door and entered. The youth stood at the entrance, just in time to see Yuan Man with a damp face, wet strands of hair clinging to his forehead, beads of water still clinging to his cheeks and neck, and a small patch of his hospital gown splattered with water, deep blue spreading out. The guiding lady, Yuan Man, felt his ears flush, unsure where to place his hands and feet. "Why you really came? Please come in." He moved to the bedside, awkwardly gesturing for Lin Juan to enter while hurriedly looking for a chair. Lin Juan stepped into the single-occupancy ward and naturally took a seat on the chair Yuan Man had arranged, glancing at him with a raised eyebrow. "Have you eaten lunch?" "I had the nutritional liquid," Yuan Man replied honestly, sitting awkwardly at the edge of the bed. Lin Juan chuckled lightly at his response, teasingly saying, "Here you are in the medical area, and you don't think to eat something nutritious?" "I spent all my star coins on inhibitors." Yuan Man's head drooped like a drenched puppy, his voice lacking energy. Lin Juan couldn't help but laugh out loud at his pitiful yet sincere demeanor. Quickly, she turned to Xiao Wu, who was standing nearby, and instructed it to wash the fruit they had brought. Then, she looked back at Yuan Man, smiling as she teased, "What do you want to eat? I can treat you to dinner at the restaurant tonight." "What? No, no, that is not necessary." Yuan Man waved his hands repeatedly, his face turning beet red. "How could that be? It's always the sentinels treating the guides. How can it be the other way around? If Gung Ju and the others find out, I will be laughed at to death." His voice trailed off, yet he clenched his fists, determination igniting in his eyes as he vowed, "Rest assured, guiding lady, once I recover, I will work hard on missions and save up star coins." "All right, but your most important task now is to rest well. As for the star coins spent on inhibitors, which were contributed to the tower, I'll inquire if we can apply for reimbursement." "How can I trouble you with that?" Yuan Man felt even more flustered upon hearing this. As they conversed, a faint gray shadow stealthily emerged from behind Yuan Man. Meow, meow, meow. Lin Juan instinctively reached out, and the tabby cat gracefully leaped on her lap, its amber eyes wide, softly rubbing its head against her hand, and then flopping down languidly, its tail swaying. Lin Juan skillfully scratched its chin and the base of its ears, prompting the little cat to emit a contented purr. While petting the cat, she casually remarked, "Yuan Man, there are many positions within the tower, such as logistics, dispatch, or equipment maintenance, which are relatively safer. You don't necessarily have to go to the front lines. It's too dangerous out there, especially for a D-class sentinel." However, she refrained from voicing the latter part. Yuan Man immediately straightened his back, a rare hint of pride illuminating his features. "Guiding lady, I am the only one in my entire family who has differentiated into a sentinel. As a sentinel, I must strive to eliminate aberrations and protect the ordinary people within the safe zone, safeguarding my family." Lin Juan was taken aback, feeling quite moved. "Your family actually agreed to let you go out?" Speaking of family, a warm expression, imbued with the love he had received throughout his life, unconsciously appeared on the lean youth's face, his tone light. "At first, they disagreed, worried for my safety, but I persisted, and they eventually had no choice but to support me." At this point, Yuan Man's spirited demeanor gradually dimmed, his voice tinged with a sense of dejection and guilt. "It's my fault for being too weak. I always make them worry. This time, I almost didn't make it back, causing trouble for Gung Ju and you, guiding lady." Lin Juan gazed at his self-reflective expression and smiled gently. She lifted the cat's front paws, squeezing its soft pads, making the little cat stand upright like a human, waving its paws lightly in Yuan Man's direction. In a playful tone, she said, "Who said that? The little kitten is mighty and brave, capable of piloting a mech through wormholes. Knowing how hard you are trying, your parents must be proud of you, right?" Yuan Man was momentarily stunned. An inexplicable wave of bitterness and warmth surged through him, filling his nose and eyes as he met Lin Juan's gaze, which was brimming with kindness, rendering him speechless. The tabby cat perched on Lin Juan's lap perked up, swishing its tail proudly while meowing twice, as if responding to Lin Juan's last remark. Lin Juan chuckled, See? Even the little kitty agrees with me. You are truly wonderful, guiding lady, Yuan Man exclaimed, his eyes glistening with tears. Lin Juan quickly pointed to the fruit that Xiao Wu had washed, smiling helplessly. Why don't you eat something? Chapter 80. He is not a flood or a beast. Inside the ward, the two continued their conversation when suddenly, a raucous noise erupted from the corridor outside. Initially, it was merely a chaotic sound of footsteps, akin to a stampede of wild buffalo, causing the floor to tremble slightly. Then came uncontrollable cheers and cries, a wave of ecstatic jubilation sweeping through the medical area, instantly drowning the corridor's tranquility. It dropped. It really dropped. A hole too. Ha! The feathers on my arm actually fell off. Ha ha ha. For the first time in years, I've seen the pollution level decrease. Your damn dog hair floated onto me. Countless voices echoed, some heart-wrenching, others choked with tears or suppressing tremors of excitement. Lin Juan was bewildered, turning to look out at the corridor. There, a group of variously shaped aberrant sentinels rushed past like a whirlwind. Dragging their distorted bodies, cloaked in scales or fur, they danced with exuberance, shoving and jostling one another, sweeping through like the wind, leaving behind an almost frenzied joy echoing in their wake. Silence. Maintain silence. This is a medical area. Several cylindrical robots whirred behind them, attempting to restore order, their speakers emitting frantic electronic sounds. Maintain silence. Any further noise will be recorded, reported to the mainframe of the tower. Yet the robots' threats were utterly ineffectual. The distorted sentinels remained oblivious, with some even gleefully slapping the smooth head of a robot, producing a sharp sound. Laughing as they rushed forward. Report. Report. Go ahead and report. Ha 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 ha. The cacophony surged like a tide, only to swiftly recede to the far end of the corridor. The ward fell silent once more. Lin Juan and Yuan Man exchanged glances, clearly hearing the commotion outside. Even the cat sprawled on Lin Juan's lap perked its ears, alert to the tempestuous clamor akin to a typhoon passing through. Lin Juan chuckled, blinking in surprise. Was the collective catharsis truly that effective? She found it hard to believe, as the purpose of collective catharsis was merely to soothe the restless mental energy of the sentinels, generally stabilizing the pollution levels rather than reducing them. She had not anticipated her spiritual entity to be so formidable. Noticing her slightly perplexed expression, Yuan Man also laughed, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Guide miss, you are truly impressive. Of course. So you rest easy, and when I return from the mission, I will conduct a collective catharsis for you. Yuan Man nodded earnestly, brimming with determination. I will definitely do that. As they conversed, a series of three measured, restrained knocks echoed from the door of the ward. Lin Juan and Yuan Man turned in unison toward the sound. Behind a transparent square on the door appeared the refined face of Lu Xinglan. Lin Juan's heart skipped a beat. Lu Xinglan entered with poise, his gaze sweeping across the ward, pausing momentarily on Lin Juan before settling on Yuan Man, offering a slight nod as a greeting. Professor Lu? Lin Juan instinctively stood up, feeling slightly anxious. Is something wrong? Did my test results from yesterday? No. Lu Xinglan gently shook his head, observing her visibly tense demeanor, the corners of his lips curling into a reassuring smile, his expression one of mild exasperation. I'm not a fearsome beast. There is no need for such alarm. After a brief pause, Lu Xinglan's gaze subtly drifted toward the now silent corridor outside. I assume you heard the commotion outside just now. You are quite remarkable. Lin Juan scratched her head, relieved. It's fine, really. Lu Xinglan spoke earnestly. Thank you for the changes you have brought to the tower. Please believe that the Black Tower will be your most steadfast support. Lin Juan was momentarily taken aback. Darius had said something similar to her. Additionally, regarding the improved flavor medication I promised you yesterday, I have already prepared it, comprising 3 basic flavors. Let me know when it is convenient for you to pick it up from the Research Institute. So soon? Lin Juan marveled inwardly, once again impressed by Lu Xinglan's efficiency. I could have a robot deliver part of it to you. The usage of the medication also has specific quantities and precautions. Since I have the time now, I shall go and fetch it. Lin Juan placed the cat on a chair and turned to Yuan Man. You rest well, and we will have dinner together later. Yuan Man obediently nodded. All right. Lu Xinglan's eyes flickered slightly, his tone remaining gentle, yet his words carried an inexplicable hint of acidity. The relationship between the guide and him seems quite good. I wonder when I will have the honor of dining with the guide. Lin Juan met the researcher's probing gaze and quickly caught on. She chuckled, teasingly replying, "Professor Liu, you are such a busy person, immersed in the laboratory all day. I wouldn't dare to waste your precious work time." Liu Xinglan laughed, activating a screen and glancing at it seriously. "There are not many tasks scheduled for this afternoon. My time is quite ample." Lin Juan realized that Liu Xinglan was determined to join them for dinner. She helplessly looked at Yuan Man. "Shall we invite Professor Liu as well? We can have a simple meal together in the cafeteria." Yuan Man glanced at Lin Juan and then sneakily at the gentle yet commanding presence of Liu Xinglan beside them, feeling a slight reluctance. It was supposed to be a private dinner between him and the guide, yet this strange octopus-like figure had inexplicably inserted himself. However, not wanting to put Lin Juan in a difficult position, he suppressed his discontent, forced a smile, and nodded. "I'm fine with it. I'll follow the guide's lead." The matter was settled amicably. Lin Juan left with Xiao Wu and Liu Xinglan, leaving Yuan Man behind in the ward. Watching over a platter of washed fruit that he hesitated to eat. Lost in thought, he anticipated the upcoming dinner with the guide. Suddenly, his holographic brain pinged with a message. The suppressants he had brought back to the tower had indeed been adopted. The material management department of the tower had even credited his account with star coins according to the market price of the suppressants. His hard-earned savings had returned. Meanwhile, Lin Juan followed Xiao Wu as they took the elevator with Liu Xinglan to the research institute. They retrieved several enormous boxes of medication, all flavors optimized. The guide would surely appreciate them. Liu Xinglan meticulously instructed, "Take one after each session of mental catharsis. Too many may cause side effects." "Rest assured, I am well aware," Lin Juan replied, nearly feeling her ears grow callous from hearing the same instructions repeatedly. She pushed the robot behind her, saying, "Isnt Xiao Wu here, to supervise me? I will definitely adhere to the medical advice." Liu Xinglan nodded, finally allowing her to leave. Chapter 81. The aged old man Lin Juan turned to exit, but suddenly paused, her keen eyes catching a glimpse of a colorful shadow tucked away in the corner of the desk. Upon closer inspection, she gasped, "Oh, isnt that the horrifically ugly plush toy sold by Li Wenxiao." The color scheme was a disastrous fluorescent pink paired with bright green. The stitching was crooked, one eye larger than the other, with a mouth bizarrely twisted upward, exuding an indescribable foolishness. It was carelessly hidden in that corner, completely out of place in the office environment. "What is the matter?" Liu Xinglan followed Lin Juan's gaze, his form suddenly stiffening. "Professor Liu, I didn't realize you had such a unique aesthetic." Lin Juan elongated her tone, her bright eyes crescent-shaped as she burst into laughter, mischievously observing the Sentinel's frozen profile. "I take it you bought it from Bosley? How much did he swindle you for? Did you receive any star coins back from him for his reformation, along with a bunch of super discount coupons?" With each question she posed, Liu Xinglan's expression grew increasingly rigid, his face turning crimson, resembling a grilled octopus. Even his neck showed a faint blush. "You are mistaken." Liu Xinglan forced himself to remain calm, his voice tauter than usual, hurriedly hiding the plush toy in a drawer and clearing his throat. "I just bought it as a decorative piece." Lin Juan beamed even brighter, teasing, "That makes sense." Professor Liu is exceptionally intelligent and would surely not be easily swayed into impulsive spending by that unscrupulous merchant. "I still have a lot of data to analyze, so you should return quickly." Guide Mississippi Liu Xinglan, flustered, gave her the dismissal, his composed demeanor contrasting starkly with his previous self. After speaking, he tapped a few commands on the desk, causing several screens to materialize, suggesting he was busy with research. Lin Juan saw through it, but chose not to expose him, quietly turning to leave with Xiao Wu. In the evening, as mealtime approached, Lin Juan followed Xiao Wu into the cafeteria of the Black Tower for the first time. Upon entering, a stir arose among the sentinels passing by, and the bustling space fell silent almost instantly. Lin Juan's gaze swept across the spacious cafeteria of the Black Tower. At first glance, the meal collection windows were equipped with mechanical arms, and the scanning light brain dispensed food with remarkable efficiency. "Miss Guide," a clear voice shattered the silence. Lin Juan raised her eyes, and Yuan Man approached. The youth radiated vitality, utterly devoid of his previous frailty. Just as the two met, Liu Xinglan appeared behind them. Uncharacteristically, he was not donned in his signature white lab coat, but rather wore a well-tailored white shirt, complemented by a light gray knitted vest that accentuated his slender waist. His dark trousers added to the elegance of his long legs, presenting the image of a refined young gentleman, exuding an aura as warm as jade. Lin Juan was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, "Professor Liu, have you finally decided to change out of your NPC, thick skin? One occasionally needs a change of mood. Do you find it appealing, Miss Guide?" "Quite so," Lin Juan nodded earnestly. The three of them proceeded to the meal collection point. Once seated, the atmosphere subtly brightened. Yuan Man enthusiastically shared amusing anecdotes from his time in the training camp, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Juan absent-mindedly stroked the cat nestled on her lap while enjoying her meal, occasionally chiming in with laughter, her eyes curving with delight. Lu Xinglan sat quietly opposite them, elegantly bowing his head to eat, his movements refined and nearly soundless. As his gaze lowered, he could only hear the light-hearted banter between the two, feeling disdainful towards competing for favor with a youth who had barely begun his studies. Suddenly, a notification blared from Lin Juan's wrist light brain. She glanced down, hastily setting down her chopsticks to place the cat in Yuan Man's arms, wiping her mouth with a quick motion. "We are about to commence group guidance. I'm full. I'll be heading out first." With that, Lin Juan stood and waved goodbye to the two, calling for Xiao Wu before rushing off. The dining table fell silent, leaving only Lu Xinglan and Yuan Man, who was cradling the cat, exchanging glances. Lu Xinglan gently set down his chopsticks, methodically took out a napkin, and wiped his mouth. Raising his eyes, he calmly regarded the slightly forlorn youth across from him, speaking with a gentle tone. "The misguide is still quite young and innocent, thus more easily interacts with companions of a similar age who possess simple thoughts. Your spirit entity is indeed lively and endearing." He paused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "However, it is essential to understand that those who stand beside her must ultimately possess matching strength. The misguide requires a protector who is far more formidable than merely a playmate." Upon finishing, Lu Xinglan stood, looking down from his height. Yuan Man's face flushed crimson, and without a moment's thought, he retorted defiantly, "So what? The misguide currently likes me. She also likes my spirit entity. What right do you, an older man, have to dictate here?" Lu Xinglan's expression darkened instantly. Older? By the time he was the same age as this brash youth, he had already garnered numerous gold awards in the Empire's scientific community. Yet, he chose not to respond further, simply casting a deep glance at the other before turning away without hesitation. Lin Juan hurried to the confinement room, and upon stepping through the doorway, she unexpectedly spotted Sun Yi. "Vice Commander Sun, are you not afraid of being reported for so blatantly abusing your power?" Sun Yi shrugged nonchalantly. "What can I do? The patrol at the tower cannot function without me." The sentinel allowed the robots to perform their duties on him, yet his gaze remained firmly fixed on the young woman, his tail swaying behind him in a relaxed manner. Lin Juan rolled her eyes, crossing her arms, disinterested in further conversation. A room full of sentinels watched her eagerly, and Lin Juan quickly spread her mental energy. The mist swirled, transforming her previously faintly white spirit entity into a grayish hue, having been well fed. She promptly called a halt, realizing she may have overindulged. After calming the sentinels, her spirit entity returned to the mental realm. Fatigue washed over her. Lin Juan Yaonith, ignoring the chorus of pleas from the sentinels within the confinement room, following Xiao Wu back to her dorm in a daze. After consuming the sweet potion she had just brought back from the research institute, she swiftly washed up and fell asleep. The next day, she continued with group guidance and consumed more potions. The cycle repeated for 3 consecutive days, interspersed with the culinary offerings from the burly hawk and the incessant attention from sentinels showering her with gifts. Chapter 82. Newcomers always stirring trouble early morning. As soon as it was time to rise, Xiao Wu automatically adjusted the lighting in the bedroom. Lin Juan groggily awoke, stretching in her soft bedding. Upon reaching out, she unexpectedly touched something fluffy. Startled, her sleepiness dissipated halfway. Instinctively, she dug into the blankets and pulled out a pure white kitten. The kitten was entirely snow white, without a trace of color, its fur sleek and shiny like the finest silk, with round, inky black eyes reflecting a hint of drowsiness. They stared at each other, wide-eyed. Suddenly, Lin Juan had an epiphany. "Goodness, could you possibly be my spirit entity? Meow. Oh my, you can truly manifest into a physical form?" Lin Juan's interest peaked as she sat up, placing the little cat on the blanket and playfully poking it. It was clear that it had been well fed these past few days and had grown stronger. Meow. The kitten shook its head in displeasure, its limbs flailing slightly. Come on, change shape for me. The white cat looked up, its dark pupils reflecting a hint of exasperation. Nonetheless, it obliged, swirling and transforming into a hazy mist that circled around the young girl. Lin Juan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Change into a little rabbit for me to see. As soon as she spoke, the mist obediently condensed, and in the blink of an eye, a snow-white, fluffy lop-eared rabbit gracefully landed on her lap. The rabbit's droopy ears hung low, its black eyes sparkling, and its tiny mouth moved slightly, utterly adorable. Lin Juan, brimming with enthusiasm, scooped the rabbit into her arms, rubbing it against her face, marveling at its softness. You're so cute. Now change into a little dog, or a tiger, or even a lion. The rabbit grew irritated. In a fit of pique, it kicked its hind leg lightly against her hand, refusing to entertain her increasingly demanding requests. Lin Juan was taken aback, suddenly struck by a clear and intense wave of hunger washing over her. Realizing this, she chuckled, giving the rabbit another gentle pat on the head. I know you're hungry. Don't worry, we'll go have a feast soon. With that, Lin Juan hurriedly got out of bed, quickly washed up, had breakfast, changed her clothes, and returned her spirit entity to the mental realm, setting off with Xiao Wu in a flurry. They rode the elevator down to the lobby on the first floor. The tower's interior was already bustling with sentinels moving about. As Lin Juan stepped out of the elevator, preparing to navigate the corridor to switch elevators for the underground level, a sudden, piercing call erupted near her ear, reverberating powerfully. Screech. The sound possessed the distinctive sharpness of a raptor, echoing throughout the grand lobby. Lin Juan instinctively looked up to see a majestic bird of prey soaring gracefully above, its wings fully extended. The raptor's sleek form glided effortlessly, its feathers shimmering with a metallic gray-brown sheen, and its piercing black eyes sparkled brilliantly under the fluorescent lights, exuding an air of confidence. It seemed to have noticed Lin Juan and, with a swift flap of its wings, dove directly towards her. Warning! High-speed moving object detected approaching. The electronic screen of Xiao Wu abruptly transformed into a vivid red exclamation mark, and two mechanical arms shot out with lightning speed, precisely capturing the flapping bird. Caw! The startled raptor emitted a cry, flapping its wings violently, feathers exploding in a flurry. I am so sorry, Miss Guide. A soldier clad in a black combat uniform rushed over. His form-fitting attire accentuated his muscular physique, with dark, wear-resistant material stitched to the shoulders and arms, exuding a sense of sharpness and efficiency. He appeared youthful, with a hint of lingering boyishness in his face, yet at that moment, his cheeks flushed crimson as he bowed deeply before Lin Juan, his tone filled with anxiety. Is this your spiritual entity? Yes. It hasn't been out for a while, and may have been a bit too lively. I hope it didn't frighten you. Lin Juan waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. Xiao Wu, let the bird go. Caw, caw. The raptor struggled and called out, pecking at the mechanical arm, producing a clanging sound against the hard metal casing. Once released, the raptor immediately flapped its wings and settled on its master's shoulder. Lin Juan couldn't help but chuckle softly. The bird, now calm, folded its wings and tilted its head, its dark pupils curiously observing Lin Juan, occasionally emitting soft coos, appearing much more docile. What species is this bird? It doesn't look like an eagle. Yes, it's a peregrine falcon. The soldier scratched his head at a loss. I apologize, Miss Guide. I'll be sure to discipline it properly when I return. No worries, it's quite majestic. Lin Juan's gaze shifted to the soldier. He had completely regained his original appearance, showing no signs of the previous mutations. Even his spiritual entity had emerged, indicating that his pollution level must have dropped below 90. Congratulations, your pollution level has decreased so rapidly. Upon hearing this, the soldier's face reddened further, his eyes sparkling with fervor. It's all thanks to you, Miss Guide. I will actively participate in missions and strive to engage in more collective guidance. Lin Juan felt a bit bashful under his gaze. Glancing at the time, she quickly replied, I'm glad you're recovering well. I have work to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, Lin Juan waved and brushed past him. The soldier stood rooted to the spot, only snapping back to reality once Lin Juan's figure turned into the long corridor and vanished around the corner. He He swiftly grabbed his spiritual entity from his shoulder, cradling it in his hands and shaking it quickly, frustrated. Do you understand restraint? You mustn't be so rude next time. In the blink of an eye, Lin Juan had changed elevators and arrived at the underground level of the tower. As she and Xiao Wu approached the confinement chamber door, they could already hear the raucous discussions from within. The soldiers were clamoring. Who is going to the air station over there? The mutated ones definitely can't go. Don't let them snatch the missions. There are over 500 of them. It'll be harder to secure patrol missions in the future. It's so annoying. Every time new recruits come, it's a hassle. When has the battlefield not sent a bunch of soldiers to the Black Tower? Damn it, your tail just hit my leg. As Lin Juan reached the doorway, the chatter within the confinement chamber ceased instantly. The previously boisterous and complaining mutated soldiers immediately donned expressions of submissiveness and eagerness, their voices rising in unison to greet her. Good morning, Miss Guide. You're here. Lin Juan nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping across the room. Indeed, she once again spotted the dragon-like creature with wings on its back and horns atop its head, seemingly unafraid of succumbing to exhaustion during missions. The robots had already secured all the soldiers. Lin Juan, skilled and accustomed, effortlessly released her spiritual energy, allowing it to unfurl gently. The mist began to disperse. The spiritual entity lunged forward like a famished tiger, exuberant and swiftly darting among the soldiers, sampling this one and that one, greedily consuming the dark pollutants. Visibly deepening in color, Lin Juan scratched her head, noticing it had consumed enough, and promptly summoned her spiritual entity back. However, the soldiers' reactions exceeded her expectations. They responded even more intensely than during previous collective guidance sessions, appearing dazed, their eyes glazed over, unable to suppress groans of indescribable pleasure. Their bodies, under the pressure of the gravity rings, swayed and trembled involuntarily. Lin Juan realized belatedly. Her spiritual entity had grown significantly stronger, thus absorbing pollutants to a comparable level of gray, yet had actually consumed far more. Lin Juan stood frozen, watching as several soldier spiritual entities spontaneously emerged. Oh, boom, boom. The scene spiraled into chaos. A stately German shepherd excitedly spun in circles, barking loudly, jumping around on the soldiers' backs, igniting a symphony of curses. A massive moose appeared, quickly subdued by the robots. Following that, a rotund otter emerged, fervently nuzzling its owner, while an owl flapped its wings wildly in the air, screeching and crashing into the wall disoriented. A pair of wings had inadvertently dealt countless slaps to the soldiers, causing damage comparable to that of the German shepherd. Lin Juan remained silent, her expression blank. Her keen eyes caught sight of a small emerald-green snake slithering among the soldiers, curiously raising its head and flicking its tongue in her direction. A snake, an unfamiliar snake. Lin Juan felt a chill run down her spine, gasping as she quickly hid behind the robot Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, my safety is in your hands. As you command, Miss Guide. Xiao Wu's two mechanical arms unfurled with a swoosh, standing ready. The confinement chamber erupted into chaos, a lively scene. The shed fur and feathers from the mutated soldiers floated everywhere, and even the antlers shed from the moose soldier were being tossed around by the German shepherd. Lin Juan closed her eyes and quietly retreated to the doorway. The soldiers gradually regained their senses as the robots removed the gravity rings. Damn it, dead dog, still daring to step on me. Whose owl is that? Can't someone control it? The soldiers, disregarding any camaraderie, collectively surrounded the few troublemakers, exchanging punches and kicks while spitting out the fur and feathers stuck to them. Lin Juan's gaze shifted to Sun Yi. Her lips twitched, nearly breaking into laughter. The usually arrogant deputy commander was not faring any better. With a mane of fiery red hair, several gray-brown owl feathers stuck out conspicuously, and his face was covered in dog hair, his expression sour, as though someone owed him millions. As the gravity ring was undone, Sun Yi sprang up from the ground, quickly raking his claw-like hands through his hair and vigorously wiping his face, spitting out the dog hair. His vertical pupils glared fiercely at the two culprits, who were now bruised and battered. Seemingly sensing Lin Juan's gaze, he abruptly turned his head, only to find Lin Juan's shoulders shaking as she struggled to suppress her laughter. Is it that amusing? The soldier spoke softly, his gaze lowering as he approached. Exuding a palpable pressure, his voice almost squeezed from between his teeth. Lin Juan was startled, quickly clearing her throat to suppress the curve of her lips, adopting a serious expression. Not funny at all, not even a bit. As she spoke, she pointed at her head, finally breaking into laughter. But, Deputy Commander Sun, you still have a feather on your head. Ha ha ha. A muscle in Sun Yi's forehead twitched violently as he hastily swatted the feather away. Turning on his heel, he strode determinedly toward the exit of the confinement chamber, fleeing in haste. Lin Juan blinked. Sun Yi, Deputy Commander, why are you in such a rush? She quickly jogged to catch up. Was he heading to the air station to welcome the new soldiers? Sun Yi didn't slow his pace, only letting out a cold huff through his nose. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Lin Juan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly took a couple of steps to walk alongside him. Why not take me along to have a look? I've been cooped up in the control tower all day, utterly bored. Ever since arriving at Haita, I've been engaged in mental counseling, wandering around the control tower without a breath of fresh air. This polluted zone is fraught with danger, and I dare not wander aimlessly. What if I were to get caught outside? That would be disastrous. Fortunately, the aviation station was where the starships were docked, and it fell within the protective range of Haita, thus promising a degree of safety. Let us consider it a chance to unwind. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Is there a chance of encountering aberrations over there? Sun Yi finally came to a halt. The control tower's defense system was not in such a dire state. Then it settled. Lin Juan grinned, showering him with compliments. Besides, even if we encounter danger, with such a formidable vice commander like you at the helm, there's bound to be no issue. Sun Yi regarded her for a few seconds. The girl tilted her face upward, her skin illuminated by the light, smooth and fair. Her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, sparkling brightly. He felt a slight movement in his throat. Don't make that face, the sentinel grunted, curtly dismissing her with 2 words, keep up. With that, he raised his head and strode forward, though he subtly slowed his pace, allowing Lin Juan to effortlessly keep up. Emerging from the underground level, Lin Juan followed Sun Yi to the terrace where the aircraft were docked. The wind howled fiercely on the terrace, and Sun Yi took the lead, stepping into the aircraft first. Lin Juan hurriedly followed him inside, and the hatch closed behind them, shutting out the wailing wind. The interior of the aircraft bore a minimalist military style, predominantly matte black, and was exceedingly spacious, much more so than the one she had previously boarded when she first arrived at Haita. However, upon turning her head and seeing the massive pair of wings behind Sun Yi, she immediately understood. It was a high-end custom model. Lin Juan casually found a seat by the window, and a large, heavy black combat jacket was draped over her head, carrying the scent of laundry detergent. She pushed the jacket aside to see Sun Yi already seated in the pilot's position, fastening his seatbelt and adjusting the control panel. His languid voice floated over to her. It's windy outside. Bundle up well. I don't want to be blamed for you catching a cold. Lin Juan chuckled and unceremoniously donned the clean jacket, zipping it up to the top. I thought Vice Commander Sun enjoyed being in the confinement room, getting whipped. Sun Yi retorted, I do not have such peculiar preferences. The engine of the aircraft emitted a deep hum as it steadily ascended, adjusting its direction before accelerating rapidly and breaking through the energy barrier. In an instant, the turbulent currents at high altitude slammed against the viewport, producing mournful howls. Yet, the aircraft remained steady, slicing through the monotonous gray sky like an arrow released from a bow. Lin Juan enveloped herself in the oversized jacket, revealing only her fair face. As she turned her head to gaze out the window, the clouds hung low, and the sky was dim, devoid of sun or stars. Only an endless expanse of leaden gray. Within the protective range of the control tower lay vast, desolate land, where sand and debris whipped up by the wind formed columns of yellow dust that ravaged the earth. In the distance, Lin Juan could only see a dark line, the sentinels patrolling back and forth. Sun Yi piloted the aircraft at the forefront, with several squads following behind. 10 minutes later, the independent aviation station finally appeared within view. Like a colossal steel beast lying low amidst the howling sandstorm, the aircraft skillfully glided into the designated docking area, landing steadily on the cold metal plaza. Let us go. Sun Yi took a long stride, rising from the pilot's seat and moving to Lin Juan's side, extending his hand toward her. The starship should be arriving soon. Lin Juan glanced at the hand extended toward her, tracing the outline of the long, powerful fingers covered in black armor, their tips transformed into sharp dragon claws. Her gaze slowly traveled up the muscular arm, and she sincerely inquired, "How does Vice Commander Sun manage to eat with chopsticks with hands like this?" Sun Yi's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he retracted his hand. He then casually tapped on the holographic interface, and with a click, the hatch suddenly opened, allowing the roaring wind to rush in, compelling Lin Juan to tighten her jacket and squint her eyes. She pouted, "I was just asking casually. If you don't want to answer, that's fine, stingy." Sun Yi leaped from the aircraft, and the other sentinels swiftly formed a line on the plaza. The atmosphere solemn. Lin Juan sniffed, stepping down the retractable ramp into the vast expanse of the world. Xiao Wu hurriedly followed, excitement evident on his face. "Guide, miss. I found a hat in the aircraft. Humans lose heat easily from their heads. You should wear it." Lin Juan took the hat and raised an eyebrow. The standard issue was black and gold, with sharp, clean lines, and the brim was covered with a faint layer of gold, adorned with a badge whose allegiance she did not recognize. It felt heavy in her hands, and the fabric was cold to the touch. She looked up at Sun Yi. "What are you staring at?" Sun Yi strode over, his massive dragon wings casting a protective shadow over her from the howling wind. Lin Juan smiled. "Lord Sun, you've grown horns atop your head. It's a pity you can't wear such a handsome military hat." Sun Yi snatched the hat from her hands and placed it firmly on her head. "Then you should wear it well, Miss Guide." Afterward, the sentinel strode back to the lined-up formation. Lin Juan adjusted the brim of the hat, still feeling it was too large, and brushed her hair, tousled by the wind. Before long, a silvery dot abruptly appeared on the distant, gray horizon, rapidly enlarging, looming like a gigantic whale, accompanied by a low rumble as the starship glided into the aviation station. A massive hatch on the side of the starship slowly descended, forming a staircase that connected the vessel to the ground. The distance was somewhat far. Sun Yi stepped forward, and Lin Juan hurriedly followed, eager to join in the excitement. Suddenly, she halted abruptly. In an instant, her heart felt as though it were being gripped by an invisible hand, skipping a beat. A wave of inexplicable palpitations surged through her, prompting her to instinctively look up. Over Sun Yi's shoulder, she caught a glimpse of something moving along the silver-gray armor of the colossal starship. Moving. Lin Juan froze, suspecting it might be an illusion caused by light. Yet, upon closer inspection, she discovered it was an exceedingly thin, nearly transparent fluid composed of countless minute black particles, clinging to the starship's cold metallic surface, drifting in an eerie, slow manner as if it possessed a life of its own. Silent as a shadow, it was not conspicuous, gradually spreading toward the hatch below. "Wunye!" Lin Juan's heart raced with alarm, and almost instinctively, she reached out, gripping the sentinel's sturdy arm, while pointing at the faint shadow. "There is something over there." Sun Yi turned his head to follow her gaze. His molten gold pupils sharpened like blades as his formidable mental prowess unfurled in layers. The moment it touched the starship's surface, a searing pain pierced his mind. In an instant, a familiar chaos, brutality, and a sense of destruction and anguish flooded into his consciousness. It was a contaminant. That was an aberration. Sun Yi's expression shifted drastically. His previously nonchalant demeanor turned grave. "All personnel alert." He reacted swiftly. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the massive dragon wings behind him unfurled with a whoosh, stirring up a scorching gust of wind as he propelled himself skyward like a cannonball, unhesitatingly charging toward that ominous shadow. Lin Juan was nearly toppled by the hurricane, barely managing to steady herself. In the blink of an eye, the aberrant sentinels that had been lined up behind her surged forth, ready for action. As the command was issued, the sentinels swiftly pressed the mech buttons they carried, executing their movements with the finesse of seasoned warriors as they flipped into their mechs, activating them in rapid succession to pursue Sun Yi. Lin Juan steadied her mind, and the robot Xiao Wu at her side had already entered an emergency alert state, unhesitatingly sending a distress signal to the control tower the moment the anomaly erupted. A thin mass of fluid hastily fled. Dozens of uniquely designed mech engines roared to life. Particle weapons charged in an instant, and searing beams of light surged forth like a tempest, targeting the bizarrely shaped aberration. It frantically darted about, colliding with obstacles, attempting to evade the dense web of firepower. The black particle flow resembled an elusive liquid, sometimes dispersing into several streams, and at other times, abruptly coalescing, exhibiting an astonishing agility. The Sentinels piloted their mechs with quick reflexes, immediately shifting formations to weave an expansive net in the air, effectively trapping the entity in the center of their attack range. Lin Juan pressed her lips tightly together, standing firm under Xiao Wu's protection. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the open hatch of the starship. The newcomer was tall and composed, clad in a crisp black uniform that exuded an air of authority. His white hair resembled frost-laden pines, and the lowered brim of his black cap partially concealed his ice-blue eyes. It was Elias. Their gazes met. The Sentinel's eyes, as cold as a mountain stream, swept across the chaotic battlefield, instantly spotting the bizarre aberration surrounded by mechs in midair, as well as the fact that the guide was guarded by only a single robot. Chapter 85. Did the elder brother not mention that the guide miss was this formidable? Elias strode forward, swiftly positioning himself beside Lin Juan. Are you all right, Your Excellency? Lin Juan felt somewhat disoriented, but shook her head in denial. I'm fine. Shouldn't he be commanding operations on the battlefield in Zone 8? Why was he personally attending to such a mundane task as escorting the aberrant Sentinel to the Black Tower? Is the work of the Empire's Marshal really so trivial? Previously, she could understand the escort of the original host to the Black Tower. After all, the identity of a guide was a special existence within the Empire, even if one had committed a grave error. Elias narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping over the starship as he expanded his mental power. His voice steady as he halted the robots that were about to expel the aberrant Sentinel from the starship. All personnel aboard the starship remain on standby. No one is to exit. This batch of Sentinels had just retreated from the battlefield, and their pollution levels had surged dramatically in a short time, resulting in an extremely unstable state within their mental domains. While aboard the starship, had it not been for the monitoring rings around their necks and the restraints of punishment devices, combined with his mental suppression, they could have easily turned on each other, causing a bloodbath. Releasing them now would only lead to chaos. In the air, upon seeing Elias emerge from the starship and stand beside Lin Juan, Sun Yi felt a slight sense of relief, his battle intent intensifying as he focused all his attention on the fluid-like aberration. Maneuvering his mech, he executed a swift slide to narrowly evade the oncoming fluid, aiming the energy cannon as he suppressed the excruciating pain within his mental domain and fired thunderously. Yet in the next moment, a wild gust whipped through, and the aberration suddenly dispersed into an imperceptible gas. He inwardly cursed, his expression grave. What kind of new variant is this? Previously, the aberrations they encountered in the polluted zones, whether mutated plants or animals, generally leaned towards large and resilient forms. By unleashing mental power to control mechs, equipped with superior weaponry, they could typically eliminate such threats through firepower coverage, energy impacts, or physical strikes. But this one they faced today was entirely peculiar. It lacked a stable entity, existing instead as a collection of exceedingly fine solid particles, exhibiting remarkable fluidity. Energy beams pierced through, only for it to swiftly disperse and then coalesce again, rendering it almost immune to attacks. The battle had reached a deadlock. On the ground, Lin Juan had been escorted to the edge of the battlefield by Elias and the robot. The fierce winds howled, with a few strands creeping down her combat suit's collar, chilling her to the bone, yet her heart raced. Lifting her hand to push back her cap, Lin Juan's gaze fixed intently on the leaden gray sky, now bursting with radiant flashes. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed. The movements of several mechs in the sky gradually slowed, as if ensnared in an invisible quagmire. Their once fierce assaults, now imbued with a palpable sense of inertia. What is happening? She looked up at Elias, who stood beside her. The pollution levels of the Sentinels are rising. Lin Juan was taken aback. Indeed, Sentinels required the release of mental power to operate their mechs. And if their mental energy came into contact with the contaminated substances of the aberration, they would gradually become polluted. The longer the battle lasted, the more severe the contact with the aberration, and thus the deeper the pollution would penetrate the Sentinels. Those with powerful mental faculties possessed broader and more stable mental domains and landscapes. In contrast, Sentinels with slightly lower mental powers could withstand a greater quantity of pollutants given the same increase in pollution levels. In other words, in the current situation, the Sentinels with lower mental powers were nearing their breaking point. As if to validate Lin Juan's thoughts, Two heavy thuds echoed from a distance. Several mechs were caught off guard, severed from their mental links, plummeting from the air like kites with cut strings, crashing violently onto the cold metallic ground. Boom! Amidst the howling winds and sands, Lin Juan watched from afar as the mech hatches popped open with a snap, and the sentinels, faces contorted in pain, tumbled out in disarray, utterly spent. Once freed from the protection of their mechs, an overwhelming tide of agony surged forth, engulfing them. Ugh! The sentinels curled on the ground, their hands gripping the black monitoring rings around their necks with such force that blood oozed from beneath their nails. Veins bulging on their foreheads as their bodies trembled uncontrollably, violently striking their heads against the ground. Their exposed skin visibly warped at an alarming rate. Lin Juan's pupils constricta. No, if this continues, they would soon face execution by the monitoring rings around their necks. Without a moment to spare, she suppressed her fear and swiftly released her mental power, unleashing it outward in layers. The mist floating within her mental domain surged forth, instantly enveloping the writhing aberrant sentinels on the ground, a powerful and undeniable force that effortlessly quelled all their suffering. The previously rising pollution levels abruptly halted, even beginning to drop back to their original state, completely severing the imminent deterioration of the aberration. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Elias's face, while a tempest of emotions surged within him. Impossible? Did the elder brother not mention that the guide miss was this formidable? How could her mental power extend such a vast range and be limited to just F level? It must be at least S level. In the next moment, without hesitation, Lin Juan spread her mental power upwards. Guide miss, Elias exclaimed in alarm, instinctively grasping the girl's arm. You lack battlefield experience. Rashly isolating pollution for combat sentinels is an extremely dangerous act. Isolating pollution? Lin Juan seized upon the crux of his words, nodding in understanding. Then I shall give it a try. So, this is how a guide's mental power can be utilized? She thought it could only purify. Elias. The expanded mental power resembled an invisible yet resilient net, intricately woven, the grayish mental body drifting with the wind, extending to an astonishing radius, nearly becoming transparent and imperceptible. It silently yet assertively intervened in the battlefield, precisely enveloping each mech engaged in combat and the sentinels within their cockpits, effectively isolating the pollutants transmitted from the aberration. In an instant, all the sentinels shuddered, the pollutants that clung to them like a malignant growth, eroding and tormenting their very essence, suddenly ceased their relentless assault. A profound sense of ease and tranquility enveloped them. It was the guide miss. They swiftly regained their composure, with little time for contemplation. In a communication channel, Sun Yi commanded in a deep voice, prepare the energy net, capture the aberrant entity. Affirmative. The sentinels, free from concerns, were filled with fervor for battle. Their movements were as swift as thunder, their formation tightening, and their attacks became unprecedentedly violent yet precise. The aberrant entity was ensnared within layers of confinement, its range shrinking further, ensconced by a robust and pure mental force that bore an implicit sense of suppression. Chapter 86. You are about to be killed by the aberrant entity. Now is the moment. Sun Ye's gaze sharpened as he swept his mech arm, momentarily casting forth a polyhedral crystal core device, its surface adorned with intricate energy circuits. The device unfurled in midair, transforming instantaneously into a net of countless delicate blue energy arcs, which spiraled and contracted, securely ensnaring the aberrant entity before swiftly compressing inward. With a resounding thud, the captured device descended to the ground. Yet the bizarre black particle fluid continued to swirl violently, struggling relentlessly. Before anyone could catch their breath, a deep and immense hum thundered across the horizon, growing closer with the wind's approach. Instinctively, everyone looked up to behold a vast expanse of ominous clouds, dark as ink, racing toward the airstrip with astonishing speed. This relentless mass of clouds appeared endless, shrouding the sky and devouring the scant light, casting a colossal shadow upon the ground. Is this the flying vessel of the Black Tower? The armed aircraft, with their rugged designs and aggressive appearances, formed a tight and orderly combat formation, their rear engines exuding ethereal blue flames. At first glance, they resembled a flock of migrating steel giants, exuding an aura of menace. They pierced through the raging winds. Howling as they approached, Lin Juan stood motionless, disbelief etched across his face. Could it be? This is too exaggerated. Who shook it? Surely, they didn't empty the tower? How wonderful. The tower has come to rescue us. Xiao Wu instantly perked up, overjoyed and dancing about. Lin Juan silently placed a hand on the exuberant robot's head. For the battle had already concluded. The recently concluded mech landed with a resounding thud, its heavy metallic footfalls echoing on the ground as it guarded the struggling device below. Standing vigilant, the sentinels who had previously fallen were eager to gather around Lin Juan, relief etched on their faces from having survived the ordeal. Miss Guide, are you all right? How do you feel? Was your mental energy greatly depleted? We owe you so much. Lin Juan smiled and waved her hand, tilting her hat slightly to see the sentinels' faces. Fine. She stifled a yawn, feeling that familiar wave of fatigue wash over her again. Her gaze drifted toward the horizon, where the encroaching black clouds loomed, led by a swiftly approaching aircraft. Following closely were numerous black dots, automatically aligning into a well-trained formation on the square, their hatches opening in unison, allowing the sentinels to step onto solid ground. In a blink, Lin Juan saw a massive shadow rushing towards her. What was approaching? As she focused, she realized it was Darius. It's all right now. Lin Juan, fine. She instinctively reached out to help him, but Elias, quicker on the draw, steadied his slightly unsteady brother. Slow down, Miss Guide is fine. Darius nodded, exhaling deeply, relieved that all was well. He still wore his impeccably pressed black Commander-S uniform. But due to the haste, the normally fastened collar was slightly ajar, revealing the fine scales beneath. Lagging 2 steps behind, Lu Xinglan arrived swiftly. His gaze darted over Lin Juan, who was nestled within the oversized combat attire, ensuring she was unharmed before he relaxed slightly. How could the aberrant entity breach the barrier to arrive here? Darius shook his head gently. When starships or mechs enter the tower area, the barrier system conducts comprehensive checks. We were completely certain of the airstrip's safety, which is why we permitted Lin Juan to accompany Sun Yi for a bit of fresh air. After all, it was just a minor task with Sun Yi and Elias, both SSS-level sentinels, overseeing it. It was hardly a dangerous undertaking. It was simply a curiosity of the guide to step out. Who could have anticipated such an event? Thus, their gazes inevitably turned to Elias. The Imperial Marshal was taken aback and shook his head in response. He had merely followed protocol in escorting the individuals, while the tower's patrol was the responsibility of the Black Tower itself. The starships had safely passed the inspections. He could hardly be blamed. Lin Juan cleared her throat. The aberrant entity has been successfully captured. You may want to check on the situation. I'm fine here. Aren't we supposed to deliver the newly arrived aberrant sentinels to the Black Tower? She gestured toward the massive entity resting quietly aside, just as Sun Yi strolled over leisurely. Please, everyone, attend to your own tasks. With that, Lin Juan yawned again, feeling an overwhelming drowsiness, longing for rest. She had just completed a collective mental adjustment, managing her mental entity's appetite perfectly, yet amidst the chaos, that greedy little girl had undoubtedly snuck in a few bites. At this moment, Hawk Yuan Man and Gung Jie hurriedly arrived. Darius offered a few words of instruction, ensuring they accompanied Lin Juan back to the Black Tower safely, before turning to the tower's higher-ups to begin a thorough investigation of today's incident. Lu Xinglan swiftly reinforced the capture device, then hurriedly took the newly captured aberrant entity away. Regarding this new and unknown species, he had invested considerable resources to construct a separate research facility outside the Black Tower to avoid turmoil within the tower, perfectly suited to contain this entity. Meanwhile, Sun Yi continued with his previous task, coordinating with Elias to ensure the proper placement of the new sentinels within the Black Tower. Miss Guide, are you all right? You scared us half to death. Upon seeing her unharmed, Yuan Man was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly in tears. The tower received distress signals from your side, and they were frantic. Xiao Wu eagerly squeezed into the crowd, seeking praise. That was me reacting swiftly. I assure you, no other sentinel on the tower has a communication device better than mine. Lin Juan cast a glance at the seemingly endless expanse of black aircraft in the distance, narrowing her eyes as an uneasy feeling crept into her heart. What was the distress signal you sent? It said, Miss Guide, you were about to be killed by the aberrant entity. Yuan Man's tone was animated as he sniffed back tears. The honest Hawk nodded in confirmation. The first message was like that. We only received other messages from the Sentinels afterward. However, by the time they received the other messages, the main forces had already departed. Lin Juan patted Xiao Wu's head, gritting her teeth. That was well sent, but next time, do not be so exaggerated. Xiao Wu immediately responded, eager to comply. Not far off, the aberrant Sentinels aboard the starship, shackled at their hands and feet, were being escorted down one by the Black Tower Sentinels. Sun Yi and Darius maintained a constant release of mental suppression, quickly dispersing the group of Sentinels to different aircraft. Chapter 87. Surrounded by fluffy creatures, Lin Juan stood in place for a moment, observing. The newly arrived group of Sentinels had just descended from the battlefield, their mental energies quite tumultuous, unconsciously releasing an aura that permeated the square, creating an oppressive and restless atmosphere. It was strikingly similar to the sensation she had felt upon her arrival at the Black Tower. Miss Guide, I brought some potions. Would you like to take one? Xiao Wu, with a flourish, presented a vial of potion to Lin Juan, exclaiming that it was pineapple-flavored. Xiao Wu, you are truly considerate. Lin Juan's eyes sparkled with delight, feeling as if a pillow had been delivered just as sleepiness struck. In recent days, she had sensed that the lingering contaminants in her mental realm were being digested at an accelerated pace after consuming the potion, alleviating her headaches and drowsiness. Drink up. Xiao had already unscrewed the cap with thoughtfulness. Lin Juan took the vial and gulped down a couple of generous swigs. After a brief moment, the subtle discomfort in her body indeed began to dissipate. Miss Guide, the aircraft has arrived. Let us board. Yuan Man politely maneuvered through the Sentinels surrounding Lin Juan, eagerly gesturing for her to enter his flying vessel ahead of the others. Ah, you sly one. Gung Ju playfully thumped his shoulder. Yuan Man beamed with pride, grinning widely. However, the other Sentinels were not to be trifled with. They swiftly followed Lin Juan into the aircraft. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you have your own aircraft? Yuan Man attempted to intervene, but he couldn't stop several individuals at once. Gung Ju shrugged nonchalantly, chuckling as he patted his shoulder. Our aircraft is on autopilot, already returning to the control tower. We are merely ensuring Miss Guide's safety. Indeed, we must not keep Miss Guide waiting. Another Sentinel firmly grasped Yuan Man's shoulder, pointing towards the driver's seat. Hurry, be a good driver, and take it steady. Yuan Man shrugged off the arm on his shoulder, astonished, and pointed at the crowd, struggling to find words. Gung Ju quickly pressed him into the driver's seat, assuring him, drive with confidence. We will take good care of Miss Guide from the back. With that, he cheerfully turned away, leaving Yuan Man fuming as he operated the control panel. Lin Juan found amusement in the sight of the young man floundering. The aircraft ascended, and she nestled into the soft sofa, cradling the remaining potion. She couldn't help but note how the interior decor of Yuan Man's aircraft was worlds apart from Sun Ye's. Aside from some necessary armaments, the rest was quite charming, adorned with soft plush cat pillows that sank delightfully under her touch, returning to form slowly, offering a wonderfully comforting sensation. Meow. Oh dear, where did this cat come from? Shoo shoo. The Sentinel sitting opposite Lin Juan promptly shooed away the tabby cat, then leaned forward to tease Yuan Man. Focus on driving. Releasing your mental entity can be distracting. Yuan Man ground his back teeth, seeing Lin Juan's hands itching to pet the fluffy creature. Huaku swiftly released the gray wolf from his mental realm, deliberately shrinking its massive form. The little wolf yelped excitedly, bounding into Lin Juan's embrace. She was taken aback, quickly placing the potion on the table to ruffle the gray wolf pup's head vigorously. So the mental entity can change sizes? It looks so adorable when it's small. Indeed, while mental entities could indeed shrink to juvenile forms, it was uncommon for Sentinels and their entities to do so voluntarily, as juveniles connoted vulnerability, a dangerous notion in the perilous wasteland. The surrounding Sentinels, witnessing this, could no longer contain themselves and began showcasing their own mental entities. Miss Guide, we can't play favorites. Would you like to pet my little lamb? Step back. My fox is far more charming. Two Sentinels, eyes gleaming with eagerness yet caution, presented their juvenile forms, displaying a soft, curly white lamb bleating adorably and a fiery red fox with a bushy tail stretching towards Lin Juan, its big, wet eyes pleading for her attention. Lin Juan hastily gathered the two adorable creatures to her. The remaining Sentinel, witnessing their boldness, quickly released his mental entity as well. A small polar bear, round and snowball-like, clumsily pushed aside the other mental entities and tumbled into Lin Juan's arms. So cute. Lin Juan's hands were nearly overwhelmed as she petted the lamb, then the fox, followed by the bear, and just as she finished with the bear, the gray wolf nudged in again. When she was thoroughly delighted, the tabby cat successfully broke through the defenses to join her side. The juvenile creature's fur was generally softer than in their adult forms, feathery and pleasant to the touch. The fluffballs sprawled around Lin Juan, entranced, emitting contented sounds. Their owners were no better off, faces flushed, exchanging glances. Lin Juan grasped the fox's large tail, her delicate fingers sinking into the fluff, gliding down to the base. The coat smooth and silky. Where did you come from, little fox? You are so well-behaved. Meow. Oh, and the lamb is so gentle. Lin Juan quickly lavished attention on all, including the bear and the gray wolf. Don't crowd, you're stepping on little me. The aircraft landed smoothly, the engine quieting. Lin Juan reluctantly rose from the sea of fluff. The juvenile mental entities emitted sounds of discontent, but were swiftly called back to their realms by their respective owners. Miss Guy, this way. Gung Ju had appeared beside Lin Juan at some point, his voice deeper than usual. Dressed in a black combat uniform, he stood tall, slightly bowing his head as he guided her towards the hatch. Upon reaching the door, the sentinels halted, stepping aside naturally, extending their arms to gently block the doorway while quietly advising, "Watch your step, there are stairs." Just as Lin Juan prepared to step forward, she paused at his words, instinctively raising her gaze to him. The boy, usually so bright-eyed, now seemed shrouded in a thin veil of gloom, his lips turned down slightly, exuding a palpable air of melancholy. Lin Juan's thoughts shifted, and she quickly realized that amidst the many sentinels and mental entities aboard the aircraft, she had yet to see Gung Ju's imperial scorpion. With this in mind, Lin Juan stopped, turned her head to the sentinel shielding her head, and smiled warmly. "Thank you." Gung Ju was taken aback, caught off guard by her smile, unable to articulate a response. Lin Juan stepped out of the hatch, and just as Gung Ju lowered his hand, she looked back and continued, "And I truly believe your mental entity is exceptionally formidable and majestic. It must be incredibly powerful against the aberrants." At her words, Gung Ju's cheeks flushed, and the dullness in his eyes sparkled anew. "Really? Is it true?" "Of course." Lin Juan nodded earnestly before descending the steps. Just as she steadied herself on the ground, she caught sight of a group of sentinels carefully transporting silver metallic boxes into the control tower nearby. The boxes were small, but the sentinels handled them with utmost care, their steps measured and deliberate, indicating the significance of their contents. Eliassi stood close by, his posture as straight as a pine tree, his icy blue eyes calmly overseeing the transportation process. The sentinels' imposing black martial uniforms harmonized perfectly with the militarized ambience, while his silver-white hair stood out strikingly under the tower's light, his back straight, exuding an exceptional aura. "What are those?" Lin Juan murmured softly. Eliassi turned at the sound, his brow furrowed under the brim of his cap, the sharp lines of his face seemingly softening imperceptibly. "They're suppressants, misguide." Elias's voice was deep and clear. With a slight nod, he noticed the astonished expression on Lin Juan's face and promptly added, "It is the 5th-generation new type of suppressor. I personally escorted it here." The personnel at the air harbor dared not delve deeper. Observing his composed demeanor, Lin Juan silently applauded in her heart. This imperial marshal had not achieved his rank without merit. He certainly possessed some prowess. However, unexpectedly, Elias continued in a steady tone after negotiations. "The jurisdiction of the D14 District Air Harbor will officially be transferred to the Haida faction in 3 days." The implication from the marshal was clear. Elias nodded, indicating that henceforth the logistics routes of Haida would be entirely autonomous, eliminating the previous issues of route blockades and material confiscation. Lin Juan's pupils dilated in shock, and she genuinely raised her thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Marshal, you are truly remarkable." Having surfed the Star Network for quite some time, she had gleaned some knowledge. Haida, in essence, served as a grave for those on the brink of death. The Empire's willingness to allocate some funds and resources here was already quite generous. Thus, the formidable scale and armament of Haida were undoubtedly supported by the private wealth of its sentinels, especially those of noble lineage. Yet, she had never anticipated that Elias would directly secure the jurisdiction of the air harbor for Haida. It was noteworthy that the D-14 district was also home to the Border White Tower garrison. Air harbors, as transportation hubs, were predominantly controlled by the White Towers of their respective regions, with some critical ports even being directly overseen by the Central White Tower. Upon hearing Lin Juan's praise, the usually cold blue eyes of the sentinel flickered with a rare hint of amusement. However, just then, an inopportune voice interjected, laced with a sour tone. Is that really impressive? What is there to flaunt? It will still take 3 days to take over. If it were me, the air harbor would have been under Haida's control the same day. Sun Yi approached, arms crossed, chin slightly raised, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. His broad, muscular wings fluttered behind him, creating a subtle current, brimming with impatience. He halted, his molten gold vertical pupils scanning the seemingly well-matched pair and then drifting over to the group of sentinels behind Lin Juan, who appeared to have regained their health. He felt increasingly unsettled. Lin Juan found his blatant attempt at comparison rather exasperating and could not help but roll her eyes, retorting, "Deputy Commander, you really have no idea what it's like to stand in my shoes. I was just saying I could have accomplished it this afternoon." Sun Ye's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he ground his molars in frustration, turning his head away. His thick tail swished irritably on the ground. Elias, observing his discomposure, smiled subtly and turned to Lin Juan, stating, "Miss Guide, in addition to escorting the aberrant sentinels and supplying resources to Haida, I have one more matter to discuss." "What is it?" "Lin Juan Inguayir. What about the black spherical camera that has been following you during your live broadcasts?" Elias activated the holographic device on his wrist, pulling up the live feed that had been frozen in this room for quite some time. "If I recall correctly, you were the one who put it away." Upon hearing this, Lin Juan's body stiffened momentarily. That, her gaze began to wander, and her tone turned sheepish. "It was just that the tower's affairs were too busy, and a bunch of sentinels were waiting for me to conduct a group counseling session. I totally forgot about it." Suddenly, she remembered everything. After suggesting the group counseling in Darius's office, she had carelessly tossed that bothersome device into the adjacent room and locked it away. Lin Juan, adept at shifting blame, boldly countered, "If so, why hasn't the Marshal sent me a reminder after all these days?" Elias was momentarily speechless, his expression one of helplessness as he gestured for her to lead the way. However, Sun Yi keenly caught the crux of the matter, his beast-like eyes incredulously scanning the two before he stepped forward to block their path, demanding, "Have you both added each other to your personal contacts? Why hasn't my request been approved despite my daily applications?" Lin Juan shrugged, still deflecting responsibility. "There are just too many people wanting to add me as a friend every day, so your request got buried." She was determined not to admit that it was intentional. "Then add me now." Wunya insisted. "No can do," Lin Juan replied, raising her index finger in the air with a smile. "There is no obligation to add you." She then patted Sun Ye's robust and solid arm, leaving him standing there in shock. Swiftly, she grabbed Elias and dashed away, urging the other sentinels to attend to their own affairs. Sun Yi snorted, his face darkened as he stormed off in anger. He scoffed at the idea of needing to add anyone, but just as he took a few steps, his holographic device chimed with a notification. Upon checking, he saw, "Lin Juan, we are already friends. Let us start chatting." He quickly turned his head to see Lin Juan and Elias standing far away in the elevator, the metallic doors slowly closing. The girl waved lightly in his direction, her eyes crescent-shaped with a mischievous smile. Chapter 89. I am willing. The elevator doors closed. In the confined space, only Lin Juan and Elias remained. The display screen showed the numbers rising steadily. Lin Juan stole a glance at the imposing sentinel beside her. His eyes were half closed, obscured by the brim of his hat, as if he were lost in thought. She felt a mix of emotions. Elias took a moment, suppressing a nagging pain and discomfort in his mind, and sighed softly. Miss Guide seemed to harbor some wariness and distance towards him. This was not ideal. "You need not be anxious, Miss Guide. I am here to collect the live broadcast equipment." "Collect?" Lin Juan breathed a sigh of relief. Did that mean she would no longer need a broadcast? Ding. The elevator arrived, and Elias gallantly extended his hand. Lin Juan stepped out, only to hear a resigned response from behind. "With your intelligence, Miss Guide, it seems it makes little difference whether you close the broadcast or not." Lin Juan awkwardly touched her nose. "How can you shift the blame to me? It was you who suggested it on Starship." Elias remained cryptic, noting that given the current situation within Haida, it would likely no longer be suitable for external broadcasts. Miss Guide would not want excessive disturbances from the outside world. Would she? Caught off guard by his observation, Lin Juan smiled sheepishly, acknowledging that she indeed preferred a little less attention. Then, thank you, Marshal, for your assistance with the White Tower. You're welcome. Following her memory, Lin Juan paused in front of the adjacent commander's office. Pushing the door open, she was greeted by the sight of the familiar black, spherical camera floating in the air. Someone's here. Someone's here. It seemed to be the Marshal. The Marshal had actually gone to Haida. The scene had finally changed. Does anyone know what the situation inside Haida is? With the suppressors running low, those monsters must have gone completely mad. Haida has always been a den of lunatics. Is that true? Why haven't there been any updates lately? I'm offering a handsome reward for information from within Haida. The Marshal is still so handsome. ISNT the war in a 8 district still ongoing? How'd he end up in Haida? Reliable sources say he is escorting aberrant sentinels there. What nonsense! When has the escort of aberrant sentinels required the Marshal to make a personal trip? Elias opened his holographic device, his gaze sweeping over the flood of comments. His expression unchanged. Instead, he directly logged into the live broadcast control backend and shut it down, causing the spherical camera to emit a faint red light. He then grasped the palm-sized camera into his hand and produced a silver metallic box from seemingly nowhere. He placed the camera inside and clicked the lid shut. All done. Elias shook the box in his hand, a faint smile gracing his icy blue eyes. Miss Guide can now breathe easy. 2 individuals walked side by side down the tranquil corridor, their silhouettes cast upon the metallic floor, one tall and the other short. The hallway was desolate, the rhythmic sound of their footsteps echoing in the silence. However, after only a few steps, Eliasu's form momentarily faltered, his footfall wavering briefly before he regained his composure with remarkable control. Yet, Lin Juan keenly sensed the subtle change. Marshal? Lin Juan Hotif, tilting her head to gaze up at him, her brows furrowed in concern. Are you unwell? Is your body feeling off? Eliasu paused, taken aback by Lin Juan's acute perception, and simply closed his eyes, shaking his head gently. His stern visage revealed no signs of distress, his voice steady. I am fine. I just emerged from the combat zone, and the pollution levels have risen. Coupled with escorting the soldiers, I had to continuously expend mental energy to suppress it, which inevitably takes a toll. A brief rest will suffice. Eliasu spoke nonchalantly, causing Lin Juan to momentarily freeze. The Marshal truly was remarkable. While engaged in fierce battles against aberrations, he tirelessly escorted soldiers and even delivered suppressants, all while securing airfield jurisdiction for the Black Tower and shutting down her live broadcast. He was nothing short of superhuman. Contemplating this, Lin Juan's gaze shifted to him, tinged with admiration. Shall I provide you with a simple, shallow mental guidance session? It should help alleviate your discomfort. As her words fell, before Eliasu could respond, the accompanying robot, Xiao Wu, interjected. Miss Guide, you just conducted a group session this morning, and after encountering danger, you have expended considerable mental energy. You should rest now. It's all right. The potion I just took was quite effective, Lin Juan reassured, patting Xiao Wu's round head before turning her attention back to Eliasu. What do you think, Marshal? Eliasu was taken aback, his deep-set eyes reflecting a swirl of complex emotions. Really, is that possible? It was nearly unheard of for a guide to voluntarily offer mental guidance to a soldier unless the guide harbored ulterior motives, seeking to ensnare the soldier in their grasp. Once their desires were fulfilled, they would cast the soldier aside without a second thought. Given his lineage and status as a marshal of the empire, such scenarios were not uncommon. Yet this guide, whom he had later inexplicably investigated, had engaged in erratic pursuits in the past, displaying a penchant for playfully toying with her prey before turning to scorn and disdain. Do you not wish to? Lin Juan leaned closer, unexpectedly finding herself before the soldier, noticing the hesitation flickering in his eyes, shadowed beneath the brim of his hat. Eliasu, taken aback, stepped back slightly, but then acquiesced. Yes, I am willing. His voice was barely above a whisper, infused with resignation. He felt utterly mad, fully aware of the peril, yet still choosing to leap into the abyss. Then let us proceed. To the upper floor. Lin Juan snapped her fingers, her steps buoyant. Eliasu followed, somewhat absent-mindedly, his heart racing involuntarily a sensation akin to a heavy, damp mass lodged in his chest, an indescribable, subtle feeling. Ding! The elevator arrived, jolting the soldier from his chaotic thoughts. Lin Juan continued forward, verifying their identities, and the metallic doors slid open to reveal the mental guidance chamber. Having not been there for several days, the room still bore the same arrangement as before, clearly having been cleaned by robots, with the surfaces and carpet spotless, and a faint citrus fragrance lingering in the air. As Ieyasu entered, like all the soldiers before him, his gaze instinctively drifted towards the rack displaying interrogation instruments. However, being an SSS-grade soldier, his physical abilities, endurance, and self-healing capabilities surpassed those of ordinary soldiers. Thus, he found no particular fear in the sight, provided the guide's methods were not excessively extreme. "You may sit there," Lin Juan's voice interrupted Ieyasu's reverie, gesturing towards the interrogation table on the right, equipped with restraints. Ieyasu stiffened. Lin Juan, however, smiled reassuringly. "Fear not, Marshal, this mental guidance will be complimentary, simply a gesture of gratitude for the supplies you provided. I have no intention of extorting you." Upon hearing this, Ieyasu's tension visibly eased, and he nodded, complying as he walked over to take a seat. With a click, the restraints locked into place. He instinctively clenched his fists, his fingertips curling slightly, revealing his unease. Lin Juan moved a chair to sit opposite him. Ieyasu straightened his back unconsciously, his lips pressed tightly together, his jawline tense, his gaze following Lin Juan's every movement, his Adam's apple subtly bobbing. "Settle down," Lin Juan remarked, her eyes sweeping over the restrained Empire Marshal before her, a playful glint of mischief dancing in her bright eyes. Leaning slightly forward, her tone light-hearted and teasing, she quipped, "Oh, how the tables have turned, Marshal. When we first met, you were a prisoner shackled with electronic restraints, drowsily listening to your cold pronouncement of the original occupant's numerous misdeeds. And now, it seems it is your turn to don the cuffs." Ieyasu initially froze at her words, then chuckled softly. His lips, usually pressed tightly, softened into a somewhat unfamiliar yet distinctly clear arc, hinting at a blend of resignation and indulgence he hadn't been aware of. He emitted a low sound, almost a plea for mercy from the guide. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with a fleeting glimmer of starlight, diluting the cold determination etched on his brow, akin to glaciers beginning to thaw, rendering him more gentle in demeanor. Lin Juan's voice softened, carrying an inexplicable soothing effect. "Rest assured, simply allow your body to relax and gradually release your mental energy. I will handle the rest." Ieyasu instantly relinquished his resistance, obediently complying as he awkwardly attempted to trust her, guiding his vast and restless mental energy to flow outward gradually. Lin Juan opened her eyes, and indeed, she observed that Ieyasu was surrounded by wisps of black specks, though not as severe as those she had encountered with other soldiers. With a gentle thought, she began to release her mental essence, a pale gray mist silently drifting and dispersing, gradually peeling away the dense, tenacious black spots clinging to the soldier. Ieyasu shivered involuntarily. The sensation of complete openness and gentle contact was utterly foreign to him, so much so that he felt somewhat uncomfortable, yet strangely, he did not find it unpleasant. It felt as though he were enveloped in a serene and soothing aura, gradually smoothing out his agitation and pain, yet soon accompanied by a subtle, tingling sensation that coursed through his nerves, racing up his spine to the crown of his head. He instinctively sought to flee. However, this gentle and tranquil aura possessed a formidable penetrating power, rendering his desires for resistance futile, effortlessly suppressing any rebellious thoughts. Within his mental realm, a pure white serpent, adorned with blue vertical pupils, coiled restlessly, exploring the boundaries of his mental barriers, probing and testing, eager to slip out during its master's moment of weakness. Ieyasu's heart raced, and he shut his eyes tightly, sealing his mental barriers with all his might. No, serpents were inherently feared by guides. He could not allow it to escape. Amidst the utmost comfort, the intense restraint clashed with primal instincts, causing his rationality to waver, teetering on the brink of an irretrievable abyss of indulgence. Until suddenly, the enveloping sensation of tranquility dissipated swiftly. He jolted awake. The brim of his hat cast a shadow over his forehead, now glistening with sweat. "Marshal?" Lin Juan observed his complexion closely, Elias's gaze was clear, his eyelashes fluttering momentarily before he reluctantly gathered his mental energy, his voice hoarse as he assured, "I am fine." "That is good." Lin Juan exhaled in relief. He pressed the button on the table, and with a click, the handcuffs were released. Eager to take his leave, he stood up, feeling a significant drain on his mental energy. "I need to return and catch up on some sleep. Farewell, Marshal." With that, Lin Juan waved his hand and hurriedly left with Xiao Wu. What a torment. She truly ought to have heeded Xiao Wu's advice. Her head felt slightly dizzy, and she longed to snuggle under the covers. Lin Juan admitted that for a fleeting moment, upon seeing that grayish mental entity, she hesitated, reluctant to allow such a dirty thing to invade her mental domain. However, there was no choice. The mental entity needed to recuperate within her mental realm to digest the pollutants. As the fog consumed the contaminants and grew stronger, her mental domain and mental imagery would expand accordingly, enhancing her mental power. Alas, all was the price of becoming stronger. She endured, tears almost welling up. Rushing back to her dormitory, she collapsed on her bed and fell asleep. Meanwhile, in the mental counseling room, Elias had just retracted his somewhat stiff arm. In the blink of an eye, Lin Juan's figure had floated to the door, and with a flicker of light and shadow, she vanished, leaving only the sound of hurried footsteps. He steadied himself by leaning against the table, his legs still slightly weak. The electric tingling sensation lingered within him, and indeed, his mental domain felt unprecedentedly calm and serene. Taking a moment to regain his composure, he caught a glimpse of a white, elongated shadow stealthily slipping towards the door while his attention was diverted. "Come back," Elias commanded coldly. The white serpent froze in place, collapsing to the ground with a crunch, opting to shut its eyes and feign death, remaining utterly still. "Humph." The sentinel exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips as he realized, for the first time, that his mental entity was such a foolish creature, and he could only forcefully confine it back within his mental domain. Exiting the mental counseling room, his sweat-soaked clothing clung tightly to his skin, and Elias appeared exceedingly disheveled. He had to find a familiar spot in the tower to clean himself up. After changing into dry clothes and emerging from the bathroom, feeling refreshed, several messages promptly popped up on his light brain. Upon opening one, his expression darkened instantly. "Knock, knock, knock." "Come in," Elias responded, following the sound. Darius entered, pushing open the door. "Brother." He gathered his emotions and moved to sit on the sofa, with Darius taking a seat opposite him. "Have you received a message from Father?" "Yes." Elias removed the light brain from his wrist, still carrying the remnants of steam, and unusually displayed a weary expression as his gaze drifted over the black serpent tail dragging on the ground, releasing a deep sigh. "Someone from the family side has already made contact with that Miss Lin. Father's intention is to facilitate connections, and it would be best if I went as well." Chapter 91. Serving the same wife, the young marshal leaned back against the sofa, his brows furrowed. His fingertips lightly tapped as he scrolled through previous messages. His father had repeatedly chastised him for wasting time on people within the Black Tower. This time, he had left the war zone behind the family's back, taken on the task of escorting the aberrant sentinel, even transporting inhibitors to the Black Tower while vying for jurisdiction over the airfield. Each matter was a transgression. Furthermore, he was urged to make a favorable impression before that illustrious SS-level guide. With the current level of technology, no matter how powerful the Sentinel became, they remained reliant on the guide. Once a mental bond was formed between a Sentinel and a guide, it was tantamount to the Sentinel entrusting their life to the guide, who could manipulate them at will. Thus, almost all noble families on Capital Star were led by guides. The transfer of power, its flow, and the rise and fall of fortunes were inextricably linked to the influence of guides. A guide could choose several sentinels or ordinary individuals as partners, resulting in intricate connections among the noble families of Capital Star. For instance, the Ryan royal family. Her Majesty the Empress is an S-level guide with 6 lawful husbands, some of whom are commoners, while others are of noble birth. Among the noble families are members of the Weil family, as well as the Sun family, the Su family, and some second-tier families. Likewise, his father is a remarkably rare male guide, also an S-level guide, with several lawful wives, each from different families representing various interests, and entangled with one another. United by their shared loyalty to a single guide, they gradually became inseparable. The relationships among the families of Capital Star have become increasingly intricate due to such connections. He and Darius share the same mother, along with other siblings, though the latter are of mediocre talent and do not match their excellence. In this world, ordinary people vastly outnumber those who can differentiate into sentinels and guides. And even among those, the number of high-level mental powers is limited, especially for guides, who are exceedingly rare. None of the father's children have differentiated into guides. Among the Weil family side branches, there are peers who have successfully differentiated into guides, but the highest mental power level among them is only B level, insufficient to support such a vast family. Seeing his younger brother's troubled expression, Darius casually inquired, "What are your thoughts?" "What?" Elias was taken aback. "What do you think about facilitating connections?" The young marshal merely shook his head gently. Darius, however, smiled rarely, gazing at Elias with a hint of schadenfreude. Among the direct descendants of the family, their father places the utmost importance on him and Elias. From childhood, they were held to strict standards, expected to excel in all areas, and were cultivated as prospective heirs. Yet, the ultimate goal was for them to heed the family's arrangements, unite with the guide favored by the family, and forge connections to solidify the family's power before being used as expendables. Now, being in the Black Tower, he had long been treated as a discarded pawn, leaving him unburdened. However, Elias, at present, was the most valued child in their father's eyes. The family would undoubtedly apply pressure, striving to ensure he interacted with Lin Juan. His cousin was also quite exceptional, holding the rank of general and managing for legions. Long ago, he had established a connection with Lin Juan. Why must he be dragged into this? Elias lamented to his brother, his fingers continuing to scroll through the light screen, growing increasingly agitated. Not only his father, but also others in the family had sent messages warning or advising him, even threatening to revoke his position and nominate someone else to serve as the imperial marshal. Even relatives from his deceased mother's side reproached him for acting impulsively. His recent series of actions was glaringly aimed at securing benefits for the Black Tower, and equally glaringly, he was offending Lin Juan. If he did not express sincerity and seek to make amends, he felt he might drown in the spittle of his relatives. Darius, upon hearing this, exhibited a nonchalant demeanor. His long serpent tail trailing on the ground, the tip coiling behind the sofa, gently rubbing against the floor. His tone, calm yet tinged with jest, remarked, "Two brothers from the same family, serving the same wife, mutually supporting one another, sharing in the glory and fortunes, the chances of winning her favor would be greatly increased. Would it not?" His words struck at the truth, as such occurrences were not uncommon. Their father had spared no effort in cultivating the two brothers and had shown considerable care for the younger generation of the side branches, originally intending to forge alliances with various families. However, he had not anticipated the emergence of an SS-level guide. Had he not been in the Black Tower, his situation might have been quite similar to Elias's. "I will not let him manipulate me." The young marshal abruptly extinguished the pop-up screen, his expression inscrutable. Darius remained non-committal in response. He possesses a direct relative of the S-Class guide, a distinguished member of the youngest generation of the Weir family, and is the marshal commanding the various legions of the Empire. Given such a high position, he should not have been exiled to the Heiress so early. Yet, he is still compelled to undertake numerous perilous missions that do not necessitate his personal involvement, resulting in a rapid increase in his pollution levels. Even after being administered inhibitors, there is no relief, as his father watches coldly, deliberately chastising him for his rebelliousness and lack of control. Sentinels are regarded as the most expendable resources, regardless of their SSS rank. The Capital Star is teeming with talent, and there will always be newcomers to take their place. Elias chooses to oppose his father, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is destined to meet a fate similar to his father's. Elias's gaze swept across the room's concise and elegant decor. Around the sofa opposite him, a black tail lay coiled on the ground. He seemingly nonchalantly shifted the topic. "It appears that my elder brother is faring quite well in the Haida." "Not bad," the commander nodded earnestly, adding, "It would be even better if father refrained from sending me the information threatening your safety." He activated his holographic device and received information nearly identical to what Elias had, albeit with more vehement language and harsher words, advising him not to corrupt Elias further. "Such trifling troubles would hardly disrupt your comfortable days. What do you wish to convey?" The white-haired, blue-eyed sentinel boldly stated, I was the one who first acquainted myself with Miss Guide, yet now her relationship with you seems to be more amicable. You disregard father's directives because of her? Elias could not help but chuckle. However, he soon furrowed his brow, losing his previous air of casual ennui, becoming confrontational. When did my elder brother start feigning ignorance? Elias continued, if I were to follow father's instructions, shouldn't you be the one in a hurry? Presently, Miss Guide is still unseasoned and outside the Haida, where dangers abound. I doubt my elder brother wishes for me to join the enemy's ranks, does he? Darius was momentarily taken aback. His tail, which had been slowly coiling behind the sofa, seemed to freeze in place. Indeed, the next moment, Elias returned his earlier jest with a tone of indifference. We are brothers, destined to serve the same wife in the future, and mutual support would be the optimal solution. Wouldn't you agree? Darius's pupils constricted. Various thoughts raced through his mind. Wasn't Miss Guide rather averse to Elias? Besides their previous interactions aboard the starship, they had had no further connections. However, Elias's attitude could not have emerged from thin air. Had they secretly developed a bond, right under his nose? He had not realized Elias was so cunning. Commander, he squinted, curiosity evident. What is it that you find appealing about her? Elias could not hide a flicker of pride. I recently discovered I was unwell, and Miss Guide voluntarily offered to assist me with mental guidance. You accepted? Elias nodded slightly, unable to suppress the triumphant curve of his lips, feeling quite pleased. Ha! The commander let out a short, cold laugh. She is merely kind-hearted and pitying your plight. Do not mistake it for affection. Has she ever assisted you? Of course. Darius's expression softened instantly. This time, the Empire's marshal snickered, his tone innocent and mercilessly retorting. Perhaps Miss Guide simply found your condition pitiable. My elder brother should not indulge in self-deception. Elias. The commander raised his voice sharply, visibly enraged, almost wishing to silence the person across from him. Elias quickly leaned back against the sofa, surrendering with a raised hand. He found it tedious to always be outmatched by him. If you think I only wish to curry favor with you because I witnessed her abilities today, you would do well to abandon that notion. Why would you think that? Elias hurriedly defended himself. I have long been in contact with Miss Guide. The supplies sent to the Haida included a batch of detection equipment and special medicines that I specifically arranged for her. Supplies? A momentary look of confusion flashed in the black slits of his pupils. The marshal raised an eyebrow, his tone calm, given the bustling affairs inside and outside the tower. It is quite normal for the commander to overlook such trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Darius quickly activated his holographic device, his fingers gliding over the screen. Utilizing the highest command privileges of the tower, he swiftly accessed the inventory registration information for the batch of supplies mentioned. And indeed, it existed. When did he begin to entice Miss Guide? So young yet so calculating. One could only imagine the underhanded methods he might have employed behind the scenes. Darius raised his gaze, regarding Elias with a scrutinizing look. Does my elder brother have no other pressing matters? Indeed, he replied coldly. Today's new aberration that appeared alongside the bi-tower starship at the air station requires your cooperation with the tower for investigation. Elias nodded helplessly. Very well. I shall cooperate fully. In the guide's dormitory, Lin Juan awoke from her slumber, finding herself in the familiar evening hours, the sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window dimming. Miss Guide, how about we cancel tonight's group guidance session? You could use some more sleep. Unnecessary, Lin Juan replied, sitting up and stretching. The mist floating in her mental domain had returned to a pristine white. If she did not feed it some refuse tonight, she would surely be forced awake by hunger at the crack of dawn. After tidying up, Lin Juan sat at the dining table, her gaze sweeping over the exquisitely plated dishes before her. Did these dishes come from Huaku? They don't quite resemble his style. Could they be a new recipe he devised? Not all. Xiao Wu blinked. They were sent by Lin Xiao. Lin Juan instantly understood. No wonder. She had suspected that this flamboyant array of dishes was not something Huaku would prepare. Reaching out, she picked up a chopstick full of salad and turned to Xiao Wu. What is this? Lin Juan exclaimed, quickly spitting the vegetable shreds into her bowl and downing a large gulp of water to wash away the indescribable, pungent taste that assaulted her senses. Miss Guide. A giant red exclamation mark flashed on Xiao Wu's electronic screen. Li Wenxiao actually poisoned the food. Lin Juan chuckled wryly, waving her hands dismissively. No, it's just inedible. Poisoning would be too grand a term. It's more akin to excrement. Go fetch me a bottle of nutrient solution, and from now on, reject all dishes he sends. None should be allowed inside. After Lin Juan finished speaking, she quickly downed another half-cup of water. She dared not touch any of the food on the table. It was hard to fathom how one could unleash such creativity, transforming delicious ingredients into such abhorrent flavors. Miss Guide, are you truly all right? Xiao Wu placed the nutrient solution beside Lin Juan, eager to report Li Wenxiao's actions. Believing that any harm done to the guide must be met with punishment, Lin Juan smiled. Please pack up this entire spread and return it to him. Let Li Wenxiao eat it himself. Yes. Xiao Wu complied indignantly. After finishing the nutrient solution, Lin Juan dawdled in her room, changing her clothes. Once she saw the time was right, she called for Xiao Wu and headed to the underground confinement room for group guidance. Standing at the door, Lin Juan paused as she noticed the aberrant sentinels inside the confinement room were unusually quiet today, not making a sound. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere lingered in the air. She lowered her voice and discreetly asked Xiao Wu what happened. Why do the sentinels seem so low-spirited? Because of the events that transpired this morning. The tower has entered a state of lockdown, and all sentinels are receiving concentrated training, with patrol shifts and intensity heightened. Currently, the Research Institute and the Command Center are exerting every effort to investigate potential vulnerabilities in the isolation barriers and the emergence of the aberrant entities at the airport. Lin Juan nodded in understanding. The concentrated training, systematic reforms, and stringent accountability measures have left everyone in a rather somber mood. Moreover, the aberrant entities are a matter of life and death. It is no wonder that everyone feels as if they're facing a formidable foe. The atmosphere is taut with tension. In a small theatrical interlude, Darius Elias, a moment ago, united in purpose, our strength shall be unbreakable, friendly handshake. We shall serve our beloved together, striving for favor, and trample upon those insignificant others. The next moment, a brawl ensues. Those insignificant others pale in comparison to this wretched one. Just die. All of you must perish. Chapter 93. A reckless examination. Lin Juan remained silent. As the time approached, she initiated a collective guidance session. Expanding her mental prowess, she released her psychic entity. And the confinement room was soon enveloped in a thick white mist, the entire process unfolding with remarkable smoothness. As the fog deepened in hue, the aberrant sentinels visibly relaxed. Nearing the end, akin to the previous occasion, several psychic entities materialized out of thin air, their owners appearing entirely restored to health, transforming the confinement room into a cacophony of jubilation. I'm back. Thank you, Miss Guide. No more monitoring greens for me. Oldait, Lin Juan chuckled, raising her hand to calm the exuberant sentinels. Everyone should head back to rest early. The recent tasks at the control tower have not been light. Understood. Rest assured. Miss Guide, we will fulfill our duties diligently. Safeguarding the control tower. Thank you, Miss Guide. Upon finishing their words, the sentinels reluctantly departed. The confinement room fell silent once more, leaving only a few robots tidying the floor. Lin Juan glanced around and suddenly recalled something, turning her head to ask Xiao Wu. Why hasn't Sun Yi shown up this time? He was almost desperate to make his presence felt before. Xiao Wu immediately wore a look of schadenfreude. Her tone buoyant, reporting to Miss Guide. Deputy Commander Sun has been punished with a night in confinement. Lin Juan was somewhat taken aback. Why? Because after the emergence of the aberrant entities, he failed to protect you promptly, disregarding your safety. The High Command unanimously decided that he should reflect on his mistakes in confinement. Lin Juan was momentarily stunned. Her gaze scanned the robots with a hint of suspicion in her voice. You didn't file a complaint, did you? Of course not. Xiao Wu hastily waved her hands. Sentinels on duty are recorded throughout. It was undoubtedly the higher-ups who discovered the issue during their review. I'm not one to stab others in the back, she added. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Lin Juan joined in the mirth, patting Xiao Wu on the head. Come, let us go see where he is locked up. Wunye. Sun Yi, usually so arrogant, finally provided her with an opportunity. She certainly had to witness his predicament. All right, Miss Guide, follow me. Xiao Wu led Lin Juan out of the confinement room and back into the elevator, descending from the 11th underground level to the 15th. With a soft ding, the elevator doors slid open. Lin Juan's breath caught momentarily, her steps hesitating. Miss Guide, this way. Oh, right. She hurriedly followed, stepping into the dim and suffocating corridor. The decor on this floor was strikingly similar to that of the 11th floor, with lights of equal brightness. Yet inexplicably, Lin Juan felt a heavier sense of oppression here. The overhead incandescent lights reflected off the surrounding metal, creating a disorienting effect. The sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. A subtle sense of unease like cold vines silently coiled around her, sending shivers down her spine. Lin Juan unconsciously moved closer to Xiao Wu, lowering her voice. How is the underground level of the control tower partitioned? Why do I feel something is off here? Miss Guide, there is no need to worry. It is quite safe here. The underground level 110 is a storage area for various supplies and equipment. Level 1115 is the confinement area, specifically for detaining and punishing sentinels who violate tower regulations. A space has been cleared for your collective guidance. And below that, Lin Juan tapped her foot, pointing downward. What about the 15th level? Below that primarily houses those who have completely lost their sanity, with pollution levels nearing 100. They could be executed by the mainframe at any moment. Their psychic fields in chaos, exhibiting high aggression. Hence, the isolation and protective measures are the strictest. Lin Juan nodded, recalling the previous explanations from Lu Xinglan. No wonder she felt somewhat uneasy. Though separated by heavy metals of special materials, the notion that aberrant sentinels, akin to beasts, were confined beneath her feet, devoid of rational thought and driven solely by overwhelming aggression, rendered the atmosphere palpably oppressive. At least it should be safe here, right? Xiao Wu halted before a confinement room. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Juan immediately gestured for silence. She then stealthily approached the door, rising on tiptoe to carefully peer through the small iron-barred observation window, gazing inside. The light in the confinement room was glaringly bright. Within stood a black metallic cross-shaped frame, where Sun Yi's hands were bound by heavy chains at either end. His arms stretched taut, veins bulging. Though in a disheveled position, he emanated an inexplicable allure. Bare from the waist up, the harsh lighting accentuated the contours of his collarbone, with muscles defined and robust. However, his skin was marred by a network of intersecting wounds. Lin Juan had scarcely observed for 2 seconds when suddenly, Sun Yi lifted his head sharply. His molten gold vertical pupils were as keen as a hawk's, carrying an unyielding fierceness that pierced her gaze. Upon recognizing her presence, the sentinel instantly softened his fierce expression, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Through the iron bars, Lin Juan revealed half of her delicate face, her expression betraying a hint of guilt. Realizing she had been spotted, she decided to boldly push the door open and step inside. Good evening, Miss Guide. The robot stationed there greeted her. Lin Juan nodded in acknowledgement, her hands clasped behind her back as she leisurely strolled towards Sun Yi. Reaching the cross-shaped frame, she continued to meander around the sentinel, taking in the sight of his muscular arms, firm abdomen, and well-defined chest, paired with his long, muscular legs and semi-closed wings, while his tail swept the ground on either side. Internally, Lin Juan was exhilarated, her exterior remaining composed. What is this? Did Miss Guide come to witness my misfortune and revel in my plight? Unfortunately, this punishment is hardly of concern to me. You've arrived a tad late. The wounds have already scabbed over, Sun Yi retorted, a sardonic grin gracing his features, his voice low and challenging, his chin slightly raised, allowing Lin Juan to scrutinize him freely. Lin Juan stood before the sentinel in silence, slowly extending her hand to trace the scar along his waist. Wow, it's hard, and the scab is so thick, truly worthy of an SSS-grade sentinel. The recovery is impressively swift, though at first glance the sight was rather shocking. Sun Yi's body stiffened suddenly. An involuntary itch surged as a tingling sensation coursed along the scar on his abdomen, overwhelming his upper body. His throat involuntarily bobbed. The sentinel's gaze darkening, his expression turning inscrutable as he lowered his head, fixating intently on the pale hand that was poking him indiscriminately. Chapter 94. The Master has disappeared. Have you had her fun? A searing breath caught her off guard, brushing against her forehead. Lin Juan's hand momentarily paused. Seemingly intent on teasing him further, she pressed down hard on the scabbed wound. Tilting her face upward, her eyes gleaming with mirth, she remarked, "Not too shabby." With that, she dropped the pretense, her face instantly adorned with a look of schadenfreude. "Deputy Commander, what a stroke of misfortune to be caught out on a mission and punished. How is it in this confinement room?" With a soft chuckle, The girl innocently spread her hands and exclaimed, "But do not misunderstand. I certainly did not report you." Upon hearing the word report, Sun Ye's expression immediately darkened. The scene shifted back to the morning. After returning from the air station, Liu Xinglan brought the new type of aberration to the independent research facility located at the edge of the quarantine barrier for examination, while the higher-ups of the tower convened an urgent meeting. Initially, the meeting proceeded smoothly, merely reviewing battle footage and analyzing the characteristics of the new aberration, emphasizing the gravity of the situation and the necessity for unified cooperation within the tower to investigate the cause of the aberration's infiltration. They also stressed the need to strengthen the tower's patrols. These matters seemed trivial, but to everyone's surprise, just as the meeting was concluding, the despicable Elias had the audacity to accuse him of negligence. He claimed that after the aberration's appearance, Sun Yi had abandoned the guide, rushing to engage with the otherworldly creature, utterly disregarding the guide's safety. He immediately countered, asserting that he aimed to swiftly eliminate the aberration to ensure the guide's safety. And throughout the battle, he had maintained a mental connection, ready to respond at any moment should the guide be in peril. Yet, Darius, that cunning manipulator, shamelessly joined in with his brother, using this pretext to confine him to solitary for an entire night. Why an entire night? Because they could not afford to delay the work during the day. Reflecting on this, Sun Ye's expression grew increasingly grim. The black snake was a vile creature, and the white snake was no better. One day, he would tie these two wretches together and toss them into a pot for a stew. Lin Juan waved her hand in front of him. "What kind of expression is that? I truly did not report you. Perhaps it is your own sharp tongue that has offended someone." Sun Yi raised an eyebrow, his fingers unconsciously curling, as his outstretched arms tensed like a taut string, stirring the blood of anyone who beheld such emotion. Was the guide reveling in his misfortune? Did she find joy in his predicament? Lin Juan touched her nose. "Is that so?" "Indeed," Sun Yi replied with a teasing expression, his gaze drifting from the girl's fair face to the wall lined with various implements of torture. "The night is still young. Would you care to try your hand at it, Miss Guide?" "Try what?" Lin Juan followed his gaze. The wall glimmered with metallic coldness, adorned with an array of flamboyant torture devices, some still stained with dark red hues, blood not yet dried. The robot guarding the solitary confinement room noticed Lin Juan's interest and eagerly presented a metal whip with both hands, its electronic voice oozing with flattery. "Miss Guide, please use it." Just as Lin Juan was about to wave it away, the robot had already thrust the bloodied whip into her hands, urging, "The Sentinel is tough and resilient. You can strike with confidence, Miss Guide." Holding the whip, which felt unyielding in her grasp, she was utterly dumbfounded. Was this robot trained by a legitimate institution? Turning her head, she inevitably met Sun Ye's amused gaze. The Sentinel's eyes flickered, his molten gold vertical pupils brimming with intense interest and desire, fixated upon her. Lin Juan glanced down at the heavy whip in her hand, then back at Sun Yi, and once more at the whip, fully aware that should she strike, it would undoubtedly bring him pleasure. Was the Miss Guide reluctant? Sun Ye's voice was husky and low, laced with an indescribable allure, his tail behind him swaying joyfully, eager to engage. Who would be reluctant? Lin Juan raised her voice, tossing the whip to the ground. "I simply cannot get accustomed to it. How do I know you do not have some peculiar preference? When you scrutiniser sonortin softly. If it brings you pleasure, wouldn't that be giving you an advantage?" Sun Yi licked his lips, his gaze growing ever more fervent. "How can a Miss Guide know unless she tries?" Lin Juan, growing impatient, retorted, "Try what?" Her gaze suddenly froze, her expression turning to one of shock as she stared at a certain area below the Sentinel's waist. That unmistakable presence, shun he. Her eyes slowly traveled upward along his abdominal muscles. Blushing fiercely, she exclaimed, "Sun Yi, you." The Sentinel, unfazed by the embarrassment, mischievously wiggled his tail faster, unabashedly suggesting, "Would the Miss Guide like to inspect the merchandise first? I assure you, I can attend to your every need." The last four words were emphasized, imbued with a desire to demonstrate his robust capabilities right then and there, his eyes glimmering with an instinctual heat. You are utterly shameless." Lin Juan's face turned a deep crimson as she hurriedly fled with Xiao Wu. With a loud bang, she kicked open the door to the solitary confinement room. She was a respectable person. There was no way she would engage in flirtations with a colleague. Upon re-entering the elevator, A slight sensation of weightlessness was followed by a smooth ascent, the metallic confines humming softly, peeling away the oppressive atmosphere of the underground level. Lin Juan closed her eyes, striving to quell the heat on her face and her racing heart. Yet, her mind uncontrollably replayed the impactful scene from the solitary confinement room. No, she could not think about it any longer. With a gentle chime, the elevator doors slid open, and Lin Juan led Xiao Wu through the familiar metallic corridor. The sound of footsteps echoing, the atmosphere solemn and tense. She stepped into the grand lobby of the first floor of the tower. The hall was brightly lit, with aberrant sentinels in tactical gear hurriedly passing through. Upon seeing Lin Juan, they would slow their pace and nod in greeting before hastily departing. Lin Juan sniffed the air, which still carried a faint metallic scent of blood. Occasionally, a sentinel would push through the imposing, several-meter-tall, reinforced glass doors, allowing the raging wind outside to sweep in, filling the entire lobby with a chilling gust. The cold wind hit her face, and Lin Juan shivered, as all those chaotic thoughts were instantly dispelled. She tightened her coat, letting out a languid yawn as she meandered towards the elevator leading to the upper levels. Waiting in silence, she looked up at the display screen, watching the numbers count down. Chapter 95. He is quite impressive, isn't he? Oh no. The robot Xiao Wu beside her suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. Lin Juan jumped, her heart racing as she instinctively glanced around. Where was it? Surely there would not be another psychic entity launching a sneak attack. However, there was nothing. Lin Juan was utterly bewildered, looking down at Xiao Wu. A super gigantic red exclamation mark flashed on the robot's display screen, anxiously spinning in circles. What's wrong? Lin Juan continued to scan her surroundings uneasily, fearful that some snake or worm-like psychic entity might suddenly attack her, sending chills down her spine. Xiao Wu's voice was tragic, its electronic screen streaming 2 lines of wide tears, crying out, "Wah! The master has disappeared." Lin Juan was taken aback, her mind reeling. Professor Liu? Yes. What happened? I don't know. Xiao Wu was frantic. It had just utilized its permissions to investigate. However, the tower had yet to uncover the circumstances surrounding the disappearance, so it was left in the dark. All it knew was that a person had vanished, and the mainframe had issued a notification for all sentinels and robots in the tower to remain vigilant and on high alert. Lin Juan's heart sank. While soothing Xiao Wu by patting its head, she operated her holographic device to contact Darius. Do not worry. I will inquire with Commander Darius. Quickly answer. This was not the time for him to be preoccupied with other duties. With a thud, the holographic screen displayed an image. Miss Guide, Darius's voice was low and grave. Lin Juan was relieved to see a familiar figure appear on the screen and quickly inquired, Professor Liu, what has happened? Darius remained clad in his impeccably tailored uniform, though the collar was slightly open, revealing skin covered in scales beneath. His brow furrowed, and his cold gaze remained fixated on the surveillance footage displayed on the gigantic screen. Taking a deep breath, he began to explain to Lin Juan, earlier this morning, I took the newly captured aberration to an independent research facility far from the control tower for a specialized project study. During the day, I participated in 2 high-level meetings via holographic projection and reported the latest observed characteristics of the aberration, along with the basic parameters collected. What happened next? Lin Juan swallowed nervously. Noticing Xiao Wu's anxious expression, she felt her own worry intensify. She stepped back into a corner of the hall, leaning against the wall, awaiting further information. An hour ago, I contacted him for more parameters regarding the aberration, but he did not respond. I immediately headed to the independent research facility to check on the situation. The captured aberration was still in the apparatus, but he was missing. Lin Juan frowned, her gaze inadvertently catching sight of a passing aberrant sentinel, and she pressed on, wasn't he wearing a monitoring ring? Shouldn't that have a tracking function? The other party fell suddenly silent, and Darius's expression turned unusually grave. Lin Juan sensed that something was amiss, her tone wavering as she glanced around and lowered her voice. Could it be that he removed the monitoring ring himself? Yes. What? Lin Juan's expression went blank, a cascade of questions unfolding in her mind. Isn't that impossible? When the world? The very purpose of the monitoring ring is to execute aberrant sentinels, and yet the sentinel can just remove it at will? What is the control tower monitoring system even for? This world truly feels like a colossal farce. Darius seemed to grasp the confusion swirling in Lin Juan's mind. A weary smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he continued to explain, temporarily disabling the main monitoring system or altering some data is not difficult for him. Lin Juan chuckled dryly, feeling somewhat relieved. Well, he is quite impressive. I didn't quite grasp the extent of his extraordinary background when I heard Lu Xinglan speak of it before, but now I understand. Lu Xinglan truly embodies the essence of a technological monarch, acting with impunity. So where might Professor Lu be now? The control tower has mobilized all available personnel to search for him. As for his whereabouts, Darius paused and shook his head lightly. He could be near the independent research facility, or he may have infiltrated the control tower, or even wandered outside, possibly escaping beyond the isolation barrier. As he spoke, Darius did not shy away from Lin Juan's presence, turning the camera to display the massive screen in the office. The footage of his whereabouts had vanished from the control tower monitoring system, and the cloud data had been deleted, with technicians currently working frantically to recover it. Lin Juan was taken aback, but accepted the situation well. If he could remove the monitoring ring, what was the deletion of monitoring footage? Suddenly, she recalled something, and her expression turned serious. So he has essentially lost his sanity, and he may have completely transformed into an aberration? As the words fell, the two spaces separated by the screen seemed to freeze in time. After a moment, Lin Juan heard Darius emit a low, soft hum. The commander solemnly advised that Miss Guide must exercise caution. If he truly infiltrated the control tower, it could incite significant chaos. For the next few days, I will arrange for Elias to accompany you at all times. If you notice anything unusual, you must report it to the control tower immediately. Okay, thank you. Lin Juan nodded, struggling to regain her composure. Just this morning, everything seemed fine, and now he had vanished? Just like that. Miss Guide, let us hurry back to the dormitory. Xiao Wu will surely protect you. Xiao Wu was sobbing profusely on the display screen, tears streaming down. Yet its mechanical arm dutifully pulled Lin Juan from the corner, leading her back to wait for the elevator. Lin Juan glanced at the holographic device and bid farewell to Darius. Commander, please continue with your duties. If there is any news about Professor Lu, understood. I will inform you immediately if he is found. With the communication severed, the elevator doors chimed open. Xiao Wu appeared dejected, lacking energy, gliding into the cold elevator like a lost soul. Lin Juan pressed her forehead, letting out a deep sigh, wanting to offer some comforting words, but finding none that felt appropriate. She had briefly scanned the control tower's layout, and the area enclosed by the contamination isolation barrier was quite extensive. If Lu Xinglan remained within the control tower's confines, he would inevitably be found. However, if he had completely transformed, it would likely result in casualties among the personnel inside, and they would need to figure out a way to eliminate him. Chapter 96. A Colossal Aberrant Octopus. But if Lu Xinglan had escaped outside the isolation barrier, wandering like the aberrations in the contaminated zone, it could mean he might never be found again. The more Lin Juan pondered, the greater her headache became. The best-case scenario would be if Lu Xinglan had not escaped the contamination isolation barrier and had not fully transformed into a hazardous entity. However, even if he were found, he would inevitably meet the same fate as the former heir, confined to the underground levels, never to see the light of day. The situation felt increasingly burdensome, and Lin Juan's thoughts swirled chaotically. Ding! The elevator arrived, interrupting her turbulent musings. Lin Juan slowly crossed through the waiting area outside the dormitory and pushed open the door to the living room. The crystal chandelier in the room automatically illuminated, and the temperature and humidity were maintained within a comfortable range. Miss Guide, you should wash up and rest early. If you need anything, just call me, Xiao Wu said, sniffling. All right, don't be sad. Lin Juan patted the robot's head, bemused. Though your master is missing, he has at least proven that the control tower's main system is ineffective. Removing the monitoring ring and erasing his traces is quite an impressive feat. Wow. Xiao Wu cried, even harder. My design drawings were all personally crafted by him. Please, master, don't let anything happen to you. Perhaps you should accompany them to search? Lin Juan suggested earnestly. I should be fine waiting here, and tomorrow the marshal will come to take over your duties. No. Xiao Wu quickly refused, its expression resolute. My master instructed me to protect Miss Guide at all costs. I cannot abandon my post. Lin Juan sighed gently, perhaps having a robot beside her, more anxious than herself, made her less worried. She crouched down, gently tapping her wrist holographic device to Xiao Wu's receiver. Beep. Then she operated the device a couple of times. There we go. Before we find your master, if any news comes from the commander, you'll be the first to receive it. Thank you, Miss Guide. Lin Juan poked its round belly and stood up. All right, I'm off to take a shower. You behave. After saying that, Lin Juan rubbed her aching temples, her expression weary, slowly swaying into the bathroom, pushing open the frosted glass door. With a click, she turned on the light. Ah! What a massive aberrant octopus! Lin Juan's pupils dilated, frozen in shock, her scream caught in her throat, breath hitching. Before her, a luxurious, pure white bathtub large enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people was half filled with water, and a large mass of aqua-blue soft-bodied tentacled creature floated within. Its numerous tentacles draped over the edge of the tub, curling and writhing slightly. Under the overhead light, the surface of the octopus is a profound and viscous hue, as if it has gathered all the dark indigo of the deep sea. It is adorned with a delicate layer of damp, glistening sheen, radiating a lustrous glow. Beneath the skin lies a mass of contorted, writhing muscle tissue, interspersed with irregular patches of a deeper color. At the tips of its appendages, there is a near-transparent light blue, stretching downwards and outwards. Lin Juan's mind is a blank slate, possibly disturbed by the sudden illumination. The grotesque octopus in the bathtub suddenly begins to writhe and roll, its countless tentacles flailing like frantically swaying seaweed, densely packed and varying in length. In the confined space of the tub, they entangle, coil, and pile up. The soft, damp tentacles are studded with suction cups of various sizes, firmly adhering to the smooth inner walls of the bathtub. At this moment, they seem to possess a life of their own, slowly extending over the edge of the tub. Viscous liquid trickling down the slippery surface of the appendages, dripping wetly onto the porcelain tiles below. A mass of tentacles surges forth like a tide, gradually spilling over the edge of the tub. With a resounding thud, the peculiar giant octopus relinquishes the buoyancy of the water, crashing down onto the cold bathroom tiles like a large, blue jelly, instantly spreading a pool of moisture. Then, without pause, it begins to swim towards Lin Juan, until a cool, slippery blue tentacle encircles the delicate ankle of the girl. The suction cups gently wriggle, attempting to explore further upwards. Lin Juan emits a sarpsriek, her hair standing on end. Reflexively, she yanks her foot back, but before she can turn to flee, her legs weaken, and she falls onto the ground. Almost at the same level as that massive blue monstrosity, the visual impact is overwhelming. Miss Guide, are you all right? Xiao Wu hears the commotion and knocks on the door outside the bathroom. I'm coming in. No. Lin Juan urgently replies, don't come in. She glances back at the writhing creature inching toward her and quickly steps back, soon realizing that this ghastly thing is likely the missing Lu Xinglan. Miss Guide, are you really okay? What happened in there? And no, it's fine, Lin Juan answers loudly, her voice trembling. If Xiao Wu comes in and sees this giant octopus, he will undoubtedly raise the alarm and notify the control tower. No, she must remain composed. Lu Xinglan has completely transformed into this monstrous octopus. If the control tower's personnel see him, he would be captured and confined to the lower levels to await his fate. Her heart races with anxiety. To save someone, but what if she ends up putting herself in danger? The conflict within her conscience rages on, and just then, another slender tentacle slowly approaches, tentatively encircling her ankle. Soft and cold, Lin Juan jolts, snapping back to reality. She is filled with frustration. The tips of her fingers encounter a springy texture. The tentacle surface is slick and difficult to grasp. She clumsily pries the tentacle off her ankle. With a sudden leap, she jumps up. A large pool of the blue mollusk sprawls across the floor, countless tentacles spread out, nearly occupying the entire bathroom floor. The octopus's eyes are half open, yet fixated on Lin Juan, determinately drawing closer. More and more tentacles encircle her again, one even affectionately brushing against her delicate skin. Lin Juan gasps. She quickly bends down to pry the tentacle off her ankle, but as she removes one, another wraps around her again. A relentless cycle of removing and entangling continues. Lin Juan is in a frenzy, and soon she becomes weary and sore. Her palms and ankles are cold to the touch. She looks up and glares fiercely at the culprit. Suddenly, she freezes. Chapter 97. A sentinel trespasses into the guide's dormitory. She discovers that an extraordinarily large blue octopus has inexplicably come to a halt, motionless, simply observing her. It appears to be in a remarkably good mood, its demeanor calm. The octopus slowly extends a few of its tentacles, deliberately encircling her ankle, leisurely and with apparent delight, watching her struggle to defend herself, prying the tentacles away, while it continues to manipulate the few it has to attack at a leisurely pace. The cycle of entangling and being pried away repeats. Lin Juan. Lin Juan is furious. This insufferable octopus is toying with her. Her eyes narrow with determination, and without hesitation, she unleashes her mental energy. The mental barrier opens, and in an instant, a layer of gray mist rapidly envelopes the spacious and bright bathroom. Lin Juan focuses intently. The entire mass of the alien octopus is almost entirely shrouded in a layer of black, contaminated material, like a festering wound. She extends her mental energy to completely envelop the blue octopus. Cautiously, she attempts to peel away the contaminants bit by bit. The blue octopus trembles, writhing violently on the damp floor. Lin Juan quickly steps back half a pace, relieved to see it has no intention of attacking her, allowing her to continue peeling away the contaminants. The surrounding gray mist continues to thicken, deepening in color. Lin Juan swallows hard, leaning against the cold tiled wall. Before her, the mass of writhing mollusk seems to instinctively draw closer, restlessly moving, its slime gliding over the floor, countless tentacles resembling winding blue vines. Elena Juan es apocalyptic, and she scrambles up onto the washstand, several tentacles testing the waters behind her, and she urgently swats them away. Tears well up in her eyes. Please don't. She truly does not wish to engage intimately with the cold, unfeeling appendages. Moreover, this alien octopus is vastly different from the ordinary octopuses she has seen in pictures before. Ordinary octopuses typically have only 8 tentacles, while this one possesses an overwhelming number, a veritable multitude. Just one more glance could send her sanity plummeting. Gradually, the vast expanse of blue mollusk on the floor slowly ceases its struggles. Lin Juan holds her breath, not daring to make sound. She watches as the tentacles begin to naturally detach, shriveling into dry remnants scattered across the floor. Several longer tentacles converge into a single strand, gradually transforming into a pair of slender, straight legs, followed by hands, collarbones, a fair chest, a toned waist, and a pelvis that extends downwards. This is indecent. Lin Juan hastily averts her gaze, quickly jumping down from the washstand, and throws the bathrobe that had fallen to the ground onto the sentinel, accurately covering the crucial parts. Her eyes drift to the sentinel's face. Lu Xinglan's eyes are tightly shut, his complexion somewhat pale, yet he has fully regained his human form, no longer bearing the blue skin, and his tentacles have completely vanished. His long lashes, like crow feathers, glisten with tiny droplets of water, and under the light, they shimmer with a spectrum of colors, a breathtaking sight. Miss Guide? What are you doing in there? I heard a thud. Did you fall? Is it serious? Do you need me to come in and help? Xiao Wu's plump silhouette is reflected against the translucent frosted glass door, his tone filled with concern. Lin Juan hastily retracts her gaze, leaning against the washstand, responding weakly, "No, it's fine." The mirror behind her reflects her thin, exhausted figure, alongside the swirling, deep gray mist floating lazily around. The color is so dense that even a single glance makes Lin Juan's head ache. Oh, how she wishes to banish this filthy entity from her mental domain. What a calamity! Taking a deep breath, Lin Juan closes her eyes, abruptly swings the door open, and decides to impart her final words to Xiao Wu. Why is the master here? What just happened? Why is he not dressed? A warning echoed through the air, a sharp alarm signaling that a sentinel had intruded upon the guide's quarters. Xiao Wu, with a piercing cry, instinctively drew forth 2 particle energy guns, their dark muzzles aimed squarely at the ground where the sentinel had just opened his eyes. Lu Xinglan felt an overwhelming darkness envelop his vision. "Never mind him. Just save me first," he uttered, as the gray mist floating in the bathroom feasted upon the situation. Satiated yet indifferent to Lin Juan's peril, drifting back into her mental realm. In an instant, a dull pain surged through his mind like a tidal wave, fatigue sweeping over his limbs. His vision blurred, shadows creeping in at the edges, accompanied by a sharp buzzing in his ears. With a heavy heart, Lin Juan's eyes closed. Her legs buckled beneath her, and she fell toward the ground, Miss Guide. Xiao Wu hastily dropped the particle energy guns and extended her mechanical arms to catch Lin Juan's descending body, lifting her effortlessly and darting out of the bathroom. This left Lu Xinglan amidst the chaos. Xiao Wu gently laid the unconscious girl on the spacious, soft bed in the bedroom, covering her with a blanket while simultaneously dispatching an urgent message to all departments in the tower. The guide was on the brink of death in her quarters. Immediate assistance required. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Lu Xinglan struggled to sit up, his thoughts sluggish. A chilling sensation emanated from beneath him, and, upon glancing down, he realized he was left completely bare, save for a loosely draped soft white bathrobe around his waist, which wafted a delicate fragrance. A shiver coursed through him as a sharp gaze swept the surroundings. The bathroom was thick with lingering steam, the floor slick, and his body damp with a viscous substance. Surrounded by a plethora of shriveled octopus tentacles, now deflated in a desolate blue, twisted in disarray. Without needing to think, he could surmise what had transpired here. A new form of aberration research, pollution level skyrocketing. His last lucid memory before losing his mind was an intense yearning to draw near a tranquil presence, having removed the monitoring ring, tampered with the surveillance, and blocked signals. Waking now, he found himself in this exquisitely adorned, luxurious bathroom, completely restored to health and sanity. He had audaciously intruded upon this space, and Lin Juan had indeed saved him. With a slow rise from the floor, his mind momentarily blank, he hastily wrapped the bathrobe around his waist to cover himself and turned to face the mirror, where his healthy complexion was reflected. His pupils constricted. In that instant, a surge of emotions, shock, joy, fear, crashed within him. His fingers trembled as they gripped the robe. What had become of Lin Juan? Was her unconsciousness a result of mental exhaustion or spiritual pollution? He needed to check on her condition. As he turned, a loud bang resounded. The bathroom door was violently kicked open from the outside, creating a tremendous noise. In the next moment, several fully armed guards from the tower surrounded the entrance. The cold muzzles of their weapons aimed directly at Lu Xinglan, who was precariously clad in his loosely fastened bathrobe. An overwhelming mental pressure filled the confined space like an invisible wall. Darius's imposing figure appeared at the threshold, his gaze sweeping over the scene, landing upon the scattered, shriveled tentacles. Lu Xinglan, exposed from the waist up, was wrapped in a bathrobe that evidently belonged to Lin Juan. Instantly, Darius's expression darkened, his black slit-like pupils aflame with fury as the air around him grew oppressively tense. Lu Xinglan, Darius's voice was as frigid as ice. Even Elias, who had rushed in behind him, momentarily stilled his breath. You have egregiously violated tower safety regulations and the Guide Protection Act by removing the monitoring ring, deleting surveillance data, and unlawfully entering the guide's quarters. Arrest him. Yes. Two of the guards obeyed the command, swiftly seizing Lu Xinglan's arm and twisting it behind his back with brutal force. One of them produced a pair of specially designed electronic shackles. The cuffs, linked by a shimmering blue energy thread, would instantly freeze his wrists if separated beyond a certain distance, while simultaneously suppressing his mental power. With an audible click, the cold shackles clamped firmly around Lu Xinglan's wrists. The moment they closed, a powerful energy field surged forth, constraining his mental prowess and inducing a suffocating sense of entrapment. Lu Xinglan's breath hitched, yet he offered no resistance. Raising his gaze to meet Darius's icy stare, his lips pressed tightly together. I am willing to accept the tower's punishment, he stated, his voice hoarse and tinged with urgency. But at the very least, allow me to confirm Lin Juan's condition. The tower is equipped with intelligent instruments. Your presence is unnecessary, Darius retorted coldly, gesturing for the guards to escort Lu Xinglan away. Wait, Lu Xinglan exclaimed, his words tumbling forth in a rush. Most of the medical equipment and testing devices in the tower were designed or optimized by me. There are certain data points that only I know how to interpret. Her mental exhaustion, the risks of pollution backlash, the necessary medication formulas and dosage adjustments. No one understands this better than I do. Darius remained indifferent, a hint of murderous intent creeping into his demeanor. Lu Xinglan's usual calm demeanor had vanished, replaced by a desperate urgency and pleading. Everything stems from my actions. At the very least, let me ensure her safety. As long as he could confirm she was unharmed, he would accept whatever consequences awaited him. Enough. Darius raised his voice. You had better pray you haven't committed any irreversible acts. Just then, Elias noticed a message flashing on the holographic screen, allowing him to exhale in relief. He quickly interjected to diffuse the tension. Let him go. The medical ward has reported that the guide has undergone excessive mental guidance. Her mental power is somewhat depleted and accompanied by spiritual pollution. However, there are no signs of physical violation. With these words, the previously heavy atmosphere lightened slightly. To purify an SSS-level sentinel from a state of utter madness and nearly 100 pollution levels back to a healthy state was no small feat. Given Lin Juan's previously assessed mental power level, they could not help but harbor doubts about the healthiness of this purification process. If the guide had been forced by the Sentinel's physicality during the purification, it would undoubtedly leave her with significant psychological trauma. There was no way they could allow that Sentinel to confront the guide again. Yet, since the recent suspicions were unfounded, sending Lu Xinglan to atone for his actions seemed reasonable for the guide's well-being. Let us go, Darius grunted, suppressing his anger as he cast one last heavy gaze at Lu Xinglan's exposed upper body before swiftly departing. Indeed, allowing him to see her was the most prudent course of action. 2 days later, in the tower's medical ward, within a high-end single-patient room, the girl lying in bed stirred slightly, her eyelashes fluttering as Lin Juan slowly opened her eyes. The headache and discomfort from before her unconsciousness had long since vanished, replaced by an indescribable, refreshing clarity that enveloped her. She quickly sat up, feeling alert and invigorated. As her consciousness ventured into her mental realm, she was delighted to find the once expansive white space had broadened considerably. Her mental entity languidly rolled about, clouds drifting, suddenly coalescing into an enormous white floppy-eared rabbit that leapt out of her mental barrier and landed heavily on the bedspread with a soft thud. Miss Guide, you have finally awakened, it exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. The cylindrical robot beside the bed broke into tears, suddenly lunging towards the edge of the bed, its mechanical arms gripping the bed frame tightly, while its electronic screen displayed tears cascading down, with symbols and exclamation marks swirling chaotically. Lin Juan felt a sharp pain in her leg. While comforting the wailing robot Xiao Wu, she shifted the now threefold larger floppy-eared rabbit off her lap. You've been unconscious for a full 2 days. Thankfully, you're all right. Wu, stop crying, please. Lin Juan found its exaggerated reaction amusing. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. She reached out to pat Xiao Wu's cold metallic exterior and deftly rolled off the bed. Standing on the floor, she exerted considerable effort to lift the rabbit off the bed, scrutinizing it closely. Goodness, after a hearty meal, this rabbit has grown to be nearly the length of a small dog, truly a supersized bunny. Miss Xiangdao, do you feel any discomfort? No. Lin Juan set the rabbit down and moved her limbs in place. Not only did she feel no discomfort, but she also felt invigorated and full of energy. It was as if she had transitioned from a low-energy state to one of high vitality, eager to engage in some activity. Just then, a small door in the hospital room opened. Knock, 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 3 rhythmic sounds. Lin Juan turned her gaze towards the sound, and a tall figure emerged from within. She was momentarily taken aback, instantly recognizing Lu Xinglan. Having grown accustomed to his distorted form, seeing his now restored human appearance momentarily left Lin Juan's mind in a haze. Ahem, Professor Lu. Lin Juan nodded gently, her gaze drifting awkwardly away. Uncontrollably, her mind conjured up the risque scenes from that night, which ought to be censored. Ahem. Forget it, forget it, forget it. Miss Xiangdao is fine, that's good. Lu Xinglan's voice was calm and soothing. We still need to conduct one final test. He remained impeccably dressed in a clean white lab coat, his demeanor gentle, and with his distortion reverted, he appeared even more handsome, his features imbued with a newfound clarity. However, he seemed somewhat pallid, his complexion and lips lacking color, revealing a hint of illness, and a faint shadow lingered beneath his eyes, betraying his fatigue. What could possibly be wrong with me? You, on the other hand, look rather unwell. Lin Juan mumbled, pushing aside the fluffy mass of rabbit. Settling obediently on the hospital bed, Lu Xinglan was momentarily taken aback. Lin Juan was clad in an oversized blue and white striped hospital gown, her slender form accentuated by the casual cascade of her long, dark hair over her shoulders, slightly disheveled, yet enhancing her exquisite features and luminous complexion. Her dark eyes sparkled, clear and bright, radiating vitality. Professor Lu? Lin Juan's face bore a look of curiosity. Lu Xinglan snapped back to reality, quickly approaching the bedside, expertly placing the testing device on Lin Juan. However, as he raised his hand, the cuff of his sleeve slid up, revealing a stark circle of black metal shackles around his wrist, contrasting sharply with his smooth skin. Lin Juan's gaze sharpened, and she immediately realized the implications. This highly intelligent individual had committed a series of violations against the tower regulations prior to his intrusion into her dormitory-esque bathroom. Yet he had not been confined to the punishment room, which spoke volumes of his capabilities. Once the data collection was complete, Lu Xinglan gently removed the device. Lin Juan could no longer suppress her laughter. How many tower regulations has Professor Lu violated? Why are you still wandering about? Could it be that the commander is shielding you? Lu Xinglan's movements faltered as he followed Lin Juan's gaze to his shackled wrist. I apologize. Huh? Why are you apologizing to me? Lin Juan looked on in confusion. Could it be that he recalled his actions as the nefarious blue octopus, deliberately using his tentacles to play with her? He appeared so serious normally, yet transformed into a sinister creature, revealing a devious nature. Quite terrifying indeed. Soda. I surely didn't do anything too excessive, did I? Lu Xinglan's eyes instinctively averted, yet they could not help but fixate on her, fearing to detect any signs of dread or disdain on the young woman's face. His heart raced with trepidation. He had almost no recollection of the previous events, only fragmented memories and vague sensations. But amongst those indistinct feelings, he distinctly remembered a profound sense of comfort and joy. Perhaps he had indeed done something irreparable to Miss Xiangdao. Living in close quarters with such a monstrous, hideous, and repulsive blue octopus might have left her with psychological scars, causing her to harbor everlasting aversion towards him. Excessive acts? Seeing his anxious expression, Lin Juan's eyes glinted mischievously. She feigned a stern demeanor, questioning, Do you not remember? You know well what you did. Polluted. Lu Xinglan's complexion paled, standing despondently with his head bowed, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, wishing he could vanish on the spot, too afraid to continue listening. Yet Lin Juan crossed her arms, snorting coldly. You certainly did something quite excessive, like those numerous tentacles, making a mess in the bathroom, with Xiao Wu having to clean it all up. You even try to wrap them around me. Lu Xinglan's face turned ashen, his voice trembling. And then what? Then? Lin Juan's eyes sparkled with amusement as she grabbed the nearby, fluffy, floppy-eared rabbit and playfully tugged at it before leisurely stating, Then I brushed all the tentacles aside. Huh? Lu Xinglan was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to believe his ears. Is it really that simple? What else did you expect? Professor Lu? Lin Juan shrugged, taking in the uneasy figure before her, her smile widening. Rest assured, that monstrous creature, while indeed frightening, was rather polite, behaving itself well. Lin Juan offered a mock-serious critique. She could hardly fathom what might have happened had the octopus chosen to unleash all its tentacles upon her. She would have surely screamed and called upon Xiao Wu for assistance. Is that true? Lin Juan stood and patted his shoulder reassuringly. I wasn't frightened at all, and the mental guidance went quite smoothly. But you, she shifted her tone, grinning with a hint of schadenfreude. Now that I'm all better, you must be facing confinement, right? Suddenly, an unexpected voice interrupted from the doorway. Indeed, a group entered. The confinement room has been prepared. Professor Lu, you should hurry. Sun Yi, appearing nonchalant, squeezed in behind Darius, his gaze toward Lu Xinglan filled with animosity. He had just been confined by those treacherous black and white serpents. And now Lu Xinglan had vanished, only to reappear in Lin Juan's bathroom. The people at the tower were truly incompetent. How could they struggle so much to find someone? The security in the guide activity area was utterly useless, allowing a distorted sentinel to infiltrate with such ease. What brings you all here? Lin Juan glanced around. The small hospital room felt cramped with Darius and Sun Yi, both imposing figures, along with her, Lu Xinglan and Elias, creating quite a tight fit. Just came to see how you fared after your audacious attempt at mental guidance. Sun Yi's tone was cool, his wings quivering behind him. All your robots have spilled the beans. At that time, it heard noises from the bathroom, and when it asked you, you claimed everything was fine, not allowing it to enter. Lin Juan chuckled awkwardly, lowering her head to shoot a fierce glare at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu immediately displayed an innocent expression. It was merely cooperating with the tower's investigative inquiries. What fault could it possibly bear? Sun Yi continued with a mocking tone. So you were secretly providing psychological guidance to the distorted sentinel with pollution levels nearing 100 without any protective measures? How noble of you, Miss Guide. Lin Juan knew well that nothing pleasant would come from his tongue, and she turned away, choosing to ignore him. Elias was taken aback, his expression intricate. Speaking to a guide in such a manner, would he not be met with dire consequences? Thankfully, all was well. He advised Darius to refrain from such recklessness in the future. Darius's voice was calm. Lin Juan nodded repeatedly, assuring him, rest assured. She then turned her gaze toward Lu Xinglan, pondering why the esteemed professor had suddenly changed in such a manner. Was he influenced by the newly captured distortion? Chapter 100. It's all because it ate too much. Lu Xinglan nodded gently, his expression growing serious. That particular distortion was exceptionally unique, highly polluting, and capable of releasing mental attacks. While I was changing the containment device, after suffering a mental attack, the pollution level surged. Upon successfully restraining it, I completely lost consciousness. Lin Juan pursed her lips, her expression a blend of skepticism and admiration. So, all that followed was accomplished in a state of unconsciousness? Enough of this nonsense. Sun Yi interrupted impatiently. The guide has awakened. We should hasten to the confinement chamber. Lu Xinglan shot him a glance, his gaze frosty. It was obvious that this fellow had prepared a surprise for him in the confinement chamber, and likely other sentinels were eagerly waiting to seize this opportunity to strike. You needn't urge me, Deputy Commander Sun. I shall head there as soon as the test results are available. Lu Xinglan gritted his teeth. Just as he finished speaking, his wrist device vibrated lightly, and upon activating the screen, the latest test data had been transmitted. Lu Xinglan's eyes swept over the information, his pupils constricting abruptly. As if he had been paused in time, his usual elegant demeanor replaced by shock. What happened? Lin Juan noticed the change in his complexion and quickly inquired. Is there a problem with my test results? Lu Xinglan snapped back to reality, finally moving, but he did not respond immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath and tapped twice on the screen. Instantly, the test report magnified and projected into the air. The clear text fell into everyone's sight. Mental power level assessment. Assess mental entity status. Active, high energy response, attribute unknown. Mental pollution index. 1. Ongoing purification. The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lin Juan was also taken aback. She only knew that her mental entity could upgrade by consuming pollutants, but never expected such rapid advancement. Previously, it had risen from F to S, and now it transformed into SS. Could it possibly ascend to SSS in the near future? Coughing awkwardly, Lin Juan broke the silence, quickly turning to lift the oversized floppy-eared rabbit nestled in the blanket. As she raised it, her hands felt the weight, exclaiming, "It's all because it ate too much and grew so quickly." All eyes turned to the enormous rabbit in Lin Juan's grasp. The creature was entirely snow white, its fluffy fur resembling a large cotton candy. However, due to its size, Lin Juan struggled to hold it, her arms trembling slightly. "Wunya chocolate. How did your mental entity end up like this?" As he spoke, he slowly extended his hand towards it. The floppy-eared rabbit blinked, momentarily pausing its chewing, and with a powerful kick, it swiftly struck his hand away. Lin Juan lost her grip, and a hefty white fluff thudded to the ground, landing squarely on Darius's tail. The rabbit hopped up, curiously exploring the cool, smooth scales of the serpent's tail, bouncing about playfully. Darius, the usually composed commander, froze. His breath caught in his throat. He distinctly felt the soft touch creating chaos on his icy tail, a peculiar tingling sensation racing up his spine. His serpentine tail instinctively yearned to wriggle, but was held in place, rigid with the fear of startling or harming the rabbit. Yet his scales involuntarily quivered. "Oh no! Come back quickly!" Lin Juan hastily forced her mental entity back into the mental domain, apologetically smiling at the disturbed victim. "Haha, it's just a bit lively. Please forgive it." Darius pressed his lips together, still feeling the lingering, tingling sensation from moments before. Sun Yi swiftly stepped over the obstructing serpentine tail. Moving closer to Lin Juan, "I don't mind. Let out for me to play with. That kick really stings." Lin Juan's expression faltered, thinking, "What do you want to play with? It serves you right for being reckless." "All right." Lu Xinglan glanced at the time, his demeanor weary, and nodded slightly to those in the room. "The recent test results have been encrypted, since the guide is fine, I will head to the confinement chamber now. With that, he stepped past the three standing in the doorway and exited. Suddenly, a vibrant figure with a high saturation of colors entered, nearly blinding Lin Juan. It was Li Wenxiao. As Lu Xinglan departed, Li Wenxiao entered, completely ignoring the three powerful sentinels, his enchanting peach blossom eyes landing squarely on Lin Juan. Dear Miss Guide, it is truly delightful to see you restore to health. He slightly bowed, performing an exaggerated, gentlemanly gesture. Lin Juan, Li Wenxiao's outfit today was consistently flamboyant. The ostentatious purple-pink velvet suit was partially unbuttoned, revealing nothing underneath, his abdominal muscles subtly visible with every movement. A feather-shaped gemstone brooch adorned his suit pocket, shimmering with brilliance. Thank you for your concern, Lin Juan replied, averting her gaze. How trendy. So trendy it made her old joints ache. No wonder he was called the Flower Peacock. She had no doubt he could strut down a runway in that attire. Li Wenxiao turned to Elias and Darius beside him, rubbing his hands together as he stated his purpose. Time is running short. When do we set off to the airport for the handover? We had agreed that I would lease the operating rights for those flight routes. The contract has been drafted and will not be reneged. Darius remained indifferent. Then I can rest easy. Li Wenxiao clapped his hands, grinning like a cunning fox. Once the contract is signed, the funds donated to the control tower will be promptly transferred. Lin Juan stood by, quietly observing. Wow, witnessing a money power transaction firsthand. They had just secured jurisdiction over the airport, and they were already planning to subcontract a portion. Let us go. Elias's gaze was distant. After finalizing the airport jurisdiction handover, there were still some troublesome matters in Area A8 that required closure. Darius glanced at Lin Juan, who was quietly lingering beside them. You should rest well. We will be leaving. Wait, can I come along? Lin Juan immediately caught up, her eyes sparkling, her voice filled with excitement. I'm fine now. Staying at the control tower is rather dull. Let me join you. Your health. Are you truly all right? I feel exceptionally energetic. Just a little outing, and I can arrange a group debriefing upon our return. Lin Juan patted her chest in assurance. Even prisoners deserve a little fresh air. Let me go for a stroll. Faced with Lin Juan's earnest plea, Darius's usually stern lips twitched slightly, and he finally sighed in resignation, conceding, go change your clothes. Let us be off. Chapter 101. That is its super delicious food. Sure. Lin Juan's expression instantly brightened, her smile radiant. Observing this, Sun Yi felt a flicker of intrigue in his molten gold eyes and promptly interjected, then I shall. You stay. Darius did not look back, his tone strictly professional. The internal patrol at the control tower needs reinforcement. You will supervise personally. Sun Yi's expression immediately soured, and he pouted in displeasure. In her mind, she had cursed Lu Xinglan several times over. The pollution levels surged dramatically, yet staying put in the laboratory would have sufficed. Instead, it was imperative to remove the monitoring ring, to jam the control tower signals, to erase surveillance data, and to infiltrate the guide's dormitory by bypassing the control tower's patrol. And then there was that wretched aberration. How on earth did it slip past the quarantine barriers? All these incidents collectively painted a picture of a control tower's security and defense as permeable as a sieve in the eyes of the higher-ups. All he could do was deal with the aftermath. The matter was settled. Sun Yi was teased away by Elias and Li Wenxiao, exchanging banter. Lin Juan, filled with enthusiasm, rushed into the hospital room's bathroom to quickly wash her face, change out of her patient gown, and then, accompanied by Xiao Wu, followed Darius and the others out of the disinfectant-scented medical area. Upon arriving at the docking area of the control tower spacecraft, Li Wenxiao flamboyantly approached, eager to impress. He led everyone to his grand, lavishly adorned spacecraft. Once the hatch was secured and everyone was seated, the spacecraft roared into the winds, heading toward the aerospace station. Lin Juan chose a seat by the porthole, her gaze casually surveying the landscape below. The spacecraft glided over the looming structures of the control tower, piercing into the vast, sandstorm-ridden wilderness. The sky was shrouded in gray, and the scenery whizzed by. She casually initiated a conversation. Marshal, is the situation in Zone A8 quite challenging? After speaking, she suddenly chuckled, recalling a news item she had seen earlier, and lowered her voice to gossip. How is the royal heir doing? Is the injury serious? Elias paused, glancing at the girl sitting diagonally opposite him, a faint smile flickering in his ice-blue eyes. No need to worry. There were indeed several significant aberration attacks, but they have been largely contained now. The long-standing sternness etched on the sentinel's brow dissipated as he spoke in a calm, measured tone. This return primarily aims to bolster the peripheral patrols in the war zone, repair a few pollution quarantine barriers damaged by high-intensity impacts, and simultaneously eliminate aberrations in the contaminated areas to prevent further gatherings. Just listening to it made Lin Juan feel overwhelmed, and she genuinely marveled. So, you have quite a bit on your plate. The Imperial Marshal is also a hard-working individual. Here we are. Li Wenxiao snapped his fingers and sprang up from the couch as the spacecraft smoothly descended in front of the starship. As the hatch opened, a gust of wind rushed in. The silver gray by tossed starship remained as it had been, quietly docked at the platform, its interior bustling with robots managing the ship's various affairs. The group hurriedly transferred through the airlock into the ship's interior, where the view opened up magnificently. Elias led the way confidently, guiding everyone to a cabin resembling a small reception room. The room was simply yet comfortably furnished, with fixed soft seats surrounding a low coffee table, and not far away stood a small bar. After indicating for the three to sit, Elias operated a few controls on the panel. The starship emitted a low hum and began to ascend slowly, entering autopilot mode. Lin Juan once again occupied the window seat. Looking down, the enormous aerospace station and the control tower gradually shrank, ultimately becoming a mere speck in her line of sight. The ship pierced through the clouds, plunging into a murky darkness. Suddenly, she felt a slight tremor in her mental domain. Turning her head, she indeed spotted the oversized floppy-eared rabbit sneaking out again for some fresh air. It had once more leapt accurately onto Darius's serpentine tail, even stomping its feet on the delicate, smooth scales. Lin Juan quickly stood up, flustered, and scooped the audacious rabbit into her arms. How dare it escape? Elias observed Lin Juan burying her face into the rabbit's fluffy mass, a smile tugging at his lips as he softly exclaimed, "So adorable." Upon receiving the compliment, Lin Juan chuckled and, with her hands tucked under the rabbit's forelimbs, hoisted it up like an oversized plush toy, enthusiastically commanding, "All right, transform into a little cat." The floppy-eared rabbit, albeit reluctantly, complied and shook its body, its white figure blurring into a mist before swiftly reassembling into a large, pure white cat that landed gracefully on the sofa. "Now turn into a panda." The white cat stared at her with round, glistening eyes, its previously swaying tail coming to a halt. "What's wrong? Can you not transform?" The mental entity fell silent for a moment before choosing to fulfill its owner's wishes. It shook itself and morphed into a fully white panda. Lin Juan gathered the round, fluffy panda onto her lap, a series of questions slowly forming in her mind. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she slapped her thigh and